Welcome everyone to beautiful Antwerp, Belgium. Long have we waited, but finally it is time for the PGL Major. Right here from Antwerp, 2 weeks of the best Counter-Strike that the world has to offer. And 2 weeks in which a lot of dreams will be shattered and a lot of dreams will be fulfilled. My name is Shox and I am joined here at the desk for the very first day of the Major with Maui, Snake and Maniac. Whew. We have been looking forward to this for so long. Maui, I know it's your first Major as well. How are the nerves doing?
Oh, my heart's palpitating right now, Shox. It's tough right now being here.
Oh.
Maniac, this is your second. I mean, you killed it at the last one. I just want to replicate your performance there.
I appreciate the kind words. And, you know, my heart is also beating really, really fast. But I think we have to soak it in because that's how we identify with the players as well. Everyone is on one team.
Oh, absolutely. We were having breakfast with Devil Walk, who's going to be joining us as well. And he was saying there's just so much anticipation for the teams who have been working towards this, and you can never really imagine it until you sit behind your PC and you're about to play your first game, and I think that's how they all feel. So let's get into it. We have a half an hour and we have tons to talk about, so I think the best way to kick us off is to take a look at the full screen graphic that has all of the teams competing in this major. And yeah, what are the high-level thoughts? Is this an open major, Maniac?
You're absolutely correct. And this is how we have to look at this major, how open this is. Granted, FaZe come in as the de facto favorites because of the results of 2022, because of Katowice, because of Pro League. But who's to say right here, right now, who's going to win this major? Who has the goals to actually say that?
There are so many teams that are in the running for this one. Teams that could power up. We don't even know if FaZe is going to bring the same form that we saw at prior events. There's a lot at stake here, and I think that this is one of the most open fields. Last time around at Stockholm, Na'Vi was the sure favorite.
Yeah.
I would give him over 50%. This time around, FaZe, I don't even know if I'd give him 1/3.
It's the fear factor. It's the fear factor that is missing a little bit for FaZe that Astralis definitely had when they were on their massive run. You'd get to an event and think, oh my god, they're just going to win it. That's it. We can't beat them. Na'Vi had a little bit of that coming into Stockholm. They were ramping up with that crazy level. FaZe, we know they're really strong, but are we afraid of them?
Oh, God, so interesting. We're not going to see them straight off the bat. Okay, one dark horse from each of you, which is, by the way, a good thing if you're a dark horse,
This
right?
is a good term.
Yes, Maui.
My dark horse, and actually my prediction to just win it all, is Cloud9, actually. So that's who I'm going with for this major, actually. That's my pick. I think that right now everything is working in order for them. They've got the new org buff. They don't have to focus on anything else in the world. They can just focus on their game. They've been steadily improving LAN to LAN, and I think this is the time that they take it home.
That's when they actually pass that final hurdle, that final obstacle.
Yes.
Look, we'll have plenty of time to talk about it, but ENCE is the team that excites me the most. I fantasize the most about what they could be
spicy.
accomplishing. Yeah, you know, something thinking in my room about Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
I have a lot of hopes, fans.
Okay, lovely. Now, you might say at home, what is this? We've got legends, we've got contenders, we've got challengers. Well, no worries. We've got an explainer for you, so let's roll it out.
Welcome to PGL Major Antwerp 2022. The top 24 Counter-Strike teams worldwide are gathering in Antwerp, Belgium for 14 days, setting the scene for the most anticipated CSGO event of the year. The stakes are high, $1 million, and the most coveted trophies of the scene are on the line. Let's take a look at the Majors format. The tournament is split into 3 stages: the Challenger stage, the Legends stage, and the Champions stage. The Challenger stage. 16 Challenger and Contender teams will battle it out for 8 slots in a Swiss round format that guarantees qualification to the Legend stage. The Buchholz system and initial seeds are used as match seeding. All elimination and advancement matches are best of 3, while all other matches are best of 1. The teams with a 3-0, 3-1, and 3-2 score will progress within the tournament. The Legends stage. The best 8 teams qualified from the Challengers stage will meet the Legend teams in a Swiss round format. Again, the top 8 teams will qualify for the Champions stage. The Buchholz system and initial seeds are used as match seeding. All elimination and advancement matches are best of 3, while all other matches are best of 1. All 3-0, 3-1, and 3-2 teams will have the privilege to show what they are capable of in front of a live audience inside the Sport Palace Arena. The Champions stage. The best 8 teams of the major will play in a single elimination bracket. The seeds will be established using the final Legends stage ranking. All matches are best of 3. Gear up. We're going in.
So the teams have a long way ahead of them if they want to become the champions here at the Major, especially if you're starting today, if you're starting rather in the Challenger stage. And I know that there's a couple of teams that have a bone to pick with Buchholz about the Swiss system. And we saw in the RMR already, Maui, that if you are one of the Tier 1 teams and you lose your opening game, you can get into some very hot water.
The Swiss system can be a cruel mistress.
Yeah.
It doesn't always treat everybody fairly. The seeding that you came in here with is obviously going to play a big factor in how you're seeded after your initial matches. And for some of the teams, they probably thought they were sort of cheated in that early RMR. Some of the matchups they drew, some of the ways that they were seeded. But at the end of the day, you have to beat the team that's in front of you. No ifs, ands, or buts.
No, you're right. And I think day one really sets the scene and set the path that you're going to embark on in this major, right? You have a bad day of Counter-Strike, which can happen to anyone. You're 0-2 and you have 3 best of 3s to win. Now, we have the opening matches today. We have the meal that we're about to eat, the meal that we're about to appreciate and savor today. And oh my. I mean, G2 Liquid just springs in my eyes.
Yeah.
Maybe we should wait just a little.
We should wait maybe just a little, but I love the way you said it's like a meal, but it's all like main courses, every single one of those games, right? Because you could go even across to something like a Bad News Eagles versus Eternal Fire, you know, 2 underdogs in this tournament immediately up versus each other. So with the remaining time, what I'd like to do is kind of, as, you know, much as we can, set the stage for some of these main talking points and these main stories that we're going to follow throughout the Major. Let's start with a lot of the teams coming out of Stream B for today. Imperial versus Spirit, we see there. And for Imperial, of course, the Last Dance roster. It is, you know, a magical chance for them to revisit old glory.
The oldest team at the Major versus the youngest team at the Major. If there was ever a time to put faith in experience, that would be the matchup. You look at the recent form, you look at the recent skill set, you'd be probably favoring Spirit slightly. But if you think about who won Majors, who actually have been there, they've been around the block for years, that's the side of Imperial. So it's truly 2 different paradigms clashing against each other in that matchup, which is really hard to call.
It is tough, but Spirit have a say in that. The firepower on that roster is undeniable. Dexter is such a talent, and even though it's been rocky for that Spirit lineup, I think that right now they're coming together in a way that's peaking at the right time. It's been, actually, the past few months haven't been too kind for them, but the RMR, they showed what they were made of.
Speaking of some young talent, ENCE versus 9Z, we also have on the B stream, and you already said ENCE is maybe my favorite to win the whole thing. What a form they've been in, right? What have been the cliff notes about why they have impressed you so much?
First of all, they seem to have the revelation of the year. I think Spinks is putting his name in that list. If you look at the stats over 2022, of course, you might think of names like Nico and Zaiwu. No, it's actually Spinks. He is actually at the very top of that charts. I think he's probably 4th or 5th highest rated player currently in 2022 when you consider LAN events. This man is an animal. He's got full confidence. He's got the momentum coming from a strong Pro League season, and he's going to be an asset for ENCE.
Spinks is one of the hugest reasons that ENCE is delivering right now, but I have to give a lot of credit to Snappy. I think the way that he whipped this roster into shape, how his T sides are so manageable for the rest of his players, even ones that have a little bit less experience. Everybody looks so comfortable in their roles on this team right now, and I think that ENCE is a team that's almost a surefire one to get out of the Challenger scene.
And if we talk about Snappy, we have to realize this man has been around in Counter-Strike for years, and this might be the best shot he's ever had, probably will ever have, to make a deep run, make a playoff, lift the trophy at the Major. For Snappy, this would be here, this would be now.
This is such an interesting, I think, overall story for this Major as well. Some of the IGLs, right? The older IGLs, the more experienced IGLs, I should say, then the more newer ones, or the ones that have just been thrown into this role as of recent. I'm definitely looking at that. I also want to spare a word for 9Z in general, because I think we talk so much about Brazilian Counter-Strike, but this is so impactful for the Spanish-speaking Latin American side of Counter-Strike. Well, and the way that they in the RMR dropped their 2 first games and then had to win 5 best of 3s to make it, Maui, that speaks for Brazilians.
Yes, in some ways you would just say 9Z's built for BO3s. They actually have a deep enough map pool that in these best of 1s they had some trouble, but the problem is that I think they're going to have a hard time putting together their mental without their coach right behind them.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem as well. I want to give props to Lucan personally. I think that he had the very big shoes of Try to fill. Try was kind of the players everyone was looking at in 9Z. He got picked up by 0-0 Nation, and he still put up a very good performance performance at the RMR. He made almost everyone forget about his predecessor, so props to him.
That is very, very important for them, so we'll see how they can come out. I also want to spare a word for Jerry on Forza, and I think it's a bit contentious because some people will say, well, they didn't necessarily have the hardest route through the RMR than some others. They did beat OG, which I think for them is quite an achievement, right? And Jerry has been around the net CIS scene for so long. There's a wonderful article about him by King Games on HLTV right now, but the way he has kind of curated that young talent in that squad is something to look out for.
Jerry's a guy that knows exactly how he needs to call when he has young talent as well. Similar to Snappy, but he even dumbs it down to the most basic elements. I think, Maniac, you're familiar with the 4-1 style that a lot of IGLs like to implement, and Jerry's a master at it. He knows where he should be sending his lurker, he knows where he should be focusing on the map, and even though his stats don't jump off the page, he's a guy that is always putting together a game plan that has his teammates comfortable.
And the story of Jerry as well is the story of a window that maybe half closed, right? Because if you go back in the years, you had Forza that were on the brink of breaching through the top 10 of Counter-Strike, and he was a name, like out there in the CIS region. He was a name as an IGL who one day might get access to a Na'Vi, potentially to a VP or whatever, but he's tied to Forza. He's tied to Forza, he's staying in that team. And the fact that he was actually able to rebuild something with different players, with the Shalfi, with the Kenzie, the Norway, and be here again, I think that speaks volume too.
Oh, you have to respect that, right? And I'm really excited with some of also those young players, how they've performed like Shalfi at the RMR, how they are going to do. Last game on the B stream is going to be today that we want to talk about is Bad News Eagles versus Eternal Fire. Oh my god. I know some people might say, oh, this isn't like, you know, the Navis and the Astralises of the world, but this is such an interesting matchup in terms of both the underdogs and just the way they like to play the game.
Yes, this is a team that these are both teams that have so much firepower. They're basically FPL stars jumping off the board here. You got Regon, who's just been dominating in that kind of circuit. And then on the other side of the page, you have a team that's, again, just not, like, Eternal Fire had so much trouble putting this lineup together. It took so long for them to rebuild a Turkish lineup with Xantares over at Big. But now that he's back playing with his fellow countrymen, I think that he's done an admirable job in actually being, for at times, the in-game leader. It has shifted to Woxic, but I think that at the beginning, he really took a step down as an individual, but learned more about the macro of the game on top of that. And I think that makes Eternal Fire a more complete team than some might recognize.
And I'm glad to see Xantares at that form. I think it's a sine qua non condition for Eternal Fire to perform. These are also three of the best players ever coming from Turkey, finally being together. You almost wonder if that shouldn't have happened a few years back. Doesn't matter, it's all behind, it's all in the past. But when you have Calyx, Woxic, and Xantares in the same team, these are the three most accomplished players they have.
You never know how the cookie's going to crumble. And for Kosovo right now, it's all good for the Bad News Eagles. They have made it. We're going to talk about them plenty throughout this day and throughout the major, I'm sure. But let's dive into our A-stream matchups. We're going to go back. So basically the last one we're going to talk about first. The fourth game on the A-stream will be MIBR versus Outsiders, starting with Made in Brazil. And what I think is so poetic about MIBR is that they beat Imperial to make it here, really signaling maybe we are this generation that you're looking for.
And it comes as, I guess, the rightful reward of their efforts in this lineup of MIBR. If you look at the rankings recently, they've only been on the up and up. It's been a improvement all the way, every single step. You can see here starting around 62, that was in November 2021, to now kind of peaking into the top 20. But these players have kind of rebuilt the brand. I don't know if you agree, but MIBR, obviously staple of Brazilian Counter-Strike, but for so long they struggled to be back under the light. And finally, maybe that's the lineup they can do it with.
I think that one man that I have to give a lot of credit for this lineup and its development in the recent months has been Bit. He's a guy that stepped back from playing, recognized that he was more valuable to this team and maybe in his future as a coach, and he really tried working till his last legs as a player. And it was pretty close. He brought up Try on 9Z. He did pretty good work on Team 1 on top of that. And now he's working with this new unit of players that are able to compete, thankfully, in the Blast circuit, the ESL circuit regularly. And it has shown when they go to Europe and come back to America, they're just so much better every single time.
Yeah, I guess the big question is, can they consistently take down that Tier 1 talent also from Europe, right? Do you think they're ready?
I struggle to see it happen. I don't want to be a Debbie Downer on that one. The fact that I don't know who to point you to when you ask me who's going to step up, who's going to be the beast.
Yeah.
I thought this would be Cello, and he was going to be the name, but I have to concede that during the RMR, he wasn't exactly pulling his weight. He wasn't doing as much as I expected him to. So if that didn't happen during the RMR, then who am I to say it's going to happen here at the Major, right?
I'm looking at Jota, I'm looking at Exit, I'm looking at Turtle.
Exit.
I think that all of three of these riflers are very solid for the team, and I actually think that Turtle is actually a very cerebral player, and I don't know if he gets the credit for that, and hopefully he's able to show that here in this Challenger.
Oh, I love that. We've got a bit of a conflicting opinion, right? We're going to see in their first match, they're up versus Outsiders. Now, I think we can't talk about Outsiders without talking about what has been going on around them, I think, the whole year, but specifically the information that's come out about Yakinder and about the uncertainty for that roster. Then you can look at it in two ways,
Yes.
or it's going to be like, let's give our all for this major. We barely scraped by getting there, but let's make it count. Or it could, of course, influence them in another way.
And I am truly hoping that it will be the
former.
former that you mentioned, right? I think even if Destinies will take him apart in the future, we know it's a possibility. Yakinder has put it out there that he might be on the lookout for a new project. You have the chance right here, right now, to display your value,
Yes.
to display a performance that makes or piques interest in different teams. And if you're Yakinder, don't think of it as an individualistic way. Think of your team succeeding shines good light on you. And the whole success of the team is good for you as an individual.
Yeah, the way I would think about what Outsiders are trying to prove for themselves at this is that everybody is essentially in what we call in normal sports terms a contract year, where their contracts are about to expire, they're looking for new opportunities, new offers, and so they're all going to put themselves on display. But like Maniac said, you have to balance that with being a good teammate on top of that, because people will see right through selfish play.
Absolutely, and we can acknowledge everything that's happened around the team that they can't control, but we can also say they're going to have to play very well. They're going to have to play better than what we've seen even from the RMR, right? For them to make a deep run here. We'll see what happens. Next up, let's talk about Astralis versus IHC. Astralis, such a big talking point coming into this year. Do we feel like they found the consistency finally, Maui?
Astralis, I think that right now with Farley, they're looking so much better than they did with Lucky.
Okay.
There was always that missing piece for Astralis where could they do better with just one more upper? Well, Glaive, you got him. You got the upper that you're looking for. You're looking for a guy that can open things up on the T side, be aggressive, and that's something they were absolutely missing with Lucky. So I'm glad to see that this roster is putting things together.
Yeah, and it's the contrast for Astralis with this Farlig lineup versus with Lucky. Not only comparing these two individuals, even though I think Farlig is already established.
I think we
his
shouldn't talk about
superiority,
it anymore, right?
But it's about how the other players are actually faring now in this system. And I think Farlig has enabled other players around to shine. Config can be a name we mentioned out there. Beginning of the year or end of last year, he was truly going through roller coasters of performance. We never really knew what we were going to get for Config. That period seems to be over. Look at the far right side. He's actually performing Katowice, Pro League. He's delivering on LAN. He's hitting that consistency that we've been pegging on him for so long. He's doing it right now.
And we're also always talking about when it comes to majors, it's about which team is peaking at the right time. It's not always about the team that you expect to win. And I think when we look at it in that context, that looks good for Astralis, right? But they have to make it work on the server. First match versus IHC. We don't have that much time to talk about them right now, but oh my God, what a feat for them to make it out of Mongolia and make it here to the Counter-Strike Major. Hope they can do some damage. I do want to move on to G2 versus Liquid. And oh, Mathieu, you cannot contain your excitement. Why is that? Why does this match hype you so much?
Oh my God, an opening of a challenger stage. And we
Yeah.
have Liquid versus G2, two of the best teams in the world going at each other. And the upset alert, the alarms, they're ringing everywhere. In
Is
my
it
mind.
even
Just
an upset
beep,
then?
beep, beep. I think it would be.
Yeah.
I think Liquid beating G2, would be classified as an upset. But I can just see it happen. I can just feel it happen. I think there is an immense risk for this whole Bukol system to go down the drain
This
after
is
day
actually
one
the
G2.
this is probably the key matchup to this Bukol
It is.
system, to like everything going into disarray. Mathieu, tell me then about G2 coming into the year. Anticipation, hype, possibility for this team. Where did they land right now as the major starts?
The problem that I have with G2, and to give you a correct assessment, is that they had this situation during Pro League with Alexibi not being able to play a few games, and I feel like it casted a shadow on almost everything, and it probably hurt their own confidence. We look at them during IM Katowice, it's a grand G2. It's a beautiful G2. Manesi stepping in massively, just owning the big stage like he's been living here for 50 years, right? Nico delivering his best performance as well in Katowice. But now time has passed, and I'm left with more questions than I have answers.
There are a lot of things about this G2 lineup that I'm not too sure about either, Maniac. I really haven't actually loved their T sides. A lot of people really wanted this Lexi B move. They wanted to swap out for Nexa. And I think in some ways it's paid off. It's renewed the confidence in the captain. That's what Nico told me when I talked to him about this, that he likes his new leader. He takes responsibility, takes charge. But I really think that they are still a ways away from being the #1 contender. They're up there, but I wouldn't put them as favorites.
And Mathieu, you said it would be an upset if Liquid beat them. What is it going to take for Liquid to beat G2?
I think it's going to take firstly OC providing what he needs to provide, what we hope he's going to provide. His LAN performances have been going better and better. They have improved over time, which is an excellent sign if you're a believer in OC. I'm going to be real. The eye test for me, I'm convinced. I believe in OC. I believe in what he can bring to the team. But when you pair him with the likes of Elige and Naf, suddenly you have a triumvirate of doom. You have a trifecta of power right here, right now. Players you know will deliver. And that has to be considered for Liquid.
Yeah, up versus Munzi also. It's going to be such a hype matchup. That's the second one on the A stream. But the first one, let's really take our time to talk about Vitality versus Complexity. Well, in terms of kind of underdog matchups, I feel like you can say Complexity is an underdog, even though they made it here quite handily. Where do our expectations lie for this NA squad right now?
Complexity is a team that does incredibly well when it comes to the North American circuit, but when they go overseas, they've had their difficulties. And I think right now, the main thing that's the question for Complexity is, beyond Floppy, who are we going to be seeing rise up to the occasion? Every single game, you can expect Floppy to drop 20 plus, but sometimes it's Fang that has to chime in with 20. Sometimes it's even JT that has to come out with the entry frags. And there needs to be a consistent second star on this roster because Floppy, God damn it, he needs some help.
I know he does. And honestly, I'm getting to the point where if I am Floppy, am I just not maybe looking left and right what kind of options I might have? I mean, this man is in the pipeline, right?
Yeah.
He's definitely one of the next big players out there. I think he's providing enough evidences in Complexity for now, but I agree with you. The rest of the cast is a little bit fragile. You have the Junior, you have the Grim. A game can be good, another one he can disappear. How can we put stock into that?
I think that's a great point. And when it comes to them and their recent performances, Maniac, I know you wanted to make a little sideline remark on that, because most recently, Blast, of course, they lost the MIBR, but you wanted to look at the RMR matches, the Dallas qualifiers, as well as some moments in the EPL versus the best in the world in terms of a positive sign for the squad.
Yes, I think if you're a Complexity believer, then some of the results during Pro League might have just given you enough oxygen to keep the fire burning. They went up against the likes of Heroic, the likes of Navi, the likes of Astralis, and although they lost, the games have been close. They were competitive. They were right there. They just lacked that little 5% experience to know how to win round number 15 and 16. But I guess the backbone of the Counter-Strike played was much better than I had seen. And this is, I guess, my fantasy for Complexity is just based on these results and how they fared against these teams.
Complexity have developed as a roster. JT, in particular, has developed as an in-game leader. I'd say a year ago, 2 years ago, when he was the IGL for Cloud9 and the South African-led ATK roster, it was very much so calls out of spawn, very basic stuff. And nowadays, they can play with tempo. They can actually change up their pace a little bit. They have a more developed default. It's just that sometimes their players aren't always ready for all of the situations that come to them in those defaults. That's where they need the experience.
And I don't know if you agree with me, Maui, but I just don't know sometimes if the style that JT wants to play and the style that kind of made his value before in his career is the most fitted style for players like Grim and Junior and Floppy, who require, I think, a bit more space, a bit more freedom, and I guess autonomy to do some moves, whereas JT was kind of structural and organized and call-based. I don't know if there's a clash here, if there's a mismatch.
I could see that. I could see that there is a little bit of a back and forth between what some of the players want. Like, I think Floppy, for example, is always a guy that's good to dominate a default, but I actually don't know if I agree with Junior always being that guy. I don't know if he always knows what initiative to take in the high-level games, high-pressure ones, and so I think JT's simplification of a T side does help them out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in Furia, he couldn't really get going, and I think a lot was to blame there, right? Also the environment and kind of the language he had to speak. So maybe it'll take some time for him to adjust, but as we wrap up this kind of bow around the Complexity story, is it about breaking that natural ceiling now, having those other people step up alongside Floppy to make a run?
There's a couple things that I need Complexity to do. I need one more person to step up, and I think probably Feng would be my pick to do that. It seems like he has incredible work ethic. He's a guy that's grinding the demos, constantly looking for new ways that he can find initiative in games. But I also need them to change their CT sides. I need them to stop acting in the first 30 seconds of every round, let things come to them a little bit more, play a little bit more reactive, because if you make a plan every round, it makes things a lot easier for your players, but it also makes things a lot more obvious for your opponents.
Hey, speaking about making a plan, the Vitality plan was a very hotly contested one coming into this year. And when it comes to the names you have on that roster, you can hear, by the way,
Love it.
players are
that.
next door, which is giving us a lot more energy going into this. But let's talk about Vitality. This is a roster, when you look at it on paper, that has to go deep in a major, that has to go deep in the big tournaments that they play. But there have been question marks. Where do we land right now, Maniac?
Wow, the Vitality project, all being beautiful at the ideology behind it, has been struggling massively. And I think we have to just put some historical context as well. Vitality had a French team that belonged at the top. They were top 3, top 4 for a while in HLTV. And they said, you know what, we're going to make one of the biggest, deepest change we can, because what we want to do is lift trophies. And we have to admit, they haven't been anywhere near lifting trophies so far. It hasn't been the case. ZywOo has had one of the slowest start of the year in his career. The bright light is obviously dupreeh, but I don't know. It feels like when you have a roster with that quality, when you have these players, all it would need is a click. It would just need a click, literal, and that could happen.
Is Mizuta consistency the click?
That's a lack of click there.
I'm not sure.
Well, then it would be a click if it clicks, right?
If Masuda can find some form, that could actually spur them on to make a deep run at this tournament. I think the main talking point for Vitality is, generally speaking, the language barrier. It's been painfully obvious that a lot of these players were not comfortable switching to English immediately when this roster formed. ZywOo seems like he's been struggling with it, and I think that's the exact reason why he's had so much difficulty as a teammate. He doesn't know where things are happening on the map at all times. I've seen ZywOo caught off guard more this year than any other year, even when he was a rookie.
And I think that there might be something to say as well between the clashes of philosophy of Apex, who for the longest time had full control of what was happening in Vitality with, obviously, Extas together. They had a stronghold of what was happening, a lot of micromanagement we heard from Apex in interviews when he mentioned it. Now you bring in Magisk, you bring in dupreeh, there are voices, Zonic, of course, a very loud voice in the game, and you have to compromise how you want to approach a game. What kind of Counter-Strike do you want to play? And we could see that. It took a while for them to find it. I don't even think they're there quite yet.
They're there quite yet. And I know some analysts in the CSGO scene hate like the kind of time. Give them time, give them time, give them time. I do think like in certain situations like this one, they are allowed a little bit of adjustment, right? So now we've had a couple of months, and this is kind of what you're working towards. Yes, you could say, no, we'll work towards that second major later in the year. But as a competitor, that's not what you want to do.
What you need to give Vitality more than a better coach, a better player, is accelerated English courses. That's actually my answer. There's nothing else that I would want for this team, because clearly it's just not working for them so far in terms of the language.
And the map Fido only have a winning record on Dust 2 and Vertigo, so that's an issue. What do we see?
I'm happy for Vitality. I'm getting away with Inferno. I think it's one of the few maps where we have certainties and securities as what they're about to bring to the table. I think their CT side is extremely strong. It's one of the few maps where you look at the team and you understand the project. Yes. You understand the ideology. Like, okay, you have the Danish duo together, you have ZywOo having space, Apex is moving. That makes sense. Here, it comes together, comes to fruition. So for a Vitality fan, Inferno is a good pick.
Yeah, their CT sides have been dominant since the beginning of Blast.
Yes.
Since they first unveiled this roster, you could see the chemistry on both sides of the map where they separate Apex and Masuda towards B, the Danish duo towards A, ZywOo, the one guy that's in between, having to juggle it all. Sometimes he has some trouble with it, but he's always been a little bit shaky on Inferno, if we're being honest.
Well, then if we go back to kind of what you said about complexity and perhaps their T sides, how much of a assignment do they have cut out for them when it comes to fighting that CT side?
This is rough. A lot of it's going to come down to Fang. A lot of it's going to come down to that banana control. I think that's probably the biggest weak point for Vitality, and so you got to see some aggression on that part of the map from JT's calling. You can't just go for the Halls pops, because you're going to be running into Magisk and dupreeh in a crossfire. You're not getting through that. You're going to get shredded.
And I don't even want to see Vitality giving too much space and respect to complexity. At this point, it's just about the mentality and the perspective they have into this game. I want to see ZywOo picking down mid, picking down second mid. I want to see him farming confidence, being assertive. That's something that we have been missing from the best and second best player in the world 3 years in the running. He's been a little bit too passive at the beginning of 2022, as if he let the game come to him. Go and get the game. Take the game by the horn like Simple would do. And that's a team they can do it against.
Oh, I love the way you finished off that sentence, because we are so close to getting into that game. I think it's what we want to see out of every single team, out of Complexity as well. But for Vitality, definitely so, Maui. For both teams, winning their first game here would be absolutely huge when we look at the rest of the major.
Definitely, and it's doable for Complexity. That's the thing. They probably saw that this sort of map was coming out in the veto. Maybe they could have assumed 1 or 2 others, but this was one that Vitality definitely wanted to play, and I think Complexity have the game plan necessary in order to do it. It's a JT, TC combo special. They're going to come out with some strats here. They're going to come out with some fast plays, so Vitality better be ready for it.
It's possible. Vitality better be ready. We are ready. It is time for our very first match of the PGL Major in Antwerp. Let's head over to our wonderful casters.
Yo, it's us, and here we are, one step closer to Vitality versus Complexity, the hopes of North America, not only on Liquid, but Cole as well. And I think Maui hit it on its head, man. There's no way that Complexity are coming into this map, and this map specifically, without a game plan for Vitality. I think we've seen instances of, despite Vitality's comfortable CT side, alluded to by Maniac, there are instances where that B site can get hit too hard for them to handle. I've seen Apex counter-stratted a time or two, but alas, they are the favorites, and Complexity are the question.
Yeah, and at least for Complexity, like was mentioned, they could expect Inferno to be in the veto, so that might be a point where they could try to target that. There are interesting storylines for both of these teams coming into the major, and they could kind of sour your outlook on the team, but because we're just starting the major now, we'll see if they can beat those expectations or not. So first things first, Vitality are not having the kind of best. I don't think they're going to be at their highest confidence coming into these opening matches, and I don't think it's guaranteed they get through challengers in the first place. Complexity are a team that are probably just outside of most people's picks to get through of the top 8, and are underdogs in this matchup, of course, but have a chance to show that they could play close to a team like Vitality, who are not on their best form.
So let's see it, folks. Map 1 of the Antwerp Major, and it's underway. We've already got this slow creeping crawl from Vitality, maybe expectant of something out of Complexity's apartments setup. Oh, excuse me, inversed. Dupree waits in the apps. First contact, no kills. They get ever closer. And off that flashbang, they decide to pop. Dupree suddenly, quick hit. Magisk is the one to come in with the kill, and a second. Then Fang swings out from pick, gets the better of him. Grabs the USP, and they're just cautious for a moment, thinking of a quick flank maybe, but it's nothing but this rotation here. Vitality, they went for that 3-player B setup, and now the retake's on. Fang, deep corner, nade is perfect. That's him softened up, and then the 2 others of Junior and JT deep in pit. They wait. Smoke fades. Double Vitality wrap onto the short side. They still have the utility to get the players out of here. And sure enough, Apex hits a cracker of a headshot from deep on Arch. Junior blinded, can't help Fang whatsoever. Clean retake here from Vitality.
That's impressive. Usually when that Moto Smoke goes down, after 2 successful entries, getting into pit with control that quickly, the round is over 90% of the time. That's a pretty amazing retake here for Vitality to kick things off. They did just as well on the counter utility as Complexity did on the entries, and Complexity did a great job of transitioning from their first spot in the halls to their first flash coming out of the halls, but I think they also either caught a counter flash or ate one of their own, and that allowed for some of the CTs to get kills. This is, some beautiful work for sure for Vitality, so not a fun way to lose a round. But the buy is still pretty good. We've got 4 rifles here for Complexity.
Damn, that shot in pit felt clean. Seeing it back, Apex, all right.
That was Mr. Clean. Yeah.
All right. Now Vitality with a bit more forward presence here in apartments. Felt like Complexity were really waiting for that in the first round. Crawling 5 players up alt. Waiting, no peek. But if Grim and Floppy, Grim, he gets an assist with the wall bang. ZywOo comes up from Boiler to try and trade, but that's 2 kills instantly from that apps crawl. Apex very quickly on the flank here. JT's going to hear it, can't stop it. Again, Apex, the form is good. 2.5 kills. ZywOo re-aggresses, comes in from the alternative entrance to the apps, and it is Junior and Junior alone.
Oh, man, that was a chance if they had heard Apex any sooner. I mean, the fact that he gets that much damage means that, of course, now Junior's odds are so low. As soon as he pops up, and he's been spotted as well, go down to Masuda, and Vitality will pick up second. Of course, that's Apex saving the day with his banana push after a couple of beautiful entries from Floppy and that, he's that wallbang assist, yeah, from Grim, jumping up into Halls. So a risky setup to pull off in the second round. I think Vitality thought after the first Halls pop that maybe, and they were going to go into full guns, they wouldn't go into Halls control maybe. So if you take over Halls early, you can get that, you know, late alt push or early alt push in that circumstance, but it almost got countered. Was that a pumpkin in mid?
Dude, there's pumpkins. I also saw candy corn. I swear to God, in the pistol, I saw candy corn coming out of somebody's gun.
Yeah, I mean, Halloween is most people's favorite holiday, I'd say. Oh, okay.
That's the Masuda peak. With Apex, a couple of A1Ss, long-range combat, and long-range impact. Everybody getting wrecked here from Complexity. No footing in round number 3. It is a slaughter and an economic boon for Vitality's CT side.
Yeah. So they have weaknesses on B because sometimes the setups become pretty uninspired between Masuda and Apex, and there has been actually a history of this with Masuda when we saw him play upper site with, not Navera, who was it? It was Kyojin. Kyojin, right.
You gotta go down that list, man.
Right. There's been a lot of players who have played for Vitality, but when he played upper site with Kyojin, there were a lot of problems there. In terms of playing off each other, doing something outside of like vanilla setups where you're playing a CT rotator, one at coffins, and I think sometimes if Apex isn't seriously lucid and saying, all right, we need to do this to make it interesting, then they fall into the trap of just being in very predictable spots. Right now, it feels like they're switched on, so that's a good sign for Vitality.
Yeah, nice next level start. Good grenade damage on Fang as well to kick off this one. And there's this conversation around, you know, Complexity in their fragging department. If it's not Floppy, is it Fang? Is it Grim? You know, who is the second-hand man to stand up?
Yeah, I think you've identified the core right there.
Should be those three, but can anybody handle the heat that is ZywOo? He opens up, Dupree, 1 health on the fallback, and there's the double kill. JT and Grim, easy does it. Questionable position here now because all of a sudden you've lost a player on each side of brackets, but you still have 2 for Vitality on this A-site defense.
Yeah, the interesting part about this is it doesn't damage the CT setup too much. So everyone's in a spot where they're comfortable actually not moving very much. So it'll be hard to find a timing for the T side, but grouping and hitting is of course the key. Right now, Dupree on site only has 1 health, so that'll make the big difference. It just comes down to whether or not this can be identified fast enough, and Dupree gets isolated. The rotator comes around from ZywOo, and he'll be late to help him out.
Yeah, this is Complexity breaking through. JT, creeping crawl through smoke, and a movement from ZywOo that didn't tilt the scales back in their favor whatsoever.
Yeah, that's well done.
Complexity are in.
Yeah, that's a super solid round. And we know that on T sides, I think, I have a lot of confidence in JT to call really cohesive movements between their players. Again, some of the individual inconsistency is a problem, and that's something that transcends Complexity. That's just most teams in Counter-Strike have an issue with consistency when it comes to T sides, entrying, individual efforts. But as you mentioned, the interesting part about what we're calling the core on Complexity, if we're going to say it's Fang, Floppy, and Grim, well, it's not the Opper. Of the 3 players who are the most reliable, probably best players on the team, Junior is just outside of that, and that is also a problem for Complexity.
Well, first round, not an issue here. They've got it on the board 4 rounds into the game. Comes by way of, first of all, very nice utility usage to get Dupree out. He's not one of the opening kills, but, I mean, he was engulfed in fire off the top of the porch. Fell back, 1 health. Then we get this, little bit of repositioning from both sides of brackets. Insta-kills, both directions for Complexity. You take off one of those 2 kills, maybe that A-site's still able to hold strong. Maybe Dupree supports, even though he's such low HP. But alas, the op is in from ZywOo. And if you've highlighted that question mark of Junior's opping on Complexity, well, it's an exclamation point for Vitality. We have to remember, this is still one of the best players in the world.
He is the 2nd best player by a big margin. So I just want to point that out. A lot of people have said, yeah, ZywOo, who's not the same as he used to be. People say this every year, actually. And last year, he ended up 2nd. This year, he's still in that exact same position.
JT's entry, shut down.
Okay.
Masuda Couple of kills.
Wow, that's
Now,
well done.
a Vitality with a Masuda hold, that's a stronger Vitality. That's the best form of Vitality.
Yeah, that's their weakest point right now.
And he's 7-1 to start off this map. So 2 clean kills for him. He just faces from that site. We saw the utility pressuring Banana. Another couple of kills for Vitality leaves Grim on his own. He's got a chance at this A site, but dupreeh, again, this is a forward-facing Vitality. We see it at the top of B site, 2 players standing in front of Cross. dupreeh here in a comfortable 4v1 takes an initiative. Vitality, I think, feeling themselves, and reasonably, with this strong start. No consecutive wins so far for the T side.
Hey, nothing wrong with the tactic to try to take, when they get the fast banana control, to try to transpose right into the site hit, or look to see if anyone is going to challenge them from oranges or CT spawn. They don't see that, to get into the site, and Masuda outguns them. And yeah, that's what he's best at.
Oh, pressure again. Masuda gonna find his entry. 4 health, but Fang, dude, poor guy. He has just been bombarded by grenades on Banana.
There was 0 support there. He had no smoke for himself, no window flash, I don't think, to stop the CTs from coming down. They gave him an AK, they said good luck.
Nade comes out, chips down Grim. dupreeh and Magisk in the pit. Grim does manage to get across towards Haybell, so there's this little minute opening maybe for him, especially versus Masuda, but not with Magisk shooting that sharp. dupreeh, easy kill versus Floppy. His back is turned, and Masuda will tuck into that bomb site as the last 2 members of Complexity try to work their way through mid. It's the Deagle of JT, the AK of Junior, and Apex on the Moto hold. Locks this one in. Another 2K, and it feels like all the multi-frags belong to Vitality.
Another issue for Complexity is they didn't get the chance to boot camp. We're one of the latest teams to arrive here, the PGL Major, and have only had a couple of days to practice. So, the last officials that they've played were at Pro League. And apart from that, I'm sure snuck some practice in at the RMR, but they have mentioned that it's just not feeling too great to have come in so late. So that's something they'll also have to kind of learn on the fly.
Yeah, well, they got 4 days to figure it out.
Yeah.
Crunch time. Junior gonna make a ruckus inside of the apartments. Magisk easily turns around for that one and cuts Grim off of the doorway as well. Still feels like there's somebody up there. He's not wrong. JT hot on the heels of Junior. Also, just victim of the MP9. 1, 2, 3, easy does it.
I think Vitality are fine.
You think they're good? Yeah.
They're doing pretty good.
Which is nice to see, because obviously, I think this was something where I felt like at the RMR, it was almost like there was a question mark still surrounding them. But if you look at their losses, it's versus Navi and FaZe, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but
so
they before that even, they had lost 8 out of their 10 big series. So there are still real questions about Vitality. Complexity are not good enough to put those to bed. And last major, the Stockholm Major, they barely made it out of Legends. Barely made it out of Legends. That was really, really tight, and they should have definitely been top 8. Almost didn't have that expectation near the end. And at this major, the Challenger stage is maybe even a little harder. I think that, them not making it a Challengers would be pretty horrible. But at the same time, based on what we've seen, they're not actually of the quality right now where you could say for sure they're going to make it through. I mean, when you were doing your pick'em, looking through the teams that were gimmies, Vitality were one of those teams. And even Vitality are not right now one of the teams you could feel 100% safe on.
Well, nice showing so far. 8 rounds into this one. Dispatching of Complexity's challenge. But now we're going to see this op in the hands of Junior. First time on this T side. He will have a chance to counterpick Zywoo. I think there's also been this point of contention versus Fang. His utility, the utility that's destined for him anyways. Like that frag right there. Again, down to 52. A consistency here is Fang just getting pummeled by utility damage and then being that first easy kill swept under the rug. Vitality going to lean towards A site. 4 players here. Very nice to see Masuda being utilized so aggressively. He's off to a flying start. 8-1. Once more, flashed into the mid-peak. He gets himself the first kill, but Grim's able to trade that with no further damage. Still, that's a confirmation. 3 players from Complexity at the top of mid. So Magisk, high alert. Peeks out, almost gets caught by the floppy challenge, but he'll succeed. and keep that 4v3 comfortably for Vitality.
Damn, game plan is looking amazing right now. As soon as they ran into top mid and saw Masuda, they realized they lost before the round started. That first kill comes out, and they even try to continue to challenge, and then they know it's a 4A setup, but it's so late now the CTs have time to rotate over. Apex has an incendiary here at the 40-second mark, and some flash support as well.
Flash goes in.
Oh, he's not using it.
Perfect.
Oh, okay.
Junior would have had a shot at that, but instead it's Apex just locking in this B hold. Grim on 50 health, his third victim, 1 magazine, 3 kills, and a solo B play from Apex, looking good.
They're playing very lean CS. It's every nade is being used adequately. Like that late nade that hit Fang this time at the bottom of steps after he tried to delay
everything.
and come out.
Yeah.
They are being very smart and clearly are incredibly prepared for what Complexity want to bring. This is a game that's showing us levels right now.
I'm expectant of maybe a bit more B targeting as this T side goes on. But I feel like first they've got to survive that utility early.
Yeah, that's always the catch-22. Sometimes you wait it out and then
Skynade.
all that happens, rotations come towards you. You go too soon, and it's Dunkirk. We all know how that went.
Zaiwu hunts. Oh my God, goes for the super wide peak, but Junior will have him scurrying back into Arch. T-side still leaning on a smoke and a flash from Floppy.
Yeah, when we look at the mini-map, in all of these different moments, you just see the CTs perfectly well set up for the attack that is coming, whether they realize it or not. Starting to move now over towards B, thinking, wow, can we get it right 6 times in a row? Surely not. We must be wrong eventually.
Apex tuned in. A little bit of a stress point here as the silence creeps across the map. Grim and Floppy ready to posture from the apartments, and they just get shredded. Magisk and Dupree. Perfect.
Yeah, I mean... Apex got to save his voice. I mean, we got like a lot of matches.
We got a lot of games.
Yeah.
Especially if they're going to go on that run.
Got to take it slow. Yeah, they got to be pretty happy with themselves, at least today for this opening matchup. Couldn't be starting any better. And, you know, apart from just the fact that everyone's aim looks pretty good, it's the setups that are catching my attention the most. I think, you know, Vitality at the end of 2020 had some of the best CT setups, the most dynamic, the most varied, the most depth of the playbook, and at a certain point it felt like they just stopped using it for no reason. Here's a good example of where they're using it the best.
Ooh.
This is also new.
Flash with Masuda and Zaiwu ready to face Banana.
Look at this brave man.
And this is that B lean. You know, it's kind of Complexity drawn to the fire.
Oh, and they just flash retook calls, didn't see anybody.
Frag comes out from Cole. Zaiwu, there's that flash. Masuda, 2. And Grim from Wood locks that one in. At least some kind of an answer, but an easy fallback. And honestly, you'll trade Masuda for 2 Ts.
Yeah, now they take over Hall's control. They actually cheat over to pick up Arch, but there is now a gap on the top of Banana because they're leaned so heavily to the bottom of the map. I think Apex is going to try to yell as loud as he can to scare the T's away, but he really does want them to go A.
Smoke ahead of them. Difficult decision to make. And
wow, this flank is fast.
Dupree getting ever closer to the rear end of Complexity, which is being watched. Floppy could just crack this one back, and then suddenly it is that A rotate fast, but that would assume Dupree goes for his peak. And right now, he's just down in the Trolls caves. He waits. Magisk, nice clean off angle. Grim never sees that coming, and right off of that execute, here comes Dupree. It is a guillotine from the back of the attack. Junior pulled between 2 directions. The fact that Dupree doesn't extend into that next kill, he knows that Junior is right there, and he just tucks wall, lets it be.
Yeah.
And this is Vitality moving easily through the CT side.
Yeah, fluidly. It's like clockwork right now, and I mean, we had Dupree rotate into the underpass, sit in his position, top mid player peaks, doesn't see anybody to clear him. He starts slowly on that flank. Top mid guy goes over to B. Suddenly it's 3B with a full flank on B. And I hadn't even seen this off angle played before. That was a really nice one from Magisk.
They caught him boosting, Mo. They caught those T's boosting.
Ooh, yeah. Well, on the 1 round complexity 1, they planted the bomb. That's good.
Yeah. Yeah, and in the pistol. And other than those 2 rounds.
It's pretty blue.
Yeah.
It is pretty blue.
Pretty blue, pretty bleak.
Yes. Magisk has been the most interesting one for me because obviously he's still super young, insanely skilled, and there's no reason he should just fall off or anything going to a new team. But he has also been kind of inconsistent since joining Vitality, whereas Dupree didn't have as much of a struggle. 2 different people just from the same team, so it is kind of a question of, oh, why is that happening? But he's somebody that if he starts coming up, then I think we might see the team become, you know, more of the sum of their parts like we expected.
Timing here, Apex. Again, he finds the back. JT and Junior, that's all of the utility, all the support nades that were probably about to be primed over top of mid for that potential apps pop, and then you just see Complexity limp back like, oh, we got to clear mid.
Yeah, exactly.
And with it, dude, the life of this round for Complexity just drained.
Yeah, I think they're going to try to take out Elise in the halls instead.
3 players killed with their backs turned, and then poor Floppy, a victim of a blind Dupree. Fang will get his hands on the M4, but that's 4 out of 5. Attacked from the back. Vitality, they are everywhere at all times.
Hopefully they didn't have too much like coffee and didn't do too much exercise. I mean, I think the only thing you'd regret at this point is trying too hard before the match starts, right? If it goes this easily.
There we go. You know, and for all you North Americans who are waking up early to see your teams play, well, we've got Liquid after this.
Yeah, that'll be a really great game. Liquid G2. 2 teams that are capable of everything and nothing as well.
That's putting it politely.
Yeah.
Well framed.
I thought I would prop up Liquid a little there. But I think it is true that both are... So we can hold Liquid to a higher standard than Cole right now, unfortunately.
Oh!
But, well...
Grim.
Oh, he just missed that.
And Fang on the chase. Oh, he gets a bunch of damage in. That's a weird Molotov. Smoke in front.
Oh, this
bungled.
Damn, they try to follow the nades and think about trying to get into the site after Fang had that opportunity. They just needed the 1 kill.
Yeah, yeah.
And now they invested a little bit, but they held on to the majority of their important utility, and they know that nobody sandbags, so this will save them some time.
That felt like one of the best open doors they'd seen yet.
You know what? I mean, they got Floppy at the end of halls here. Bomb is at the top of mid.
It'll hinge on killing Zywoo. Ooh, and he just missed the timing of that peak. Thinking about the apps play, this
Arch is open.
That could be huge.
Hey,
that
this is not a bad round.
Huge.
But are they going to go B? I think they should. Whoa. This might be the mistake. Well, Miss Dupree is just... Oh, they left it open just for Dupree to watch it.
Floppy tries to chase Zywoo. Another instant of a player getting away from a chase. Dupree cuts down the bomb. Now bomb confirmed in CT spawn. At the 25-second mark, it doesn't matter if you've got that A site. Apex comes out from the side of the coffins, and it is JT and Floppy in a desperate 2v4. Quick trade frag in from Dupree, and again, bomb. It makes a world of difference. This is Complexity forfeiting 11th to Vitality CT side.
All right, there's a lot to talk about with that one. Of course, Captain Hindsight, they should have gone A and have their B players come back towards that site. That's with us seeing the full map. What was interesting for Vitality is they left Arch open for that long, and I thought it was because they had Zywoo spotting, but he only spotted 1 time. In reality, they called the timing smartly. They had Dupree sitting dedicated in B, watching for the spawn walkthrough. Now, normally you don't leave that gap because your A-site players need some more support, and the rotations are way too slow if someone could have gone through CT spawn. So you like to keep eyes on Arch, even if you're sitting only in Speedway. But it ends up working out so well there. I think Complexity may have psyched themselves out a little bit. Walking through spawn towards B in any situation like that where a player could be quad, they could just see you by accident, right? So it's a little hard sometimes to sneak them through. I think they try to smoke CT spawn to help them out.
Oh, this one's a little bit faster. And Magisk able to handle that early heat. Junior, that's a clean headshot at the very least, but Zywoo right there with the trade. We've got 2 Ts ready to walk through smoke, and Dupree will shave Grim off this. JT kind of stuck right there, wanted a kill, wanted that repeak, but it's, of course, Masuda to come with it. And Fang, through smoke, gets the better of Apex. That's something. but something won't be enough. ZywOo locks this one in. Vitality feels like they can do no wrong.
Yeah, Complexity are inside the honeycomb right now. There are bees everywhere, and they're getting stuck on all the sticky hexagons.
Ugh.
So, hope it tastes good at least.
Sweet nectar. The nectar of French CS.
Has antibacterial properties.
Really?
Honey, yeah.
Wow.
So,
Hey, man, save the bees.
superfood.
Flash to the top of Banana. You know, Maui Snake on the desk did prelude that JT and TC would have some aggressive rounds lined up for us. I feel like we haven't seen too many of them. That last one tried to definitely kick up the tempo. Had a kill or two, but Vitality's players, just everybody's so sharp. Dupree, 15-4. Masuda, 11-4. Magus, 15-6. And those three right there. Whew. Oh, and then, of course, JT's melon gets popped through Floppy. He comes back at it, kills Fang, and it is Vitality 13-1, kicking NA while they're down.
Wow. We're not even, are we down already? Damn it. We're
Yeah, we
already
started
down, and we're getting kicked.
We started down. Ooh. Look at that. See ya.
Yeah, that's not too great.
We got to keep eyes on Magus this round. He said, guys, I want to do something. Run through. Oh, okay, Madman. And there's the support. Little Danish flair on the alt play.
We can do no wrong. Oh, jeez.
Flash is perfect.
Yeah, it's just
Everything,
right on
dude.
him.
This is such a well-oiled war machine on the side of Vitality. It's only Junior left. 1 versus 3 attempt. Looking for Complexity's third bomb plant in this half. 2 plants, 1 round, and a pumped Apex at the helm of a very strong Vitality.
Yeah, they're relaxing, they're focused, they're moisturized, they're in their lane. They know how this game is going to end. So if I'm Complexity, this is really good. Nice practice. Looks like they're still laughing. Yeah,
Still laughing.
They are funny guys.
They are.
They're very funny guys. They are very funny guys.
You know, and listen, optimism, it goes a long way.
Is next to godliness. Grim's not okay.
Not optimistic?
No, he's saying. I think he stubbed his toe or something.
I mean, it's max 6 kills on the side of Complexity.
ZywOo hasn't died yet.
He hasn't died yet? Oh my god. 10-0. Can ZywOo win a game of Counter-Strike without dying?
Why'd you say that? Tell me why you said that. Why'd you say
I
that?
had to.
I wouldn't say something like that.
Let's see. Let's see. As Floppy goes head hunting towards mid, Apex. Dude, how many times has Apex killed them on this flank?
God
and now
damn it.
he's the guy that's going to wait them out.
He knows this flank.
Oh, but one just, yeah. He's got players in both directions. JT's going to go down in CT spawn. Floppy pushes mid. Things are getting weird.
Okay.
And ZywOo's still alive.
Oh, and they go back to A. Junior, it's coming to you.
Dude, it's got to be him. And he takes a higher position. He'll be exposed fully. And Masuda finds that headshot as
Rotation's here.
Magisk pirouettes through the bomb site. Masuda's going to keep this one clean.
Masuda's owning right now.
Dude, 15-1. Unless Grim and Fang can come through on this retake. Fight towards top mid gets a little awkward. ZywOo, last man standing. How
if he
poetic.
dies, it'll be the first time he dies this match, this major.
Grim's looking for him. Can't
Oh,
find
he can't
him.
die.
11
He can't
and
die.
0. As Vitality lock in that 15th with 14 match points.
Ay, ay, ay.
Look at this pirouette. He's been getting his dancing skills from Apex.
Wow. Okay. Leave it to ZywOo to bottom frag and steal the show. Huh? This guy.
Can just do no wrong.
Yeah.
All right, Complexity. Definitely the caged animals in this situation, and the Apps play, albeit aggressive, to their detriment. They go down by 2. 4 versus 3 to close the show with a very lopsided opener here at the Major. And I would say, you know, a real exclamation point at the end of this victory for Vitality just means, you know, give us a better contender. If they're gonna chop down the teams like Complexity this easily, then I want to see that 2-0 best of 3. Today's the day to get that locked in.
Yeah.
You know, if you just got to play this well today, and then 3 chances. But alas, get this bomb in. There's still the prying eyes of Junior. Smoke denies that vision. Plant is done. JT walking around these corners. We met by Magic's Galil. And as much as it hurts to say, NA, this one's all she wrote.
I'm getting ready to go back into my spot for the end of this. Yeah, we'll give it our best go of it here. Okay, he goes down. ZywOo has not died at the Major, and we played a whole damn match already.
You don't die, man.
17 rounds.
That's crazy.
Man, what the hell was that?
That's a feels-good Vitality. And you know what? Nice to see them pumped as well, right?
Yeah.
Because as many questions as we may still have around this project, there's no doubt that they swirl around them. And here we have it, man. An unfortunate result for Complexity. Unfortunate maybe being too polite of a word. Really tough one. But they'll have a chance to rebound later today. You know, it's not over. It's just the opening day. It's just the opening map. Everybody settle in. We got CS all day long.
That we do. Unfortunate, they got stomped. Vitality made such short work of Complexity. And Maui said at the beginning of the day, he said, you know, you got to beat who's in front of you. That's the only thing you have to do. And for Vitality, Mathieu, they did that and more.
The Invincible. ZywOo, the Invincible.
Such a smile on your face.
I know. It's so funny. Apex was screaming like, I've never seen that. And I actually think it's right. I don't think I've ever seen a player go with 0 death in a game of a Major. And I think
that the ZywOo.
it's a funny feat, right? But it also speaks to a really harsh truth for Complexity, where they never, ever found a way in any round. We talked about Inferno, we talked about the defense for Vitality, and it all came to life.
I think this was one of the worst map options for Complexity, and it's not just 2020 hindsight. I was kind of hoping for a Vertigo.
You
or
did say it could be a competitive game,
but yeah, I think the thing is the guy that stole the show, definitely ZywOo. Even though he's at the bottom of the scoreboard in terms of kills, he has an infinite kill-death ratio. You can't divide by 0 right there.
It's infinite.
11 divided by 0. What is that?
And when we talk about these games and we kind of look at what we want to request graphics for or stats, sometimes we look at, hey, which player was a key player on either side. And for Vitality, every single one of these players had a fantastic first game. In terms of the mileage you can get out of that for the Major, Mathieu, as a start, that's worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, it's close to the perfect start. Actually, it is the perfect start if you're Vitality.
Well, it's not 16-0.
Exactly, it's not 16-0. But you played the map you wanted to play. You had returns on your defense. You have Mizuta, who's a player that's going to be under a very critical microscope the entirety of that Major, showing up big time. Beautiful second pistol round. Multi-kills aplenty with Apex paired on that B side. All of the other players are shining. What else can we expect? What else can we demand from Vitality than to squash Complexity?
Yeah.
And all in all, I loved how Vitality played a lot of this game. The reactive flashes that they threw, the timing flashes, anytime that Complexity were going for any type of map control, Vitality had the perfect response to stop them from getting any of that space. This setup right here from Masuda, Apex with that flash to get him activated, all of that beautiful stuff. It's why Inferno is such a scary map for teams when they play against Vitality, because if there's one thing that they've got down, it's their flashes on this map. They are excellent.
And the relationship between Mizuta and Apex on their server is something that we have to keep in mind for the entirety of the show as well. They'll play a lot of the maps together, and if they can find that timing, if they can find the balance, flashing for each other, going for the aggression when they have to, that is going to be an asset for Vitality. It worked out here beautifully.
We talked about, can he be the click that they need? Can he be the X factor that they need? And maybe not in the traditional sense, but in the sense of he is activated, everyone else feels more comfortable. They didn't really even need it today, let's be honest, so far. Let's talk a little bit about Complexity. I know you had a round you wanted to look at particularly to kind of highlight why things fell apart.
Yeah, exactly. Round number 2, I think that Floppy did a really good job in the default here. He found a couple of kills towards the apartments. We see it early on. This is the 5v3. You should be winning this every single day of the week. Even though there is an immediate trade, it becomes a 4v3. You can tell that Complexity in this moment, they end up losing that round because Apex runs down Banana. He looks for a return, and it looked so haphazard. The way he did it, he was so panicked, so nervous, but it worked. And Complexity clearly were overcalming in that moment. They couldn't hear that he was running down. You need to have and hold your nerve in those kinds of situations because you don't get many of those opportunities against a world-class team like Vitality. You have to make that happen and make it count.
That was a bleak omen for Complexity. If the fact that you trade 2 for 1 early on and you don't convert, and also you have to think about it. Apex, not exactly following all the rules of Counter-Strike, rushing behind them, but then that becomes kind of like a psychological threat that you have in the back of your mind. Like, man, this guy just rushed us down 1 minute 30. He might do it all the time. We have to be afraid of it. We have to be aware of it. And then you stay. It's like a ghost menace.
Yeah, it made me think of an interview he did after the RMR when they were very competitive against FaZe, right? They were up, I believe it was like 14 to 10. So they had the possibility to close it out. And he said before that match, he just told everyone, we're just going to be aggressive. We're just going to go for it. Obviously, you can't do that necessarily versus everyone, but they also did it in that match versus FaZe, right? So is it for Vitality about bolstering this aggression in the right way, but also pulling back when it's needed?
I think we have to look at it as how you start your campaign at the Major. It's a very specific moment, and I think all the confidence you can farm, you do so. And I appreciate that they start the day like this, being overly aggressive, overly confident, getting in the zone. And when it's needed, because it is going to be when they face a higher opposition, they'll have the ability to slow down and raining down just a little bit. The other way around is more complicated. You start your day very timid and shy. I don't think you can have then that explosiveness when you need it. So I think this is the healthy way to look at it.
The game plan that practically every in-game leader told me at the RMRs for BO1 is just take the other team out of their comfort zone, and Vitality did exactly that. They didn't give Complexity any room to breathe. The plays that I wanted to see come out of Complexity almost never could even get in motion because before they're even in their spots to throw their nades, they're getting hunted down by Apex running down Banana, flashes in their face, Masuda just jiggle peeking them out.
Oh, and as you say, on the other side for Complexity, now you're completely out of your comfort zone. You have to find a way to come back into it. That was the first game of the Major on the A string. Next up is going to be G2 versus Team Liquid after this.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
The PGL Americas RMR so far has been entertaining, disappointing, exciting, all of the above, of course. I'm from North America, so a little bit rough to see EG go out. But then on the other side of that, today, we saw EG go out to 9Z, who went on to qualify to the actual major and really earn those stickers. They looked so incredible. I was absolutely enamored by the energy and the emotions there. I think I was almost on the verge of tears, actually, when they won, and I really expected Pain to take that game. So some really incredible results that have come out of this minor so far.
I think there's definitely some standout individuals and standout rosters here at the RMR that did underperform, sadly. But with every underperformer, you also get the overperformers, and so I'm gonna look more towards the guys like 9Z and MIBR as well. Just because of the 9Z fairy tale reverse sweep, I don't think that MIBR are maybe getting as much recognition as kind of a team that outperformed expectations. So in general, I'm happy. I think the region's in a decent place. I think Party Astronauts also kind of played to a good level and made some close games. You always want the best for your region and for all competitors, but all in all, I'm happy with the way it ended.
Just at the end of the last match of the Americas RMR, where Max made a play inside of the B site to take down, I think it was actually every round of overtime, where he got basically 4 kills each time.
It's gotta be big. DGT draws attention. Max has got the lineup. 2 kills for him. A potential third, and it's all Max all day.
Mad Max. He mid-rounded one round where Lucan got tagged down low, and then he found a way to kill Nithon at A site, planted the bomb in a 2vx situation. The amount of ingenuity that came out of Max alone was unbelievable, to the point that I can't even remember which round was which. So Max as a whole was the play of the entire event for me.
9Z, 1 more kill, and they have an edge at the end of this T side. Molly at the feet of Hartzau. He extinguishes it and pushes, and as he pushes, he gets turned back.
No way in hell.
It's give and take. You know, I'm just happy for regions who maybe don't get as many chances coming into a place where if North American Counter-Strike can't remain as competitive as it once was, let's give those spots to the teams who will perform and who will take these chances with both hands. And I think that's what we really got here in Bucharest. I think that's what will be, you know, represented on stage in Antwerp. NACS still needs to heal.
Yeah, they tried and they failed and they tried and they failed, but no, you ain't never gonna break this.
Overall, NA has this problem right now of not enough talent, whereas compared to European teams, there are academy leagues, you know, thousands and thousands of Face-It players who have 6K or over.
They're looking over towards Catwalk. Oh, this is a huge mistake. Honda, 4 kills, sprays them down.
NA, the talent pool is not that deep, and we've got a lot of people to either come back from other games or just commit to teams within CS, but there's still not enough talent to create 3 solid teams. So I think you could make 2 incredibly good teams, but not 3 right now. But we have 3 major orgs that are kind of fighting for all of these players. So that's the issue for NA.
I think it's kind of poetic that of the 1 legend spot at the Antwerp Major, we have Furia again. They proved that they still have it, despite having some rocky issues coming back from the online period with the PGL Stockholm Major. Getting top 8 there kind of set them up. It could have been, I think, like a one-off performance if things weren't so good, but they came in here and they dominated, and they looked next level. So for the time being, in terms of the Americas region, Furia, a little bit untouchable at the moment, playing the same way they always have with crazy confidence. And if we look at NA specifically, I expect big things from Liquid, actually. Shocks at this event specifically definitely stepped up. There's just this weird asterisk next to Liquid, because a loss to 0-0 Nation to start off the event, once that happened, it was flawless. They ran it all the way back. And this last piece of Liquid was supposed to be Shocks. So if he's gonna start performing like he did at this RMR, once he's on the world stage with the better regions, then maybe Liquid could be up there. And if we've got to talk dark horses, my eyes are on Complexity. They're a team of very hungry individuals who have all kind of gone off on different projects, failed in one way or another, and then come back together to try and push the limits to what we've previously seen. So those are the 3 teams I'm looking at, but for now, Furia, top 8, top 4.
The Asia RMR is pretty exciting in the end. I think historically it was always about Tyloo and Renegades. That was the duopoly since the start of these Asian qualifiers, which were back then the Asian minors.
To see LFO rock up, look, it's great of them to fill out the numbers, but they weren't even really meant to be the next in line. So for them to go out in the last position, I think that was kind of expected considering the pool. But then you had IHC, and that was the team that blew everybody away, the first Mongolian team to ever qualify for a major. And they played some great Counter-Strike.
Realistic expectations for IHC are to get a couple of wins in the challenger stage. I think getting to the top 16 would be a massive success.
Give him the shine cap, Cabal, get in his head, it's done, he's got the knife.
But other than that, just getting a couple of wins, getting that experience and putting your country on the map in terms of majors, that is the goal.
For Renegades, on the other side of things, you would hope that they're at least able to put up a fight.
Cambentet worked that one out. It seems like he doesn't know, clearing every corner, fake on the bomb. Alistair's run him down, and it doesn't matter. It's a round for Renegades.
You hope that they could take a map or two in the best of ones, and then in the best of three environment, at least go down swinging.
Oh, Tyloo is sweating bullets right now. Gonna get the quad kill. And now, on for the ace, Hans manages it. What a round, there it is, baby.
Both are going to want to show that they have skill and individual ability from their region.
I think what I was most impressed by was IHC, how patiently they played, how tactically sound they were, especially coming from the Asian region where we're not used to seeing that kind of a really refined play.
I know what it feels like to come from a smaller region and to compete against the best Counter-Strike teams in the world and to have an opportunity to show what you have at a major. It's an opportunity that doesn't come around very often. So if I had a message to send them, I would say just grab the ball by the horns. You know, don't let this one slip on by. Make the most of it, enjoy the moment, and play your hearts out.
5 seconds, they have to start planning now. Score commits to it. Alistair still with a scout in hand. Oh! So close to it. Alistair down to 19 HP. Score is just holding. The youngest player. He's gonna hold it. He's gonna get it. Score takes him down. They're heading to the major in Antwerp.
Slowly and danking. They don't realize it yet, but Renegades are fighting them. They're running them down, and there it is. Renegades do it. They're going to the major.
Welcome back, everyone. What a wonderful content piece, kind of laying down the lay of the land, I should say, about what we can expect at the major in general. Unfortunately for Complexity, there was already kind of a result that we had. How much do you guys look at kind of NA versus E? Are you keeping score, Maui?
Ooh, it's been pretty a one-sided affair.
All right, so
I'll say that.
So I'm just waiting for NA to show up. That's all.
Yeah, wait for that, Maniac. It might be a year or two. Might be a couple years.
It could be right now.
Oh!
G2 versus Liquid is up next, and I think this is a clash that we've been looking forward to a lot in terms of what these teams can show. Let's start maybe with G2 Esports and kind of reset the expectations that we had coming into this year with the project, Alexi B coming in as the IGL, and overall the expectations that this should be a championship winning team. How close or how far are they from that right now, Maui?
In a scientific experiment, you usually want to isolate variables, and what G2 did from last year to this is that they changed two. They changed their AWPer and they changed their in-game leader. Personally, I thought that they only should have changed the AWPer. Would have been a direct upgrade, everything would have went smooth, but Alexi B's style of calling feels like it takes shortcuts and doesn't really know how to use stars as well as I would hope, Maniac.
I don't know. I really don't know when it comes to G2. I just feels like the last few weeks have blurred the lines. They've blurred the lines and they've blurred the story when it comes to G2 because Katowice seemed like the vindication of that project. It seemed like everything kind of made sense. You fall short towards the very end in that best of 3 final, but you have your new up-and-coming diamond in the rough that's shining light. You have Nico playing really well. You have decent T-side as well, although that's the story. And then some weeks passes and the whole story changed. And I'm left with questions, lots of questions.
A lot of questions for this roster coming into this, but also in that same vein, an opportunity for all of these players. And we're going to put the microscope on a couple of them as these videos they never fail to let me down.
I just love them.
Let's talk about a couple of these players. Of course, Nico and Hunter, they have prolonged their contract once again, right? G2 also saying we're really investing in that. So let's start there, perhaps. Nico, and what we expect of him here and what we've seen so far in 2022.
Nico is the greatest player to have never won a major. That's how good he is. That's how high he is on that list. Of course, I was right behind him, but you have to consider for how long Nico has been around, how many majors he attended. In Stockholm, he was an absolute beast. He pushed the boundaries, so much so that we started the conversation about, should he not be second best player in the world? Can he actually challenge Simple when he's at that peak? That's how strong Nico is. If you look at the first few months of 2022, you have to admit that he's slowed down a little bit. So where does that leave G2?
It does seem like Nico has had problems with the start of years for this one and last. Right now, they're in a position where I really think that it shouldn't just be up to Nico to make this work. If you have a leader like Alexi B, and this is why I put him under the microscope, he should be able to uplift this team to beyond the sum of its parts, and yet sometimes it feels like it's less than that. That's the biggest concern I have for G2, because when you're playing with Nico, when you're playing with Hunter, you do have to give them a little bit of space. Alexi B has said himself, you don't have to micromanage these guys, but maybe there needs to be a little bit more, a change of direction. Something needs to change from last tournament to this one in order to make this lineup work in the best way possible.
I mean, if you're Alexi B, you also have to know what you're going to get out of your players, right? The fact that you are with Nico, you're supposed to have a very much high floor to what he's going to bring to the table. That's it. And you build your game plan according to it. You know it's going to be part of the element. Look at this. We were talking about the numbers from Stockholm. That was the best major Nico had ever played in his career. Period. That's it. That was the best Counter-Strike he played. And it's become now to the point where I take this as a condition for G2 to lift trophies.
If Nico plays like this at this major, do they get into the final?
Yeah, I think they can. I absolutely think they can. The other problem and the other face of that coin that we have to touch on is m0NESY.
Yeah.
A player that took Counter-Strike, the whole Counter-Strike environment by storm during Katowice. First time he steps on the big stage, he's got crazy clutches that I feel like are already part of Counter-Strike history. And then the delivery after that was a bit of a letdown, was a bit of a disappointment. So where are we standing on m0NESY? What do we expect from him?
m0NESY right now is in a position where it does seem like we saw so many glimpses of him having these inhuman highlights, but we don't necessarily see consistency map to map for him. It does seem obvious at this point that he has a couple weak points in the map pool, because when he was on Navi Junior, they only played 4 maps. So he has a long way to go in terms of understanding the meta, rotations, and just how he needs to look for picks with his op on a couple of those other ones.
And I think that then goes back to your first point about like, okay, no micromanaging or not that much. I think in this case, of course, it is a little bit needed, right? They've spoken on that in interviews as well. He does say that he doesn't get nervous in these situations, but getting nervous or being comfortable is not the only thing, because when you get into a game like this where the stakes are this high, there is a lot you need to take into account.
And I challenge that statement about not getting nervous, because I think during the RMR, we saw for the first time m0NESY missing shots he shouldn't miss. And that was a new thing. That was a new component, a bad one at that, for his profile as a player. During Katowice, incredible flicks left and right. We compare him with Kenny's. Then we go to the RMR, and a couple of key moments, we all think of them. Mirage, 14-14, he's holding apps, and he misses a shot, someone walking into his crosshair. That is a dark side of being such an explosive sniper. You have to know that you're going to hit these shots, and if it's not pressure, then what is it?
He takes so many, though. It's so insane when you watch his cam, like how many shots he tries to take. So that is taken into account, I guess.
Yeah, I think that right now it's safe to say that m0NESY and OC, when we compare the two operas in the server, m0NESY has impressed us a lot more. But I would want to shift the conversation just a little bit to Liquid side of things, because I think that OC has been a diamond in the rough. I think that a lot of people didn't give him his credit when it was due, but now he's on the main stage playing Tier 1 Counter-Strike, and he's shown everybody at this point that he is a force to be reckoned with.
I'm glad you moved us along, because indeed, let's talk about Liquid, and let's talk about this project, which has been has a new face coming into this year, and a couple of people we need to talk about in order to keep that NA dream alive. I hear a lot of positive sentiment about the possibility of this roster. Maui, wherein lies the key for them to succeed at this major?
The ceiling of Liquid is OC ceiling. I think everybody else is actually just a known quantity at this point. Elige is always going to be delivering some great openers that makes mid-rounding incredibly easy for Nitro, and then the closer in Nap, I mean, he is just such a rock for this team. And so it's up to OC to try to get up to speed with Tier 1 CS. He's done a fantastic job so far, but he hasn't been transcendent, and that is what Liquid need if they actually want to make a deep run at this tournament.
I agree, that's a true test. This is the true test for OC. All these events, all the LAN events he's played before, he's shown signs of improvement. He's shown that he was getting into his comfort zone. But if this doesn't amount to a good performance right here in Antwerp, then what good was it for? This is where you have to deliver. This is what you have to make a statement as to what you can do as a player.
And Maniac, do you agree with Maui that everything is kind of a certainty in terms of the level you're going to get around OC, or are there some people that we need to talk about?
I will agree on Elysian Nav at this point. Safe value, safe bets when it comes to Counter-Strike, but Shox is a name we have to mention. Shox is a name that hurts my heart just a little bit because I do believe that it might be the end of the rope if we don't seem better from Shox. Connor Scrawny said something during the content piece we had. He said the RMR, we saw a better Shox. The level of opposition was nowhere near what we have right now, but I do hope that it played a role in Shox's mind. I do hope that he grabbed some confidence from that RMR and that he's going to show better, because otherwise what we have seen from Shox on LAN in 2022 isn't up to par with top tier Counter-Strike. It just isn't.
Something that I always look at, if it's available, is how many hours a player has in the last 2 weeks. Coming into tournaments like this, and Shox is a guy with 39 hours in the past 2 weeks. There are people watching this broadcast that have 3 times that many hours in the past 2 weeks. Would I want them in the server over Shox? Of course not. But could Shox be producing a lot more? Can he give so much more to this Liquid? Absolutely. I need to see more in terms of dedication, because Shox makes so many great moves in the mid-round, and then he whiffs the shot. I can't be seeing that in a match like this.
And we've also come to a place now in Counter-Strike where you're only as good as your 4th piece of the puzzle is. And that's what it is for the best of best teams in the world. We're talking about the Perfecto, we're talking about the Inters. These are the players that kind of cement a team solidity, mostly on the CT side. You compare Perfecto to Shox, and the comparison is definitely not to his advantage. You'd give Perfecto the advantage any day of the week. So this is what I need to see from Shox. I need him to be the stabilizer. If there's anything going wrong, I need him to kind of correct the ship and right the wrong.
Yeah, and I like that he's kind of the juxtaposition when you look at OC then, who is coming up, right, and is trying to make his mark there. Talk to me about this Opera matchup a little bit more, because it's enthralling, of course. Younger players and players that have so much to prove in m0NESY and in OC, trying to make it work here. Who's going to get the better of whom?
Oh, they have such different style Shox. They have such difference. I mean, the thing is that OC is a player that he will find so many opportunities in rounds. I've seen him have to reload his op in a round. I've seen him actually have to reload his op.
That is
that's pretty rare in a game of Pro CS, in a round of Pro CS. But m0NESY is a guy that has so much more accuracy. I would say his mechanics are better, and he's flashier. When he's presented an opportunity, I would count on m0NESY to hit that shot 9 out of 10 times. Even the hardest shots in the game, I've seen him hit with regularity. OC, on the other hand, he needs the situation to be comfortable for him. The thing is that he does a very good job in order to shape the environment and play around utility, around executes, to actually find space to take those shots.
I don't disagree with you, but I do wonder to what extent m0NESY's play style is just gaslighting our perspective of him as a player. And I'm sorry, I as a spectator, I just react like everybody else at home. I see him hit a crazy clutch, and I'm like, oh my god, he's the next big thing. Kenny is simple, oh my god. And then I just look at the numbers, and I look at the steady shots that you need to hit, that safe, consistent input that you give to your team, and there is a little bit of a letdown, whereas OC is doing it for Liquid.
I love that. That's a great thing to look at as we're going into these matches for G2 and for Liquid, and we're gonna get Inferno. Who's happier with that?
I think they both saw this one coming. I think during the BO1s and the RMR, both of them basically banned each other's opposite maps. So this should have been a long time coming for these teams. They should have known how they were going to game plan for it. And in terms of preparation, I'm going to actually slightly side with Liquid. I think they actually have. I'm not going to say. I wouldn't say that they're going to win it, but I think in terms of prep,
you are saying that.
They have,
that's what that means.
They're going to make this a lot closer, where this becomes a much more 50-50 matchup than I think people would initially think.
It ties back to our conversation about Shox. Inferno has been a map where I've seen him struggle to find impact, and he has such an instrumental position on the T side. He's playing that apps position. He's supposed to lure, create space, find gaps, find opportunities. I haven't seen him do that. I just haven't. If you compare him to an Axile of this world, who's gonna just know and pinpoint the duel he needs to take, get his team back with him, Shox has been a little bit too passive. I worry about it. Remember, in Vitality, when they had a 6-man roster, he wasn't playing Inferno.
Right.
Maui, there was in an interview, OC said that he thinks that they struggle a bit more against teams that are slow-paced. They actually think they do better against explosive teams because they struggle when they have to like wait out the nades and stuff like that.
Right.
G2 is a pretty fast-paced team.
Yes, they
They're
are.
going to be on Inferno. So does that weigh into your kind of decision of giving it more of a 50-50?
I actually think stylistically this is one of the better maps that it could have gone for Liquid, and like you said, Shox, I really think that the way G2 play, it's a little too fast right now. I think they needed to slow this team down for a while on their T sides, and they haven't found that answer just yet. So Liquid, they really really have a shot in this one to find that upset.
And are you willing to put everything behind it or not?
Man, once it got to Inferno, I started believing. It's a coin flip. It's a coin flip for me. I don't want to put it on one.
Am I wrong, or is Team Liquid the best hope that North America should have? And then should they not at least be very competitive in this one?
One thing, we claim Furia as ours now. And two things, no, we can't do that. We officially can't do that.
If I can be French, you can do that.
Liquid is definitely the best shot that NA has to go deep into this major.
Strongest chance at upset right now.
Okay, and both of these teams sometimes drop the ball when it comes to the first games at big tournaments, so I hope they don't do it now and we have a banger of a matchup. Let's head over to Scrawny and Launders.
Thank you, guys. Come on, Maui, put it all on the line. Put that jacket on the line. Winner takes all, okay? Fingers crossed for NA. That's what everybody at home is hoping. We can make this one competitive. I do think we're going to get a bit more of a head-to-head with this compared to Vitality versus Complexity. Mohan, what are your thoughts?
I agree. I think normally we'd want to see the same match twice, same map twice, but in this circumstance, I'm going to create an exception here. This is going to be the best, I think, battleground for G2 and Liquid to play on. And I think for those of you who watched Liquid at the Showdown, that wasn't a good representation of how much actually progress Liquid have made in the past couple of months. Their two weakest players, palpably are Nitro and Shox, and in their specific roles and positions, they have had to develop a lot, with Shox getting used to playing on a non-French-speaking team and now playing anchor spots, which actually still doesn't make sense to me personally. But then also Nitro just coming back after such a long hiatus from the game. So in that regard, their core has not been a problem. OC's amazing. Nafly is the best player on the team, and Alicia's right there, right beside him, in terms of consistent performances. So they're really solid overall, I think we'll see, as Maniac brought up, that when it comes to the T side and Shox's role, weird thing is he's not as bothered on the T side coming into a new team, but for some reason he's still not feeling comfortable where he can make the pushes happen, where he can take advantages, and maybe doesn't feel like he can be totally himself. Oh, this is a quick one.
Yeah, lickety split. Hunter goes down mid with 3 kills. Nico finds Shox, and this one's done in an instant. Minute 39, and we've got almost everybody dead, but we've still got a Liege kicking. Look at the map, dude. Look at the bomb. Look at those X's. Liquid, they died shoulder to shoulder, but ooh, a Liege. I'm gonna give this one a second. If he turns around in here, then that's suddenly 2 kills in the 1v4. And it says Snappy, but I don't think he's in the server. Is incredibly low here. It's the Nico fight down on bomb that could have made a difference.
And he's not getting peeked. There are 2 1v1s.
This is again a chance, dude. Elige had chances.
Yeah, that was real. I mean, he could have got the bomb. Peek maybe comes in at the end. Probably need a reload of the HUD here. Snappy has now joined
It's
G2.
Alexi. It's Alexi. It's still Alexi. We haven't swapped out IGLs just yet.
Yes, but we also have Ents at the top.
Oh, well, look at that.
So,
quick little 1-0.
Yeah.
It's called adversity. Launders cast through it.
Sure. As for G2, they are very, very solid overall. They're still like a kind of a supernova of a roster. And I think at their highs, they can beat anyone in the world. In a best of 5, they they haven't always proved that, but they could. I mean, they definitely have the skill. And this new roster hasn't gotten into the best of 5s just yet. So that's an upside for them. But at their lows. At the lows, I mean, you don't want to look.
Ooh, Nico's going to take one to the head. Elige with a bit of revenge from that pistol.
Oh, Nate goes a bit too far.
Alexi mowing him down. Tons of damage with that 2 kills, and this could be an open door for Liquid, but they decide not to try and charge forward, and that's arguably a good call because we get that quick rotate from G2. 2 players on B and a Jax solo A-hold.
Keep an eyes on mid. Looking for the push. And actually looks like this might have made the most sense. But did m0NESY get a team kill last round?
Yes, he did.
Oh.
Yes, he did. He shot a man in the back of the head.
Could be the redemption round for m0NESY.
We had a 0 deaths. What about a -1 ending?
Let's just break new ground every matchup.
Smoke meets Elige. Oh, but he's got a little gap.
That's a huge gap. That's the thickest gap.
So ready to walk right through that. Oh, m0NESY's been spotted, but Nicely done from Monacy. Little MP9 mowdown denies Liquid any further footing, so just the 2 kills in the second, 2-0 for G2.
I like that Maui brought up how much Monacy shoots. Like, he's never seen someone reload an op in the middle of the round.
Yeah.
I think Simple's done that before, but I like that Monacy shoots so much. He does miss, he misses some shots, but he gives himself a lot of opportunities, and I think that's also really great. Everyone's looking for consistency. This matchup is so good because kicking off the major, we want to know the trajectory of both of these teams, and there's actually a chance for the upset for Liquid in this matchup, and they have to kind of show themselves which one are they today? Are they Liquid who can make it to finals, or the Liquid who are not even going to survive this current stage? We don't know what they're going to be like. They don't know until they start playing the rounds, and for G2, there's the exact same questions.
Shocks on Liquid, Launders. Nobody saw it coming. A very well-kept secret.
Yeah.
And then a sudden surprise.
Yeah.
And, I feel like we're still holding our breath and waiting for it to work. I've seen glimpses of it.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's been an upwards trajectory as of late. But again, there's always these asterisks.
The showdown was like his worst, the worst CS I've ever seen him play. I won't lie, but it was also a match where he had to like fly to NA just to play, and it was online. So that made it really bad. But it was just that showdown was very weird from Liquid. I think the worst part about the showdown for Liquid is just morale. Like just probably kind of ruined how they felt about themselves right before as their last tournament before the major. That shouldn't matter if they're going to be a team that goes deep anyways, but something to be said about that. And the idea of Shocks in anchor positions makes so little sense. He's the guy, he's always been incredibly versatile, rotating a ton. Devil walks in the green room, can't sit still in real life. Why would you put him in an anchor spot?
Right.
And yet he's got the responsibility of pit on Inferno. He's got the B site on Vertigo. And I guess because you are communicating a little less, that's why it's probably easier, whereas your rotator has to relay messages from both side anchors a lot more often. And on the upside with Shocks, he would put himself probably on the right side of mid every single time. But on the downside, he would probably have to talk so much that enough would be lost in communication. It might actually affect now your anchors on the other side of the map. So that's why he's actually not a good fit for the team. But he has actually gotten a lot better, at least at the anchor positions, because he's obviously such an experienced player in general.
He said it was something that he wanted to take on with this challenge as well, right? Grow as a player and grow in a new space, speak in English. There's a lot of challenges for Shocks, definitely an uphill battle, and I think he's gotten over some of them. But we still wait for it to kind of fully come together. Meanwhile, we look at a guy like Osi. How long is the list of oppers ahead of Osi from world number 1?
Simple, Zaiwu, Shiro, Osi.
Brokey?
Brokey. I said, didn't I say that?
No.
Okay. Brokey, Osi.
Okay, there we go. Top 5, huh? Some would want it that way.
You could have, obviously, you could have James, you could have Searson, all these overrated European players, Who else is there? I don't know. Someone from Bulgaria, probably say Cirque or Poison. I don't know. I think he's quite clearly top 5.
Okay.
So who else would there be even outside of that? Can you list out some teams for me?
Yeah. So obviously you mentioned Brokey from FaZe. We mentioned.
I'll take him over. I'll take him over Hades. I'll take him over Cadian. I'll take him over Esatag.
What about Monacy?
100% take him over Monacy.
Oh, there we go.
So,
all right, so there we go. As round 3's underway, you've heard it here first. Osi, top 5 opera confirmed. Fire. Shocks burns. Shocks just burns.
Okay.
All the way down.
That is such a trap. There's 2 mollies. You think you found the spot, the cool spot in between 2 mollies. They get bigger. They get bigger, and sometimes you get lucky. But sometimes that happens.
Yeah, not a pretty sight for Shocks. Charred on the path to the B site. Flashbang here from Alexi. That's going to be Nico swinging it around, and he sees that jump up from Elige. Naf's going to take the front. And while Naf goes down, Elige hot on that trade. Still, man advantage comfortably for G2. Smoke down ahead of this commitment, if that is what it is, because Liquid pumped the brakes.
Yeah, I don't have much of a choice. I like how they boosted right after that flash came through. Trap Nico into that spot. But right now, they've got Nitro on just 17 health. And they're about to walk back. You know, m0NESY hasn't cut off. Dead in the middle of mid. What a shot from m0NESY. Through the wall into the body of Elige. And now with just 2 up, and they didn't even hit the low HP player here. Liquid don't have a chance to play, so under the 30-second mark. And G2 aren't in a position to really save. So I don't think they're going to. Yeah, I don't think there's anything to find here.
Nothing at all, man. Looked like they wanted to leave Nitro with nades, but ultimately it's just 3 deaths down. Banana and a lock-in for G2. 3-0. Easy does it.
Yeah.
Really, I mean, I feel like the asterisk on this is we saw Shox just burn alive.
Yeah.
Man disadvantage from the get-go.
Yeah, it's kind of like comical, but at the same time, such a key point. Like, you lose banana control, player who has nades on him. That's one of the guns that could help out, and it's before you've even like started your game plan. So you could use a piece of utility, of course. Like, you know, that it could have been smoked. You could have fallen back out of the mollies. He made a decision to stand there, and sometimes it's fine. You can actually find a spot
Get away
where,
with it.
Yeah, mollies miss slightly. The spread is somewhat random, so okay, there's a chance that you can survive it. But in this situation, it is a pretty big death, and G2 will win. And now they don't have many guns here on Liquid, just the 2 Deagles.
Yes, sir. Well, AKs.
Yeah, besides the...
little scoot on Elige. Rowdy Scouty. At the ready. Smoke deep in mid. And G2 look to hold the line. 4 players leaning A. Alexi sees nothing on Banana. m0NESY looking for that flick. Yeah, I could feel it, dude. You could just feel it coming. And now with Jax pressed up on the FAMAS, he serves up the distraction for Nico's 2K. Here comes Hunter Kovacs, Cousins.
From the Covenant.
At work. And that fallback from Naf. Just instantaneous shutdown from G2. Liquid, nope. That m0NESY flick. You know, those are the ones he hits, right? If there's any question, it's around the consistencies. The sitters. Man in Boiler gets dunked. Nitro, no chance.
Yeah, well, that's not a sitter. That's a flick.
Yeah.
Wouldn't say he misses sitters.
No.
But he does miss some shots, but he's not at a... We're not going to put him in... We're not going to give him the drag.
Okay, we're not dragging.
We're not dragging, no.
Okay.
It's a bit too... He's almost as good as OC, man.
Almost.
So...
You know, he's still young.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Not the youngest player at the major, actually.
Damn.
Techno 4K from IHC is the youngest player by like 23 days. m0NESY is an old man.
Look at this. Carving out control at the bottom of Banana.
Oh, they hit him with that.
Yep.
But hey, mid's still wide open.
Yeah. They just have to get through it, but well-placed incendiaries. Nice little jumping shoulder peek from Nitro. Baits out some util, gets across the arch as well.
Ooh.
T-side util down. Nico gonna chase that. You cannot hide from Nico. And with it, bomb has now been cut off and entirely circled by G2. They've got 4 players essentially, seeing as m0NESY has his attention turned towards arch side as well. So this is going to be a difficult task for Elige to get back, and his teammates fall all around him. There's that peek in from Library. Alexi just blows him into tomorrow, and we have Shox falling at the final hurdle. 5 alive for G2, 5 on the scoreboard.
Yeah,
on fire instantly.
Yeah, the money these past few rounds has not been great. This was obviously a full investment from Liquid, and will hurt, you know, economically, but also emotionally. I think that crazy play we just saw from Nico was the main reason they lost so heavy-handedly. Pushing through the CT smoking out the molly that's in arch after I think he throws it as well, separates his first target from his teammates, and then pushes through behind them. That was genius. I mean, then the bomb was isolated, and there's just so much chaos and confusion. You don't often see people do that, but he found the perfect timing to do so.
Shoves Liquid back into their spawn and shoves them back into the wobbly economy of just a couple Tech 9s, Deagle.
Yeah, they really need to save up big because we've seen too many buys that were
weird.
2 or 3 guns.
Yeah, a little light. But there are still 10 rounds in this T side. The money comes.
It's like, why would you buy scratch cards every day? If you just saved up for a year, then you could just buy a house, right? Instead of trying
Honestly,
to win the house in the Princess Margaret lottery.
If you can save for a house in 1 year, we're making different amounts of money.
Sleep on it.
I'm going to take the scratch card road.
As most do. As most do.
6-1 is Monacy. Waiting for his first target to come out from that boiler. Smoke's going to cut off his angle, but again, he shoots a lot. Decides not to pound rounds through smoke and holds. That's going to be a reroute from Liquid. They all burst out. They know that they have at least the boiler control, and now they're looking for the other side of the apps pop. But don't get opt. That's the goal. Hunter and Jax just leaning back. Here comes the UT. Oh, no!
What in the hell?
Monacy's going to save him.
I thought it was in a fever dream, dude. I was watching that. I was like, no way he did it.
Yeah, luckily, Monacy's sick and just guns down 4 players. But yeah, Jack's making that a little harder than he had to.
They're never going to want to come here if it's on fire.
They'll never think I'm here.
This is 2022 CS.
Oh, man, that's that big brain stuff. It's too funny, man. Meanwhile,
they won't say I'm on fire.
Yeah.
Well, how about now?
This guy's just racking them up. Monacy, the pillar of that A hold. Does good. G2 6-0.
Honestly, it's 6-0. No one get too concerned, okay? Let's see about this round. I don't think we've seen that much just yet. Look at this.
Go.
I mean,
there it is. Okay, a full-fledged buy. And Liquid don't shy away from the fight. Nico gets caught.
The bomb! Oh, the player in halls.
Oh,
okay.
Hunter. They killed 2, but they assume it's clear. Oh, no! That's the back's turned, and Hunter lights them up. If they had bomb, then they're all in. It's all good. But the 2 players there assume it's clear, try to boost, hoping to catch that CT spawn rotate, and instead it is OC and Shocks to try and recover what looked like Liquid's first round win. But looks can be deceiving. And Hunter's reposition has OC hunting ghosts. That utility usage is going to be heard, so suddenly OC, he's going to have to maybe fight in that fight behind him, peeks out, crosses while he can. That draws Hunter forward. Shocks was ready, but up close and personal. OC now trying to chase that closer rotate. He knows that Jax was near. He's got the bomb in 30 seconds to figure this one out. Fake plant, no peek.
That smoke's gonna...
Second time's the commit. OC gets it in, and now it's looking for the clutch, but nice utility. And a crisp headshot from Jax to close 7-0 G2.
That'll be the reason Liquid tilt right there.
And that's the end of the game.
God damn it. Can only do this so many times, man. Oh, that was such a good round. We got the double entry from Elige, first of all. And seriously, until that point, 2 real rifle rounds. So that was... Yeah, that was a golden opportunity, and they didn't have the bomb. They didn't clear everything out because communication gets fried. And you can't simply go back and get the bomb. They had to smoke mid. They had to send 2 players to have an escort to make sure the bomb safely gets up Banana. Then there's 2 players in the site for a prolonged period of time. They don't go through with normal protocols to clear everything out while they have the time to do it. And, yeah, there's 3 players in B. But, I mean, hey.
Got to be ready for that.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes there's 3 players in B.
Ooh. Alexi B. Maybe giving Liquid a little hope in this one. Utility for the CT side is nearly non-existent. They've got 2 flashbangs and a smoke between the 4 remaining players, and Nico's locked into this gunfight, so who needs util when you got kills? Shocks and Nitro both down. 4 versus 3 established, and that bomb sent back the other way. Jax looks to press ahead. He'll be smoked. Monacy soon to follow, but no, it's just the flash, and a missed shot from him. Drops to 8 HP. Jax hears the rumblings on the other side of this. Naf's got prying eyes from the balcony, and Jax comes back.
The boosted.
Distracted.
Oh, that's smart.
Alish finds another entry. Evens this one up at 3v3, and m0NESY finds the OC cross. Alish is the second to fall to that op, and now he's throwing flashbangs. Naf, no answer yet. Hunter in the closest of corners, just goes a little wide and locks this in.
Yeah.
m0NESY owns him.
Yeah, nice round. Nice round. They didn't have any smokes from Roto, I guess. They ran dry real quick there, huh? That boost on mid was real smart, and there's a couple times where I think Alish has been boosted where it was a key opportunity. One time the half wall over on B. You know, typically, typically you don't want to have to cross dry like that.
Goddamn, boy.
Specific line for the op is the easiest one, right? The rotator. G2 crush him. m0NESY's 13-1.
Hell yeah. Ooh, Naf's got timing. Oh.
He lived that.
Whoa. A warning shot towards Alish. He falls back.
I mean, he literally self-immolated and lived.
Yep.
You think he's going to die to a Tech 9?
Ah. Oh my, what is.
The mollies are amazing this game.
Fire, man. How do we beat this? Then the corner play from Alexi, not able to get all three, but here comes m0NESY on the sidearm. He takes that Tech 9 and bashes it against you. 9-0 G2 versus Liquid.
If you don't laugh, you will cry.
So far, NA has 1 round at the major.
Oh my god. m0NESY and ZywOo have died once together this major. Liquid are European, and Furia are from NA. And Furia will be top 4.
And Liquid?
They're European, I don't care.
Got to piece this one together, man. You got to do it soon. 9-6 is the best case scenario for Liquid. As soon as they stop dying to Molotovs, maybe we can talk.
Got some strong-ass Molotovs this game.
It's been weird, huh?
I'm still looking forward to this round. I think tilt from that one round they're supposed to win probably wore off. Nico Weapon X them at the top of B after Nitro got his first kill at other time, but I think there's still hope. I really do.
Same. Util fight here, Shocks. Oh, he's got the smoke out. Threat extinguished. At least the utility. Nico looms near. Oh, Shocks wins that fight. Flash comes over. He's looking for another. Ooh, and he almost snaps it into him, but instead it's Nitro looking for the trade. He'll get it, and not only the trade, but he killed m0NESY first. So yeah, you go through that fire. You go through those flames. CT smoked. Flash over. Hunter thinking about it. Looking to keep that goose egg on the Liquid side.
They're safe. They even have the bottom of B in check from spawn.
No. Nothing's safe until it's over.
There's no way for G2 to get back into this round.
Oh. Jax looking to come down mid. Naf finds him turned, and there it is, folks. Liquid have broken through.
Yeah. So solid. I mean, they've actually had some success on the rifle rounds on B. Right, the first one that was rough was when Shocks died to the molly.
Yep.
A couple of other rounds, they had issues where they only had 2 guns or 3 guns, so they didn't have the utility to fight back, whatever. But then they also had Nitro find an entry top banana. Nico has been killable this game, even though he's also been good. And then they've had Alish get a double entry as well. So, I mean, these starts eventually are good enough to at least precipitate that a round can be won. I mean, off of 2 entries on B, Ts are going to win those rounds sometimes. So I think from that point alone, we've seen the leverage from Liquid that there is a chance, and they have the nades and protocols and everything else. But good to see it actually amount in a round 1. Now they're still looking at a potential max of 6, but I think just mentally, getting any of those will make them feel a lot better. Second half is a whole different ball game. I mean, I'm really cheering for just like a close match because this game for both teams, storylines for both teams here should be overall positive. But it's on them to prove it.
Second volley of nades goes out. Shocks. Yep. Forced out of the corner. Then that frag grenade. Oh, and Alexi follows it up. Nice utility usage coming out of G2's top banana control. Nitro looking for another double entry, but smoked off before he can round the corner this time. And with that, 5 versus 3, Liquid forced away.
Yeah.
Dude, that was just sick. I mean, you saw Shocks think he was comfortable on logs. He had his moment. The first one burns on the opposite end, and then just honing utility.
Oh. The flash retake in mid as well. And even though G2 made a small mistake by double smoking the top of banana, they already had 2 kills. Liquid have to regroup. Then they flash retake mid, throw another smoke down, and there's just no better site to go to.
So it's going to rely on the OC opening, but he's got m0NESY ready for him.
It's actually interesting. They've been investing into the T side off for OC. Not doing much.
Ooh, m0NESY looking for the challenge here. Naf's dropping nades. Alexi flashing for the m0NESY peek, and he doesn't see what he wants. But sure enough, it's close, and so is the clock. 20 seconds. We've got a player in the depths of this bomb site. We've got a support from m0NESY rotating around those coffins. Alexi will get away with the kill, and Naf will find nothing. It is double digits for G2. 10-1, easy does it.
That might be something that if they've been buying that on multiple times, that might be a mistake from Liquid. OC is a fantastic rifle, actually. Completely comfortable on it, and T-side Inferno's, one of the least operable halves in the game. So if they had maybe had a little bit more money to invest just in rifles, more of those rounds, they could have purchased more and had more chances to take on these entries, especially with this, their style right now of going for very fast B openings.
Four rounds to play and a bye right back. Oh, Nitro, again, looking for entries, but doesn't feel like G2 have had to lean too hard on mid right out of the gate. They prefer these re-aggressions. And they came so close, but
they're not earning that peek out of m0NESY.
Nah.
And it's that point in the game where you're like, oh, well, maybe they should give some love to mid, but man, if they don't do it throughout, then
they've been really successful in just locking in Arch and Library, so even when Liquid find a bit of footing, gets taken back. OC and Elige. Nice setup. Nice 5v3 here for Liquid. Naf going to stick around within the apartments. Everybody else starting to head towards B, which is an open bomb site. Just got to wait out this smoke and we're good to go.
Yeah, that's free. They'll take it. Oh, the setup works out well. The re-aggression finally comes in mid with all that pressure. There was a G2, if they had anybody to get some info on banana, they would have seen, all the attention was on mid.
Sure.
You typically wouldn't try to retake like that. You try to retake the empty place, ideally.
Also, they didn't get that. You said it yourself, right? They didn't earn the peak from m0NESY the first time. And I thought they were just going to go right back into the bomb site and really hold, but he did come back at it.
Yeah, so they must have assumed that Liquid took top bracket and then maybe tried to leave after that. But they didn't come through with any utility. They just, I think, wanted to gamble and say, okay, Liquid are going to go back to banana. Let's clear out mid to confirm, and then we can rotate over or maybe catch them walking down mid, which is one of the most fun ways to kill people on CT side.
Nice secondary setup as well. Elige, a little bit more of an off angle. The re-peek gets caught, and that is Liquid. 2 rounds on the board.
2 rounds. That one comes down to patience, right? OC sat on that angle for a long, long time, and Elige also camped it with him.
Yep.
And I'm talking 40 seconds or something while his team worked on arch pressure, and you could see G2 start to get, okay, I have some questions. What's going on here? Let's take a peek. Oh, there was so much art going on around with his tattoos and his mouse pad and his mouse and stuff. It just
overwhelmed you?
It felt like there was papers and I don't know, ink, but there's none, actually. It's perfectly clean.
Grip taped up. Guarantee you he got it from Elige.
Elige is going to live until 170.
Probably. Yeah.
He'll be the first gamer to survive past 68.
2 down. 3 more to go for Liquid. And OC looks for that opening op shot towards Banana. Util, yeah, gonna spread. Tons of damage between him and Nitro, both now sitting within the 30s, and there's more grenades destined for them. Perfect. Alexi B and Nico. These frags on the money. 4 versus 5 for Liquid to face yet again. Hoping that maybe they can get this crack of the whip towards mid, but oh, again, dude, every single nade.
Some great nades.
Yes, and another. Naf and Shocks, 100. Elige, 29. They have so many freaking frags, man.
10 to 15 grenades in this one round.
I don't know, dude.
Maybe they're crafting them.
You need 1 gunpowder, 3 iron bars, and a workstation. Flash towards mid, no response. Comfortable, man. Comfortable position for G2. So Liege with the sniper now. Him versus Modesty.
Yeah.
The kid's going to pick that up every day of the week.
Yeah, the best they can do is kind of walk around. They have no flashes,
Bro,
even to scale.
Even the frags, the fires, the smokes, and now the flashes too, bro. Top tier utility from G2, and what more could you expect from the Grenadier himself, dude? Alexi B, he's like all of Astralis put in one.
He did set some of the records. He had like 1,000 utility damage in 1/2 as soon as the nade dropping thing came into play.
Yes, sir.
On Dust 2 on the CT side. So yeah, he's showed a lot of innovation there as well. Could assume Xtaz has been helping out with that on top of it. But yeah, beautifully targeted grenades on both sides of mid. Lots of Molotovs being used, and just like we were talking about with Vitality, same thing. Same compliment can be extended to G2. That has made the CT side feel very domineering in this matchup. And again, I mean, they're just sticking OC back on the op over and over again. I'm not really seeing the efficacy here for this to make that much sense. I can understand, you know, you get the op to quad in the post plant, and then you win the round if you have OC quad with an op, but they're not always getting the bomb down, so that's their first problem. And finding opening kills with an op is not that easy. Well, finally, well, Shocks will slip by. Will he get hunted? Wow, Modesty is going to look for this, isn't it?
Oh, the fire, dude.
Whoa, that's beautiful.
I feel like I haven't seen
They mollied close half wall. He didn't even adjust his crosshair, just focused on bottom B and knew that molly was going to
burn him
blow someone into that position. Yeah, that was perfect.
This is a lights out G2. I feel like almost every kill I've seen in the last 3 rounds has been somehow crafted based on utility, except for that one Elige versus Modesty op fight. Naf gets contact against Nico. He has to tuck close against this wall. This could kind of open up Arch side if Nico's suddenly at half health, but we've got an emphasis here from Elige. Looking to fight their way up short. OC off in the back, and Naf, he finds that headshot. Then we get this cross between Hunter and Nico, and Hunter's just doing a great job of buying his time. OC comes through with the wall bang. He gets that kill to Alexi, but again, it's the guy inside of Pit. Nice shots from OC. Finally, some impact. But way too little too late, and Hunter had that locked in every step of the way.
Yeah, and it's like a couple nice shots, but it's not really impact, right? I mean, round's done, and it's so easy to get those kills when the TTs are going to play free. They know it's a 3-on-1. They're swinging on you, but ultimately, you know, if he's not going to get the first kill of the rounds, and he's not going to get the instant refrag on the first death, then what are you getting out of this op that you can't get from the opper you kill, right? I mean, is he reasonably going to be able to out-up Modesty when it's so disadvantaged from him from his side, on T side, in a number of these situations? And if not, like, why invest so much? The amount of rifles they'd have on a round like this, they'd have 2 more rifles, you know? That's all I'm saying, man.
Well, it's the last round of the half, and Liquid shooting for a third. Fire at the feet again. They're going to extinguish that, throw a second smoke, so now we're talking wasted utility, but at least Modesty will be cut off. Nitro cut down. Wallbang shots through library.
Oh.
Oh, see, you gotta shoot shots, baby.
You gotta shoot shots.
Modesty, 3 bullets left in that
AWP. Jax within that pit just denies it, right? And when you stop that bomb suddenly, Naf with a beauty of a headshot, but his reload not fast enough. If Jax snaps him back from pit, easy does it G2.
Very disappointing Liquid, man. That was super good from G2, but you got to expect more out of Liquid than that. You know, that was, oof. I got hyped on their one round. That's only because I'm North American. Like, if I wasn't from North America, I would just be laughing the whole time. Say something nice about Liquid right now.
They got more rounds than Complexity. 66% of round wins from North America belong to Liquid.
Yeah, okay. True.
I think Maui Snake's selling snake oil, bro.
Maui Snake selling snake oil, you say?
You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He got my hopes up.
Yeah.
But that's his job. Well done. You
Everyone
sell lies.
Everyone looks better on CT side, so.
Well, let's see it then. This pistol makes a world of difference. Honestly, 18-3, man. Killer first half. Jax on the entry. 2 CT standing here. Ready. That's successful. That's a headshot versus Jax and Hunter on 7. Quick readjustment here from G2. Looking to challenge the top of the B site. And if they commit to it, it is only Nitro. But here comes the attack. Liquid going to go charging down middle straight into Hunter. OC's got that cover. But Nico's got that bomb. Or does he? Now he does, yeah. Little flash here. They're going to try and fight middle by the looks of things. Modesty. Oh, it's a beauty of a tap, but he gets attacked from the back, and then the squeeze from Liquid. They give themselves a chance with a CT pistol win.
Yeah, cool. That's nice. I mean, you know, a debut match of the tournament. No matter what happens in this matchup,
get your reps in.
This might not be, you know, you wouldn't have to win this game to be able to get through challengers, and this goes for both G2 and Liquid. But it is a measuring stick, and I think probably will bleed over in terms of your confidence. Are you feeling what you can talk about going into your next matchup? If it's nowhere close, it's 10 times worse, I think. So Liquid are looking for a good match here. I mean, of course, they're going to hold out hope that it is the best of one they can still pull out. G2 are in the critical round area of 13 at this point, but if you're Liquid, just play it, take it slow. No, it's going to be a long day, but it's only best of one. So what else have you got to do?
OC waits. Oh, he's kind of fumbling his movement here, man, but he's got that T-Pack. Ooh, all lined up. And instantly deleted.
No deaths with the 3 MP9s. M4's got a few too many kills. The G2 players now reinvest. They've got 5 AKs.
Look at that.
Saw that just before.
Yeah, they just get stuck. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. No tools for the job either. Now they will, of course, come in with the big buy.
If I'm Liquid, I upgrade one of these. I upgrade one of these MP9s. If I'm Shox, I go for one more because there's no bonus round right now. It's 13-4.
Yeah, 5 AKs against you.
If you lose, you don't have money. So
brink of defeat.
I guess they have some, but I will buy just like this one again.
Well, let's see, man. Let's see if it comes back to haunt them. Ooh, quick challenge here from Alexi. Takes the helm towards Arch side. Rotate around from Elish. He'll be peeking Library, but he just missed Alexi on the jump back. And now he's worried that maybe he went through Arch, which actually takes less support into this bomb site itself. Shox within sight, reloading the MP9, draws them into OC. Shox goes down at the hands of Hunter. OC looks for the follow-up, but it is a double-man advantage and an MP9 on the rotate.
Oh, just Nitro coming up with his MP9.
That's it, man. There's no way. There's no way that I'm right. You've sold me, dude. Shox. Yeah. If Shox has an A1S inside of that bomb site, Hunter's dead. Jax could be dead.
And who got out of halls? Nico got out of halls. You know, after he got off a balcony, awkwardly fell into pit.
Yep.
There was definitely a chance he could have died before he got into pit. And there was a world of difference between a player on balcony and a player in mini pit. And in terms of your A site, where you can stand, what you're scared of, what you're calming. So, yeah, they're just too good. I mean, they just literally came into this round with five AKs, you know?
Yep, full-fledged. So
all these guys.
You know, from that embarrassing kind of group up outside of the mid play, the one round Liquid able to shut down entirely, 5 easy kills in an instant to right back into the winning ways. Rifles pan out for G2. Nico comes around Arch with the 2K. Must have been Hunter. Falls downwards. Clears it all. And a deflated Shocks on that. Wasn't able to help out OC all too much.
Yeah, tough one. Attack good enough here from G2.
Now it's like what money, you know, what difference can that money make on Shocks now, right? He had that extra $3,000.
Yeah, they have.
Let's see what it can get them.
They saved, so Shocks had 35 last round, and the rest of them saved around 2K. So they plan to be able to buy again if they lose. It's just a little weird when it's, you know, such a lopsided scoreline. Well, we're talking about some players around 4K and everything like that, so they can still invest. They have, like I said, a better
Scout.
buy.
Yeah.
You know, this round than they did last round. They still lose the round, though. Like, OC's only got a scout on, but it's still better than last round.
Tough fight versus the AK. Takes a couple of shots and falls back. G2 wait out that utility at the base of Banana. Now they look to lock into their corners. And, you know, lesser grenades here for Liquid. They're already sitting on only 2 smokes. One of them here on the B site. Oh, Naf picks up another incendiary, so a utility cache still to play. More than a minute for G2 to still piece it all together, and at the very least, Banana control established. Nico staying posted, and here comes the re-aggression. Nico worried a little bit as he turns back around. And what they had, they've now lost. But that's everybody from G2 moving towards an A site with only 2 CTs on it. Quick scramble from Liquid looking to run and get ahead of this commitment.
They're following them well, but it's getting claustrophobic around Library. They need to get pit control, which they have the space to do it. G2 are not taking over a lane this fast. So Liquid are, you know, making sense of this, but okay.
Could work out. All comes down to the crunch.
Oh, they're taking over mid, but they're not seeing halls, and there's no one in pit right now. Okay, Alicia gets up.
Shocks finally sees the contact. Alexi's running with a knife out, and quick trade from the MAC-10 of Jax. Scout shot connects from OC. Oh, but Shocks dying to Hunter. That's the big one. Then all of a sudden, Hunter tries to go one better. Naf's able to swing out. OC, hot on the heels of the bomb plant, will finish off Jax, and Nico dies inside Library.
Okay.
It is the retake that lands, but sketchy.
Very sketchy. You know, 4 players on A. You've got lots of room in the bottom of the site. All the rotators want to come in through Arch. And at one point, you had 3 on there, 1 on the site, no one in pit. Elige, if he didn't get up on the halls, I mean, that would have been it right there. He barely made it into that space that quickly. They retook lane because they thought that was G2's next move, but it looked like they had a good idea of what was going on up until the moment. It's like, well, it just kind of feels like they forgot about halls here for a second. At least on the upside for them, they followed them to the right side. They got the stack off. They got the info they needed.
The calls were there, the timings too. Just not the prettiest landing. Okay. And met by Monacy. OC dropped out of this one instantly, and I mean, that's such a sketchy weapon to play for here. Liquid, I mean, they just got to let it slide. That could be now a gun retrieved by Hunter. One more tool for G2 to upset with here in round 20.
A lot rests here on this smoke and Molly, or sorry, smoke and flashbang from Alexi. And, well, Nafly's primed to eat this flash, so there is that. It'll probably come out now. No, maybe a little late. Nafly can fall back on his utility. Oh, they actually fast smoke CT spawn.
Oh, he saw it, though. Oh, Naf, easy does it. Getting Hunter there, added bonus. That could have been 3 weapons in the hands of this push from G2, but they kind of stutter step a second. Gonna need the run boost for Alexi. Desperation, but hell, it's a cross. Nico, he's going to be attacked from this banana flank. Elige buying time. Oh, nice.
My God.
Very nice from Elige, man. Close range snap. He's not going to fall victim to that.
Oh my God, that was so close. I love what Elige is doing because, I don't know, otherwise the bomb still gets planted.
Yeah.
It still does in this situation because that turnaround, it almost looked bad, but it was honestly the best play right there. So
for a second.
Yeah, good move. Good move from Elige.
You see him laugh it off too, man. That's a little bit
scary.
nervous laughter.
Yeah, scary.
Oh, what could have been, but that's a 6th, you know?
Yeah, this. See how he dodged that flash? I don't know if he did that incidentally or it's Nafly. I'm not going to try to overanalyze.
Yeah, don't
He's in the
try it.
Matrix at all times.
He's doing his thing. With a great new sticker as well. You got a sloth in there.
I love his sticker.
Yeah, man. You got
It's
a
great.
sloth. Chillin'. Big chillin'. As OC finds Monacy's noggin.
OC opens up. Interesting smoke here on mid. Oh, he saw feet.
Oh, yeah. No, Elige not going to stick around for that one. Nico, meanwhile, looking to pressure top banana. Nitro and Naf on the fallback. Oh, Nitro almost dies to that. Nice shots here from Nico.
He hit every bullet.
So clean.
That's brutal. Big ticket opper down to kick things off here. Liquid's still a couple rounds away from showing us they're alive, but that's a good start.
They're going to aggress this. Naf's about to be flashed in. Nico sees it coming. Ooh, but Alexi eats that flash in the back.
It's fine. They see so many T's in this
One and
position.
done. OC dives through smoke. Utility comes out, but Nico, he's not going to respect that. Looks to push over top. We've got Nitro still 8 HP because... Oh! What? That's so sick! Nico just going to rock their world. B site is gone.
It's a point-and-click adventure?
Brother.
Is he on an iPad?
Brother. Oh, and the retake is nothing. It is nothing in the face of Nico.
What the hell was that? He like did that. He could have done that with his keyboard and press enter. It still would have worked. He didn't flick even a centimeter.
Locked in.
I'm done.
So clean, bro.
I'm done.
Backside 2, see you later. Give us that last one, shall we? No? Okay. Well, spoiler. Another headshot. And now Liquid, 9 match points. And unfortunately for them, no economy behind it. They got 3 MP9s again. And last time we saw 3 MP9s, not only did they lose, but they also had 2 M4s.
Oh!
Maybe the scouts are better. OC versus Monacy on this CT side.
Everyone looks good on CD side.
OC's got the number.
Yeah.
Yeah, but nobody looks as good as Nico on that T-half, man. You give this guy an AK.
True.
And them headshots connect. Hunter up next. Sees Elige and deals with it. One by one, they'll fall. Shocks.
He's too
it's
careful,
his turn.
isn't he?
Hunter coming at it.
Oh, what? That's a headshot. Oh my God.
He's got that Kovac blood.
Yeah. How much? I want to buy. Oh,
dude, look at them. Between the two of them, man, you just can't hang on.
Yeah. This
21 and 10 on Hunter, 20 and 10 on Nico. And let's add Monacy in there as well. He's extended family. Alexi B going to be challenged by the jumping Naf, and that is it. 16-6. G2 going to lock in that 1-0 victory. It is them and Vitality so far on the A stream with wins in their back pockets.
Hey, for G2, that's a good sign. I don't know, Liquid definitely didn't play that well, but everything from G2 looked right. They had a lot of great grenades. All the individuals were there. Some sick individual, moments like that. Nico won, Monacy, of course. Such a good op performance overall. Looking at this from a Liquid's perspective, really rough in terms of storylines for them. Not a good first match of the event. Even if they weren't going to win this, you didn't expect that. You still expect more.
We'd expect more.
Yeah.
And we definitely did. So did our analysts. Maui Snake, tell me why that didn't go the way it was meant to.
I think it's like Moldy Snake.
Moldy Snake.
Right now instead of Maui Snake with the NA performances so far. But I'm going to just, give that question to you immediately. Well, what was it with Liquid?
I said coming into this that it was going to be a coin flip.
You said 50-50.
I said a 50-50. It's about whoever starts CT side first. That was the 50-50. No, that's
an
cope.
easy way out.
That's
You could have
cope.
left it. That's an easy way out.
That's some cope right there. I think that G2 played fantastically as individuals. I think that the way that they were taking space back away from Liquid on some of those CT rounds was tough to deal with. And I think that a few of those star players that we've mentioned prior to the game starting, m0NESY, NiKo, they absolutely showed up.
Yeah, even without diving too deep into the tactical side of things, when you have m0NESY kicking things off the way he did, and then you have NiKo and Hunter showing up, that's basically what we call the perfect storm for G2.
Yeah.
And this is a very nice reminder for us what and how G2 can play when these three players hit their strides.
And let us also remind ourselves of what happened at the RMR. They didn't take their first match seemingly
Anonymous, right?
that seriously versus Anonymous. We know that this is something that can happen with G2. So in terms of their start at a major, this is then a positive sign that they are taking this very seriously from the get-go.
I will say one thing about G2's game plan in this one is that I felt like they got pushed back on map control a little bit easier than what we saw from Vitality's victory, whereas G2 had such a different style where they just held their ground. They were very strong in their crossfires. We saw that pretty much every time Liquid went for any sort of A play, it didn't matter what the setup was from G2, it was going to work. So I think that's something for a little bit of concern later, because once teams figure that out, you can push G2 back. There will be a few more teams that can convert with that given space.
Yeah, we had a couple of rounds that actually looked like a very interesting game of chess between the two IGLs. Towards the very end, famously, we had this round where G2 takes banana control. Nitro calls for a retake then. G2 embarks towards the A side, but then the defense from Liquid is coming over. So I agree with you. I think Liquid were in it tactically, or at least strategically speaking, but the players just didn't match.
Yeah, you definitely saw that on the CT side, right? You're like, okay, here Liquid, they can make a little bit more things happen. They can get the retake in and whatnot, but it wasn't enough because their T side just was non-existent.
It's tough to really try to point to one thing for Liquid that was so bad on the T side, because in terms of actually getting banana control, they did a decent job, but they would sometimes just overlook one little thing.
And at what cost?
Yeah, exactly. And if you leave one stone unturned and Hunter is there at New Box ready to find a multi-frag, he's gonna take advantage of that. So those little moments for Liquid, those little lapses, they need to actually just simply not happen.
Yeah, and to tie it kind of back to our discussion before the game, where it was like, okay, I know what we're gonna get out of the flanking players, right? Maybe not Shocks, maybe an intangible, but out of the Nitro and out of the Nitro, out of Elige and all that. Did you see enough out of that supportive cast or not?
I couldn't really. I think one thing that in terms of the cast, one player I really wish changed his game plan halfway through is OC, because I think that actually he did a really solid job in this game, but I think that he could have just done so much more, because sometimes you get hard stuck with the op on T side Inferno and you try to just force your way into a bomb site, but then things get really awkward. It's hard to dodge flashes as you're entering. It's tough to actually try to get into the site and trade effectively, and we saw that a couple times that Liquid get log jammed as they're trying to get into a bomb site because OC's wielding this op, which he's deadly with, but it's not the best weapon to get into and breach a site.
I think what Liquid was lacking is someone being able to literally multi-kill open A round. And it feels like that's what they needed at some point. Someone just to go and make the difference. Naf did it once on banana control. He had that double kill through the smoke. That was it. The rest of the time, it was trade for trade, and G2 were faster.
Yeah, they really needed someone to consistently get those entries to get it going. That didn't work out. I want to put the microscope on some particular rounds. One that tactically you found very interesting, Maniac, round 11, in terms of G2 taking banana control with 4.
Yeah, Maui talked about Liquid doing a good job taking banana. I slightly disagree. I think they paid such a heavy price on taking that control. We see here, G2 had a 4-man start toward B. What it means is that they have a first wave of utility, and then after that, the identical utilities are being used, and you could see 2 kills coming out of that sequence. That is Liquid paying the heavy price. Granted, the score is 9-1. That had happened in the past as well. So yes, Liquid tried to take banana control. They did recuperate some of that space, but it was always at the expense of either a kill or low HPs on 2 players.
And when we look at round 21 and what NiKo did there, I think it's just one of those things, Maui, where when you just step onto the server and sometimes these things happen, what are you going to think as the enemy?
Man, the thing is that NiKo is one of those players that you have to game plan for the fact that he will just dominate you sometimes. And even though Liquid found an opening pick in this round from OC, they had a nice setup in the bomb site. They even did some re-aggression towards the corner of Banana right here. NiKo, he goes 1-for-1 with his teammate, dodges the flash, but the taps that he has to get into the bomb site these are majestic. This is where Nico has made his money, and he puts Liquid to bed in their places.
Maui, tell me if you agree. That one tap from Nico says Nico better than anything.
We all
this is what Nico
at
is.
that one.
And this is what Nico is, exactly. It's the crosser placement, it's the intelligence, knowing, listen, he's probably going to be with an AWP triple box. I'm going to step to the right, click one time on my mouse, and he's going to be dead. That is Nico in a nutshell.
Fantastic job. You said he gets his money worth, and Munzi also did. We talked about how is he going to perform throughout this major. This is not an easy team he is up against, but he didn't make some of the issues we saw early in the RMR. He actually had a fantastic start.
Great performance from m0NESY, and I think we have to acknowledge the kind of pressure he's under, because I consider him to be the difference maker, the X factor between a good G2 and a title contender G2. That's what this is about. We go back to Katowice, we look at m0NESY and how he played, boom, G2 grand final suddenly. When he doesn't show up, it leaves a huge vacuum in terms of input and inputs of frags. So if this is the m0NESY that we're going to get at the major, now we can put G2 back into that list, although this was a best of one. I would like to jump on the hype train right now.
But you can. You know, you can only beat what's in front of you. So you got to be positive about G2. Final note as we go to the break about Liquid and what they need to work on.
Ooh, for Liquid right now, I think that they did a decent job. Even though they were taking a lot of casualties there towards Banana, I actually do think that sometimes they found some openings, but they might need to just slow things down a little bit more. I actually thought Liquid used to play too slowly, but this time around, I felt like the nade, the amount of damage they took in UD was too high, and it made the late rounds, mid rounds so much more difficult.
Okay, bring it back just a little bit. Thank you so much. After this, we'll be going to the break, and when we come back, it's time for Astralis versus IHC.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Welcome back, everyone. It's a quick one so far. We're going to cover the first 4 games on the A stream, and we're already halfway through that because of 2 very convincing performances by G2 and by Vitality. The question is, will Astralis be able to do the same versus the intangibles coming out of Mongolia and IHC? And that's what we're going to talk about now. Let's kick it off with Astralis and kind of their trajectory so far, where we had a little bit of ups and downs, but I think overall a feeling of more consistency as we got closer to this major. Is that fair?
Yes. Astralis have looked like they've built out their map pool enough. It looks like some of the individuals are coming to form. The game plans, which I questioned a lot of last year, have come together. Their T-sides are a lot more fluid now. You're not seeing random people in random places in a messed up way trying to convert around. Everything seems to make a lot more sense now, and I think Glaive is finally taking control of this roster in the exact way that he needs to.
Because he finally has some reliable pieces. That was the problem. If you go back 2 months ago and if you were a Glaive, all you knew was that BlameF was going to frag people. This was literally the only certainty you had about your roster. You didn't know what to expect from Lucky, from Zip, this man we have right
Lucky?
there.
Oh,
now,
yeah, okay, then.
Lucky at the time.
Yeah.
But now it's different. Now we have Config finding consistency. Now we have Fardig getting better, finding its space, finding its groove. And now Glaive has pieces to play with, and he can actually lay out the plan in his mind.
Yeah, you need something to work before you can work with it. So let's talk about Farley then, who's been such a hotly contested topic when it comes to talking about Astralis, but he's really found this form. And when you look at all the kind of interviews that the rest of the teammates give, they give him so much praise in terms of the way he is developing. Is that warranted?
Yes, Farley is a player that, for Astralis, is doing everything that Glaive has been asking of him. He's doing an entry job sometimes with the rifle on T side. He is a superior opper than to what Lucky was providing on the CT side. And when you have a guy that can open up space for the likes of BlameF, for the likes of Zipnix, you are now cooking with gas if you're Astralis. There was such a bad problem where in the late round, Lucky was also a baiter by nature, and that's just how he wanted to play. But Farley is a guy that goes for much more on the T side in terms of openers. Doesn't have an incredibly high attempt rate because Config steals the show there, Glaive steals the show, but having a third head of that spear is so important.
And he's actually very versatile. Like, I know we label him as an AWP, and that's what he is, but he's actually a pure hybrid. Like about 40% of his kills on land comes from rifle work, which means for Glaive, he has different ways he can use it. Now, if we go down the lane, if we picture a playoff run for Astralis, there might be a point where there is a limit in terms of pure AWP skills to the Simples of the world, to the Zywus of the world. But for now, it doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter, because what he provides is so much more than what Lucky was doing. Just look at his multi-kills. How many times have we seen Farlig bail Astralis out of a very bad situation, just dancing around the box, getting multi? Something that Glaive didn't have in the past, and we have to give Farlig commiseration for that.
Yeah, the more comfortable he's feeling, the more he's doing for Astralis on the server. You can't talk about Astralis and not talk about Config, of course. Consistency was always the hot topic when it came to him. He has also, together with that roster evolving, found that evolution where he can consistently hit a ceiling that they need.
Yes, Config as a player has been one that the fans and I think many of the pundits have loved to watch, because we know how explosive he can be. We know that he's the space taker, and everybody's eye gravitates towards the guy that starts the round. And Config is one of the best in the world when he has the opportunity to do it.
Yeah, and the problem is, you say it, we talk about the space he takes. When he is not delivering, it just looks like the plan doesn't make sense. Because if you're going to give him that role, if you're going to give him that opportunity to shine and he doesn't, that's a problem. When he does, then it makes sense.
And it's such an interesting matchup because for Astralis, of course, you have to count them amongst the favorites when it comes to this matchup specifically. But I think when it comes to their first opponent, this is a tricky one. The team coming out of Mongolia that has qualified, I think, against all odds, and but very convincingly at that, they didn't drop a single map in IHC, and they played some very by-the-book, strong Counter-Strike, not necessarily godlike plays, but they get the job done. And that can be tricky, I think, if you want to prepare against them.
Look, it remains the most mixed matchup we have in round one. That's what it is.
I'm too positive.
No, but I respect what you're doing, because we also have to embrace the whole best of one, beginning of the day. Let's throw everything you got. The issue that I have, and you mentioned it, because they try to play Counter-Strike by the book, I feel like you're almost taking on Astralis in the worst possible turf. That's something that scares me just a little bit.
See them pick Ancient, wait.
Exactly. This feels like such a huge match because IHC have been trying to replicate EU CS. In the last couple months, they have been scrimming against European teams. They've actually been queuing as 5 in Face-It Pugs together as to try to get better practice. But what they've done is they've developed their style to mimic EU. You know who created and made EU so popular? That style, it's people like Glaive, it's the Danes, it's those kinds of forces. And so for IHC to just be playing that game, they're just a step behind the whole way.
And this is why I actually kind of have hopes for them in the long run, because I feel like if they play that kind of Counter-Strike and they have some reality checks, they might still improve, but it's going to be an extremely complicated matchup for IHC. I can try to turn it around a million different ways. We talk about tactical Counter-Strike. They're going up on Nuke against Astralis.
That is such a tough map for IHC. They have an 100% win rate on it, but it's against Asian competition. And the thing is that Asian teams are just not known to play this map at a high enough level. I do do suspect that IHC is going to put up some kind of fight in this one, but I don't have to shell for them. I don't have to shill for them. They're not North American. I think this is going to be a blow.
Oh, so you're admitting you're
Yeah, I mean, a little bit. I'll
And
be
it's
honest.
such a complicated map to play by the book as well, right? It's so complicated. If you really want to try to play with the defense, you want to push some rotation, you want to try to exploit these. I mean, there's a lot of experience on the side of Astralis, the deep in the claim of the world, playing dozens and dozens of land, lifting dozens of trophies. Oh my, I struggle to see on Nuke. I struggle.
Especially having teams in a chokehold, those two on Nuke, right? It's a long time ago, but we'll see if they can replicate it. When it comes to Astralis, Maniac, I guess the task of the day of this first game is get it done as convincingly as possible, I presume.
True. Get confidence. Do what G2 and Vitality were able to do. Make a statement. Make sure that your heavy hitters are finding their groove. You want to see Config activated. You want to see Folly activated. These are the two that I'm going to keep under my eye. Because Blame, I know he's going to deliver anyway.
Yeah. On the side of IHC, the guys that I really want to see step up here, 9 in particular. He's the opera for this team. He didn't really actually have the best RMR. It was players like Score and Blitz that did a lot of the heavy lifting. But if you want to have a chance against a team like Astralis, you need to have a guy that can neutralize Config. That's where I think 9 needs to come in here.
Something to look out for in this one. Let's see what happens up to our next, onto our next game, rather, with our lovely casters.
I'm Maui Steak, and I expect Complexity will do good here.
Yeah, I think Astralis. I mean, they clearly are the clear favorites. I'm also Maui Steak.
Hard-hitting analysis, and well needed as well, man. Coming into this, 100% win rate against Asian teams. That's a big takeaway, all right? But you are, of course, facing off versus Astralis.
Asian teams such as the Renegades.
Yes.
Which also helps a little bit.
A little bit. I've seen...
Except they're getting smashed up by 4s right now.
Brother, I've seen IHC buy auto snipers on Nuke. I've seen them buy noob tubes on Nuke.
No,
I've
that
seen them...
was an IHC.
I am lying through my teeth.
Close. It was one of the Asian teams. Okay, IHC, they're a really good team. They're a really good team. As Maui mentioned, they have been they queue in Europe, whether or not they're in Europe, and they play in Europe when they're in Europe a lot as well.
Yeah,
they've been playing like Europeans. Okay, and they decided to pick Nuke against Nuke. They're like that's like picking Nuke against Nuke itself.
Okay,
you know
they have practiced in Europe. They play like they're European.
But their favorite team is Astralis.
And now, if they can do this,
yes.
Then they are European.
Then Europe, yes.
Then they're more European than Liquid.
Yeah. If Astralis are Nuke, then they are Europe.
And that's the big question, man.
Nuke is only within Europe.
Yeah.
Europe
Specifically Denmark.
Yeah.
And so their hands should be full with this one, okay? It's a challenge. It's a challenge. To me, that's the defining word of this. Like, IHC, the challengers, and they have just taken a heads-up fight to Astralis. They want Astralis on Nuke in a best-of-1 to open up the challenger stage of the major. This is a challenge. And I'm down to see it. Scared money don't make money. Deep nade onto the ramp. Farley from the corner, but it's Techno 4K with that quick trade. Zipix, he's going to dive down into the B site here. Gives them a little bit of space. Ramp conceded. 9 out from Squeaky Door. And suddenly, man, advantage. And they're doing the Hugo Byron, the old heaven wrap. Cabal finds the head of Glaive. That's going to be the A site under question.
Let's go.
Zipix can do nothing at this point because bomb drops down for the plant. We've got a 4v2 post plant in the T side pistol for IHC.
Yeah, keep rotating. Get into your rotator spots. Save. I refuse to put IHC in my 03 because they play such quality CS that, like, even though they didn't have those results, I couldn't. 9Z or another team. 2 teams from challengers that I just couldn't.
I co-sign these statements. There we have it. 1 death on IHC in this pistol.
This would be ludicrous if IHC beat Astralis on Nuke. It would be ludicrous.
It would be.
And amazing and a spectacle. And honestly, there are teams that people put in the same level as IHC that I would say stand absolutely no chance of pulling off some kind of upset like this. But just because of, within a vacuum of IHC and the CS that they played, and people who watched IHC play know, they showed a really cool style of CS. I mean, it's European, but it's still them. It's still their individual players, and still a little bit of their own flair on it. I'm sure they'll do something compelling.
They draw first blood, at the very, very least. Now they want this outer control. Already 2 players cross towards Secret, waiting for the mini peek, smoking that off so that they can fixate their eyes towards spawn. They saw 2 players back here. They're a little jumpy as the utility pops all around them. Blame F. Oh, sidelines Techno 4K. Nice Deagle headshot. Looking for the follow-up here. And these are those kinds of moments. Like, it's one thing to win pistol, but then you get stunned with man disadvantage. And, there's still so many questions around IHC and still so many reasons that Astralis are going to win this. But we'll see if each of those reasons unravels one after another. So far, second round, Astralis man up. Farley, very much pinned. And that frag destined for him. As he tries to escape, Cabal's going to get him. Glaive looking to attack on the back, so individual moments being strung together. Blitz waits.
Yeah, so interesting lurk battle because he's not catching a potential heaven flank. Cabal goes down, and Blame, it feels like Blitz has been kind of waiting for this, but at the same time hasn't cleared him out. Now he's crouching under this specifically for Blame or anyone in CT spawn, but there's too many individual duels happening across the map.
It's getting unraveled, man. But
Blitz gets by outside. It's kind of ridiculous. Glaive can open the door, but he's going to miss him crossing Tetris. The bomb can get planted back site. They might be able to chill. This door gets open.
It's still winnable, dude. Like, they got through
he's
the hard
just watching
part.
heaven. Oh, what a shot.
Clean one from Glaive. Blitz from above. Distracted, and there it is. Glaive hands on the Galil. That lurk from Glaive to push into lobby. Just another instant of these CTs taking individual moments, and I think IHC kind of separating their pack too thinly.
They found too many openings and just started following all of these different scents. And at a certain point, they got way too far away from their next closest teammate. And even though they had all this space, they had no way to use that space. So the best case scenario, they make a lap around into the lobby, plus have outside control. And then what? Got to plant the bomb.
Well, the dream was alive for one round.
That was an amazing round.
Astralis with a quick dose of reality. Let's see what else IHC have in store for us. Quick burst of utility to challenge onto the A site. Cabal missing the vent. Not ideal. Zipic's going to get pressured. Drops a frag. The landmine sets him up. But Techno 4K still with the kill. We got a Galil in the hands of him. Smoking to flash to try and slow things down, but hell, IHC are still going to get away with the plant, you'd assume. Bomb gets thrown down. Farley wastes no time, but will die to score. Then the doors swung wide. Techno still alive and kicking with 2 kills on this one and another double to go. Looking for that ramp fight. Shaves off barely any HP from Blame F. Such a difficult fight, and he's so worried about Glaive being on that decon door that he's going to get swept away before the bomb goes down. There was a chance for it, but it kind of gets onto the player in the rafters. He throws it back down. Awkward at the end, and Astralis with the win.
You know why analysts are bad people?
Tell me.
I'm sure you know, but you still want to hear it, right? Because if this had come down to Mirage or Dust 2, the analysts on the desk, Maui Snake, would say, I can't believe that Astralis let through Mirage or Dust 2. But then we get Nuke, and instead of saying, wow, Astralis very smart to avoid a Nuke or a Dust 2 or a Mirage, they go, wow, IHC, amazingly brave to play Nuke against Astralis.
Yeah.
That's why analysts are bad people.
But I did the same thing, and I'm a caster.
No, because we just listened to them and then...
they tainted our thoughts.
Yeah.
Analysts. Easy pickups here versus Pistols. Everybody looking to rock and roll from Astralis. They're going to shut down that silo play. Ooh. Headshots. Done. And luckily for Maniac, as long as he has Maui next to him, he's really the lightning rod in terms of our criticisms. So,
we want to blame Maniac?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay, yeah.
No. I know which fights to pick.
Okay.
And right now, IHC going to have to come back at it with guns before they can pick fights evenly. All right, you lost versus the Force Buy. You got a little stringy. You got a little pulled apart. But I want to go back to that pack mentality. I think even when they go down to the B site with one Galil in hand, they've got lesser guns, but they've got better spacing than the second round. The second round was the worst round we've seen from IHC. Now they're trying to recover it, overlap it.
with wall of smokes outside. Plus garage.
Yeah, they're actually just doing short wall. So they're doing the credit card lurk here. So Blitz actually finds a really fast timing. People don't do this as often anymore because it gets risky. Yeah, Farley's up top in heaven, and there was someone in big garage as well. So they try to go through with it very fast. Small risk doesn't work out, but Zipix gets crossing to secret.
Score gets away.
They can fall out, but it also does let Blame F know that outside is open. Great refrag from Techno 4K.
Yeah, and he was worried. He was checking all the corners for Config. Wins the fight. We got man advantage, but low health. And Farley looking to be that next player to push into lobby. Look at this pack from IHC, dude. One spray and they could all die. He gets two and the last.
My God.
Farley just lines them up and knocks them down.
Man, that's some disrespect from Astralis, and I think that's really good.
Three lobby pushes.
Yeah, they had just one at a time pushed after each other into lobby. And how are you going to expect Farley to pull this off after Config walked through the door and that trade failed, right? Techno 4K just got two. You know, you still want to get it back, but at the same time, you're thinking, well, you know, do we cut our losses? We still have Hut locked up if they decide to take upper. But Farley is brave enough. And that's how you snowball versus a worse team. How you start doing stuff they didn't see in the demos.
Oh, poor Blitz. Down before he sees it coming. A couple times now Farley's been on Big Blue.
It's interesting when Maniac brought up that he's got 40% of his land frags with a rifle, not even an op.
Yep.
Real hybrid. Of course, Config oftentimes picks up the second op on the team.
Because Config can do it all. That's his mantra. Gonna go for the boost here, trying to make these Deagles sing. Farley at a distance. Quick snap. And that's score to the sidelines. Ooh, landed that. Little exchange of damage here. Cabal gonna run it downstairs. However, we've already got Glaive inside of the vents, and Zipix at the bottom of the ramp. So he never stood a damn chance with that one. 5-1 Astralis off of the back of a force buy win in round 2. They find themselves on fire.
Yeah. I wonder if they're going to continue to try outside stuff or if they'll do any set plays. I think they still have lots of stuff that they can explore outside. And I think they might be a little intimidated to have seen, you know, where Farley was playing out on top of the air conditioning unit with a big garage player still alive and that kind of speedy lurk in that position. But I personally think they need to put more pressure on Squeaky, especially instead of playing it quietly. They can throw their outside presence and just put lots of pressure on Squeaky at the same time, keep that mini player distracted, or even get the kill sometimes. That's the big thing. If you put down spams on the cross, you can force the CTs to consistently re-smoke Squeaky or just straight up win the duel versus them if they're standing outside floating in front of mini. Yeah, slipping in events, slipping into mini, or just doing outside stuff with some Squeaky pressure. It all complements each other.
Buyback on the cards here for IHC. T-side always a task. And a little variation on their outer smokes too, but nobody behind those whatsoever.
Going right into the upstairs hit.
Config with the nade ready.
Whoa, low nades. Oh my god.
Gets around. Oh, fire from Config. We'll find Blitz from beyond the grave.
They're not clearing him. They're not clearing each other. Oh, wait, what the hell? Score.
He's staring at him.
He should have been able to see him that whole time, right? I don't know. Maybe he ducked and he actually couldn't see him for a second.
Cabal in the 1v3. We'll have time to process after, but there it is. Just locked down on the A site. I swear Score saw him.
Yeah. It looked like he, like in our minds, when you think about upper site, you have full vision of the top of the site from the outside, so like the perimeter of the site. But Glaive did tuck when he got blinded. Would love to watch that back to know for sure, but yeah, I guess, I don't know. That was really, like they did the fast outside smokes, flash outside, upper exec, but the upper exec had, I don't even think upper exec had a single flashbang there until later on. They just ran out through hut to make sure to get in between all the nades.
Config did a really good job. Just hits the incendiary from the right peak, comes over to the left, takes one, a little bit of extra damage on it, serves up a great distraction. And we're going right back into the aggression here. Glaive, he wants to pressure lobby. Looked like he was about to rob a frag, but smokes go up. Double incendiary outside of Squeaky Door, and IHC, dude, feels like they're just kind of hitting walls. They feel the opening towards ramp, but that's where Farley awaits them.
Love this angle.
Nice and clean.
I love how it's like, if you step halfway into the vent, you get an even better angle. That part's cool.
Oh, Blame F. Cleaning up. 2 kills for him. Techno, good trade. And then Config actually dying out to what's left of Techno 4K. He's got a quarter of his health. Tries to go for that Tech 9 rush out through Squeaky. Zipix from the rafters. Easy does it. And they draw them out from Squeaky Door to their own demise. Now 9 will find the back of Glaive. Quick tap on the Tech 9. Sees both those CTs up in the rafters, but, you know, he needs the bomb. And unfortunately for 9, that's going to be his very end. CT's keeping eyes on it. Insta-kill from the USP. Astralis, 7-1.
Once again, Techno 4K, the youngest player at the major, 16 years old, just slightly younger than Monacy by just like 20 or 30 days. He is a guy who got onto IHC because he subbed in for somebody else who broke their hand smashing their table. So he subbed in and destroyed, and then they ended up keeping him as a permanent player on the roster because he was such an impressive sub. But a Phenom's been playing kind of, I don't know when he joined the team, if it was like a year ago or what, but played since he was much younger even. So far so good from Astralis. And I think, again, the best part is that they're not only just playing CS, like they know how to play Nuke, and they're willing to show that they feel comfortable to just push it to the limit. People have a little bit more freedom. They know they're going to win this match. Let's peak where they don't expect us to. Let's take a couple more individual risks. Let's dominate, you know, because this is the game they're supposed to. But like a couple months ago, Astralis didn't have that confidence. Like they were so messy, everything was going wrong. They have made a huge recovery in terms of their roster overall, new coach, new opper, and the team in terms of the calling suddenly looks like it's taking, you know, basically a 360, so, or a 180, I should say.
Ooh, Farley, dude, it's a Tech 9.
Tech 9?
And he just pounds him back with it. Glaive will get a kill from inside sight,
was nasty.
dude. That side of that smoke, but, oh, 9 at the very least. Send him
should have stuck to the Tech 9, huh?
Yeah. Send him back through Mini. But again, losing bomb out on the floor here. It's recovery mode for IHC again. Double Tech 9.
The Tech 9, that was crazy.
You know, we thought the 5-7 was going to have its phase.
Yeah, I mean, same phase. I mean, they're both $500, you know what I mean? They're the competing pistols.
Glaive, good positioning, catches 9 off guard. And with that, Cabal has no bomb, no teammates, a smoke and an AK. And already Zipix staring down at him, so...
He's about to turn into a pancake.
Flattened, you'd assume, unless... Yeah, it takes him out at the knees. Zipix gets red. 30 seconds left. Cabal trying to piece together the clutch here. This one arguably winnable, but just tough, man. Real tough. Okay. Smoke set up for the peak. Pops right through it. Confirms Glaive's position. Tries to chase that one. If he had gotten that insta headshot, maybe he turns it down to Blame F, but no. It is an 8th for the CT side.
Yeah.
Nay.
The Tech 9. I mean, two
Tech
your
9,
riflers die in the Tech 9. They were going to go for the fast mini split, so that, you know, one gliding down the... Damn it, I spent so long trying to figure out what the name is for the thing that rolls down the metal sheet in front of your storefronts.
Ah, rolling doors.
But yeah.
But what is it called?
I guess, yeah. There was a word, of course. There's always a word for it, but... Let me ask, what are you Googling? What do you call it when you Google it?
I Googled door roller name.
Yeah.
And a roller shutter.
A roller shutter. Yep. Oh, okay.
A roller shutter, security shutter, coiling door, or roller door.
I like coiling door,
or
too.
even a sectional overhead door.
That one's nerdy.
Yeah. Coiling door sounds cool.
That's cool.
Like a snake.
Because, yeah, he was surfing down the coiling door. That's so cool. And his teammate was running over top of Mini. I mean, they were just already in the mindset that, like,
they had the
front
wrap.
red is clean.
Yep.
Yeah, they're probably playing back red and, spotting the cross from spawn, and we're just going to get this split off. We're going to kill the Mini guy. And then Farley was in an awkward spot for having an op as his primary, right? But then
felt compromised.
Yeah. And then he's like, "Oh yeah, I have a Tech 9."
Yeah, thanks for that.
And he started getting faster and faster when he's clicking.
Did you ever use your scroll wheel to fire the Tech 9 as fast as possible?
No, because I have a spine.
Okay.
And this thing called integrity.
Oh yeah.
So.
Yeah. See this compass? Measures morals. Shame, because IHC, they won that pistol, dude. And all of a sudden there was a blip on the radar.
That was an amazing pistol, though.
It was an amazing pistol.
Yeah.
That's the Hugo Byron. Calls it every face it. He calls that pistol so often, okay, that we were playing face it the other day, and the team we played against, who we had played in the past, knew that was the strat.
Oh, no.
Hugo Byron got counter-stratted in a face it game, dude.
Wow.
Just saying.
My subs have a strat called the Davis, where on overpass you take pistols and you run through party to the top of bathrooms to the bottom of bathrooms. If you don't see anybody, you go B. If you get the kills, you go A.
Okay. Works every time?
Everyone does this, though. It's not even a, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Predictable.
Yeah. It works, though. It's really actually unstoppable.
Blame F with headset off.
Blame F is more tanned, more vascular.
Yeah.
Fragging harder than he's ever had. I think he's in his peak right now, actually.
Okay.
Probably top 3-4 player in the world right now.
I know why.
Go ahead.
I have a story.
Yep.
So we get here, first day, you and I. I'm coming back from North America. I got a little jet lag, So I'm not getting out of bed.
Okay,
as
EG.
early as I need to.
Yeah.
So it's about maybe 12:30. I'm walking down the hallway. I get to the elevators. I see Blame F. I said, "Yo, good morning." And he just looks at me. "Good morning? Good morning? It's 12:30. I said, "Oh yeah, you know me, man. Like, oh sorry, dude. It's morning for me." And he goes, "That is not the Astralis performance method."
What the hell?
I said, "What?"
He's been inundated with Astralis propaganda.
I said, "What, dude?"
No
he
way.
said, "Yeah, 7 a.m. Get out of bed. Astralis performance method."
Everyone. Zipix sets his alarm and goes back to sleep.
Yeah, he checks
Come
in and
on.
guys, I got to just go for get a coffee.
Yeah, I'm sure Config pops out of bed at 7 in the morning.
Yeah.
It's just blame the whole time.
It's just blame.
Everyone else lying to him.
Blame
yeah,
F's
we do that too.
Performance model.
He said, "Why aren't you in the gym?" It was just, we already went. That's what they tell him. They said they went at 6.
Yeah, right. Yeah, Blame F. You got to
That's
step it
why
up.
he's so big. He thinks he's behind. He doesn't even realize
He's trying to catch up.
Doesn't realize how skinny his teammates are compared to him.
Right now, he's leading the show, man.
Yeah, he's leading the show. He's just his M4 A1S is insane. He has unbelievable CT sides. His shots always look very relaxed too. He's not really doing anything too crazy aim wise. Just sound positioning and farming consistently since the end of 2021. Straight up, one of the definitely top 3 rifler right now. Just and that's through so much down period for Astralis.
Yes,
it also makes it more impressive because a big criticism for Blame F in last year, at least for me, is like I made my own kind of top 20 list of players who I thought. I didn't put Blame F on the top 20, even though he had the stats to be in there. And the reason was because he just wasn't part of a project that won anything or really did anything, and then just blew up after a couple of months. And that was despite him playing well. It wasn't that he was a problem. It's just that he wasn't part of any real teams. The complexity project, everything just fizzled out and stopped. And then he joined the Astralis and showed that it wasn't the projects, it wasn't him, that was destroying the projects or anything like that. But he still had to play on a team that almost went in that direction.
Yes.
Right. He did play on a new team where he could see the past happening again, and still
had to stop
stuck
it.
through that. So, yeah, I think he proved a lot in that sense. And I think this major will of course, be a
proving ground.
A capstone for the past 8 months of kind of not winning any tournaments or really struggling to match a good performance individually from him, and also a good team result, which Astralis need desperately.
I feel like this could be the lineup for it, dude. I think Farley's been slotting in really nicely.
Solid.
I love the fact that Farley is a bit more dynamic when it comes to the AWP and the M4s, right? It does just give Glaive a new tool to work with.
Yeah. Yeah, my favorite part about the Glaives calling is, like, if he gets a new player on his team, he doesn't try to make that player play like his old roster. He's not trying to make Astralis 2018 again. If he gets new players, he's going to find a new style. So with Farley, you got a player like Farley and Config himself. You've got more aggressive leading players than you did on the old Astralis already, just with those three. And the actual really weird part was that Glaive's roles and Blame F's roles of all the people were the ones that were overlapping the most. So he did have quite a few layers of complication to have to work through. And I want to say, I mean, maybe it's coincidence or not, but Trace F coming onto the team and their team looking increasingly better as the tournaments go by, I want to say is not a coincidence either. He must be, I think, helping out.
Impact, yeah.
Yeah.
On a chemistry level, feels like he fits right in with the guys.
I mean,
it's
yeah.
Config's new right-hand man.
Yeah, I think Config's the smallest one. Trace is like a little bit bigger, and then Blame's the biggest.
Yeah.
But they're all just like a bunch of Geo dudes.
Rock solid.
Yeah.
I feel like, Trace's impact could also be correlated to Config's. I think Config, the consistency question was a talking point. I think less so now.
Yeah.
Less so. Maybe that also couples nicely with, I think, like this surge of success on Ancient as well for Astralis.
Yeah.
We had this hilarious conversation with Trace and with Config. Yeah.
Okay, you want me to tell you? Okay, so it was actually about Nuke.
Yep. Was it Nuke or Ancient?
Well, it was about Nuke, but we were talking about a bunch of stuff, and then Config was having a great time. Okay, first of all, and besides putting his tongue in Connor's nose.
Oh my! You had to bring it up.
And he said basically, "Wow, we were doing all this stuff," and I was like, "Man, it's not really working. It's not really working. I'm gonna push Squeaky," and I could see Trace F behind him saying, "Oh man, I really didn't want him to push Squeaky this map." And then he just goes, "Fuck the game plan. Fuck the game plan. I'm pushing Squeaky." And then he pushed Squeaky and he just like killed everyone. For like the whole half, he kept doing that. But when you sign a player like Config, of course you need him to play within a system. But not the first time I've heard from teammates of Config and IGL of Config and people who know Config that you have to accept that with the rest.
It's what comes with him.
Yeah, it comes with it. When he knifed that dude, was it on Nor?
Yeah, A-site overpass, right?
A-site overpass, and
I think it was when
he
he was
knifed. I
playing for
can't
North.
remember. That was the most absurd thing I've ever seen a Counter-Strike player do, and that was in a major qualifying match. And if they had lost that round, they would
That's what he does.
Not qualified, and Config went for like a 10-second knife, basically. And right after the comments were, first of all, I remember his teammate Cajun B, "Just kill him, kill him." You could see him on his camera screaming at him. And then afterwards, it's like, you got a player like Config, that's how he's going to be sometimes.
Yes.
That's how he's going to be. But that's really for him. I mean, he has the peak LAN record in terms of kills, 47 frags on overpass. Still unbeaten for
It's what we
7
talk
years.
about with identity, though, man. That to me is like Config is such an example of a player who no matter the system, no matter the team, no matter the teammates, he has an identity, and it's clear in his gameplay. And if you lose that, you lose a part of yourself, you lose your confidence, you just lose, you lose your footing, dude. You got to be certain in who you are and what you do. And Config knows what he does best.
Yeah.
So he does that.
And that's
he's one of those guys that's been breaking rules his entire life.
Yes.
You just know it. He's been
Yes.
breaking rules. And with that, he breaks records.
Yeah.
And he breaks expectations.
He even broke his hand once.
Yeah, there you go,
Just
man.
breaking everything.
He just does what he does.
Glaive, that's why I think Glaive's a good IGL for him. Glaive's the kind of guy, like, even if you're a nobody, Like even I came up to him and I was like, "Here's like a good strat, Glaive." He'd be like, "Yeah, sounds pretty good."
Yeah.
He would literally say that instantly. And you wonder like how much he actually thinks about everything, but he is open to ideas, and I think that malleability is what makes him a good caller for changing rosters. But here we are, back into the match.
Here we go. We'll get to the tongue story another day.
Yeah.
Leave that one stew as Blame
Legend
F.
stage. We'll get to.
Yeah. We got plenty of time. Plenty of time. But a 4v5 for Astralis to try and fight back with. You know how I feel about people who play this position?
It's a good spot.
It's so good, man, but it's also so ratty. Farley pops up. Ooh, missed shots, though. Easy dive back down, waits out the bullets. Oh, the bomb! Config.
He pushed Squeaky.
Yes, he does, because he breaks rules. He does what he wants.
Wasn't in the game plan.
Glaive on the other side of those smokes, and Techno 4K slips through credit card. Farley decides not to go for the Heaven Peak, but instead comes back at it from Hell, and Techno in the open is going to be Farley's victim. Although that's 7 HP left on Farley, as he gets his 13th kill of this map. And to me, we're getting stringy, as we did in the second round of this T-side. Cabal, he had to go and recover that bomb that was already on its own. And Glaive going to continue with this disrespect, but Cabal's ready for it. He's waiting for it. Oh! And he reacts a little too slowly.
Now, you think he headshot him, but he only had a Galil?
Yikes. Oh, so much damage. We have 16 health for 3 CTs combined. This is such a winnable round if there was only more time. 9 falls down as Astralis hang on. They have no business surviving every one of those fights, but they do. And with it, they'll all stand tall. 9 rounds to 1.
That's crazy. Every single duel?
Everyone.
Every single duel. Here we go. Let's watch him back. Oh, through the center. Oh, my God.
Dude. Who put that there?
Yeah.
Okay, hot take. It should be 1 glass window.
Okay.
There shouldn't be a
2 windows?
structure in the center. Yeah.
But 2 windows changes the meta.
Of course. Hot take. And a hot start. Quickly towards the ramp they push. IHC trying to chase Zipix. I love that grenade. Helps it out wonderfully. That's why the USP is enough to best blitz. Config on the attack. And Cabal now down alongside
They
9.
can dink anybody.
How many times?
They can't kill anybody.
How many times are they going to survive with sub 10 HP?
I've dinked 6 people in 2 rounds there without any kills.
And so Astralis keep this ball rolling.
There's still enough rounds in this half to show us, some cool stuff about what they're capable of on this T side. And, of course, insanely ambitious to pick the map. We said that, but that's not to say we didn't want to see it. We absolutely want to see something like that.
Sure.
It makes it more interesting, and I think this major is much more about the quality of the games for IHC than it is about winning the major. And for the fans of the team as well, this is just the first block in the story. And I think an impressive result would be getting to the Legend stage, right? Not necessarily even beating Astralis in the Challengers. Getting through a scrappy Challenger stage, qualifying to Legends, that would be impressive. And even if they lose this match, doesn't mean that they couldn't. It's still a very tough stage overall, lots of great teams. But in a match like this, you're looking for a few good rounds where you're like, damn, we played super well. We showed a lot of confidence, no pressure. Our preparation paid off. Our individual shone. And we could take that into the next one.
Blame F pressed so close to the base of Silo. We've seen Farley get away with some shenanigans. Looks like Blame looks to take his turn. And what's nice about this position from Zipix is it's just going to draw them around that corner. Blame F decides to recede slightly to the bottom of Silo. Techno comes up to check him. Insta headshots out of Astralis. A 5 versus 3 in an instant.
Oh, they're letting the rifles roam a little bit.
Cabal wants to help out from above, and Zipix looks to get his name on another one. Ooh, Cabal's going to win that fight. Config kills Blitz inside of lobby because that's what he does. And they still haven't checked, dude. Straight down beneath them, baby. Blame F waits out everything. And from what looked like a position to get the first kill of the round, Blame F has to hold off until he gets the last frag.
Yeah, yeah. And he's stuck in that spot. And it's an interesting position because it's a really good spot still to fight the outside cross.
Ooh, baby.
Sometimes even if they know you're there, you can still get more than one. And Glaive just has to pick his times to cover above him. Glaive trusts him. Comes down to timing a little bit. IHC could have done a touch more in terms of trying to take outside control if they're going to fight that way. Where isolating Blame, forcing the back big garage Opera Rifler to have to fall out, not letting him get that first duel as well. That would have been, you know, the most important way to start. But instead, they tried to take on all those fights at once.
Oh. Oh. Nope. Techno trying to figure out the spams, but she doesn't connect. Instead, Zipix with the opening. Blame F finds 9 as well, so that one comes outdoors, and unfortunately for IHC, they can't get in, man. Astralis is just such a nuisance at picking, poking, plotting. You know, they're that cousin that comes over to your house during Thanksgiving and he just pokes you, and he just you know, the one you really want to just kill, but
you
know, it's family.
Yeah.
Right now,
can't pick him.
You know, he's like the favorite cousin, and that's the thing. IHC, they try to replicate what Astralis does, but Astralis are just better at it. You know, Grandma loves them more.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Everything okay?
Working on it.
Yeah. It's gonna be okay. The think tank is still going here for IHC. The remainder of this T half. But yeah, there are still some layers missing. I think that's definitely clear. I did honestly watch them play the ancient match. Looked great, but I think there's default they have to put in a little bit more effort. And oh no, a smoke gets missed.
It's tactical, actually.
Yeah, they haven't missed too many. That's all right.
Nice flash.
Yeah,
Blame
that
F
works
doesn't see
out.
anything. Cabal's got an entry, but here's Config in the middle of it all. We got
Not
Techno
bad.
4K with 2 bombs still, though, backed by Vent, and that's going to make things awkward while Zipix holds this cross.
Or they just smoke it. Oh, come on, boys.
They
Not
do
like
what?
that. That's an important resmoke. And
But, I mean, at least Techno could be ready. He knows that gap is there.
okay, yeah, that's awesome. I mean, that's something where some teams maybe skip, and they don't. They're like, all right, this is an important cross.
Nice nade. Not enough. Farley gives himself a little space to work with here, and he's got 3 players down beneath him. 9 towards Hut, keeps checking Mini, but now he's been seen, spotted, yet to be dealt with. Woo! Farley tries to come over top, and it looks like IHC have done it. They've broken through.
Let's go.
A second round on the T side for IHC, and one that they had to finally fight through Config. You know, he's trying to keep his head on a swivel outside of Vent, stop that bomb initially. It was recovered, and like you said, sometimes you skip steps. But the fact that they used that second smoke to guarantee they could get bomb back,
yeah,
that is why they had a chance in this, and that's why they have 2 on the scoreboard with a potential 3rd to come.
Absolutely, absolutely. When they go through the fast mini split again, which in the past they failed, this time they come through on a slightly different timing. They're a little bit more careful. They are learning as we're going, which is solid. I don't know if they're going to try to play this just to win the round, attempt it again. But yeah, at least more pressure in through Squeaky and through Hot as well, as a couple things I've noticed as the rounds have rolled on, which I think is good. Getting more comfortable with that. I think it's a sign of confidence when a team is spamming a bit more, being less shy. But Blitz gets picked off walking across to red. Not the first time Farley's been over here as well. Actually, don't think it does suck to lose a player on Nuke on T side, but in this position, they can still pull off a number of things and make it feel like 5. Biggest problem is that Astralis know nobody else is outside. The longer this goes on, the more Config will be comfortable, because if they don't molly out Hut and they execute straight up, he's chilling.
He backs up a bit. He's going to give it to him. Clave's nade, a little late to find damage on the front runner. Cabal, though, can't get the kill to Config. Then the Heaven support comes out, and they reroute. They're going to head straight downstairs, and a spray from 9 into Config. Missed shot from Farley. That's space on the back of sight, but it's getting claustrophobic. Blame F comes down from Secret. Cabal with a headshot inside of the vent. He's going to die out to Blame F, and we've got a retake rolling. Farley over towards ramp, finds that lurk from 9. Now it falls to Score. Both these CTs coming in from ramp, and he knows it. He's going to try to dive back behind the site, but in doing so, gives away the kill, gives away the round, and it's 13 locked in Astralis.
I wasn't expecting the vent dive there, I think, and it didn't look like Astralis were totally ready for that either. They got the bomb downstairs so fast, and that smoke on its site. Farley missed a couple of opportunities where Techno 4K was just trying his hardest to keep him busy as the smoke to connect Decon to the back plant took a couple of extra seconds. That was a close one. I mean, that's even after losing their first one on the cross and their default originally. So, yeah, they had some ideas there. Bit missy getting into place, but that got crazy. I didn't even know they actually had an extra player to lurk out of ramp late.
Yeah, that was actually
like, 3 players dropped down vent.
Yeah. 9 kills Config on the
can't
spray.
Be because one was Squeaky guy went back.
Squeaky guy went back.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Quick run, though.
So that was good.
Felt like that was fast. But IHC 100% pistol win rate versus Astralis.
On LAN at Majors, too.
See if they can hang on to that one here as the Danes take to the T side of what is their hometown. Nuke belongs to Denmark. And we're back. Just like that. Okay? A little bit of Counter-Strike magic. We don't need to dwell on it. I'll let you know what happened. Okay? Astralis, they win the pistol. It was a 5 versus 3 for the side of IHC, and then Zippix. Woo, 2 insta-headshots.
What?
Config, he adds one to the tally. Blitz tries to return it. Blame F's down. Bomb planted, and in that post, it's Config and Zippix with another couple, and between the two of them, that's 4 frags for Astralis with the second pistol win.
Just like
14-2. Brah.
But
We're
Zippix
back in action.
tied for top frag, 16-6. Everybody's putting in work right now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And unfortunately for IHC, it is desperation mode. As the Force Buy nets them a Scout, a Mag 7, 2 smokes, and Deagles, baby. Up close, Zippix with the insta-headshot that is blitzed down, and the A site crumbles with it because that was all that was there. The only A defense was that. And then 9, poor guy, gets Mag 10 through smoke. Mag 7 with nothing. And Astralis about to lock in 13 match points versus IHC.
Yeah, basically, just nothing to work with there.
I mean,
that's a shame.
What more can you expect, unfortunately?
Yeah. Maui tweeted me after we made fun of him about the analysts being themselves.
Yep.
And he said, I believe... Ooh, wait a second.
Ooh. You want another one? I'll give you one more.
Okay.
NT, my friend. 15-2, as alluded to.
He said he believed Astralis would also win on Mirage.
Okay.
To Maui, I say it as a bear shit in the woods. We already knew that, son. But this is more interesting.
It is.
Yes.
Even despite it being more one-sided.
That's true.
It's what IHC wanted. Again, it's a challenge in the challenger stage. So they challenge themselves by trying to take this one to Astralis on Nuke. Did it backfire? Yeah. Are they done here at the Major? No. Not even close. All right. But so far, so good here. In terms of the A stream, just in terms of, I can't remember exactly what's going down on B, but no crazy situations
Renegades fours?
just yet. Fours wins, holds off on Renegades in the second half.
Eternal Fire.
16-14 Bad News Eagles. That's kind of par for the course. Oof. And so everything is going as expected. And I think, if anything, it was just kind of like a lesser showing from the 2 North American teams that's going to leave some people disappointed. But here we have it. 5 versus 3 to close out on Nuke. Cabal's got a little life left in him. Mag 7 into Farley. Deagle point blank finds nothing. 11 health between 9 and Cabal, and it is all coming done. It's unraveled, and it's Astralis with the victory. An easy showing here on Nuke. I'm sure they were comfortable from start to finish.
Yes. Well, yeah. Very one-sided game so far.
Amen.
Liquid G2 was not supposed to be so one-sided. This one probably was. And our first match of the it made sense that it was, but we held out hope that, okay, maybe it's not going to be that way. But for every side, there's another side of the story. I mean, for all these teams, G2, Astralis, and Vitality, they've shown a very good face for the opening matches. And I think that's great because, we still don't know how good teams are going to feel in the first days here at the Major. So this win, I'm sure, means a lot to Astralis. And, yeah, commends to IHC for trying this out on Nuke. Obviously, a very, very hard map to do it on. After that pistol round, I was all in. I believed, but
takes more than a pistol.
Astralis were really good, too good.
Yeah, it's a nice look for Astralis as well, and they'll have their hands full with somebody else later today, right? It's 2 best of 1s for everybody. So will IHC find themselves in that dangerous 0-2 spot, or is it just another team that enables them to bounce back quick? We'll find out. We'll find out. We've got time, but for now, we pass this back to Shox and her experts.
Thank you so much. Also, Scrawny, by the way, insane freestyling. I don't know, they probably didn't, I hope they didn't hear it on the stream, but when there was a technical issue, he was just, giving us those bars. Not the case for IHC, though, unfortunately. Nuke against Astralis, they were going to have to do a lot in terms of making it count, and I don't think a 16-2 is something that they'll be happy with, obviously, but it was about what can we see out of them, because you both agreed this was a monumental task for them. So is there anything that we can take away that we can build on for IHC?
16-2, it's tough to look
Yeah.
at anything that you love about this one. It's tough to even say that they had any footing in some of these rounds. The way a lot of them started, they were in a default and they got smashed. You can't really be happy about those kinds of results. They could barely ever enact any sort of game plan whatsoever against the defense of Astralis. And so, Shocks, I don't really know where to start from with what we've seen.
That's good. And I think now that we got that out of the way, let's then talk about how Astralis made life so difficult for them. Mathieu, I'll go to you first. We wanted to see Astralis not stumbling at the first hurdle that was thrown in their way, and they passed the test gracefully.
Sure, job done. Job done if you're Astralis, and all pretty much the favorites so far in this tournament. It's quite interesting to see compared to the RMR where we had favorites sometimes stumbles in these first games. It feels like for the top teams right now, there is no jokes at all. They're just taking this very seriously. They understand how important this is to have a good start. On the side of Astralis, pretty much a dream scenario. Every individual's shining whenever they were tested. Farley was obviously a talking point. Zip at the top of the stats.
Ooh.
What else do you ask from Astralis?
I mean, Zip especially. I think he's been someone that a lot of people and a lot of pundits have talked about aplenty. So this will be good for his momentum going into the rest of this major. And Farley, you guys talked about it already, how there's space made for him, but he makes space for himself as well. He can also wield both the rifle and the op and is doing a lot of work there. Maui, how happy were you with his performance on Nuke?
I love what I saw from Farley there. Really, I mean, it's almost, what could you ask for anymore other than maybe get more op kills, I guess? I mean, but the thing is, when he's getting Tech 9 kills, rifle kills, and he's outplaying them in those kind of duels, you don't even necessarily want to change. The ceiling for a rifle is actually frequently higher if you're just way better than your opponents. You can just find multi-frag so much easier.
Yeah, and you can see the kind of risks he was taking, like some of the highlights we had. He's literally on top of garage outside. He's behind the red with Tech 9. I mean, he was getting in there. He was getting stuck in. He was trying to make the difference. And this is the kind of attitude that
Why was he behind red with a Tech 9?
I don't know. Just ask him. Like, I don't know what's part of the plan that he ends up behind. But he does it anyway. and that's a great time for him.
And that's cool because you want to see that, because that means he's thinking outside of the box and he's doing things that aren't exactly the set plays. And that's where you know a player has room to kind of evolve, right? And where he feels really comfortable. When we look at IHC, there was round 10, Mathieu, that you wanted to pull up just to showcase their struggles on this map.
You're right. To display how much they struggle. Look, they had 3 opening kills in the entirety of the game. 3 opening kills. And in round 10 was one of them. It started in a good way. It was Blamev. He was kind of looking towards the outside. They found the kill. But then after that, you could just see Astralis know how to live with the 4v5. And that's the issue that I have. It's Glaive calling in to retake some information. It's a push towards inside. It's a push towards ramp. And when you're watching that round, you're thinking, if IHC is not going to be able to convert that 5v4, then what else? What can we hope for? It's a bit complicated.
I don't know if we have the tape. Maybe with the technical issue there, we lost it. But
mime it, but it's going to be a bit complicated.
No, I think
you explained it really well, man.
I
think you really did.
Yeah.
I mean, the way that they were able to respond, Astralis, that is in the 4v5, is really more of a testament to how strong they are as a team. Okay, there we go. Yeah.
There we go.
So the opener there from Score onto the Blame F back red, and then, yeah, Maniac already talked about this. But yeah, we got some aggression here from a couple different players from Astralis, and because of that, they're able to take all the space back, get all the info. They got the bomb down right there in Squeaky Door. That's going to be a very tough situation for IHC.
And it boils down to the fact that IHC tries to play the good, like, conservative kind of Counter-Strike, because it is by the book correct.
Yeah.
Slow down when you're in 5v4. That you follow the rules of Counter-Strike. I can't criticize it for that. But the problem is against Astralis, there's such a lack of experience between players that individuals will make the difference. It's Config finding the timing of the Fade smoking door. It's Glaive pushing in hot. All of the individuals have to be ready for that, and this is where Astralis got the better off. And look, again, we could look at the numbers. They don't lie.
Yeah. We said it already, but the top of the scoreboard, that's going to be a good feeling for Zipix, right? Overall, and for the entire team.
Absolutely, but I don't want to let this become a smokescreen for Zipnix's performances, which will probably come out in the later games. I think when the going gets tough, that's where Zipnix has crumbled for Astralis. This was a game that really, there was no sweat on the brow of Astralis for the entirety of it, and so a player like Zipnix got a little bit of stat padding here.
Yeah, and there's going to be scrutiny for Zip. I mean, obviously, we're jumping the gun just a little bit here, but he's one of the players that has to prove that he can still provide at that level of Counter-Strike. I was just looking at some of the numbers. He's on a 10 LAN negative rating streak.
Yeah.
That is a bad thing. 10 LANs in a row. So for Zip to be able to grab some of that confidence right now, it could be a key factor moving forward.
Yeah, I love that you countered that in that way, because I think as much as we look at just beating who is in front of you, for teams that have a lot of weight on their shoulders and are expected to perform and make a deep run, you do have to think one step ahead, right?
Yeah, and for a team like Astralis in this kind of group stage, this is a sort of game where you were supposed to come in with confidence. They did their job. They beat who was in front of them. And at this point, you just have to keep this sort of thing up. I will say I'm kind of concerned the fact that Farlig just didn't op as much, that he just busted out the rifle so early, because that's kind of a pug stompy sort of way to close out a game. I kind of want to just see them enact their game plan fully and for him to op a little bit more, even if you know you're probably just going to batter.
Yeah, I don't know if that is a stupid question, but if you are a hybrid opper, is that cause for concern? And is that sometimes the draw of, oh my god, I can get so many kills in this game with the rifle? And is that like detrimental to your evolution as an opper, or am I looking too much into it?
I mean, you're not actually too far off there.
Okay.
I would say that when you see that kind of stuff, you kind of want to just see him farm kills with the op as opposed to the rifle. That's really all it is. It's not like this is such a huge blow to Farlig, or it's like his confidence with the op is gone. It's none of that. It's just like he wants to get kills in a way that really the game plan of Astralis when they're playing a better opposition isn't going to look like that.
It could be a detail, but sometimes I like to see these oppers actually yield the big green early on in the tournament so that they can be focused in, they can be honed in, they are in the zone, how to say. If you do it with the rifle, fair enough, but once you're on 2-0, 2-1 and you have to bring the AWP, then you have to be on one immediately.
Okay, I like it. It's kind of just a standard that we want to hold Farley to and what he can do for this team. I like that, just giving that something to look out for. But Astralis, they didn't stumble in this first game at the Major, so that's a great start. IHG back to the drawing board. We're going to take a quick break after this and come back with MIBR versus Outsiders.
Yakinda, you're a man of many talents, and so I've decided to add a new one to the list, which is designing a new competitive Counter-Strike map. So we've got a pretty classic square outline.
I'm going with 2 huge towers on each side with a bridge between them. So the terrorists, for example, or the CT side, they start from the same spots, like it's a symmetrical map, like asymmetrical map. So basically it's going to be the same like in diagonals, And you have obviously stairs here that you can go up the tower. Basically stairs windows, obviously. And one of the bomb sites is the hardest bomb site. But there's a lot of different boxes on the bridges. And the bomb site is here, behind this box. T sites are here, CT sites are here.
So this is a bomb site. This is literally the tiniest bomb site in Counter-Strike history, I think. Yeah, is this your A or your B? Because this is like normally the B is the little bomb site, right? So is this your B?
This is my A because it's an open bomb site. B sites are usually closed ones. Over here, if we walk like this, there's an underground, and the same is from here to here. But there's a wall here, so there's no connection with the spawns, right? And this underground, and from this tower, there's an entrance here, and an entrance outside under the bridge. And the other bomb site is literally under the first bomb site.
Oh, right. Okay, so we've got some verticality. So A, upper.
Yes.
Okay.
And B is lower. So
And
basically, this is
underneath.
Yeah. This is a really big area, like under the bridge. So I could make it look like maybe grass, you know? Like this is grass. Imagine grass, but like high grass. But the bomb site itself is open. It's like some kind of a platform. And basically, these undergrounds are used to get to the bomb site, to the other bomb site. But there are exits from towers as well, to like the lower side. So it's either, usually you would place your op on the bridge, but the problem here is that there are boxes here, and you can see only the diagonal like line here, so he can hold it and he has information if somebody's crossed, but it's a really hard shot. That's why you need the second player on the bridge to defend the bomb site. And 3 players as CT side would probably play, one guy would play this entrance, and maybe there's going to be a box here or something to stand on so you see above the grass, so you see if somebody comes into the grass, and basically that's the map.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PGL Major live from beautiful Antwerp. I gotta say, I'm from Belgium and I didn't even recognize a lot of the beautiful shots, so we're going to have to go explore. But for now, we gotta explore what's going on the server, and that is MIBR up versus Outsiders, which is the first set of matches on the A stream done in our best of ones, the very last one we get to introduce. Let's start with Made in Brazil, and I think the name says it all, right? It is a legacy institution in esports coming out of Brazil, who now have a lot of new faces looking for glory that was long gone. Is that a correct way to say it?
It has been, but I will actually add one more element to that name.
Okay.
It's made in Brazil, but they were made good in Europe. They got better every time they went to Europe for a Blast Showdown, a Blast Fall groups, whatever it was. They came back to South America and just started wrecking the competition. It was clear that every time they were trialed by fire, they came back with so much force. They learned so many lessons, and it shows that when you actually devote resources to a team, give them an opportunity to play in the tougher competitive environment of Europe, you will get better.
It is so romantic to think that the guys, the players, the bunch that actually made MIBR and CSGO is playing in this very hall under a different name now.
And they beat them to get here.
And they beat them, right? That's the passing of the torch, if you want, in terms of Brazilian Counter-Strike. And I'm glad you mentioned it. Every time we saw them in Europe, they got a little bit better, and a little bit better, and a bit better. And that's the only thing we can hope for a lineup like this. They're not going to show up and suddenly destroy everybody. That's a lot of passion, probably them.
That is Made in Brazil.
Very much
that
possible.
is the sound that we come to expect when Brazilian teams step onto the servers. Let's highlight just maybe the IGL. I think that's a good place to start because we were talking about kind of evolution. Let's talk about Woody, who Woody is what he's been called before. How much does that bring through, and how hard is his task going to be here at the Major?
It's very tough. I actually think that I rate Woody pretty decently as an IGL, but unfortunately for MIBR, he's the worst opper in the Challenger stage, flat out. That's just how I'm going to put it. He doesn't even have a positive KD against top 50 opposition. He has some moments here and there, as all oppers do, but I think that's more of a symptom of him just wielding this weapon than him actually having that much skill. I'm just breaking it down honestly, but as an in-game leader, I think MIBR looked pretty sharp.
I will join you. Unfortunately, I'm not on the hype train. Anders did try to brainwash me into thinking that Woody is an extremely good operator. He had that torch for a long time. Yeah. I see obvious limitations, mostly if you consider they're going up against James. But I will say, if there ever was a time to beat Outsiders, that might be right now. Let's just all take a second to remember that the reason Outsiders are here are a leg shot and a 0.001 diffuse. That's the only thing. The only reason why we have Outsiders here.
They're 0.2 seconds away from not
Sol
being
could have been here.
It's
Sol pushed him to the ropes in 3 maps.
Hey, maybe, of course, Made in Brazil are also Portuguese speakers, so maybe they're going to, for Sol. But that's true. Let's talk about Outsiders a little bit and about how, before they came to the Major, you would have to say they've been like the perennial dark horse that never really ends up winning the championship, right? There are so many extenuating circumstances around this team right now, and the most recent one that was added is the uncertainty around Yakindar. What does that mean for this team coming into the Major, Maui?
It does mean that this is a bit of an audition for Yakindar. I think everybody is well aware of his skills in the server, but to see him continue despite the adversity, that's what he has to prove to everybody out there who might be a likely buyer. Because we don't know the future of Outsiders as a 5-man lineup. All we know is that people are looking at this team to pick them apart. People, after the Major, when the post-Major shuffle happens, there will be some assets here.
And I like the fact that you mentioned during the pre-show that no one likes a selfish player. We don't like that. We don't like selfish people. I mean, at the very end of his tenure in Mouse, Robs also suffered from that symptom just a little bit. So you want to see Yakindar truly give himself for the team, because the other orgs out there who might consider him want to see someone committed to the W. Doesn't matter his stance.
And I think for all of them, we said there's 2 sides to it, or they're going to all just give it their all to make sure they have a great result here, or it could make them fall apart, right? But they are competitors, so we're expecting that not to go that way.
Yes, and something we have to give the bunch of the Outsiders is the tenacity and the resilience that they have. They are a really hard team to put down. Sure, they won't have the cleanest of wins. It won't be 16-5. It won't be perfect. We know it's going to get messy and dirty, but they never give up. They never freaking give up. They will push you to round 30 every single time.
They'll drag it out so much if they can. How many possibilities to that will they have on Dust 2?
I really love Outsiders' gameplay on Dust 2. It's one of the few maps where James is actually allowed to get aggressive. He allows himself, that is. Sometimes you'll catch him running down middle, going for op picks right through double doors in the first 20 seconds of a round. Everybody's talking about James saving all the time. On Dust 2, he's saving Outsiders' ass because he's the one that's finding openings for them so early on.
I love the upset potential of Dust 2. I mean, MIBR did start the LAN campaign of 2022 beating Na'Vi on LAN on Dust 2. That is something absolutely huge. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I'm actually not sure if there was LAN. Maybe I'm overstating my regard right here. That was Dust 2 game. I think that was probably online.
But it's still
Perhaps.
counts. Still beating.
Don't want to be spreading false information.
It's very good. We're going to check it, and we're going to tweet at you if you're wrong, Maniac. That's what we do. But hey, what a fantastic matchup we have ahead of us. Made in Brazil versus Outsiders right now with our beautiful, wonderful, smart, intelligent casters.
Oh my God, keep the compliments coming. It was LAN. It was LAN, Maniac.
Maniac, you don't lie. That's Maui Snake's job.
That's Maui Snake's
You got
job,
it dead
yeah.
on, brother. Dust 2, MIBR versus Outsiders. I like this.
Yeah.
This is a formula. You know, I thought to myself, maybe Outsiders wouldn't let MIBR take this to Dust 2. I thought, you know, I was thinking like maybe an overpass. But here we are, brother.
Going over the first rounds like this, all the best of ones today. This is the one upset that I could see happening that was like kind of pretty favored in on the one side towards Outsiders. I could see MIBR taking this. The Dust 2 reinforces that a little bit, but that's not to say Outsiders can't play Dust 2. It's just the map is more forgiving, you know, for the underdog team. And as Maniac mentioned, huge wins for MIBR on this very playground right here. So really think that this could be an exciting match. And, you know, I've had such one-sided matches so far, but this one is between two teams that are much closer together, I would say, overall, even if Outsiders are still within the top 10. So a nice challenge here for MIBR. And I think what was also said about Woody needs to be kind of reiterated and focused on in this matchup about his performances, because when we saw him play, Anders isn't all that crazy. I saw some really good moments out of Woody, and I was thinking, man, this guy could be something, but the facts are facts, and his stats are not there.
You know, listen, he's good, but Anders is still a little crazy.
That's also that's true.
Don't let that, you know,
you're right.
We can't let that one slide. Little hinge smoke here for Yakinder to climb up on boxes, and Woody, he waits. Looking for the feet. Flit able to get over top of that as well. So looking like this A-site hit. Buster chilling down on long. Turtle for the time being. Attention turned. He'll have the cover of the car to kill them on Cat. Yoda, he gets gushed, but so far so good here. MIBR locking it in with 3 clean USP headshots. Maybe make it 4. That one gets entirely shut down as the Cat play comes to a grinding halt. 2 players set up on site. That's all they need.
Hey, shout out to Turtle for that one. Maui in the last segment, and then brought up, in the opening segment of the day, brought up Turtle, brought up Yota, and brought up Exit. I think all of those players have definitely stole some attention at different points. And I mean, James is still alive. You know, he's still alive. He's in the site.
You're not trying to paint this as a clutch, are you?
He's, you know, James just.
He's alive.
He's alive.
And so he was.
Yeah.
But MIBR going to take that first pistol. Turtle with the 3-piece. Yoda with the 2. Look at these taps, man. I mean, he is just comfortable position. Dives into the cover. Adds one as well towards the end. Dude, that peek on Buster. Ooh.
That was a good one. I said, Yakinder, I put you as 3-0 for the challenger stage. You said, really?
Oh, no.
I kept it, though. And then I asked in the elevator today, I was like, you guys boot camp? He's like, nope. He said, but our FACEIT games have gone really well.
Man, you're not painting a beautiful picture.
Yeah. But I mean, that doesn't change
reality.
anything, you know,
No.
coming into it good enough to beat anybody.
Bro, I was looking at stats earlier. Devil Walk pointed this out to me, right? HLTV Analytics Center. Outsiders on Mirage. When they win games of Mirage, their opponents average 14 rounds. That's the average on Mirage, bro.
Yeah.
Like, it just makes no sense how Outsiders seem to have these games longer than everybody else.
Yes.
And yet they pick up the wins, and it's grueling. And they were a couple pixels away from being eliminated by Saw, but they're here. And that's the thing, dude. Outsiders, they are, you know, I always call them the anomaly.
Yeah.
Because they just feel like something different from everybody else.
They're extremophiles.
And they just get through all sorts of issues, man. It's crazy to watch. But, you know, the core of this team has been in a major final. Never forget that.
Yeah, they're a very hard team to find sparring partners against, right? Like, nobody plays like them exactly. And in terms of who is delivering for them, you've got both ends, you know, both poles with Yakinder on one end, the #1 entry fragger in the world right now, ultra aggressive and unbelievable stats when it comes to attempt rate and success rate on opening duels. And then James, who is just, diametrically opposed to Yakinder in terms of philosophy for the game. Ops, he's also calling, he's playing so much more slowly. And then that's somehow the perfect complement with, this sandwich. If they're the bread, you've got Yakinder, or you've got Kickert, Buster, and Flit in the middle, kind of supporting and filling in different roles. But it just makes them very hard to play against just because of those two people in particular.
Well, one of them's already dead, so make this a smørrebrød, Danish sandwich. Open face. James splattered on the long peak. Woody? Not yet. There it is, dude. You just felt it coming. And it feels like MIBR behind Furia in terms of trying to take up the mantle for Brazilian Counter-Strike. There's a lot of expectations around the Brazilian teams right now, and I think some of them could be arguably inflated. But with MIBR, again, the Blast Showdown is just such a weird event in terms of kind of like changing narratives and creating question marks. And I don't want to take anything away from it, but online CS, travel, in between.
Yeah, I think
of course,
that's all fair.
Qualifier and major. So
like it both was an event that happened that people were trying to win and play. But yeah, there was some stuff that doesn't necessarily mean you have to throw all your expectations out of the window for.
But this recovery, 3 rounds deep from MIVR, going swimmingly. They're just going to try their hands at the B hit, or not. Who called this save?
Yakinder, who else would?
They let this one slip, baby. That's 3-0 MIBR CT side. And it's good. MIBR on Dust 2, man. They're going to be comfortable to be here.
Yeah, I hope this stage is the one that does prove for MIBR fans that they have. That just show like they have improved. I mean, we've seen it for the past 4 or 5 months. They have just been getting better and better. They get Cello on the roster. They have the 5 they want, and they can now build together. And the work they put in before they got Cello has also helped. As soon as you join the team, they have a flying start, basically. So.
James wins the duel.
That's a big win.
Straight up op fight, gets tagged, but maybe Woody's still swinging that scout, actually. He's got tons of money.
Oh, it was a scout?
Yeah, I think so.
Gotcha.
If I had to assume. Incendiary goes out towards the door, but still we've got a little bit of cat control here. We've got Outsiders with a hook in this one. A 5v4.
I think we're a good casting pair for Outsiders.
You think so?
Because we also take it slow. We're
I'm in no rush.
We get pretty crazy, at the end of the game.
Yeah.
But in the beginning, I think we move like James.
Move like it's James time.
Yeah.
Save your breath. Save your op.
I get it. I watch anime too.
I don't. Bullets being spammed, and then Yoda decides to take up the position. They've zoned him. Yakinder tries to hone in on it, but no.
Oh my God.
And the cross.
See how he cheats back?
Sketchy.
Really careful. Sketchy. Really careful. He could have gone. They try to figure out which way did he go, and I think if he was any more scared, he would have actually just snuck over that way. But they might have made the right guess anyway. So
they're gonna try to smash into B site this time.
Yoda's going up towards Cat. Exit is pretty much alone here.
He's very much alone, brother. And he's able to get the first with tons of damage. James is still waiting outside long doors as the bomb tries to get itself into the B site, jumps across the doorway, gets tagged. Cello hit that.
James actually doesn't have the op here. Kickert's in the site with it. They're looking for someone.
James gave that op over and then just sat outside the long doors with his deagle. James is just always
He's
chilling.
selfless.
Dude, there are times where I'm looking at a round and I don't think James has time to plant or defuse or do whatever, and then he always pulls it off with like 0.002 seconds. And I just think, like, what kind of internal clock do you have to have in order to make those kinds of decisions without just panicking? Panicking yourself into losses. It's odd, dude. I almost feel like, Zillion from League of Legends?
Father Time,
I know him
essentially?
from TFT.
Okay, dude, he just slowed, like, I feel like James is Father Time. He just slows down time on his own accord. And that's why he's so comfortable pushing it to the wire. But that's Outsiders with a mid-contact, a mid-pickup, a fallback away from it, and then just a straight-up B hit. Kept it easy.
You couldn't have told me that James is he thinks he has the highest IQ of anyone he knows.
Highest IQ?
Yeah, apparently he's like super smart. But it could be a giant gaslight, right? Because I might bring this up on a broadcast.
Yep.
So everyone's just even more scared of James than they already were.
Now Yukinders just sounds like a really kind person and a great teammate.
Right, right. Yeah, now that you bring it up, that's probably exactly what happened. Well, now when I think that again comes down to the mid B rotation. Talk about that a lot. I thought Yota tricked him by making it seem like he crossed and went back, but they read it really well. Not sure if they had vision or not. But that's what we'll look for on Dust 2. And that's especially what Outsiders exploit a ton. James sits in middle lots of the time, waiting to see who's crossing back and forth. And the worst part is, if you're the mid B player and you get a kill, now your name tag's on the kill feed. So then it's even easier to figure out what's going on for those CT rotations. Shell doesn't take the shot on the hinge smoke.
Jay won't get any contact, but the jump across should have been spotted. Yeah, you can sense that they're there.
Oh,
a little panicky. Woody winded off of the angle, falls back. Mid-contact also being shown, 45 seconds.
Oh, they won a ton of space here. You can see MIB are a little scared. They molly deep tunnels, but Woody still recognizes you got to get something back.
So he sticks around, and they throw a smoke up. Oh! That almost looked like a collateral.
Yeah, that was close. Oh, is the guy in the back? Wait, what?
Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy,
That's
dude.
even more crazy.
Meanwhile, 2 CTs inside this B site. They're going to be split. Flit able to get across. Exit's going to throw that nade out. 15 seconds. Buster starts to push out through that tunnels, and that draws the crosshair away.
Wow.
But 2 entries for Outsiders
Bomb
as they
is so
lock
late
in
too.
this B site. There it comes. It's going to have to jump across, and he still buys his time.
Jesus.
Down to the final second. Oh, he just lost!
Oh, come on, dude.
He just lost!
I can't, dude. Wait. Ah! Why is this? How? It's beyond comedy. It's beyond a script. I mean, Nolan couldn't write this. This is literally M. Night Shyamalan Ding Dong levels of twists that happen every single time. James gets into it. I don't even know. That doesn't make sense. I mean, that doesn't even come down to James being James. That's the worst part. Like, he actually did have time to put. He just fiddled with his keyboard or something and missed the timing to plant the bomb. Like, even if that came down in 1 second, he had it. But, like, what the hell?
Paid by the round.
I mean, they still got to put up their half, though. Who knows? Might be a short game.
Bro, if you're his teammate, how do you just, like, let that go? I'd have a hard time biting my tongue.
You got to be used to it, though, right? Yeah.
I don't know, dude. That's just crazy.
You're dealing with so much trauma. Like, nothing hurts anymore.
Just like climbing over. Why climb over the boxes? Why climb over the boxes and lose those? Why climb over the boxes?
The door
dude?
wasn't smoked. That was just some weird.
But then the smoke was coming.
Yeah.
I don't. Anyways, it's in the past. There's a future, and we're here in the present. Father Time fumbled that one. Exit pops up from the Molotov. Good little bit of patience. Oh, but Kicker's got a little life in him.
Look at that spray.
Listen, baby, Kicker could recover. He's got 2 kills, and he's got these last 2 remaining players split for the time being. Woody towards the doors, Turtle on the flank.
Ooh, close door.
Kicker, looking to maybe attack this before the retake really gets going. He's just going to play it talked. He gets the first, turns around, and there's Turtle with the response. Another round that could have been, but isn't for Outsiders.
Hell yeah. Nice shot, Turtle. That was a pretty clean one. I thought when Kicker won that first one, he had it, but he was in a good spot for the multi-frag. Let him know. Let him know. God damn. Nice try, Kicker.
Flit with the pick.
What was that Jame round, dude? What the?
What was what?
What was that Jame round?
Don't bring that back up, dude. I want the analyst to talk about that one. It's just crazy, you know. That's
Maui literally jumps through hoops for this man.
Yeah, it's true.
Does backflips.
Well, you see, based on the economy, it was actually a tactical decision to not win that one. So you put Kicker at 1v4, and he only needs 3 kills to still make that worthwhile. Now at the turning point, round 7.
But the thing is, they're going to survive it, right?
Yeah, that's what they do. You know, that's the thing with Outsiders games. You could look at this and be like, man, they're in shambles.
Yeah.
How could you psychologically recover?
Every match, if you watch CS for the first time, you would think Outsiders are like the worst team you've ever seen.
But
yet
they
they're
win.
top 10 and they win most of their games. Yeah.
And they're here. It's weird, man. They are the anomaly.
The worst part about Jame is that he's actually really good. That's the worst part.
He's
like
so much easier. You know, it'd be easier to make sense of it all if he was just bad. But he's not. We'll see if they can get through this B site setup. Exit on the Humvee. 2 CTs looking towards those mid doors. Props to Exit as well. That second kill last round where he pops up from the fire and just gets that last second headshot. He's going to feel the pressure, throws out the incendiary, dies. Cello kills Kicker towards mid. Woody wants to challenge the windowsill, but a flubbed incendiary, not going to matter as the op connects to Buster.
They have taken the site.
Outsiders bruised as they take over the site. Yukinder gets in with the bomb plant. Jame watches the back. 3 CTs pushing through the tunnels. Utility in the form of Cello's smoke. Jame, missed shot, starts to fall away, pushes Yukinder into position. He's got a flash for it. Flit nails 2 to the wall. Jame comes in, takes control. Woody dies because Outsiders just take a 3v4 post plant without a single death.
That was pretty sick. The way that Yukinder slinked into position. They got so much info there. They made that hard as hell to get out of tunnels. Obviously, all that came down to that Galil spray. Nice attempt on the hold. 3-on-4 at the site, though, sometimes. You even got to give it to the T's. It's just really fun to defend B site when the bomb's down. That's for sure. I like the flash that gets thrown from Yukinder because it's in their vision, so they're going to see it from the tunnels. They have to turn away at some point. Then they get peeked from double, and the flash will bounce off the wall and then pop after that. So hard to figure out when to dodge if you're coming forward. And Outsiders will take their first tack. Comes down to that Buster entry as well.
Buster.
Busting down the doors.
Economically, not winning that round has led to this.
They're doing good, yeah.
MIBR. Oh, I love this, dude. This is just rad. Like, you just let him through the door. Oh, no one's watching.
To be honest, I wonder, I actually wonder why, you shouldn't do this most of the time. So deep smoke is coming out more often for this reason. But Yukinder's already in lower. Well within lower, too. Wonder if they read this anti-eco then.
Another boost. Jame being set up to succeed here, but CT is not going to show any skin. Flesh.
We'll love to see MIBR do something interesting on this round instead of play it like they have rifles in this 2-3. Gonna wait for this Woody Scout to ring off.
I'm down with a Woody Scout. Bit of a believer.
As I would.
It was Anders that coined that, right?
No, it was called Caserado.
Okay.
Yeah, his cousin tweeted it.
You know, Anders has been the biggest MIBR believer. Woody's Scout will find nothing so far. But there's a little bit of a pocket here for the play. Flit and Yukinder lining up. Woody's still trying his damnedest, but Yukinder now knows Joda's still back there. And he's still back there.
He's kicking.
Oh, yeah. Kicking James down. At least 1 kill. 25 HP for Flit and Yakinder. And that could have gotten so awkward just because Jota didn't peek around when the scout was also getting into the impact. He kind of bought his own time, did his own thing. And it's done. Kickert have them locked in to the CT spawn. Yakinder and Flit better make sure they leave. And that is Outsiders' 3 terrorist round wins. Plenty of time to recover from the awkwardness of the start here.
The painting always looks terrible before it's finished, you know?
Okay, Bob Ross.
The good paintings make too much sense too soon.
You gotta smack the devil out of it.
Yeah, I always slap my paintings.
Round by round. I think Nitro had the same mouse pad as Jota.
Oh.
Same boost?
Yeah. I think it is good to wait to see if they ever try to sneak without throwing their deeper mid smoke.
Doesn't give anything away either to just sit there. So
yeah.
Yakinder should be on high alert, though. There are 4 players ready to just kind of flood into the mid doors. And Cello just kind of creeping. Sorry, it was Cello's mouse pad.
They're waiting for all these pushes right now. I'll set up some protocols here as they start to slowly crunch down on mid as the push comes through.
Headshots in abundance for Kickert. Going to keep this one clean. Just like that, Outsiders, I mean, primed to tie this game up.
Oh, yeah.
It's just when you see a round like what we did, it just takes, you know what I mean? Like, that would take my faith out of so many other teams.
Yeah.
But because it's Outsider, I just remember they can recover from anything.
Anything.
It's such an odd identity that they have, but it is literally a part of their identity. It's who they are. It's what they do.
Yeah.
They do it well. Bomb plant, easy does it. Smooth sailing through middle, and the measly pistols of MIBR.
I wish I could spoil Better Call Saul right now. It'd be a perfect reference, but
don't do
it's
that.
way
Don't
too
shoot
soon.
there.
It's too soon.
Another one connects in the end.
But this resilience, I think any good team could be envious of it for sure. There might be problems, to have around, like, just be able to survive that. It's not good within it of itself, but it is a small upside, I guess, to speak to their resilience. But a lot of teams are missing that resilience for sure.
I also feel it's one of those things that's just like, can you really craft that? Is that a skill you can learn or earn? Some people have it.
You got to play.
It's like clutch. I feel like I very rarely see a player who's just like, 10 times better in the clutch a year on. Feels like it's one of those early signifiers.
If someone can't clutch, they can't clutch. You're right. I agree with that.
No pressure whatsoever here from MIBR on the A site or on Cat.
Man, they found it.
Yeah. Outsiders, they will sniff out those openings.
They've been going really light on grenades in the mid control, and yeah, I think they've been waiting for this chance, actually. MIBR just gambling on the mid B. They're set in position to retake if it's going to be Cat, of course. They're prepared for this in one sense, but
zero resistance. This is a full-fledged gun round.
Yeah, they have long control, so they're waiting for their CTs to rotate, but it looks like Outsiders are prepared to punish that before it happens too, so MIBRs have to be very aware of it. But this is what I was talking about with James, how he just sits in middle, cuts off rotations, basically, for as long as they need to. And now they'll start to mobilize, but yeah, this is what James here to do.
That's what he's waiting for. That's what he's been here for the last 30 seconds. Meanwhile, Kicker able to come out from tunnels and just really put an end to any attempt. So this one is an absolute freebie for Outsiders.
Yeah. Very smartly done from Outsiders. Not only did they find their first thing, but they kept playing.
Layers
in
advance, man.
Yeah, they didn't just think, okay, the round's in the bag. They kept one upper tunnels. James is always in his position. So that was something where MIBR should have been really prepared for that. If they're going to rotate, they can retake without Cat. They can retake completely through CT spawn. But then they need to be able to be willing to part with some utility to make that rotation happen. To get into CT spawn, they need to smoke the door. 3 players can come up, and they should have enough nades still beyond that to pull it off. Otherwise, they shouldn't have set up in a retake like this in general. So that was a mistake for sure. For Cello, we'll call it an MIBR mistake in the setup. Otherwise, they should have known someone should use a nade. And then the other thing is, yeah, the kicker alert, you know, also very possible and very hard to deal with. And I think in general, that's why people do not like playing retake setups in general as much as they used to. Before, it was always really hard to play retake setups, and good teams could pull it off. But I think it's something that you try to fall back on as opposed to lean on. And that might still have been the case for MIBR. Maybe they thought it was going to be a mid-B for sure later on if they waited long enough. They thought, okay, late long hasn't happened either. Maybe we can wait for that. And this was worst-case scenario for them. Hard to say what the call was when they went into that position. But right now, Outsider's going to take over middle slowly. If they don't see you there, they clearly know how to use the space.
2 M4 saved from that last one as MIBR have lost their lead and look to somehow recover. Yota's going to boost Turtle. Oh, it's being predicted. But they fall off of it without falling victim to Yakinder, who has crept his way into the hinge smoke. That'll be a warning sign, and the Molotov will be what unravels any attempt at sticking around on top of each other's heads. Flashbang for Turtle, but he decides not to make his play just yet. Play that hand too soon, and suddenly you're down one of your M4s. This is very much being watched by the Hawks of Outsiders. 3 players close.
Wow, just like that, they won Cat. We're almost back to a similar spot as we saw in this last round, with the only difference being Yota closed door. Problem is for MIBR, they have no grenades in this round, just the 2 M4s to work with. And yeah, they have that excuse, but that's also a reason why they should be trying to take a risk, even if they feel like it's uncomfortable.
Deagle towards middle goes down. That risk is currently Turtle clearing long A, but he doesn't go through that second door, and he's not going to attack them from the back as they're already pushing up Cat. It's Woody inside of sight. Flashbang negligible, and yet still unable to stop it. Turtle will find the back of Buster, but that, of course, is the second M4 revealed, and the B players with their pistols so far removed. There is no mid lurk because of Turtle, but is there any real life in this retake, or do you just grab that AK and move it forward into the next? Give Outsiders their 6th terrorist round win. Let this one slide.
There was a wild where it was, you know, Outsiders, Cloud9 lineup, and Spirit, who are all within like top 8 or something in the world. Coming into 2021, and everybody wondered what was going to be the #1 CIS roster. Oh, it's actually could be decent for a Turtle, and he can get more bullets. Yeah, and Yakinder's not in a position to really win this duel, but yeah, he'll go down as well. So, that's huge. That's well done from Turtle. A lot of money wiped off the table and an op.
Hell yeah, you know, it's the little things.
Yeah, definitely counts for something. But it was those 3 teams that people were wondering who was going to be the #1, you know, and it ended up being, of course, Cloud9, who are, you know, the best team to come out of that at that point. But all these teams have this kind of like slow crawl style that was working really well, and we wondered, well, is the rest of the landscape going to become like this? Are other teams going to play more slowly? Is this going to be the dominant style of CS? And one of the real upsides, of course, is that if you play super slow defaults, people are going to be scared to push all the time. You know, if you are that careful in covering things in the late round, then, you know, it's going to be hard to get people to take risk. Oh, man. Poor Woody is dividing his attention between that Xbox and lower.
He just looked away.
Yeah.
Like, I would love a replay of that. Like, just a millisecond that he looked away. I thought that was his 5v4 every day of the week, and now James cautious of this smoke play. Sure enough, somebody in it. Dodges out the shots and finds him, dude. James always present. But Cello able to refrag, wins that fight, and
he has no flash support. He's sitting up here. What a risk! Oh man, that's
dangerous
risky.
Game.
He had no one on long though to fall back to either. Oh. Just no teammates. 3 dead here on Cat.
He made his bed.
Yeah.
Now he's sleeping with the fish. Is Fishes? I never know.
Yeah, fishes, yeah.
Yukinder on the hunt.
There's not only one fish in the sea.
Wants to knock down what's left of the CT side, but Yota with the headshot up close, hanging on to the guns here. And Exit looking to do what he did once upon a time with the multi-kill pop-up, but they're surrounded, man.
Yeah.
Outsiders lost a lot of money last round, but they still have a good amount of a buffer to work with, so take this risk, clear the CT's board, and they'll be better off for it. Important couple of kills here to close. Yoda's trying to fight to the very end, man, but they're coming hunting. Hang on! Yeah, he's got it. He's almost got it all.
So close.
Flit will chase him down, and that is all 5 players of MIBR done and dusted.
That was a good hunt from Outsiders. You can see that round is lost off the cat control. James getting his kill, Flit getting his kill. That's a totem pole knockdown right here. You know, moment of timing here from Flit. It's not a terrible fight for him. And that op has to be worried. When the op is sitting up there for that long, it does have to be worried about both angles. I mean, he could play it totally passive if he wants to, but Woody wants to take the risk. Long control, fast.
Whew. We haven't seen too many highlights yet from Buster this map.
I think we have seen lacking moments from MIBR when it comes to adjustments. So this will be another test for them.
Their decision. Move 1 up cat and 2 through CT. Better get these boosts off before Outsiders arrive. Sometimes they take lots of time. Sometimes they surprise you. Flit.
And take even longer.
Right there, dude. Ready, but not without another smoke to cross. Silently moving 3 bodies into the ramp. Now, Woody does give himself a bit of wiggle room here with the smoke, but Flit's going to keep eyes up on the closest rotation. A missed CT grenade, maybe? All that matters is that Exit's still trying to find impact. 50 seconds. Everybody's still alive. Bomb now inside sight. Woody's lost that temporary smoke cover. They 100% know that he is locked behind that box. And with the cross smokes now also fading, it's just going to have to be gunfights. So who comes out on top? That's the question. Buster keeping his head tucked. Counter-terrorists not yet throwing themselves all at it. 2 insta-kills in from Outsiders, and that is just, yeah, dude, that's all the air out of the lungs for MIBR. That one gut punch to kick off the 5v5 facing Cello, all that remains as Outsiders grab an 8.
Yeah, it's very disappointing this round, especially from MIBR. Here's one where they basically had no grenades, and you could tell by the way they were fighting, they just did not want this to get to a retake scenario without getting kills first. They conceded long control, which is fine. They didn't have good enough spawns to deal with it, and only 2 players in the corner, so they left. But they immediately know that most of the time, a T team with long control that early is going to transpose into a full long hit. That's natural. But in the adjustments to follow up, or a really rough smoke, the lurk smoke that Woody has thrown for himself, there's not an opening on the left side. There's only an opening on the right side, so he's limited right there. And then his teammates throwing grenades and committing a lot of damage in. Uh-oh, and this lower push gets spotted as well.
But they can't stop it. Oh, Cello actually kills Turtle. Awkward. Kicker turns it. Yota.
Oh, he's low.
He's looking to get out, but nah, man. He was so worried that Kickert was coming back, and for a second it felt like Kickert left. But not without his head. Shadow advantage, that works wonderfully for Woody. He's able to get the better of it with just the P250. But Outsiders don't really need to worry about that. Just take this B site and they should be good, but, you know, as they do, they'll take their time.
Yeah. Try to get someone to move, and they're throwing the exact same nades.
They'll take their damn time.
Oh, they threw the same nades twice to make it seem like for sure this is the one. And oh, Woody still comes back to mid and cleans Kickert's clock. Jame in the 1-on-2 situation. And, I mean, still got them on the left side. But Woody's been fragging, and Woody will actually let him slink out. So the MIBR deciding to play this one together.
Jame time. Let's see it.
Jame time, yeah. Well, the clock is down. When the bomb is down.
Molotov, a flash, and a 1v2. I like this, man. Forward advanced angle. Open to catwalk, but that's not a problem, and James got it figured out. Molotov certainly helps. Flashback to CT, and the counter-terrorists have to stay tucked. But the timing's working out for them here. They're jumping up haphazardly. They just give that to James, trying to set up his teammate. It works. Woody comes out on top with 20 health, the kill, and the clutch.
They're jumping to spot Goose to see if he was standing there. Woody, 3 frags. Well done.
Very clean.
Every point of the round contributed something. So they still this one away with the upper push, and oh, there was a team kill on top of it.
This one from Woody, P250 clean. Dude, he owns Kicker here.
Yeah.
But, you know, Kicker just standing in the open, kind of waiting to get hit by the freight train.
I thought that was going to be such a good round from Outsiders. They throw, like, the same Hummer flash, the same door smoke, like 20 seconds apart, and then just walk A. That, you know, a round where MIBR don't have a lot to work with, they'll bite on it.
It's Outsiders, bro.
Yeah.
So shooting for that 9th terrorist round win. They would have 9 if James had planted that bomb. But hey, they still
the amount of
out.
rounds that Outsiders would have had. We counted those up. They won the major.
No overfacing here, so cat control yet again for Outsiders. Feels like in general, overall, throughout this half, Outsiders winning cat. That one's got their name stamped on it.
Yeah, that's actually such a big thing to point out. They've taken it when it's free. They've actually won it even if there's people there, up to 3 even sometimes. So, yeah, I think you're exactly right on that one. It's been the perfect point of attack for Outsiders. They've recognized it. They see it as a weakness, and they keep going after it.
Three smokes thrown out here from Outsiders. Frag comes back the other way.
Solid nade.
Woody's going to keep it tucked.
Oh, they're not mollying the ramp. So Woody has an opportunity here. There's 2 here that would have been susceptible. Oh my god, they're walking out mid.
Bro. Buster's rounding the corners towards the B site. All of a sudden, we get Yota coming back for the peak, but Yakinder's in his spawn. And off on Cello, point blank, found out. Exit locks this in, and it is only Kicker doubling back from long A. So the mid to B doesn't work. If Yakinder's able to stop Yota, then yeah, I feel like more bodies flooding into the B site. Maybe Exit gets traded.
Yeah.
Instead, we've got 10 seconds for Kicker to miraculously pull together a 1v4. Crosses into the scope of Woody, taps away at it, and it is a 7th for MIBR.
Yeah, that was big. That one was very tricky. I guess maybe they don't molly the ramp. So they can keep extra grenades, but also just keeps the CTs thinking, all right, we're in the right spot. And if they molly at them, they might go to ramp, peek into CT spawn, and that would cause other problems. And probably a lot of that round does come down to if Yakinder wins his duel or not, because Yota just goes on a rampage after that, helping out mid B really well. It feels like Outsiders have definitely been the better team in terms of quality overall in this half, but the scoreline doesn't represent that fully, partly because, yeah, like you mentioned, they have beat themselves a couple of times as they normally do. But what we have is a very competitive match already. 3 out of 4 timeouts used already now for MIBR.
Before pistol, okay.
But better to use them all than don't. Sometimes you see teams not use them, ever, and you're just like, okay.
It's like wasting food.
Yeah, exactly. Finish your plate.
Finish your damn plate, man. Okay. Eat your vegetables before they go brown. It's an intimidating camera angle.
Yeah.
And an intimidating CT team for MIBR to try and get past. But they'll trail by 1 as they kick off this timeout, second pistol.
That was actually Maui's perspective.
Flit ready for the peak. Yota on his own. Dude, doesn't even have top mid support yet. Outsiders cool as a cucumber. Then all of a sudden the push starts to come out. Oh, Flit takes Cello with him. I'm pretty surprised he's able to recover at least one there. And then Kicker just ices out off the play. Insta smoke on the catwalk. Oh, James thinks he can just walk out through mid. You got taps back and forth. And Kicker in the smoke.
He's here to fight.
He has a flash.
He can't throw it, though. You know he's going to make noise.
Man. Phases that one out. Yakinder taps into Woody on the long play, and now we've got 2 CTs on Cat, but one of them going long and the other through the CT spawn.
Yeah, still room to get interesting, and hey, everyone's got USPs.
You love to see it. Ooh, no helmets, baby. It's all about them clean headshots. And Buster,
one single, but I think they know both are here.
Trying to get into the mix, tapping at a distance. Exit trades that back. The ramp peek in from Buster. Reload needed, and it's within that reload that Outsiders prevent.
You know what wouldn't have run out of bullets?
A Glock.
A Glock, baby.
Oh no. Or a P2000.
Yeah, that too.
But they got up catwalk. They got their bomb plant.
They got a little stiff in that post plant. They could have pushed for something.
Yeah, I feel like they didn't know exactly where the retake was coming from.
I get being scared. You know, it is Outsiders. They're everywhere.
And nowhere.
And nowhere sometimes, yeah. See if Outsiders will slowly crawl towards this win.
I'm still disappointed that Outsiders didn't change their name to Overtimers before the major started.
That's winning. That was a winning play,
especially after the RMR and the way that one unfolded.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. But, oh, Cello, baby. 2 headshots. 3-man setup. Weapon gets switched out and drawn back, so there is still an A defense, but the B players immediately have to come call over. Yota going to play it chill. But I feel like Outsiders, man, they're a team that love to go for the mid beat, like the mid push. Yeah, they'll happily try and take over T side of the doors. Gun goes through. Warning sign offered from Yakinder. Buster not able to trade it yet. And Yota's peeling away from this. He gets confirmation that the both CTs are here. Ton of damage. Yeah. And that is an activation for MIBR to go down long. Oof. So now this round is MIBR's.
Yeah, well handled by Yota right there. Not only surviving, but getting the first kill, getting so much damage off of the remaining 2 players.
Jame plays this.
Wow, why is Jame here? Jame is just like, oh, trying to get a free kill if he can. Away from his teammate, saving his spawn. I guess Jame wouldn't be special if you could predict where he was going to go. Right? That'd be the whole thing.
The anomaly. So he'll fall all the way back and hold on. MIBR basically just comes down to the Cello 2K.
Yeah, huge spray down all along. Out to the cross. Nice spray down. I think, I had to refresh the stats, but I feel like Cello did have standout matches. Maybe it was at the showdown where I think Cello had the standout matches. Less as much the RMR where he just kind of right away came in. But I just remember him playing really well, sealing the show a couple of times. And he's somebody who's been around for a long time. I mean, a lot of people are viewing him as new, but you know, we've casted him for many years. I remember way back at ECS, like back in 2015 or something, that he was still fighting with the Immortals lineup.
He's got
Cello
one.
will win another duel, yeah.
Flit though, little gap towards the blue box. Ooh, finds Woody. Tried to double back, dude, but his leg's a clear indicator of the play. And with it, we've got Outsiders 4v3.
Yeah, kind of not an indomitable position, but a spot where the T's are guessing. I don't know if they can do anything off this long control. They're going to throw like a small fake. Bomb's going to rock back around through spawn. And the CTs look like they might reboost on the site, potentially take a peek on Cat.
A site overstacked, B site.
Oh yeah, they've
completely clear.
Oh, maybe those couple of grenades did a lot more than I thought they would.
Reality sinking in though. Yota gonna come back towards mid, but as he's clearing the cubby, Buster gets the better of him. Now it's all about the cross, and it's smoked. But with the numbers, I feel like there is that tantalizing risk.
They have no flashes for this retake.
They can wait out the smoke. Exit's gonna lock into car. Turtle's gonna go for the plant underneath the window. Door re-smoked. Makes things a little bit awkward, but of course there is still this tunnels wrap, and the fact that you've got a 4 versus 2, not just like a 3 versus 2, you can afford to lose a player on each end of this retake. Outsiders, they just got to smash their way in. Turtle's going to be holding off, waiting for tunnels, and it's Exit that needs to hold off on middle. With Turtle down, Exit peeled in 2 directions, and it's just Yakinder to make a world of difference. Outsiders to 10, 2-round lead.
Yeah, does it all by himself. I guess they felt fine having 4 up. Leaving the B site for a second.
Feels like without that mid kill though, right? Like we saw, for instance, James locking in a rotate, but without the mid kill, suddenly those 2 guys on site just felt so unsupported.
I really like watching Yotai. I feel like he is one of those cerebral players. He makes moves. He has good aim and everything, and I just feel like he's doing a little bit extra in some rounds where I'm like, oh, I don't know. He's adding to the identity of the rosters he's playing on, so it's really caught my attention. 4th timeout called here for MIBR. This battle for concentration. This thing starts to ramp up a little bit, nearing the end of the match. And for these 2 teams, this game could be the decider between whether or not they make it past this point, right? I think for the teams that played earlier today, at least in our A-stream matches, it might not matter for a team Liquid or G2. They, still expect them both to get through. Same can be said for Astralis. Maybe not so much for IHC. In this situation, this is it's a real tight one on paper, and I think they both recognize it. They will potentially have to play harder teams than each other moving forward.
Going into the stats that you were talking about, Cello, honestly, huge performances versus Imperial at the RMR to qualify. His only red maps at the RMR were versus Furia. Understandable. But, yeah, man went ham. Right now, it's just Turtle with the AK. So he is who our eyes fall on. But this is kind of Outsiders doing their thing, right? The average rounds lost on a Dust 2 win for both these teams, between 10 and 12. It's always double digits, and we're very par for that course right now.
Pay attention for the exit flash.
Yeah, better be worth its weight in gold.
And then I guess they're... Oh, he's in turtle mode. Okay. Are they waiting for a run boost?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess they're just going to use it as bait.
Yeah, let's go for it. Run boost for the bait. Flash out as well. But James and Flit just going to lock this in, man. Totally shut down. No chance in hell. B250 comes out swinging from the long doors. Exit looks to pinch it with the deagle, but this one's flawless for Outsiders. No space given whatsoever.
Yeah. All right. Time to wake up now. It's getting a little scary. Yeah. Outsiders pulling ahead, and it's honestly easy rounds for them. Literally did take down Na'Vi on Dust 2 on LAN this year.
That's kind of crazy.
That is kind of crazy. Pimp had to give away a knife.
Yeah. He probably still kept it. James gonna post that op on tunnels. Could be Yota to come around the corner, but 3 players emphasizing long A for now. MIBR gonna take their time, but that's James' game. Yeah, Flit, I was going to say, hears it, knows it. He's kind of under pressure, but is very much on his own for the moment, and his utility is going to force them back for now.
It's important in spots like that to molly when you get spotted. Even though you could get away to a new spot, you need to put enough time in there that you could be anywhere again, whether it's going back to Blue Bin, getting into pit, leaving, and coming back. Some people look at those grenades and like, oh, they're so expensive. Why would you waste them? Even though he was safe. But it's really key. You could see MIBR right about to go and attack just off that small little bit of information they had. And so he denies it. They'll continue on with the split a little
nice
later.
Flash.
Oh, the second one's good, but
very
he's
good.
Standing on the ledge.
Oh,
and then
clapped. Turtle hits him with the deeg. Kicker, deep corner on the cat. Frag nearly kills what was left of Cello.
I think they heard him, so now they know the split's coming.
Kinder climbed the boxes.
Yeah, right.
Yota is watching it. Oh, that's a huge pickup from Yota. James finds Turtle. Cello through the smoke. Has no business picking up that frag, especially not on 10 HP, but here comes Buster. An attack from the back of Cat. Yota able to hold off, and the cross comes through. MIBR, bro, they just put on the squeeze.
Yeah, hell yeah. They pulled it off. They were patient. They got denied mid for that, denied long for that second. They just came back a little later. So let's try to open up shop again. And they didn't have a lot of pressure coming at them from mid. No one pushing upper tunnels. All the CTs were waiting because they had a big rifle advantage, huge utility advantage. But a solid split overall, some really great awareness from Yota once again.
I mean, 3 critical individual moments. Turtle hits the... Actually, I'm going to say 4, dude. Those flashbangs that came over long were perfect for Flit. Not just the first, but the second, right?
Yeah.
He waited out the first one, but when the second one popped, he drops down into pit. So, A, excellent flashes. B, boom, you got Turtle with the Huandik. Okay? The fact that Yota holds off on the Yakinder flank on Cat in that critical little moment, and then Cello, lady luck, bro, hits the headshot through that smoke.
True.
You know, Kickert's position was just ready to face 1-2 players.
Yeah.
But he just gets slammed against the back wall. And
He
so
did.
those 4 moments, man, that is MIBR with a little bit of X factor, a little bit of pizzazz on a T-side round that they need, because it did feel lifeless for an instant or two.
Yeah, definitely. I like the way you put that. You know, X Factor, that's something they need, 100%.
Those little moments in that one last round have suddenly made this just, you know, eyebrow raise.
Whoa. A boost inside of middle.
This is crazy.
Jesus.
He sees it.
Oh my.
What?
Oh! That was just James' fight. Look how powerful that one-way is. I want to know from Woody's perspective, you know, if he could see him at all. But he also was scoped in. I feel like he'd still be within range. That was an interesting boost. I haven't actually seen that one been used.
MIBR definitely didn't see it coming. So, tricky way to get a man advantage. Now it's about holding on to it. We get Yakinder into the back of the B site. Full belt of utility on him. Buster, 30 feet forward. And it's just going to be an all-in B exec here from MIBR. Closest rotator will be Kicker towards the CT spawn. So it needs to be a solid hold, and they catch a player jumping up. They did not expect that timing, not from Turtle. Buster's able to jump back onto those boxes. Now Yakinder gets into this fight, but 2 kills back for MIBR. Kicker will come in, but exit. A 1 versus 3 clutch with no bomb currently on him, dude. How does he piece this together? CTs suddenly wait. He could just push out through the door, and if Jame misses this op shot, Jame better hit this. Oh, or Kicker goes through the door just as he was thinking about going for the window peek.
Oh, man. They almost had it, right? They came
Dude,
out
so
so
close.
early, they ran past any grenades. I was looking at Yakinder, full kit of utility back of the site. Didn't have time to throw anything. Got the molly off late. And I can't help but feel like that op shot in mid obviously helps a lot, because look at the trades. They're not bad for a MIBR coming into the site. But they can't kill Buster early enough. It's just so awkward.
I would say Yakinder also very lucky to be alive.
Yeah.
Because that's the first person Turtle sees jumping around outside of window. He does like 85 damage or something.
Yeah.
But then when it felt like Yakinder, you know, if he was dead instead, Buster gets traded out after 1.
Mm-hmm.
That one comes down to the minutia.
Yeah, they fought. They fought for that one. Second time out here called, this time by
Outsiders.
Outsiders.
Yeah. MIBR with no pauses left, actually.
Yeah. It's okay. Outsiders will always give you time to think.
Yeah. Oh, but look at the way that deflates the economy here. 2 round wins for MIBR on this T side, round 17, round 20. CT victories on each end of them. So it needs to be exit with a bit of a miracle AK play. And James just going to take it right to them. Insta pickup versus Cello. Down and out before this one even starts. And that opens up Yakinder to then come on over, support Buster. Jame even going to add his name to the hat. A rock-solid B defense ready to be offered here from Outsiders. Jame finds his second of the round. Flashbangs do connect. But then MIBR, I think they realize that the odds are stacked against them in that site. They will peel away.
Yeah, a bit too much notice with the one player spotting, Jame in the back, and way they can scale fast enough. So
yeah, that's something, though.
Yeah, they're gonna kill and spawn this early, and for outsiders, again, yeah, I mean, no tack pauses. This is the kind of round where I don't know if you don't feel like you're in it, then
talk
you could,
about it.
Yeah, you could talk. Just in terms of ideas, I don't think anything's off the table just yet. We haven't seen too many attempts on straight up long control. Just the one where Cello got his 2K spray down. They actually converted.
Jump across here from Yota.
This is...
But one flash just has the CT scurrying back. No reason to overplay. I feel like, you know, the one risk you're allowed to take is the buster push.
Yeah. They don't
Now
have
you
time
just sit
to
on your sights.
They don't have time to get a bomb plant in this situation. So
Not on A.
I think they're just trying to find themselves not only a safe place to save, but also show that there's some action so that at least outsiders don't come hunting for them too early.
Yeah, make them scurry away.
Tough that these days you've got to work to save.
CS, man. It's a full-time job.
It is. It is.
Outsiders, they put in the extra hours. Working overtime as they take that 4-round lead. You know, and there was some life. There was some life in MIBR with that most previous T-side win, but, you know, like a X factor, right? That round had X factor, and these other ones haven't.
Mm-hmm. Stream B, 9Z are down in rounds, but only by 3 to ENCE.
That ain't bad.
Okay, that's not bad. 9Z plays some good CS, man. If you watch the RMR, we got the pleasure of casting it.
Yeah.
You could see it plain as day. They play good CS.
9Z and IHC,
yeah,
neither of them will go 0-3.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't willing to put either of them 0-3. I'm with you.
Good.
I will die on this hill with you.
Excellent.
Let's die.
On a hill. This one specifically.
Yes.
Pause comes to an end. Let's get back into this action. M4 AK, Mac 10, CZ, dude. It's not the best situation for MIBR, and that feels like kind of the majority of these T rounds, just by nature of these one-off wins, economic resets. You know, outsiders getting through like a technicality of a T side from MIBR, and James right back at it. We just saw this. We just saw this. And now because he sees the legs, he jumps out. Oh, but he thought about going back for second servings. He's got support towards
Chase
middle.
his ass.
Yo, James on roller skates, bro. All the way back around into spawn. How is he both the slowest and fastest person I've ever seen?
I know.
I don't get it.
When he's facing you, he's slow. When he's turned around,
bro, he's just flying around those corners. And that was with him stopping to take a second peek into tunnels.
Yeah, he knew they were there.
What a mad lad. And, like, how do you not chase that if you're MIBR? Especially in a round like this where, like, not only could you get an opening kill because it's being offered, but then an op that comes with it. You have to chase that.
Yeah, you do. Totally worth. Totally worth.
But ultimately not a success story for MIBR. And with it, outsiders happy to just post up 5v4 comfortable A play. James misses the op shot.
Yikes.
And doesn't fall off of the box, but Kicker's being primed with these flashbangs. He wins the first kill, even the second. That's the 2 rifles down, but they will be picked back up, only to be chucked to the side again by Flit. 14-9, consistently winning CT rounds.
Yes. So one more rifle, roll attempt here from MIBR, and we'll see if they've got anything left in the tank. Again, no timeout, so let's have to play right into it. Flit did something tricky there. I think when he threw his flashes, he could have fallen back towards long or just fought from towards the elbow from the corner, but instead replaced James on the ramp, which they didn't expect, and came through for the additional 2. And of course, if anyone's goosed, then that's one of the strongest spots to defend a cat split from. Not surprised that paid off. But, it looks like they're going to play for 15, actually. Cello's got 1 AK. That's all MIBR have.
I feel like I've seen like 3 gun rounds from MIBR's T side.
Yeah, money's not been great. It's true.
Inflation, man.
Yeah.
It'll get you. Yakinder's peak, going to be his end. That 1 AK in the hands of MIBR. Already working out. Frag grenade to the bottom boxes. That's Cello only hit for 10. That could have been the end of him, but a little off the mark.
I feel like that got a weird bounce, right?
Yeah,
it
it
looked
felt
like
that
it
way.
was, yeah.
Buster, though. We saw him punished for the play through tunnels a couple rounds ago. Cautious of it, he falls back.
But we'll see if they lean into that too hard. You know, MIBR have not made a decision quite yet, even though it feels like Cat is coming.
Buster's peak being held, but he gets across.
I sees them now.
Yeah, nade comes over. That's Cello taken down again. Turtle is now holding that AK, the only other player with armor. And they're met by a smoke at the 35-second mark. Oh, not ideal for MIBR, but they decide to just wait this out. What's left? James Incendiary? And if he pops that down at 15...
Oh, boy.
Yeah, desperation.
Oh!
But it gets extinguished.
Man, that's right into the smoke. And
even then, there's still no life on this round. So imagine a world where that Incendiary does go down and have impact.
They're going too.
They're going to try their damnedest to get by, but it's a shooting gallery for James. He misses one shot. They continue to press on, and Kicker gets dinked in the process.
Oh, they're going to let him live.
Oh, don't. They're going to kill him after time or right at the wire.
Damn. Not enough teams do that, huh? Let that time expire. So, of course, no money next round. And they only had one rifle on this. They had to go die. I think MIBR, for the future, they need to beef up on these ecos. They need to have more interesting setups when they are on CT side and don't have a lot of money. They're playing like they have rifles sometimes, and they're playing like they have way more nades than they do. So more ingenuity in those situations. We've seen moments where it's like players like Yota are like, well, he can read, even the most difficult teams. So that's a good sign for them overall. And they have some entry power, but there are clearly still a lot of things they need to get better at. I'm sure they're going to look like a totally different team versus a team that's not like Outsiders. Everyone looks different when they play against Outsiders, but
the Anomalies.
Yeah. Another great name.
But they also did decide to not buy in that last one, right? They saved for this.
Yes.
They let the 15 slip, so.
Yes.
And nice of Outsiders to give them that pause. This is it. They wanted to play for the 6-round streak. And James gonna miss a shot. That's an open invitation to the Cat control at least. 5 versus 4 to start round 25. And Yakinder, he wants to stamp his name on this one. Yota comes back. Yakinder locked in. Oh, Yota didn't see it, but look at that. Yeah. It just magnetizes Yakinder's attention. And it's 3 clean kills from this full-fledged gun round of MIBR. They're not going down without a fight, damn it. They'll swap out for the AK, hit that B site. This one belongs to the Brazilians.
Okay. Double digits. That makes more sense. Let's get this bomb planted and get Outsiders thinking now. Okay. James obviously, he had a good spot for that kind of cap play, but he just missed it. So he's not having an amazing match so far, but could probably afford to in this circumstance. Kickert is the one leading the board today.
Do you think Kickert gets gets the props he deserves?
No, I mean Kickert, Buster, and Flit are there's just too much brand power and too many frags between Yakinder and James that there's no more room for attention for anyone else, sadly. And the real ones know, but
sure.
Obviously this team does not work with 2 people. They've just sucked up so much of the attention. I mean, just like a Symbol and Electronic from back in the day with, really weak teammates. They kind of have that aura, except they're not the weak teammates. They're all contributing a ton.
That biggest contribution today is Kickert's. 21 frags. Leads the server, but Yota hot on his heels. And a quick flash towards long. I feel like this is a little bit late from Flit. He's showing up, and they're already at the edge of blue box. Much better on the timing here from MIBR. That's a costly one. 5 versus 4 instantly. You can see MIBR not wasting any time with the spawns they had, dude. They knew what they wanted out of the gate. That is Dust 2 for you. And Buster offers his back to Yota, who doesn't shoot.
I mean, he could. Yeah, he could. Like, they have long. He's going to go search out tunnels. They already know it's going to be A.
Ooh. Yo, this is getting ripped apart.
Let's go.
Kicker, he's got fire on his feet. They know about him. He's going to peek wide into 3 players, and he only gets the 1. That's 11. MIBR let 15 go. Let us remind you that, so that they could finally get a good gun round in. And since that gun round, we've seen 2 clean rounds. This one comes off spawn. That better be the warning sign to Outsiders, who have now also burned all of their timeouts.
Yes.
This game, it's off the rails now.
And now it's gotten really expensive. Even though they've won all those rounds, they're going to have another buy here, but it'll be the last one, and then MIBR will be within 1 rifle round of making this a real match. In fact, there's not a full investment. James has the op. Kickert has an M4. Well, that's pretty interesting to try to do. Quite ambitious here from the CT side to try to put together a buy like this. I wonder if this money makes the money even weirder going forward. So maybe an even bigger opportunity for MIBR. Still rocket back towards long control. They know no one's securing blue bin and Kickert.
Ooh, but what
One
if it
rifle.
works?
Yeah.
What if it works?
Oh, man. They got to be careful where these guns get dropped, too. You can see that AK in the front of the door. They want to scoop that up and get rid of it as soon as possible.
Kickert's going to be blinded for only a moment. 3 Ts ready to face him, and he goes down without another.
All right.
So, honestly, you let that slide, MIBR in a better position.
The op is on the other side of the map, starting to make its way back over.
A minute to work with, and they're going to continue this press on long. Little top mid flash to maybe keep Buster preoccupied, but remember, James is still in place. He just got thrown up on a cat with that op. T-side, 2 smokes between them. Everybody's starting to press up along the long. Yakinder, what do you have to offer us? A bit more damage than maybe he should have had. James still ready, and these Deagles, oh man, they're dangerously close, but he misses the chance at the haircut. Smoke dropped in front of it, confirming that they're close, and Cello's gonna give good cover. But there's Buster. He does catch them off guard. At least 1 more added to the tally. James just position known absolutely, and nothing he can do about it. MIBR with a bit of a recovery here. The key was killing Kickert.
Yeah, they're trying to take James tried to take attention away from Flit so he could sneak a kill, and they aren't mollying him on the elbow. Flit doesn't have a kit or anything, so it'll be hard for him to try something interesting. But he might be able to get a kill and a gun as they start to walk away. And Flit can now just kind of, I guess, make him nervous. I don't know.
Die. He'll die.
Okay.
Had his hands on an AK for a moment.
Probably could have, either taken a fight earlier or gone to tap the bomb and died, or just pull him back or something like that, but didn't end up finding an enemy over there along.
So that's halfway, man. The MIBR game plan to play for a 6-round streak is 50% complete.
Right, yeah. No,
and I think Outsiders make this one, I mean, we'll see when we come back in with their buy, but okay, an MP9 on Kicker. That's the only limitation from that 2-gun buy of the last round.
Yeah, that and slightly low grenades.
See if it comes back to haunt them. James, a consistency in this lower aggression, but a fire grenade's not enough to get him back. Meanwhile, tons of utility pressure. Good lineup for the damage. Buster doesn't take anybody with him, but I mean, the HP of Turtle and Yota, yeah, that's enough to have them scurrying back into the T-spawn.
Oh my god.
Flit on the MP9 push. Oh, and he's just going to tuck.
They're making noise. A lot of noise. Oh my goodness.
They jump down.
Oh, Jesus. But he knows there's more of them.
He's got the back.
He knows there's more of them.
They're starting to push. Exit. He's dead, but Woody's able to recover.
Okay.
Damn, dude, that felt like it could have been way worse. Oh, that's like a shock sent down the spine of MIBR. What other corners are occupied?
Yeah.
If there was a player in that position, bro, they are just waddling through a minefield.
Yeah, and I think just for that reason, Kicker being left side door, if they go for late long control, that could be an unexpected spot as well. We don't know what MIBR want to do, but I can't help but feel like this Buster damage is actually going to come into play.
It has to, right? It just feels like it has to.
Oh, they're following him over to the right side of the map, too.
But what about
It'd be
that
smoke to
X
scare
factor?
Yakinder for his rotation, and they make it over to B. Oh, smartly done from MIBR.
Perfect calls. It's all about the cross, and that one goes easily. Outsiders.
Oh, let's go. We got a real match.
13 for MIBR. Molotovs to make sure nobody could just come charging through that window, and Woody plants the bomb where James couldn't.
Wow, they worked hard to get that rotation. They secured it.
Sketchy, man.
Look at all these happy CTs on the wrong side of the map.
But a round win's a round win. These guns are going to be valuable. It wouldn't be Outsiders without a close game, would it?
Yeah, exactly. There were a few traps there, but MIBR didn't fall for them. Now the match is becoming very real from their perspective. Absolutely.
What are you gonna hang on? Yeah, doesn't work that way.
They'll be unhappy about letting the CT save, knowing they have to go up against another buy. So it could have been buy, save all the way to match points. But I don't think their economy is 100% perfect yet either. Long spawn once again has blessed MIBR, so I think they'll go ahead and take that.
And last time, I mean, this just rocked the Outsiders. Exit at the tip of the spear. Smokes make them a little bit nervous, but there's nobody here behind it. What's the answer?
Yeah, this is absolutely huge. So this comes down to Yota. He's going to listen. He's been really tricky in these spots. He can make a big difference here. They might just pass by him, right? But as long as he knows that they don't go through spawn, then, and if he finds the timing, he can push through and flank potentially. They're spotting the bomb and with the bomb in mid. And they're leaving to go towards tunnels, and I think Yota is leading them this way. The bomb is...
He's trying to call it over.
Yeah.
100% he's trying to call that over.
He's found the open site, man.
And because Yakinder is also just not holding an angle on the doors, they're going to move all 4 players through that spawn into an open B bomb site.
They called that out. Specific protocol.
Outplayed.
Yeah, they called out a specific protocol. If Outsiders, if they go through playground, we get the kill. We can take long, whatever. If they go through tunnels, they are going to go through tunnels because they were clear this out, knowing we have long control.
They have no idea.
And they secure the site totally.
No idea. He could even let Flip pass.
Yeah, if he wants to.
Oh, he's going to let Flip pass. Kills him before he can go peeking through the doors. Dude, they had no clue.
A solid.
Yota. What's up? What a play, dude. Just lets Buster go through tunnels. No problem. And I mean, if Yakinder is a step further in the top of mid, that doesn't happen.
I don't know if Yota hears any nades. I think the only thing he knows is that the clock.
The timings.
When they do that, and that they didn't go through playground. I think that was the other big one.
They were banking on a 6-round streak, and they are now 5 rounds deep. MIBR, this is the game they want to play, and they are winning it. Unless they lose it at the final step. 15-14, and MIBR on fire. They're not going to be able to clear out either or any of those CTs either. So it's 2 ops and an M4 save forward. Outsiders, another buy. But it just feels like MIBR is so in tune at the moment.
Now, 3 of the 5 rounds that they won, these big rifle rounds, they had good long spawns to help them. But of course, they've got to have more ideas than long control. But they actually get the spawns again, so they're going to run with it. Yeah, why not? That's a blessed situation. That's actually really cool. So now we'll get to see what the adjustment will be from Outsiders once again, knowing the same nades and the same pressures coming out. They have one player on CAD. He can hear everything. They're spawning into lower, looking to clear out tunnels. It's like a retry. This is really cool. Because this time we don't have Yosa outside of tunnels. But honestly, if he was there, probably just get targeted, right?
Yep. And we'll see what Buster decides to do. Doesn't go. Rinse and repeat.
Same exact thing.
But Outsiders looking to stay emphasized on this A site. This time we're going to get a gunfight, and this gunfight decides either Outsiders 16-14, stopping MIBR at the final step of this 6-round streak, or overtime. Flit's going to get flashed through that smoke. Lines up 2. Insta-kills. Not to mention tons of damage versus Woody on the back line. And then Buster creeping forward closer and closer. They try to go for it again, and even though Woody's low, he's able to offer support. But now him and Yota with 21 health combined. And Buster, he is still right behind them. Kickert looking to peek around the side of Goose. Yakinder, one of the two ops still in the situation. 35 seconds, and it all comes crumbling down around them. They tried their damnedest to get that done. 5 of the 6 rounds needed, but a final step is a step too far. And Outsiders win Dust 2.
God damn, it's always a grind, isn't it?
It is, baby. This is what they do.
Yeah, well, they let it get really crazy, get really close, but they still won the map, and that's what matters the most.
Damn.
So for MIBR, I mean, they had the carrot dangling in front of them, but they can never quite catch it, and they'll have to try again. But this Challenger stage is going to be quite difficult, and this was probably one of their closer matchups.
Promising showing from MIBR?
Yeah, it was definitely looked good. I think, again, they could be a lot better, and seeing them on an individual basis as a team, sorry, not as individuals, have better game plans in the past.
Yeah.
I think they were missing some stuff, especially when it came to their low buys on both CT and T side, where they didn't show a lot of ingenuity. And if they had any of those small edges in a match like that,
maybe
that's what makes the difference.
Just maybe.
So they could work on some
You
stuff.
know, if Jamin had planted that bomb, it wouldn't even be 16-14.
Yeah.
But that's the way they play. That's Outsiders for you. We'll throw this one back over to Shocks. And the biggest Outsiders fan you've ever seen.
You'd think a professional player would remember to plant the bomb, but James thinks. He just does it. Referring to the biggest Outsider fan, is that Maui?
It is. I have been a long-time Outsiders fan, a long-time Yakindar fan, and a lot of people say they play boring, but what's boring about getting to round 30 every single time you play?
But
it's always tense.
Such an Outsiders game, and I'm like also, stepping into this scene a little bit, but now from what I've seen at the RMR, what I've seen in watching their games, have they ever talked about, like in interviews, is this like a let's break their mental strategy that is thought through, or...
With Jamin Outsiders, the way they play is always in the long run. How many rounds they can stretch it, where they're always playing an opportunity cost on every single decision they make. But if they did it multiple times, it'll pay off. And by round 30, it does.
I just love how you rationalize how they play and why we get to 30 all the time. It's beautiful to watch.
It's all stats at the end of the day.
It's all stats.
There's also a reason why we call them the perennial dark horse that can't break through that, like, winning the championship, bringing the championship home, right? So,
right.
But we don't have to talk about that right now. We can talk about them beating MIBR and Maniac. Yeah, what do you make of it? Seems like they had it figured out, Outsiders, after a while, but on the T side, MIBR did start to show some signs of life.
Yeah, I really struggle to explain why MIBR were able to come back into this game. I think at times Outsiders can be either too eager or too impatient to close out games. We were literally watching them play a 4v3 with 4 CTs on the A side, not holding the B side. Do you really need that much of a gamble to close the round? Like, maybe just follow the simple route, the easy route, and it's going to be all good. I think they overplay their hand a little bit, and they overcomplicate situations where they could just close. They had the game in the palm of their hands almost all the way through.
The number theory behind a lot of the decisions that Outsiders makes is very out of the box, but it is one of those things where you run the simulation 3 times, and that's going to pay off more often than it's not. That they've drilled these kinds of things. Yeah, they've gone through the numbers. I think James actually has studied up to Calc 3, if I'm not mistaken, and he's the guy that's just doing all the derivatives, putting all the variables together, and he's the mastermind behind these kind of plans.
Okay, I see that my analysts are struggling just a little bit to kind of really pinpoint it. I think I'll just repeat a couple of things that I heard in the green room. Sometimes out of the side of MIBR, when they had something good going, they take a swing when they don't have to, and they could have a little bit more patience.
Well, one thing I really didn't like about MIBR's plan in this one was some of the saves that they called for themselves. When they put themselves on just a single AK or a MAC-10, they actually had a round where Jota, I think, saved a MAC-10, and he would have gotten more money than he was holding in his weaponry. Those kind of mistakes...
And died immediately.
That's a poor economic decision. They need to have a little bit more, a better control and a better understanding of how to make the money work for them, because those little differences matter. Those little edges matter, because the very next round he uses that MAC-10, and he tries charging down Jame through double doors, and he just runs into a crossfire. Those kind of things cost them this game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it created a pit, like a financial pit, in which they were at the very beginning of the second half because of that save. It's something Kassad mentioned as well on Twitter sphere I was following. We talk about some of the mistakes they do. I think it's also their signature style in Counter-Strike, and I don't mind it so much. I don't mind it. Go ahead, take the duel, swing out. You're not the favorite. You have to take some of these chances. Unfortunately, it didn't pay off today.
Didn't pay off for Outsiders. They get their first win on the board, and we have all the results ready in a graphic for you, for the ones you may have missed also on the B stream. In the end, ENCE was able to beat 9Z, even though 9Z did put up a good fight. And this does give us a chance to talk about some of the matches we couldn't see on the A stream and just the big takeaways, let's say, right? First big takeaway, EU RMR so far greater than the others, it seems like. Maniac.
Any comment, Maui, on the EU?
It wasn't a bait, it was a fact.
I mean, I don't think it's a surprise to many people at this point that EU is the strongest region when it comes to Counter-Strike, and they proved themselves today, or at least in this first round. So good for EU.
I mean, we had Apex in an interview say that qualifying through the EU RMR was probably the hardest tournament he's ever played. Like that plays FaZe and Na'Vi just to qualify to get here. So yes, the EU RMR was at extremely high level.
EU RMR A is arguably harder than this Challenger stage. I'll say it again.
You could make an argument.
Yeah, I think some of the teams that lost there probably would have actually made it through this. So that's just my take on it.
All right, let's talk about a couple of results in particular. Bad News Eagles taking on Eternal Fire, and we talked about how that was going to be just kind of a Puggy style matchup, and if Xantares and Woxic would be able to get it together, and it got so incredibly close. But when we look at the bigger story of the Bad News Eagles, of course, this is just great. This is I feel like it's a little bit of a fairy tale what they're living right now, and I think they're looking to make that fairy tale just into a reality and a real run. But what do we need to see out of them to make that happen?
Well, I think it'd be hypercritical to say that Bad News Eagle are the full package coming into this major challenger stage. That's not the case. But the fact is, when you go up against Eternal, they will play your hands. You will get to play the Counter-Strike that you want to play. Most likely play a map you're comfortable on. They're going to take you head on. They're going to take you with the skill and with the fire, no pun intended. And that's what Bad News Eagle won. And we got exactly what we expected. A blockbuster, boxing type match. 30 rounds, frags left, right, and center. That's what we could expect, and I guess it delivered big time.
I heard it was the best game, all like first part of the day. Wow.
I might argue that it might be our Outsiders was pretty fun.
It was also really fun. Good point.
In some different ways, though.
Good
Yeah.
point.
I think that what's cool about this for Bad News Eagles is that they've got their Opera rolling, they got some of their riflers in form already, and against a team like Eternal Fire, that's when your firepower is definitely tested. I mean, Xantares has so much experience actually, and he has a lot of skill. And to take down a player like that, especially with a Woxic that's actually been showing some nice signs lately too, that's a nice victory for them. But can they go further? That's what I want to see from Bad News Eagles.
And on the same vein, Eternal Fire can still also bounce back, right? Again, this is only a one-game sample size for all of these teams. I would like to touch on Force as well. They beat the Renegades very handily. And, you know, we talked a lot about it. What are these young guns and Jerry going to be able to do? Shalfie, again, had a huge game. And this is slowly turning into someone we really have to watch in terms of making it to the next stage.
I thought this was going to be the Zorte show going into this Forza lineup, but to see Shelfie actually having this much impact consistently for Forza, if they can have a couple players that are stars like this, I have him as one of my teams to make it through the Challenger stage, and I'm glad that they delivered in such fashion to start the day.
I had him to pick him too, and I have to say, Shelfie was such a pleasant surprise during the RMR. Yeah. Such a surprise, especially because at times we pinpointed some of the mistakes he'd done, but then he bounced back. And that is such a great value to have from a rookie, a newcomer, to be able to bounce back and show that resilience. I think he's very interesting to watch play. We talk about Zorte. Personally, he was a letdown in the RMR, but he showed up in here. That's a golden opportunity to just a clean or wipe the clean slate for this major, and Zorte playing good is ultimately so important for us.
Because they didn't even rely on it that much in the RMR, so...
Exactly. So the thing is that with Forza, they have more tools than they were even working with, because Zorte, I mean, the way he closed that game out, that was a fantastic round, a multi-kill with the op, and if he can come into form, then Jerry has a lot of options for answers in terms of beating people, and they already went 3-1 in their RMR group. I mean, that's really impressive already. I think that they're a team that right now should be looking to make it through. I think Jerry is already in a position, which I don't know what that was.
It's beautiful, a Jerry tail.
The Jerry tail.
It's a Jerry tail.
It's a Jerry tail.
It's a Jerry tail. They really are. They feel like they're on the cusp, right, of breaking through to something really, really good.
Yes.
For Forza, so we'll be following that story. Also, I'd like to touch on the last game that was on the B stream, which was ENCE up versus 9Z. ENCE was Mathieu's actually shadow favorite coming into this entire tournament to make the run maybe even to the finals. And Spinks again on LAN. That guy is what a revelation.
It's getting incredible. Yeah, it's getting incredible how Spinks delivers time and time and time again on LAN. And we have to remember how much there is on his shoulders right now. You're showing up at the major, and you are looking at by many people as one of the up-and-coming rifles of the CSGO environment. And everyone is waiting for you to fail. Everyone is waiting for you to disappoint at the major. First map, he just completely styles on them. He's got like more than 20 kills and a half. He's got momentum, he's got confidence, and I just want to see him more. I want more of Spinks. Spinks me.
What was really cool about Spinks is that he was just finding so much impact from different locations. He's just such a versatile rifler that it doesn't even matter if he's on cat, in window, swinging from... We saw so many different looks from him in this, which is... It just shows that he's not just a one-tricker. He's not just working his favorite spot. He's actually making the entire map his playground.
Yeah, and it's so interesting. We talked to him at the RMR after they qualified, and I asked him about like, hey, you play at 70 ping at home, and now, you know, it's much better. And I said, well, what kind of a difference is that? And he's like, it's so easy to hit my shots. I don't know what's going on. And I think this is an evolution that we're going to see, because now he's feeling extremely comfortable on LAN, and as you're saying, he's finding those new spots, finding space for himself. That is going to pay out in dividends, possibly for ENCE later on.
And something that we have to mention as well is how much or how nice it is as a Counter-Strike player to look to your right, see your teammate, and know that he's going to deliver.
Yeah.
It's one of the most unique asset, unique value you can have in the game, to trust implicitly that your teammate is going to show up and he's going to deliver big time. Spinks is slowly turning into that value for ENCE and the teammates.
Oh, I love the way you put that also earlier. Like, everyone's looking at him to fail, but he is still delivering. Of course, again, 1 game sample size. With that 1 game sample size in mind, we talked about all the positives. Let's talk about maybe some of the, I wouldn't necessarily say disappointments, maybe the opportunity. Let's talk about the losing teams where you see opportunity, because in the green room, I heard 9Z. I could see them doing some damage, for instance.
Yeah, I'd say that 9C is still a team that I have my eye on in terms of... I wouldn't have put them in my 0-3. I think anybody that put them there probably didn't watch the North America RMRs, to be frank, because what they showed in terms of gameplay and in terms of multiple players being able to step up showed that they're a more complete team than some of the ones that are probably going to go 0-3 in this. I could eat my words. They could end up 0-3, but honestly, I really doubt that. I really think that they're going to at least get 1 win, maybe even 2.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of the level of opposition. And this is where we have to just come back down to reality for a little bit. 9Z still have to prove that against teams like ENCE of that kind of caliber, they can match up. That wasn't the case on Mirage. We also have to acknowledge that this is a very good map for ENCE. It's not exactly the easiest terrain to go up against. But again, a favorable 0-1 matchup in a best of 1, they could bounce back. And once we get the best of 3, that's the ultimate test of them.
When it comes to the other teams that ended up going 0-1 so far, I have to remember in the first part of the day, we had kind of a spanking from the side of Vitality winning, G2 winning, Astralis winning. We have Liquid there in that matchup versus G2, and they are the best, and I hope, let's say that, you know, before, on paper. What are we thinking, Maui?
Oh, Liquid's T side was not pretty. I would say that G2 did a really great job in terms of their individuals' form in that game. It felt like they couldn't, Liquid that is, couldn't break any single crossfire that G2 put up. And that's something that's very scary, because you would have thought by now with the Dren behind Nitro that they would have came up with some of those strategies that they need to have in place if they want to break some top tier crossfires, which we knew G2 were going to show up with.
Yeah, I just wonder what kind of mental consequence that loss had. It's one thing to lose your opening game. You go up against G2, you know it's not an easy matchup, and you might just know that it's possible to lose. Just, it looked so deflated. Like, it looked like they were really behind G2. And remember, there's a 0-1 game coming right here, right now. You have no time to just chill down. You have to bounce back immediately.
I thank you for bringing it up, because indeed we still have another set of games, and if you're that 0-1 team, you do not want to end up in a situation where tomorrow you have to fight for your life immediately. And on the other side, you could be a team that is expected to go through, that could go 2-0 today, and tomorrow just have to win 1 best of 3 to make it to the next stage, which would be absolutely amazing. After this, we're going to take a quick break, and then we will swap in our other analyst desk to take you through the latter half of the day. Enjoy.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
It's been so long, long hard days. They don't say God's changed my ways.
I think the first feeling is that all the teams have pressure coming here. Even the actual favorites, even the best teams in the world, feel a lot of relief when they make it to the major. We had the experience with players, we had the great images coming out of Heroic, finally taking down Navi. So you can truly understand that this might be just the first step of a very long way, but it's a step that matters so much.
In general, for the EU RMR, I think we saw a lot of heavy hitters that are expected to make it to the major, in fact, make it very deep into the major, stumble at the first hurdle a little bit, but the true class comes out when they then go into their decider games. You know, the example of Navi, the example of FaZe, you know, they won't stumble twice, usually. But I think it's quite interesting that a lot of the more unexpected teams have been able to upset those bigger teams, and that for me is the beauty of the RMR and the beauty of the major cycle.
I think the RMR went somewhat as expected in terms of we got most of the favorites going through, but we also got some exciting underdog stories, some stories that nearly happened but didn't really go through, and some like bitter losses that are going to be remembered, and then some people that made it to the major and will potentially be making history. And this is going to be those moments where you look back and think about these were the first steps for a team.
There's a lot of young players that now can grab their chance because they've been part of new rosters and they were able to qualify for the RMR, which is again part of the beauty, the fact that you get the experience here that you as a tier 2 or even a tier 3 team can hardly ever get. Like, when are you going to play against Navi on LAN? When are you going to play against these heavy hitters on LAN? Usually you're not, and some of them step up to that opportunity, and it's awesome to see.
Now on high,
FaZe has been showing up this year. Late last year, it was all about Navi, and those are the two lineups that would be most exciting to see in the grand final and fight for the title. Is it going to be Navi defending it, or is it going to be FaZe taking it over as the new title contender, as the new best team in the world? But of course, there are other exciting teams. G2 is a team that we think about could do something, but they haven't looked great at their RMR. Vitality, similar thing. There are so many exciting players and teams that could maybe complicate the situation.
Big has been quite a surprise in the RMRA, and specifically Crimbo, who came here as still a rookie, has a lot to prove, has a lot to learn, and somehow ended up being the most impactful player we had in that RMR, I felt like. So his story is great, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he develops during the major.
I'm a big fan of underdogs overall. I think they help the competition overall, right? And I think it's also a mark of a great team if you stumble against them, like have you not given them enough respect? Because teams that are underdogs will take that chance with open arms. I think the story of Forza is pretty nice, for instance. I was really excited and invested in the story of the Bad News Eagles, for instance, from LAN cafes to the RMR to the Major.
G2 is a team that everyone expects a lot of. They make big moves, they have great players, but consistently they've failed to deliver at the final hurdle, to take the titles, to be a real championship winning team. Their latest changes are just another step in the direction of finally achieving not only a decent tournament win, but the major. With Monasi coming in, Alexi, it's a new lineup. It's not the lineup that we saw in Stockholm, but even then maybe they're overperforming. Now they're revitalizing the team and they're rebuilding. Can they be good enough for this major? Will they be in the shape to challenge the best teams in the world? That is a question that we have to see answered in Antwerp.
I'm kind of on the fence when it comes to the final because I want to see Na'Vi being able to defend their title. I think this would be the greatest story we could have. But then if I have to choose between FaZe, who have been the best team in the world in 2022 so far, or a rematch against G2, for example, which delivered big time last time, I'm a little bit on the fence. I do believe that a Na'Vi FaZe would be exceptional.
So I'm super excited. I really hope we get an extremely high quality major. And I think because of how the RMRs have gone and the season so far, there's so much to prove for any one of these teams. Just one coming to mind is Heroic, beating their demons a little bit in the RMR by taking out Na'Vi to make it to the major. They're still struggling to shrug off that I guess trauma of can they actually win a huge final on LAN against the biggest opponent. So that's definitely a story I'll be following going into Belgium, and I hope we have an amazing tournament.
I'm with the newest addition to the PGL Major Talent roster. It's Mr. Devilwalk. But right now, I'm not going to ask him to talk about the teams. I'm going to ask him to make some magic, because it was tradition in the past that Valve would rotate the map pool after each major. Are you up for trying to pitch Mr. Valve a new map, Devilwalk?
I'm not sure. I mean, we will see what happens once we get drawing here. But
okay, well, let's grab a pen.
Let's do something reverse here.
Is this like a handball court? I mean, I've never seen handball. I'm just imagining because you're Swedish.
Let's just do this and CT, and we'll just develop it further. I think all maps should have 3 lanes. Let's just add stuff on completely random.
Okay, what's this going to? Is this like a what? Is this going to be a connector? We haven't got the bomb sites yet, so.
But I'm thinking about the bomb sites should be closer to the CT spawn than they are the T spawn, right?
Classic.
But I want challenging areas. You know, this looks terrible, but I'm gonna just continue winging it. Let's do A here.
Are you basically drawing a kind of version of Ancient? Like, I mean, obviously the CT would be there if it were Ancient, but that's an incredibly CT-sided map, and it looks like this is kind of more of the same.
Yeah, I have no clue how to draw, so this is why it looks like it does. But I will just continue doing some squiggly lines, and let's just add boxes and stuff.
This is just a dead wall. This is just...
No, I'm trying to open it up, but I don't have the eraser, so...
Oh, okay, right, just squiggle it out. It's fine, it's fine, okay. I mean, you could turn that into like a squeaky door. This is gone now. We've got a mid, and then we've got kind of a weird sort of teardrop with a line through it.
I'm just thinking this is like unpassable. Let's just do that.
Is this... These aren't walls, are they? This is just the bomb site itself. Yeah. So, in other words, this potentially is all... Could be all open.
All gray, no texture yet, but we will figure that out. It probably just says no texture everywhere on the map right now. We'll add it in later. But yeah, I mean, you kind of want 3 areas in general to challenge for. One very quick, one more slow, if you look at like an Inferno, for example. So we'll probably have this as more of a faster paced challenge area. I think this is just terrible right now, but yeah.
Has it got a name?
DE Terrible.
Our first round of matches wrapped. The second set of best of ones are on the horizon here at the PGL Antwerp Major. And a bit of a shake-up in terms of the games. Shake-up on the desk. Also joining myself, Freya Spears, I have got Pimp and the wonderful Devil Walk also joining me up here on the desk. Gentlemen, we've had some fantastic Counter-Strike thus far. Any highlights so far in the games?
For me, the B&E game, you know, going all the way 16-14, back and forth, and the emotions that were showcased in that game as well, that's exactly what I'm looking for when I'm watching a major.
Yeah, I mean, they do play that very high-pressure Counter-Strike, both of those teams. You get kind of like a clash of that style, which just creates these crazy moments, right? Which is incredibly hype also for them to be able to pull through such a close and intense game. Yeah, wonderful to see.
I think hype just perfectly exemplifies B&E through and through. Any surprises for you, Devil Walker? Has this kind of panned out the way that you expected?
I think it panned out as I expected, but maybe I wanted a bit of a closer result in the Liquid game. I expected a little bit more from them. We never really got to see G2 play their T side, which is something I'm looking out for in the next round. But yeah, pretty standard so far, but I expected a little bit more fighting.
I've been disappointed in North American Counter-Strike teams so far, to be completely honest. The way Complexity played in that game was not good enough, especially considering they expected playing Inferno, so they were prepared for it. Then again, you got to give credit to Vitality for playing a good game of Counter-Strike. Same could be said about Liquid. You know, yeah, they weren't expected to win that game. It's a tough matchup going up against G2, but the fashion they played in was not good enough. So there's still plenty of chances for the North American team so far, but what we've seen, you know, with the small sample size, hasn't been good enough, let's be honest, right? There's no jumping around it. There's no trying to sugarcoat it. It's just simply not good enough. So hopefully they do better now.
Well, speaking of those round 2 matchup, we can take a look at exactly what is on the cards for our next set of best of ones. Of course, the 1-0 is going to be qualifying for that best of 3 qualification spot for the Legend stage. And of course, the 0-1s. Unfortunately, one of them is going to be going through to the elimination matches. Again, a best of 3 series. We're going to be starting off with G2 taking on Spirit. Then it's going to be Fours, Bad News Eagles, Ents, Outsiders, and Astralis Vitality. This is the one I want to be watching going through, because we were discussing it in the green room. The fact that we haven't seen Astralis taking on Vitality since that little Danish shift, I'm very excited for that.
Yeah, and I bet you the players are excited as well. You know, being Dupree right now, being Magic, you want to make a statement, right? You want to make a statement saying that, yes, we took the right decision, because honestly, both teams have struggled, right? Vitality not up to the best start. You know, you look at this super team, super lineup, they were supposed to do better. Astralis is still trying to find their identity, still trying to find their level. So both of these, you know, 2 iterations of the lineups haven't really found their groove. So whoever wins this one could be one step closer to something real good.
Yes, but we have seen continuous improvements. I thought Vitality came out, you know, so good in this series. I was surprised. I saw a direction. They were really showing up, Masuta especially. Some clean kills, some crispness, and that's something that's been missing for a while.
Yeah.
Well, we can take a look at that graphic once more, because we want to take a look at the 0-1 matches too. Of course, these are the teams that are potentially going through to that elimination matchup. That will be a best of 3 series. It's going to be Eternal Fire taking on Renegades, Complexity IHC, Imperial Esports taking on Team Liquid. I'm looking forward to that one. And AMIBR taking on 9Z to round out the day. Any highlights from that B stream, guys?
For me, the Imperial going up against Team Liquid for sure. You know, whoever loses that game will be 0-2, right? And will be 1 game away from exiting the major, potentially in last place. It'll be a disaster for Team Liquid, and it would be a little bit surprising, I guess, for Imperial. Also, you know, the bad boy Fallen going up against Team Liquid. We know there's some internal history right there. So for me, that's the game of the 0 bracket right there.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think that's a great storyline. You know, Fallen against Team Liquid after he's doing this kind of last dance lineup, which is something I'm still a little bit impressed by, because it's not easy to grab, you know, your old mates and create a team and qualify for the major. So they have got that going. So they still have a lot more to show, I think, considering how their last match went.
Well, let's focus our attention on what we're going to be seeing here on the A stream and tackle these in a reverse order, I guess. I know we've touched upon the Astralis Vitality matchup, because that is going to be incredibly hype coming into things. Are you expecting to see that same Vitality that we saw against Complexity earlier on the tournament coming up against Astralis?
I think so. I think both teams will come out to that game with the same game plan. They want to dominate the game. They want to take charge of the game. We often talk about how you control a game of Counter-Strike. You control the pace. How fast are you going to play? Are you going to be aggressive on the CT side, proactive, or are you going to wait for whoever is coming coming at you. I think I saw in both games, both for Astralis, especially their CT side on Nuke, they wanted to be proactive. They wanted to disturb their opponents. Vitality and Inferno, you saw it on their CT side, they did the exactly same thing, right? So it's going to be one of those games that I think within the first 5 or 6 rounds, you get a sense of who is the better team and who can control that game.
Yeah, I'm super excited. You know, Asker Farlig used to be my old player in FPX, so I'm incredibly psyched to see him performing against, or have the potential to perform against such an elite team like Vitality.
He's been good. He's been good lately, right? He's stepping up. I feel like during the qualifier, he was one of the few players who, when needed the most, he kind of saved Astralis. Let's not forget, to those of you who didn't watch the qualifier, they were 2 rounds away from not qualifying for the major for the first time ever. They were down 14-11 against Heat. Ancient second map, and they had a force buy. They were forced to win set force buy, and they ended up doing it. So to see Farley play well and to see Astralis even being here, well, it was so close never to happen. So that's good. You know?
I know that there might be a few questions in terms of the KD on this particular graph, but that is because Zywoo didn't die once in the map we've seen so far at the major. I feel like that must be a major first.
It has to be, especially between 2 top 30 teams. I also did note myself that he only lost 90 HP throughout the entire game. In 17 rounds, he only took 90 damage. I have never seen anything like it. It's not like I don't think I have. I have never seen anything like it.
No, it's an unbelievable stat. Like, unbelievable stat. And I remember you told us in the green room, I was mind blown. Like, how does that even happen? Inferno opping CT side, you usually get a few HE grenades your way when you try to get those picks. So I think that's like, how?
Yeah, it's really impressive.
It's incredible. And I love how much of a confidence booster that must be for Vitality coming into things, because, there are a lot of questions, particularly about Zywoo as well. The fact that we were saying, of course, I love how Launders prefaced it in the game, saying he is still the second best player in the world. There's no bones about that. But it was just kind of the lack of confidence and conviction we saw previously from the side of Vitality. It's nice to see them having a hot start.
Yeah, and to be honest, right, during the qualifier as well, they were also just 1 map away from not qualifying, going up against the Mouse, but they lost a very close game to FaZe. They lost a close series to Na'Vi, so they had a hard draw, right? People were a bit rough on them, and myself included. I still feel Vitality haven't shown us their best level yet. They haven't shown the best version of that lineup. There's so much more potential to be explored, but what we saw in the first game today, that was a step in the right direction.
Yeah, and I'm happy. This is the Vitality everyone wanted when this change happened, right? We want to see them dominate. We want to see Zywoo do what he did in that French lineup and continue with his form and make it work with the rest of the team, right? So incredibly excited for them continuing this tournament.
Well, Ents versus Outsiders, that is going to be our 3rd matchup here in the round of 2. Devilwalk, I don't want to throw you under the bus on your first segment here at the major, but you have quite high hopes for Ents coming into this.
I do have very high hopes. I've been screaming Ents will win this major in the green room, and I'm still nervous about that, but I'm a little bit biased because I'm cheering obviously for Madden, who's my old player. We're very good friends. We're very close, and something about Ents. I talked to Madden, and he just reiterated like how insane Spinks has been in practice. Whenever he gets to a LAN environment and doesn't have those high ping issues in practice, he's just incredible. And Madden, he's not a not gifted mechanical player himself, so it means a lot coming from him.
I buy into the high train for Ents for sure. I have them as one of the outsiders who could potentially go find the playoff. Just I think making the playoff for them would be quite the achievement. For them to win the major, I have one problem with it, right? And I think they're a little bit too one-dimensional in the sense that it's a lot about Spinks, it's a lot about Madden, it's a lot about the individuals showing up. And when you play the best teams in the world, you gotta have a plan B as well. You gotta have a plan C. And I don't think I've seen that enough from Ents so far. And that's where I see the limitations of this lineup. Because I agree, if they're all firing on all cylinders, if they're all playing the best brand of Counter-Strike, there's a world where Ents goes into the playoff, maybe even into a semi-final, and let alone a final if they play at 100%. But to do that against teams like Na'Vi, FaZe, etc., without a plan B, I think it's going to be tough.
Yeah, it's interesting because I was going to bring up the point that we saw just as a showdown recently, the fact they made it to the grand finals against Astralis, and they get absolutely spanked in that first map of Mirage by Astralis, but they managed to make that comeback. So I feel like we are seeing those signs of resilience coming in from Ents, and I think it was Spinks saying in one of the interviews that it feels like they have some of the best chemistry chemistry, they have trust in each other as well, which is super important.
I think you can see that, and you can probably attest to that as well. It looks like the players believe a lot in what Snappy is telling them, right? The confidence in the in-game leader, the confidence in the product seems to be at an all-time high. And when you have that feeling as a player, it doesn't matter whether Snappy is making the right call or not, as long as everyone believes that whatever he's saying is the right thing. And you probably sense that as well as a coach.
Yeah, I mean, I've also talked with Madden, so I have a little bit of inside info, and the atmosphere there is great. He's loving life with his teammates, and that culture, that atmosphere, it really brings something out in you as a player. You want to do things for each other, you want to have that connection, and you want to be selfless because they are that to you. And that's a really, really core principle, what you're working towards in every team project.
So all Madden had to do was get away from this guy.
Yeah.
He's enjoying life. It sounds good for him.
I do want to talk about outsiders very briefly as well, considering, we just saw them in that game going to 30 rounds, as is kind of typical from their style of play.
Yeah, I guess, paid by the round. Outsiders still, doesn't matter if they change name, doesn't matter if they change play style. It's the same old, same old. It's a team you can never discredit, They'll always be competitive. Doesn't matter who they play against. They will find a way to make the game close, and they will find a way to win the game more often than not. Still a team with a guy like Yakinda, one of the best players in his role. James is also a great AWP player, so it's hard not to talk about him, but it's not a team that gets me excited to watch, to be completely honest.
No, but it's kind of this thing, we see them always get up to those 15, 14 kind of rounds with a big lead. And it feels so disappointing for them not to be able to close it out instantly, and we have to kind of watch that grind where the other team comes back and then they just shut it down the last round. And that's the disappointing part. They're a great team, they play a great, brand of Counter-Strike, and you want them to be able to push that all the way 100% and not get those moments, because it gets scary.
Somebody that hasn't been disappointing is Bad News Eagles. They're going to be taking on fours in their second game here at the Major. The Cinderella story still lives on, Jacob.
Yeah, and what a game they won in that first one on Dust 2. That was such a high-octane Counter-Strike game, back and forth. There were so many clutches, so many moments that in reality it could have gone the way of EF as well. They could have won that game, but for B&E to continue to win out these close games is interesting. You and I, Freya, we saw them at the Blast Showdown as well, where they should have beaten NIP. Yeah. They should have taken that victory. They were leading 12-3 on the third deciding map, and then unfortunately for them, NIP made a fantastic comeback and they ended up losing. So they've shown us that they can beat teams on their own level, which I consider EF to be, and they've shown us they can beat teams who are better than them. So to discredit B&E right now and to say that there's no chance they qualify for the next stage, I'd be lying if I said so.
Yeah, but you know how it is when you play a very intense, high-pressure Counter-Strike. If you don't get your groove going, you could be losing 6, 7, 8 rounds in a row before you get into the headspace to come back. So it's an incredibly hard team to play against if they get the ball rolling early.
It's the upset potential, right? They have this massive upset potentially, especially in a best of one, where, as you said, if you get the groove, if you get the ball rolling, they will run over you for 5, 6, 7 rounds. And against a team like Force, they don't have that amount of rounds to give up, right? If Force want to win this game and if they want to beat B&E, they have to play at their best as well. But it is one of those games where, let's be honest, right? Both teams now stand in a position where they can go 2-0, just be one game away from qualifying for the next stage. And I think both of them are super, super happy that they face each other.
I bumped into Rigon in the lunchroom earlier, just after he won that game as well, and he said he has never been so stressed in his life in a game. And it's you could tell, that it was such a stressful situation for them to be in. Do you see them being able to take down Force and potentially go to 2-0?
Yeah, I do. I think, honestly, the way they are playing, it's going to be a crazy chaotic game. First of all, that's going to happen. It's going to be similar game style to what we saw against Eternal Fire. It's going to be very, very fast-paced. It's going to be momentum. They're going to take their knife out instantly after a kill, try to cheat that extra yard or two, and there's going to be a lot of crazy moments. So I'm definitely looking forward to it.
I can't wait for it. I think Force is a great team as well. We kind of underestimate them a little bit. They don't really have a big fan scar. It's not a team that you look at and you look at the players and you think, wow, that's an amazing team. But the way they played, the way they qualified for the Major, and the way they did in the first game as well, absolutely annihilating their opponents. You cannot discredit Force. I think them coming into this game is filled with confidence as well. So as you said, it's going to be a back and forth game and probably super close.
Yeah, speaking of dominance and confidence, we've really got to be giving it to G2, a really really hot start coming into the major. What was it, a 16-6 scoreline to be starting off with. And then we're looking at the 3 players we want to be stepping up, Nico, Hunter, and of course m0NESY. They all did in that first map of event.
What are you going to do to stop those 3, right? If Nico want to play Counter-Strike at a high level, if m0NESY is hitting the majority of his crazy flicks, and Hunter is the one staple player you have within the lineup playing well and always producing 20 kills, what do you do to stop them? I feel that's a tough question. The problem for me is that we don't see that often within G2, and we haven't seen it often. Normally, 1 or 2 of the players will play well, and then one of them will be missing a little bit, and that's the sort of consistency we need to see from G2 for me to be able to say, I think this is a team that can win the major. I still think they're going to qualify for the next stage. I still think we're going to see them in the playoff, but I want to see G2 win the entire thing, and if they were to, we need to see those 3 players play well every single game.
But they also, for G2, they've always had this destructive CT side. They're so good on that. My only question mark with G2 right now is, have they made their T side work? Have they made that connection with each other, you know? Because we haven't really seen a lot of it. And I mean, I think it is important, if you face a G2, to win T-Pistol.
And that's where you can get a little bit critical towards LXCB as well. He was brought in, you know, and everyone agreed that, okay, now you bring in a more tactical leader. You bring in a guy that is supposed to be better, tactically speaking, than Nexa. And we haven't really seen that change, I would say, on the T side, right? We haven't really seen that effect that he was supposed to have coming into the lineup. I would even argue that Nexa, individually speaking, is a better player than LXCB as well. So if you don't get the payoff of LXCB, you know, making the T side better, or making the structure within the team better, why did you remove Nexa in the first place? And I think that's the one player you can be a little bit critical of. I'm a big fan of LXCB personally, and I think he is a great guy, but he hasn't really shown us yet that he's molded this G2 lineup into a well-versed, well-rounded lineup. But maybe this will be the tournament where they finally show us it.
Yeah, no, it is a good point. I kind of want to go back to your point about the T side specifically, Devilwalk, because you made up a good point before we came live. The fact that we didn't actually get to see much of G2 on the T side because their CT side was just so dominant. So if we do potentially get to see them starting on that T side, what are you kind of hoping for? What are you looking for to make it, you know, more cemented, as in your words?
I want them to be more efficient with their utility. I want to see more smokes and molos and flashes to help themselves out. It feels like it's very dry at some points where they're just relying a little bit too much on their aim. I know, obviously, they have, you know, a really, really strong, you know, team individually. But I want to see more tactical awareness, more trickery and treachery to cause those rotations, and yeah, that's what's missing from me.
And that's the thing. How do we find the balance between the two, right? Because as you said, you have a guy like Nico who you gotta give him the freedom to go for a play that he desires, right? If he feels like he can get an opening somewhere in the map, you gotta allow him to do it. How do you control m0NESY? How do you tell a kid who's 16 years of age, who is one of the greatest talent Counter-Strike has ever seen, that no, you wait in T-spawn, you're not allowed to do that, you're sitting here with a smoke, and then you're throwing it exactly what I'm telling you to. You can't really do that, right? So it's this, I guess, constant balance of finding the individual speaking talent, showcasing them, and also, you know, having that team play aspect. And I don't admire the coach for that. I think it's a very tough job for him to be coaching this lineup. It must be a big task.
Yeah, and so, I mean, speaking of m0NESY, you used the word uncontrollable. He was exactly that in the first game we got to see of their tournament. And it's kind of going back to one of the interviews that we saw with HLTV just prior to the tournament, the fact that he was saying, you know, they're building like a really nice team system around him, and he doesn't feel nerves, which I kind of question when you got younger, newer players coming into the scene. I'm just thinking back to Gambit at the last major, them saying, you know, LAN doesn't scare us at all. But it's nice to see his adaptation, particularly, you know, back at Katowice as well. He was still looking incredibly dominant.
But he is scared, and of course he's affected by the pressure. And yeah, it sounds good to say that I don't care and I don't get affected by it, but everyone does to a certain degree. We even saw it in the WePlay Academy League when I first got to see him in Navi Junior. You saw his pulse whenever he was in a clutch, you know, just raced through the roof. Yeah. So of course you feel that excitement, but the more impressive thing and the more important thing to me is that can you still perform even though you are pressure? Can you still perform even though you are nervous? And I think we've seen m0NESY do that. So credit to m0NESY, you know, don't say you're not affected by it, but just be happy that you're performing despite it.
He might even be affected positively in a way. It doesn't always have to be negative. Some people, they thrive under this pressure. They want to show the world what they're capable of. And m0NESY might be that guy.
Well, speaking of Team Spirit, the team they're going to be coming up against G2 in this next best of one. How are we kind of prefacing them after we saw them taking on Imperial? That was a 16-6 scoreline. How do you feel like they're going to be standing up against G2? Because just looking at some of their previous results, this is the hardest opponent they've faced in quite some time since before the RMR.
It's going to be tough for Force, there's no doubt about it. Sorry for Spirit in this one. They're going up against a team who as said, they have so much individual power, right? And you look at a team where I feel like there's a long way from the top player to the bottom player, right? It's not as even as it could be. Whereas in G2, I feel all the players have the ability to take over the server on a good day. I look towards a guy like Dexter, and think to myself, that is the star player. That is the guy who can, on a good day, own it on the server. That is a guy who can shut down for Monacy, and that is a guy that on a good day, as said, can be the guy who dictates the game on the server. And if he's good enough to do that against G2, then they stand a chance.
Yes, but it's gonna be a lot about how many T rounds they can collect. And that op duel, it's not gonna be easy to find that impact. So they have a lot of work ahead of them. To be able to clinch this. It's a Dust 2 as well.
I do love that, though.
Exactly what you predicted.
Yeah.
You did? Well, there you go. You're a smart man. I love that, because that gives a lot of freedom to a guy like Dexter, right? If as said, you're right, the op duel one-on-one against Monacy, that's probably going to be pretty 50-50. Maybe Monacy is going to win the majority of those because he's faster. But people seem to forget, I see it in the Twitch chat all the time when people ask, most of the duels an AWP player have is not against another AWP player. He's supposed to shoot all the rifles. There's 4 of them, so just pick one and kill him, right? So for Dexter to dictate the game, he doesn't necessarily have to kill Monacy every round. He just has to make sure that he's, I guess, shutting down the riflers and shutting down the Nico, shutting down the Hunter coming forward.
And we did see, actually, Spirit play the Dust 2 last game. And what's interesting, they do keep the same kind of CT style that they've always had, which is very aggressive rifles, short and mid, constantly putting pressure. They get that duel, they fall back, the short guy goes next, and the mid guy, and they just constantly do this back and forth dance. And it's extremely annoying to play against.
Well, it's time to get into G2 versus Spirit. And to do that, we've got to have Chad and Alex on the mic. Question is, gentlemen, how are your pick'ems faring after round 1?
I'm so trending far, so good. So far, so good.
I'm looking okay. I can still get the 3-0 and the 0-3.
Same, my 3-0 outsiders.
So we're alive. We're alive to see another day at least.
Just about. And we're here for the first day of the major. It's good to be back, and good to be back next to you.
Yeah, we get to do some casting. It's been a couple of weeks
yeah.
here. But look, we have a matchup right now that has a heavy favorite. The desk have just covered it off. They're talking about the matchup we have of Dust 2 here. And I think what Devilwalk's prefacing with some of this aggression around middle, there might be a chance for Spirit to make a game of things on a map like Dust 2.
Yeah, I mean, usually we describe it as the kind of the great equalizer. There is always an opportunity for an upset. The momentum of Counter-Strike is especially present in a best of 1.
Yeah, it seemed today that we've had some one-sided affairs, to say the very least here. And the CT sides have continued to put on most of that hammering. There's been some closer matchups thanks to outsiders here, but the fist bumps are coming in. I think this one is getting underway momentarily here.
And you saw G2 over at the RMR, they've been kind of rising in their power level towards this major.
Yeah, I don't think the RMR was hugely impressive for G2. They just got the job done, right? The opening matchup was an upset loss to Anonymo, the Poles, right? It was a 19-16 overtime affair on Mirage that me and Dinko got to cover, and it's not the way we thought that game was going to be going whatsoever. So we started off that Group B in quite an interesting fashion, but they're able to taper on in and then pick up a win against Sungal, beat the Bad News Eagles, and then take down Astralis, and that was quite an exciting best-of-3 series. But here we go.
Yes, indeed. Okay. G2 up against Team Spirit. Dust 2 is where this battle will transpire, and those good old-fashioned dual Berettas will once again be showing on up. Let's see, Spirit second, Dust 2 from them. Taking down Imperial initially. Oh, hello, you wanted aggression. You've got it both facets, up long, up mid, 2 bodies down. Siren and Dexter get to play about 10 seconds of the first round in this game.
And now the entire map is lost for Spirit. This mid push comes on in, they lose 2 bodies, they have to go back and try and take some territory.
How gross.
And G2 have gone, yeah, you can have it. We have a 2-man advantage. We don't have to play aggressive at this point in the round. They've still got Jax over towards B with those dual Berettas in hand. A little bit of aggression coming out from short from Nico still just to oversee business. But as they rotate around the world tier, G2 are grabbing even more information. Long call clear. And now they can start hedging their bets back over towards the other bomb site.
Oh, yeah, and this is actually shaping up for a potential full lockout to find and to shift the odds. It's all on Chopper's utility.
Yeah, can smoke the doors and set up a flash, but oh, is he lining that up now? He is. Sound cue made. They have to go.
Yeah, Jax is the one to do the clicking. Oh, and already he does hit one into Patsy low. And even lower by Lexi B. Body shots convert. It's only 1 back in the feed from Spirit, closing the gap through Tons 2, charging and trundling. Good shots out of Chopper. If he takes down Hunter, we've got a round here. Already, he's given them enough leeway to get that bomb down. Monacy from window. Alexi throws his smoke to isolate the duel. Chopper will have to relocate over the edge of it. Never mind, Chopper takes this round into his own. 3 from him, bomb ticking. This is turned completely 180. Hunter, however, makes it interesting. 3 HP. It should be the end of him. He's just dancing around the smoke. There's so much time, and the kit will enable a speedy defuse.
Okay, it almost got a little bit out of control there. The fact that they got a couple of extra kills, they get that bomb down. That's a win for Spirit with how that round kicked off. First 10 seconds, the aggression up mid, the Cousins lopping off a couple of heads here, some tidy taps. And yeah, it did get messy. Chopper had a lot of impact as well against Imperial on the same T-sided pistol. Now, they did something a little bit different, but he got 3 huge kills as he rotated back in on a flank play. And that's facilitated right now a tidy-looking buy. The Galils come out, there's a scout in play, a little bit of utility to work with here as well. There's more rifles right now on Team Spirit than there is on G2.
Oh! See you later, Jax. On the cross, Dexter reminds them that he is watching that double door cross and will be a problem. Manasi's there too, and strings together 2 consecutive shots. This is going to be all determined by scouts, it seems. Neither shying away from the duel. Hunter in support of Manasi, and you can see that Hunter wants to take a little bit of info.
Yeah, that might have been heard there.
By the scout.
They're definitely aware that this aggression could be around middle, and now it's Nico's turn. I don't think he saw anything on the jump just there, so they can slink their way out the mid doors here.
Good space for Patsy, supported by Magix, and it will be a cursory glance from one of these two.
They're going to get caught off guard here. Hunter's not ready for this.
Hunter's going to have his knife out. Oh, okay, that's a big opening. And just like that, Siren has cleared the site. Manasi down and bomb to follow. Nothing for Nico to do in this one. Him and Alexi scratching their heads. Maybe a little info onto Dexter's barrel. The scout may enable the frag. Stabilize, and to finish with the flourish. But it is just a question of saving now.
Yeah, that's rough. Maybe if that kill comes on through, there could have been a conversation to have a look in for a round like this. But that force buy, and remember, that's off the back of the plant. A 3-on-5 situation from the pistol. They enable their way into that site through the utility. And great work to now bounce back immediately into round number 2. So this is a great start from Spirit.
I mean, yeah, it was a 3v5 early, complete map control taken by the CTs. And because of Chopper's unwillingness to give up, we did get that bomb plant, and now translates immediately to an even keel, 1-1.
And they even get to hit these 4 Galils, right? I don't think they're going to go up any of these right here. They're far enough away from the bomb. It's going to go off. No dramas whatsoever. Oh, Dexter was not far enough away from the bomb. Maybe some slight dramas, but very slight. So that's just going to be 1 scout and 1 M4 retained here. And the question is, did G2 want to take part in these force by wars? You would say yes. Right, you've got a little bit left on over here.
Yeah, and I've seen their deagles before, Chad.
It can be very, very scary indeed. So Monesi's going to get that scout dropped over thanks to Alexi. He's going to get an MP9 in his hand. Some pistol upgrades for Hunter and Jackson. They're going to give this one a go at extending the force by wars. Let's see, can Dexter do it again? This time shooting preemptively on the cross. Siren flashed on out long. He's going to look for some blue bin control.
And Nico has incendiary quick response of extinguish. No one supporting Siren right now. Nico has got support. 2 committed to this long fight. Siren's legs exposed, and 2 from Nico to neutralize that long test. Spirit will have to readdress.
The rifle's in the perfect place right there. They wanted to try and get Siren out of the blue bin.
Quick from Chopper. Where's he off to?
Yeah, he's loving to take some space right now. He's going to be denied. His mid to B smoke, if he throws it, is going to be burned. So you can see they're reconsidering wasting that early here. And if Patsy wants to have a little bit of a look in towards B, he's got to get past the scout. And the CZ combo as a shot whistles past. Some information gathered. Still over a minute left on the clock right now for Spirit to work with here.
I think they'd be remiss to G2 if they do let slip in these opening 3 another man advantage.
Oh, they're going to be going straight in towards Nico here. We're going to have a rough go of this. Nico might just mow them all down. Already has 2 within the round. Could get the full set. A little bit of utility right now to delay. We've got 3 smokes, so the set A piece from Spirit is possible. The avant-garde smokes give themselves the one way to work with, trying to enable a fight, but Nico doesn't need to take the fight, and as the clock burns on down, this could be picture perfect.
Yeah, if they molly him out, 1 already expended, the second heading destined for Nico. Force forward, sound cue. No, Patsy does not check it. Quick trade, Chopper and Dexter trying to open up the site, and they have. Chopper actually strings together 2. Hunter's his next victim. It's Dexter with the rifle. And G2 have let it fall.
Yeah, very active bodyguarding right there from Dexter, not allowing them to get close, taking the fight, denying the site, and Monesi, he's now got 1 more to find. Chopper, 1-on-1.
Doable, predictable as well on that ramp. Eye on the scope, crawling in. No kit and the missed shot. That should be the end of it. How is he still going? Chopper fumbles. Monesi hunting. Oh, and an opportunity! Nearly knocked the aviators off his face.
Whistling past the side of the head right there. Monacy almost with a quick one, but that's going to be the Force by Wars one out. They've established themselves early here. Great work from Spirit. 2 consecutive rounds, that's all they needed, and Chopper hitting a couple of tidy ones here. That second onto Alexi is beautiful. And then just having to buy his time. Great stuff there from Chopper. Up to 6 kills now. Leading the charge in the server here. Nico couldn't get it done.
Okay, well, they are just going to have to swallow their pride for this one. A classic maneuver.
The right side.
Yeah. It's very unlikely that we're going to see pace behind this from Spirit, though, even though they are.
Oh, they're going in.
They are. They are just going all in. Some USPs, a couple of dinks could make things interesting. Alexi cleared, perhaps not going to expect another. Back to turns and taps are hitting. Nico, Hunter combined. Jax is there with a double. And so, well, Mr. Nico, he's got a 1v2 and a Desert Eagle. Entirely manageable.
Yeah, and they have no idea where he is because this was a stack. They're not certain. Where was Nico? Where did he start the round? And as he comes out mid to B, he does get a fight. The first Eagle shot confirms his position, and now Spirit can get that bomb down.
Patsy gets the confirmation that he has stuck around and knocks his head off. Dexter. He's got so much util, but Nico, the ever-present threat, holds his nerve and holds the line. Neutralized by the Nico Deeg.
Look at the grin on the face right there.
Oof.
What's Patsy doing? Giving him that fight. You're going to take the swing on window.
That's some spicy Deagle action there.
Knew exactly where he was, right? They knew exactly where he was. Giving Nico a second chance there with the Deagle. That's going to come back to bite you in the ass immediately. Orb scooped up. That was an eco round. A B stack with USPs.
Dude, that re-peek from Patsy. Do you know who you're trifling with?
He does now.
Read them like a book as well. Dexter just puts his head in the vice.
Yeah, that's a rough one to swallow. Spirit did so much hard work. They won out the Force by Wars. They were setting themselves up on a perfect mantle now to convert further and further. Devil Walk on the Desert is going to be about how many T-sided rounds they can pick up here. That should have been a third confirmed. And as those go missing, it's going to be really problematic because they didn't have too much cash established right now to get into a full buy. I think they're going to be lacking this T-sided AWP. And on the other side of things, look at the buy coming out. The AWP saved. Monacy gets that one for free. Christmas came early. The AUG for Jax. They're into a full buy right now. And the whole tone of this early game can shift.
Yeah, courtesy of that stack. I mean, the double bait on bricks as well. They really fell for it.
Hook, line, and sinker.
You saw Chopper just immediately swiping his mouse off the mouse pad in panic. Alexi baits them in. Jax finishes.
This aggression.
Monacy supporting that early mid aggression.
Straight up
It worked on the pistol.
Yeah, why not again?
Yeah,
and they've cut noise. Perfect timing here on the cut.
Should be the end of Magic. He actually gets the info and away. So a gift in some strange facet.
Well, they know he's jammed in, so I think they might just want to keep these positions up. Alexi takes down Magic's. Nico now to do some more punishment from short. 2 taken. The third a little bit shy there on the nade, but this round's been handled.
Yeah, no question. And you couldn't ask for a better weapon for the job on Jax. That will stick around, so that's going to be a prominent threat now on B.
I'm sure Jax just wants to get involved in some rounds. You take a look at that Liquid game that they played earlier in the day. Like, he's just chilling on like 3 kills while Monacy has like 17, 18. Like, Nico and Hunter are contributing as well. It's like, guys, can I see someone?
But what more could you ask for? You know, get him into the major, his first major, and not only come in hot, win your game, and a team that you shouldn't be underestimating in Liquid, who are kind of rising over the course of the coming weeks. So with that big win and doing so with a convincing scoreline and your new superstar at the top of the table, it's very good signs for the G2 fans around the world.
Yeah, I think that this team right here is one, if they can hit their stride and show their absolute best Counter-Strike, they can be an absolute force to be reckoned with. Alexi will mow down the final 2, securing the 3rd round for G2 here. But that's the if, right? And we obviously have seen some ups and downs, and it was the honeymoon when they got together earlier within the year. Now can we see that coming on through? Because there's so many names who fall into that similar bucket, right? I think we have our championship caliber squads. We've got our FaZe and we've got our Na'Vi. But then after that, there's a lot of names that fall on in as teams who can go deep in the playoffs or maybe even go the whole way. So this major seems wide on open right now. But moving into the next round, Spirit do have to buy back. Dexter's AWP and takes the shot. No connection there.
Yeah, not been able to replicate his early successes on that door cross. Hunter backs up.
I like that. He runs in, throws the nade, and gets out. It's going to stall out these 2 upper dark players because you're going to worry about short aggression. You're going to worry if someone's still in towards lower. So as you clear this, it's going to melt even more time off the clock. And when you want to fake a mid to B or you want to work for these short plays, right, you need a bit more time on your side.
Here's the prime example. This is exactly what we were pre-firing. Absolutely nothing. Hunter, just by showing presence, they're actually peeking each other. Okay.
Sector clear. But look at the time. We're at a minute 10 on the clock right now, and they haven't established any map control whatsoever. Upper dark short. Now they're feigning out mid to B here. You can see getting part of the crisscross out.
Smoke short in response. That will slow Spirit's crawl again. So about 30 seconds before they can make their commitment. Back to long, potentially. Nice nade on the nose. Patsy down to 66.
Even if Alexi goes down here, Monacy's still top of sight.
Oh, Alexi. Oh, it looks perfect. Right between them all. Ouch. And it's going to get worse from there. Never mind. Magic spins on a dime. Has given them a way in, but 30 seconds. Time-sensitive mission now for this Team Spirit squad. Oh, baits him successfully. Anticipation and extinguish. Trying to delay as best he can. The chaos now caused by Spirit on the cross. Monacy desperate to contribute. Nico's gone. He's got nothing. He's got smoke, flame, bullets. And a player walks on in. They've lost it all. And an A site just need that bomb plant to confirm it. Team Spirit successfully wrangle for a third.
Yeah, well handled. I thought that Monacy could have found a little bit more impact from that position, but worried about that short play at the same time as that long crunch. So well timed from Spirit. Patsy and Dexter low. Magic's below half HP as well here, but it is going to be 3-3 now on the scoreboard as Jack just wants to try and do some damage on the way out the door. Has been noted now. We'll be tucking tail, and they don't need to hunt him. Right? It's not really going to give them a whole lot here. There's enough money for G2 to go for a buy into the next. But it didn't start great, right? Obviously, with the way that Hunter had feigned that lower dark control, burns a bit of time off the clock. The perfectly placed nade from Alexi there. Just not enough to actually get anything lethal going on here. So good response again from Team Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, shutting down Nico, no easy feat, so credit to Patsy. Monacy was so busy with everything else. The A defense did come tumbling down with a solid Kalashnikov to the head. 3-3. All even, all square. Finances are available. G2 will be reinvesting. We can see just how some of these last stage frags come through. Yeah, just on the grey screen. Knocks that AWP out of his hands. Do see a fresh one invested. Get to see Monacy back on his signature weapon. Round 7 commences.
Yeah, let's see if they continue to try and flirt with these lower dark plays or not, because if Dexter keeps getting boosted up like this, the cross is just scary. You can see that smoke there to deny. They are playing 4 over towards A at the start of this round here, and Monacy very aggressive. Can use this Xbox smoke to his advantage.
Well, there is a lot of B util, response and exchange of smokes.
And they've been able to rotate Hunter back over, right? So aggressive short. This time they're still keeping mid pressure, right? But this time it was through short. So it seems like a common theme right now for G2 to continue to be a bit prickly around mid. We saw it on the pistol round. We've seen it on several rounds forward of that now. Patsy's going to get flashed through here. Ooh, honestly, completely blind, but Nico's not.
Stunning. Spirit, no strangers to recovering, though.
Gets hard now, doesn't it? Because you know that the AWP and the rifle were so close towards short. If you want to pivot for a mid to B, it's really easy for Nico to do exactly this. Help babysit the mid to B play. So he's drawn across, and still Hunter and Jax reside in that B bomb site to try and lock this one down.
A tough nut to crack. And Jax has got another smoke. He'll be able to drop that on the next information from this jiggle.
Hunter's even got an incendiary.
Yep, smoked out. They're going to surely have to wait that one
Save,
out.
maybe?
25,
It has
lads.
to be a save. Oh, look at Alexi pushing along right now. He could try and deny a couple of guns here.
He's actually going to sweep mid. Maybe he will pivot suicide, and still not certain after the mid to B action. They haven't had confirmation, and so, yeah, we are just going to be seeing quite a low frag round of Counter-Strike here.
Yeah, not a lot happened.
No.
Really just warded off by a bit of utility there.
Yeah.
So 1 kill, couple of well-placed smoke grenades, and that'll be the round right there. So continuing the back and forth nature of this, I think the most anybody's been able to string together so far is 2. So we haven't really seen any huge streaks of rounds coming on through just yet.
Is it still safe to expect the CT side to be leaving with the majority?
Yeah, I would think so. We're in a bit of a CT-sided meta right now. I think most of the maps are CT-sided. So I think that G2 would probably be setting their sights on 9. You know, 9 would be pretty comfy.
He's going to set up once again for the rumble in mid. And so far, G2, other than the initial scout connection, have been able to get across safely without too much of a problem. Magic showing off with his self-boost.
they've actually played Nico towards long with Alexi this time, right? They haven't just left him on his lonesome, which they did in a couple of rounds. So expecting a change-up right here out of Spirit. Honestly, saw the head, didn't he?
We all did. That's what he's waiting for. Okay. Patsy gone, and already Spirit operating. Down 2.
He didn't even blink, though, when the head came across the screen, so...
I guess he's seen it so often.
Hello.
That's a big catch over the smoke. Alexi through, convinced he was safe and sound, but not anticipating a very patient Magix. Bit of parkour to see over that smoke. Jax does activate. Information flowing now for G2 as the 3 remaining. Nico turns his back. Lackadaisical on the clear, bomb scooped up. Magic supporting for the mid-cross. Jax is in T-spawn.
He'll be quick on this, though.
He does have to be quick, otherwise it's just 2. Monacy's got a lot on his plate. Worried about everything. Traces through, a missed shot. Chopper advancing, nice connection. Siren down. They are closing this gap. Monacy is going to fall out. And now Hunter and Jax. Jax has managed to get down to long. And this is the perfect weapon for the job. Bomb to be planted. Hunter's got the gap closed. And so is the round 5 for the G2 boys.
You could see there Monacy was extremely worried about long, but as soon as Magix gets a kill in the feed, they know that the long presence is now joined short. That allowed Jax to accelerate the flank coming on through and just set themselves up for that. A little bit unfortunate on the timing right there for Nico when he pushed out short, because he had a team flash coming on through. There was just nobody on the other side of things. But well handled. And G2 will post another right now. This is going to put Spirit in a bit of an odd spot. They're taking a tactical timeout to have a bit of a conversation here. The high end of the finances is Chopper at 4.5. They got 3 players who could grab out some AKs, and Dexter and Patsy could operate with something a little bit lower. Dexter could even operate with a scout here, right? So if they wanted to buy on into this, they could, but it looks like it's going to be light. See the utility being invested, some Tech-9s being scooped on up. Loss bonus obviously starting to build right there. Will be 2,400 into the next.
Completely undaunted and unfazed by that flash of Patsy prior to the engagement. Nice play from him, puts him up to 4. That's Monacy just evening out the kill spread.
I'm going to be curious where they want to finish with this here, because they aren't taking the long spawns that they had. They have enough utility to do a mid to B or to do a B explode. And right now we've got 3 players with the bomb in upper dark.
Okay, clear intentions. It worked. In their 2-man disadvantage. That was pistols though. Very different lay of the land again. Deep CT smoke will scramble.
And maybe it worked a little bit too well. There's a 3-man rifle stack right now on the B site. Nico just gets to go wherever he wants or wherever Alexi feels. And right now, putting the sharpest tool in the shed right now to defend the B bomb site, which is seeming to be the target of Spirit's affections. Now, do you want to keep smoking and mulling off tunnels, or do you want them to come, right? How much utility do you really want to put into this position? I have a couple of incendiaries left over. The mid to B util is being lined on up, setting up the crisscross variation. And yeah, well, this B bomb site should be locked on down.
Charging in, yeah, should, being the operative word. We do have 5 converging. Nico going to be looking to close. Hunter to take initial engagements. Jax the same, posted up tons. Here they come. Ooh. Wow, nice exchange on that P250. Hunter, good for it. Deals with the threat, only Siren, and he runs on into that AUG scope. Feeling good about that one. Not too many losses. The finances will continue to swell. Spirit, they called the timeout. They thought it through, just not as much impact as they would have hoped.
Yeah, and the fact that they take Nico down first, then the sleeper cell got removed, and the other 2 pillars were just able to combine right there. Hunter, well, more off of the ace. I don't know if we've had an ace yet today. Haven't been keeping track. Maybe we'll have to check out that ace counter at some point, but he didn't get across the line. Dex's AWP's back out here. This time not going to get boosted up and over, and they want to scale down quickly through mid with this suicide play.
A lot of responsibility on the shoulders of Siren now.
They're scaling fast down mid here, Alex, and there's 2 in lower dark. This is about to get real spicy.
Yeah, loud steps, very loud steps. Monacy's quick and immediately demonstrates that speed. Hunter provides the double, and bye-bye Spirit. The round should be over. Jax confirms our suspicions, only 1. Up and over. Monacy not going to be anticipating this angle. A flash of him, but not much more. 7 for G2, happy with that one.
Yeah, playing silly games around the smoke there, Monacy, wasn't he? Beautiful stuff from him. And you can see, as soon as they drop 2 into suicide and they park themselves behind that box, they want to scale quickly on mid. But if Dexter's not getting boosted up, he can't have full vision of lower dark, especially with how often they've been playing that aggressive maneuver. Maybe they were expecting the same smoke that they were going to be playing around, but this time it was a little bit of a different look. m0NESY able to punish right there, and just clamping down on Upper Dark has forced out the second tactical timeout right here from Spirit, as the score now reads 7-3. So starting to run away with things here, G2. This is good. This is very solid.
Yeah, good signs of life out of G2. Opening game, very convincing.
I'm liking how flexible they're looking. We've seen a bunch of different setups. They've shown willingness to go aggressive. They're not sitting on their haunches, right? They're not going, let's just play default. We know that we're better than these guys. They're actually keeping it active, making it jarring for Team Spirit, not allowing them to have all this space on their defaults. If you can't establish a default on Dust 2, you're in a world of hurt. And we haven't even seen them go all in long yet. Where have been in their all in long plays?
True. Probably because when they did show up, Nico killed 2 people and you were decided it was
Precisely.
already not worth it. Oh, lots of space. Look at this. Siren already stretching his legs, doing a little yoga up mid. And, oh, just unlucky on the timing. Nico should have been caught out, unable to find the Deagle headshot. Patsy makes good on his teammate's shortcomings. 2 here. Alexi a little overzealous now, and m0NESY's got a lot to do. The cavalry's on its way. Quick cantering from Hunter back through mid. You got Jax locking the door behind him. This should be the end of them. Nice nade. Hunter eliminates one of the 3. And off angle, Magic's eliminated, and that will do nicely. They are ignited 8 for G2. They'll win out the CT half, and now everything else is just whipped cream.
Yeah, that's beautiful stuff right there. And Nico even recovered, right? He got caught out of position, able to recover, still get 1 kill. Is that a PP in my zone?
Yeah, I furrowed my brow as well.
A little bit of a misspy there, but look, their cash is looking very tidy, so not too many dramas. And, you know, the 64 bullets of pain, maybe they want to pick it up for a bit of fun.
Maybe. Yeah, they've got the Abacus out. It's actually Dexter's missing head armor they're looking to exploit. Hunter, he's going to make no secret of his presence, and immediately...
So naughty.
Look what he's done. This is, again, the mind games. You're talking about not being able to establish a default. Hunter's probably a real big reason as to why.
Yeah, and I love the way that they're dealing with this. That smoke immediately out of spawn right there, not only does it help them with the cross, it makes Lower Dark or like an Xbox jump up always a bit of a problem, always a bit of a question mark for Spirit here. You have to expend more utility, you have to expend more time, and then by the time you do make it through Lower Dark, well, you realize there's nobody on the other side, and they're just doing it default setup. We didn't catch that one, don't worry.
No, not at all. And Magic's pin has been heard. Oh, flashing himself. They are looking a little out of sorts. And Sendry should cover the floor to the extent by which Alexi is safe if he wants to get out. Chopper has been tagged on down. Operating down at 19 HP. Now the AX egg worked. Vanguard smokes. Get in. Chopper would have to multi-kill as he did before.
Yeah, we need to really recount what utility is available here, because it's only a flash from m0NESY to try and enable Nico during all of this. Alexi has another flash and a HE as well, but he's committed long right now, and no smokes, or ahead of them at least.
They only had 1. Flashes are good, but vision's restored, and it's up to this AWP duel. Head-to-head, Nico does take the AWP down. m0NESY just shy of the shoulder. And that's room for them to cross into the site. There is a little late lurk mid.
Oh, well placed. Look at that. Bomb down.
15. What are you supposed to do?
This hurts.
Can't even get towards the site. You've got 10 seconds. You've got to go forward. No time for this plant. Alexi's already got himself back up ramp. And now they're just trying to survive. Not going to happen. That is cruel. That will hurt. And Team Spirit probably lacking that team spirit right now.
Yeah, and I was just having a little bit of a look right here. Opening kills has become a real issue for the squad. They have only 3 in total so far within this T side, 2 of which have come from Dexter. You remember one of those in the early stages where he got that scout shot through the doors. That helped them get on the board early. But since then, you're looking at 1 for Magix and another for Dexter. So the opening frags have just been going in the way of G2 time and time again.
But 5 rounds, Chad. Over the course of 5 rounds, we've seen 3 tack pauses out of Spirit. You want, a quick spark notes of how the game's been going? That's exactly it. You've got 1 left for the entirety of this map. And already 9 for G2. Couple of wobbles on the util.
I said we didn't see this.
We're going to watch it in all its glory. But this is the nade, though. That early damage, it was just a spray from the double doors on his catwalk walk. Chopper finished off nicely. And that's why you leave those HEs in CT. You've got a lot of good signs of life out of G2.
And that's why this map can be snowbally. Once the CTs can drop 5 extra pieces of utility in spawn to use from that CT position, and Hunter can keep doing this.
Okay, it's Alexi's turn to frag up a storm, a double from the stolen AK. Nice tag if he had have hit that follow-up. Dexter, M4 on the floor, more interested in the scout to open up this long avenue. 3 versus Forts. favors G2 once again.
Well, they have some map control, at least. That's probably the only positive thing for Spirit right now. Patsy's been able to lurk his way out mid, has been able to tuck himself into that little cubby. The long pressure is definitely being felt, and Alexi's trying to take some space back towards short. 2 smokes to be lined on up. One for Dexter, one for Chopper.
His jump throws.
Yeah, I think you're
misbehaving.
bang on.
His jump throws misbehaving.
I think, yeah, you've nailed it right there, because the flash that we saw in the previous,
Bingo.
and now the
It's
smoke
same
not
thing.
working there. Some issues with the config.
He'll have to hit up Maui. He's got the geekiest, most modern jump throw. No aliases, no funny business. Oh, that is some funny business. CT Savior. Oh, and actually slipped the net. It looks like Alexi's at least aware that that was a possibility. But that frag on CT has enabled some real leg weight into this site. Bomb to be planted safely, uncontested. Jax, however, keeps it level. Big fight here. m0NESY chooses to take the fight on his own, and he'll finish with a flourish. Jax, long range. And it was a threatening round. The bomb down, the closest we've seen in some time, but Spirit's still unable to get past that 3-round mark.
Yeah, going to be some issues here for Dex. So just having something as simple like that not working for you, that's a problem, right? And that's going to stick in your head. I can't do the normal utility that I want to throw right here. So I don't know if he's going to be able to plug the whole of this in time to get things back underway, and maybe it's already too late. The scoreline starting to blow on out here, 10-3.
I mean, Chad, right? You've attended majors. You know the smallest things, the smallest, like, how does that not get in your head and under your skin?
We had little things like when you would do the timeouts, right? Because we had all boomer configs. Like back, you would auto buy would be F1, but that would be the vote button too. And if you'd already pressed the vote button to pause and you hit it twice, you'd auto buy. And
yeah, exactly. And you just
really
triggered for the whole game. Siren trying to change things. I love the pace out of this one, but already it's been dealt with, and Nico's in the feed for a pair. Oh, Spirit really lacking any sort of potency.
Yeah, over at the RMRs, Dinko and I did a game where it was Team Spirit taking on Sinners on Nuke, and they started on the T side of that map. And I think they got 2 or 3 opening kills on the entire T half of Nuke. They were just getting owned. They were starting so many rounds in 2v5 or 3v5 situations because everywhere they went to take space, they were just getting destroyed.
Yeah.
And they were completely shut on out. And that's exactly what it feels like right here. Right, a little bit of a jarring play from G2 to do the conditioning early with the aggression through the lower tunnels, the mid pushes, the short aggro. They've been very active around that part of the map, and it's just given nothing for Spirit to work with here. Is guess what, Dexter? They see you coming. Nico takes you down through the doors, and this one feels like it's already done. Look at the score right here from the Cousins, 14 for Hunter. 15 for Hunter, 14 for Nico.
You know, that's also the contract buff. You know, when you've just re-signed, and you've just re-signed with your cousin, both sitting in the room, holding the pen, smirking as you click it.
The family's all around.
The family's all around. Little round of applause.
Yeah, Yanko's there, waving.
Yeah. I'll still remember, iNation. We all remember.
I'm sure they're watching on right now.
Patsy, on your head.
It's just been so jarring, this mid-smoke, just the aggression that Hunter's been getting away from here. But here we go. Maybe a last-ditch attempt, 11-4. Wouldn't be too bad.
11-4, Zonics Law knocking on the door. Nico puts him on the floor. Chopper gone. And there's more to come. m0NESY primed and ready. He wants to sweep through the long clear. They will Molotov him out. Doesn't even need to extinguish if he's got short control. This is the test. Oh, he's read them so well, but Magix places the bullets. Premium through the windshield. Big find, but not able to convert. Patsy's going to be punching his screen. Nice shot over there. That's what the Krieg does best. Nico's gone, and Alexi is susceptible to these taps. Down to 14. Continuing their crawl. Plenty of time. The boost. They could catch weird timing here.
You need to be careful. They're quite noisy about this too.
Safe passage, Gandalf occupied.
Jax is flanking here.
There's a lot riding on that. Is he going to pause? No, and that's the end of him. Dexter's doing a lot here. Magix does fall on the cross, and both of them do. G2 don't need to see their opponent. Smeller vision. Dexter all alone. Good opportunity, though. And that's 1 and 2. There's your 4th. Holds down mouse 1 for that necessary 4th round.
Didn't even need a swipe. They just put their head in the vice right there, straight into the guillotine. So they will grab that 4th. And, okay, you want to start building a bit of a picture right here. The pistol, the conversions, the first gunny. We're back in it. That's how Zonics Law works, the 11-4. So Maybe you are a fan of Spirit out there. You like the Dragon logo. Well, let's see how far they can really push the issue here, or can Alexi B and the boys get things done and dusted quite quickly. Hunter ended up finishing the half with 17 total, so quite a good showing from him right here. But this is the round from Dexter. Nice one onto Nico right there, and this is the double. The two-piece feed to finish it off. Tidy work right there, the headshots. He's going to be happy with that as well. Those frustrations that we were talking about with the jump by, maybe not feeling that as much, but we do see double Julies. 2 times Jewel Berettas, 4 pistols in the hands of Patsy and Dexter combined right now as they've been dropped those across from Chopper.
All right, well, nothing like a little akimbo rush. And in, straight into Jax's crosshair. Both gone, problem solved. That was 2 armored Julies deleted by 1 Frenchman.
Yeah, it's still big issues here as far as opening kills go, right? They wanted to take the aggression as the CT side. You want to get the opening to try and snowball this. You got 3 in total in the first half. And now you start off the T side, 2 men down. This is almost exactly how the pistol started for them in the first half. And then right now, if you're G2, you can sit, you can wait, you can hope there's more aggression, which there is. Magix is trying his luck. This feels bleak. Someone needs to step up with a hero moment right here, right now. Maybe it's Magix.
Yeah, he can click heads. No absence of that. Hinge smoke does enable full access to short. 3 of them start to charge on through. Manasi late long. Nice smoke from Nico, just throwing it on the fly. Huge amount of info. 2 called on A. Does that force the rotate through tons? You could go back still. And they will. Heard though. Siren screaming.
They're ahead of this. Oh, baiting him back and forth.
They are playing wicked games here.
Oh, he's hearing the footsteps. Alexi's talking a lot right now. He's calling the rotation back over.
It's up to Nico though. He knows Chopper was occupied here. And Chopper wants to go. Still time. Nico should have him. Does track him nicely. And confirmation of A, yeah. It's just a mind game at this point, just using those sound cues. A whole other level to it. And now the simple side of it, the fundamentals, crosshairs on heads and clicking.
It's so rough right there for Siren, right? He sees 2 of them crossing. He has to go take that fight. He's out of position, and now it's up to Siren and Magix right now. I feel like they need to hold on to the armor. Like, that's probably the best option they have in this situation, and I don't think Nico's going to allow it. Oh, crispy one onto Magix. The last one falls of Siren. Clean and easy.
Yeah, I mean, there's no better feeling. You're already coming in with the lead, 11-4. There's a little light joke in the TS about, making sure it's an important pistol, but Jax, 10 seconds in, you can see the fun and games being had. By the way, these guys immediately, first game together, made sure that they were sitting next to each other and continue to see that as a recurring theme for G2. Look at the precision out of Nico as well. He's ready to frag, toe tag, and indeed body bag. Some 5.7s. Going to be seeing a lot more of them. That's my theory for Antwerp.
Yeah, they've been making their way back in the 5.7. Yeah, I think everyone's still a bit, they love the good old Deagle.
Yeah, well, it does. It's a whole lot less satisfying.
The 5.7, yeah.
You almost feel like you've cheated the system.
I feel you a little bit there. Secondary boost in the rounds. The suicide boost paid off for the tag on the Dexter. Now just really being diligent about this one at G2 because they can just dribble this one across the line here. There shouldn't be too many qualms. You win out in a round like this, you're able to avoid this upgraded pistol round. Spirit have to eco. At that point, we're looking at 14 for G2, and there's 2 more necessary. So as long as they don't stumble here, all good.
Yeah, the Patsy is in a forward position to try and catch this. A little bit of a timing. Ooh, jumps for info and actually hits him. Oh, and finished off as well. Alexi's playing some Call of Duty today. And already the bricks starting to fall fully blind as Alexi farms up another $600 frag. Magix has got a 5.7 demonstration. Quick tap, very mobile, speedy in his execution. Siren takes some space. They'll be anticipating that. Alexi, you've done so much in mid. Yeah, it's not the fight for him. 2 HP. Ooh, step, missing shots and forces him off. Dexter, in the meantime, in the chaos, enables... Oh, nice tag. Yeah, big problems. In Little Dust 2. Magic's tracking. 1 more would have been a dream, a godsend. Instead, CT to be smoked. Keeping it simple. Bomb to be planted.
Oh, giving himself a one-way here to work with. All right, Hunter.
A scout on long will eventually become a threat, and Dexter's scout especially. 11 frags and counting. Hunter to come up clutch, but Team Spirit, this would put them right back into the conversation. Hunter just at back 10 and does catch the timing. AK, time to steady his aim. Anticipate and execute. Siren gone. G2 advancing closer to the magic number. Another on the board, 13. And nothing left in the coffers for Team Spirit.
It's a big game as well, right, for G2 to immediately within the challenger stage put themselves up into the 2-0 column. They'll get an opportunity tomorrow to immediately go through in a 3-0 stage. You want to make it quick.
Yeah.
You don't want to show much of your playbook in this stage because let's say the scarier sharks are waiting in the bigger pool, which is the legend stage, right? You've obviously got your heroics, you've got your Cloud9s, that's where Na'Vi, that's where FaZe are already. Some of the bigger names. If you can avoid showing a lot of your playbook now, you don't have to give away too many of your little moves, of your little tricks. You can save that for the further round. So the quicker that they can get through games like this, the better, and the cleaner.
Yeah, the luxury of those best of ones as well. We'll have seen one Inferno, one Dust 2. Couldn't be more basic.
Which is how G2 seemed to want to go over there as well in the RMRs. They were sticking to more of the standard map pool.
Uh-oh, there's a lot of bodies here, and 2 already. Blue on brown, problems now. We do see m0NESY dealing with it, and Hunter should have this. Magic's nearly evaded that crosshair. But a Spirit are making another little bit of a go of this one.
Oh, a bit flustered there from Dexter. Shown himself. It's allowed this flank for Siren to come on in. Hunter seems to be aware of the push. 2 flashes out mid.
Siren, a man of taste and culture. The mint kimono P250 prowls in and does nothing. Just Dexter, and they know last seen doors hasn't really relocated. Hinge smoke might entice him to... Oh, you think he may have heard the mantle as well. $22 for Hunter, 17 for Nico. So far, over the course of these 2 maps, every name you'd need to see has been present.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you want, right? So coming into it, if you consider G2 a little bit shaky, this is helping to dispel any of that, showing good form from the individuals because m0NESY obviously had a good game on Inferno earlier. So that's starting to piece it together. I'm liking the direction they're going in terms of those aggressive maneuvers we saw on the CT side. It's not just sitting back, right? They're actually being quite proactive in their approach to the game. So some upgrades here. I think there was a Mac 10 on Jax's hands. It's now turned into a Magic AK-47. And double orbs, Dexter and Patsy to try and defend Spirit's honor here.
Quick Molotov, Alexi aware of the power of an aggressive CT move. That's what we saw for the first 15. This time he's there to counter it.
Look at this from Patsy. Very brave stuff here. He's in no man's land.
I mean, it's a Hail Mary. Double orbs. Got to throw some aggression, get an early advantage, and then lock it down. They had the flash. Patsy still gets the frag and away. Nico gone. One of the highest flyers. Clipped.
Oh, spotted him there.
Hunter's going for it. He wants the jewel, and Dexter happy to give it to him. Led to the belly. Magic's very, very lucky to have gotten away, but Vision restored only for a moment before Jax does snub his lights out. On the car is Chopper. Doesn't have the means to extinguish should he be Molotov'd out. And Jax has the opportunity to do so once that smoke clears. Silent dismount. Nothing on his initial jiggle. That's the Molotov you need to clear Chopper out, but they're going contact. You better be checking.
Oh,
nice
no.
find. Hunter and Alexi progress. Don't have to rush it now. You can see the CTs will occupy short, even actually splitting up, as opposed to going as a 2-man unit in this 3-on-3.
This volley from Alexi would be perfectly placed right now. They can get the bomb down, right? This is going to buy him a buffer to plant, even if it's safe side. The flank coming in from long, not accounted for just yet. But m0NESY, he's aware that this is open, starting to pivot on back right now. If he locks this one down, if he takes Patsy out of the equation, they can win this round.
He's actually going for a deeper clear. Patsy, wide out, and a big headshot out of Patsy. First major for him. Trying to extend play. Jax not ready for the ramp presence. They've got some great timings, great frags, all onto Jax. Low HP and even lower. Patsy will make good on that long lurk. And 5, they stopped that 15 from manifesting just yet.
Yeah, a couple of really nice kills there from Patsy. That opening that he got in towards the lower tunnels, it felt like the stream froze.
It
like,
did.
you know, like time just stood still for a moment there as he got that kill coming on through. So the kill onto m0NESY as well, that was big. It felt like m0NESY looked at his radar or something like that because Patsy had an extra moment to take that fight as well. So 2 opportunities where Patsy wasn't favored or shouldn't have been and able to profit from those. That's what I was talking about there. It's just like a slight little time delay. So the flash must have just been on and off. But a good round from Patsy to help keep Spirit alive in this. 14-5 now. Can't get out the full buy here, G2, so immediately humbled. Going to keep it conservative. They don't need to rush this one.
Hello, sir. Patsy's really got a new lease of life to him.
He could give an AWP over here against pistols.
It wouldn't take much, would it?
No, this is a bit of an issue now.
And watch this bait. Strafe off the box. He hasn't hit it. Jax down. Now he needs to get out. And dumping his util to enable it. Dexter has the cross. And they are just going to walk into B. Siren, a FAMAS, and a Dream. Perfectly locked down. That AK, though, is still in play. Hunter picks it up and is knocked down immediately. Good to see Dexter getting the gimmies.
Okay. Well, 14-6. They're working on it now. They're building their way back in. This is not going to be an easy comeback by any means. So if they keep making the rounds jarring in the same way G2 did in the first half, right? It's going to then start asking some questions. But as I mentioned, we didn't see Spirit go for a lot of like all-in long plays. I don't know if that's because they felt that they couldn't. Maybe the spawns weren't there for them. That's sometimes another factor. Nice shot from Nico. Does go on down. But now they can get the guns back out. So what will their approach be here? Alexi's a little bit light on. He's only got 3K to his name. The rest all have over 4. Modesty could go Glass Cannon AWP as well here. So there's a couple of options as far as the buy goes, but they are going to take a timeout. The second right now being used from G2 to have this conversation. Get Xtaz, the coach, on the mic. Get him to have a bit of a chit-chat just to see what solutions they can come up with here. Taking a little bit of a look as well at the spawns. They don't have great long spawns here either. So if they wanted to go for something a little bit quicker for that map control, they don't have anybody who spawned over towards that side.
Yeah, in the interview, HLTV, very rapid on these interviews.
Aren't they quick?
I mean, my goodness, I couldn't believe it that it was already up. But you're talking about his first matchup here at the PGL Antwerp Major. Alexi B sat down with HLTV, and one of the things he addressed was not only how important they'd made it clear to everyone on the team that the starting strong is important, like a dominant first win can really set the pace and the tempo. But also he talked about the fact that every time they did feel like the other team, the opponent, was coming back in, a timeout and they found a solution. Xtaz likely providing that solution, has a bit of a brain trust with that of Alexi. Nico likely to chip in. So let's see if that solution immediately has been found, and if Chad can help us identify what their theory may be.
Well, they went with the Glass Cannon onto Modesty here, right? So allowing him to work with the AWP, very important, as he definitely got the spot there onto Patsy. So seeing each other is going to negate his impact here, Patsy. And now aware of the next fight coming through lower, but this is just a default round. They're actually just in a default spread right now. This is a bit more of a popular way to do the default since the map changed. 3 through tunnels. You need a bit of extra resources to take the upper dark presence now with that change. You can have your anchor towards long being Jax just to listen, and then your AWP player playing top mid, and that's what they've gone for here. Now the question is, do they want to go for a mid to B, or do they want to go for an AXQ up cat? They know they're against double AWPs, right? That is in the back of their minds here.
Yeah, and they've been reminded of that quite frequently. Patsy with 2 openings in 2 rounds with that secondary AWP. Congregation of the Samurai here in mid.
One of the issues right now is neither of the AWPs is exactly where you want it. Patsy is committed to this long fight, and Dex is over towards B. So it means it's the rifles on A that are going to be the ones dealing with this. Chopper and Magic's combined. This is not the type of setup you want. You want to get Patsy back over here to chime on in.
Oh, yeah, and that no armor on Monacy's going to have him on high alert. The nade as well looks destined for greatness. Good chunk taken out of 3 members of the G2 squad. Anticipation with Flash pulled, and Magix is going to be that first contact in unison with that of Patsy's AWP. Now over towards the car. This is where Patsy has to strike, and has another frag onto Nico. Magix takes his turn, and they're all doing the dance in a full 3-man spray. A whole magazine pummels G2, and Hunter with his tail between his legs, trying not to have his head mounted on the wall, and that will do nicely. Okay, Spirit really are starting to turn this one around.
That's a great round to win because the AWPs were out of position, but I guess there was a tell that it was going to be that short play. Chopper immediately dropped down in towards spawn, was worried about the CT drop, right? They then had Magix, as we saw, just holding that flash, and Patsy gave up long. He was playing from the car position completely during all of this here. So I'm not sure if they've identified a tell of how Jax anchors outside long, right? If they make sure they post it with the AWP, or he hasn't jiggled, he hasn't played the car, we don't think there's anybody holding outside long. Helps them stack over towards that short side of the map here. Blue bin molly, doors smoke, vision denied, long control taken. Simple, by the book. And now on the other side of things, G2 trying to give themselves an opening with a run boost. Let's see how quick Dexter can be on the flick on this one. Don't think he caught that one whatsoever, so no information either way here.
Oh, Hunter does dart across and lives on to tell the tale of the missed AWP shot. Dexter too shy. And they are in certainly a solid A defensive stack. You can see 3 again comfortably leaning this way as the group of pistols come on charge. In a bouncy, m0NESY doesn't get far, and it's Magix again with the multi-kill. Certainly going to do some, or be helpful for his stats. 18 now going positive, the only member of Spirit to do so alongside with Dexter.
So just opening kill watch, because it was a topic throughout that first half where G2 were definitely getting the better of Spirit. It's the last 5 rounds consecutively, the opening kill has now gone in the favor of Spirit. So it's a clear win condition here for either team as far as these rounds are starting to simmer on through. But let's see if we finally get a bit of a change-up of pace right now. There is a good long spawn coming on in for Nico, right? They could try and send him on out the doors, but looks like they're keeping it by the book here. A bit more default heavy. Mid-door molly to dissuade the lower dark push, and there's an opener. That's the change of tune they were looking for.
Yeah, onto the AWP, Patsy, not this time. Oh! Chopper spanked and tanked by m0NESY. That was quick. 2 very swift opening frags, and now look what you've got. You've got 90 seconds, and I was about to say unlosable. We never go 100%.
We've learnt.
We've learnt. But heavy advantage now in the palms of G2's hands.
Yeah, they'd have to give away a couple of kills here. So Dexter has just now called out that long lurk. Doors smoked off and denied, but with 2 players over towards upper tunnels early, Siren has an awful lot on his plate here in the smoke
I like
fade.
it. I like this. Alexi's got a lot of visualization, and this is not what he's anticipating. Just flirting with aggression here.
He needs
Siren.
a couple. He needs a couple.
He's looking to win the round on this one spray, expecting the swing, allowed to get away. Elopes back into the site. Util thrown, 55 and counting. Still that 2-man advantage. Siren needed 1, gets nothing done. 15 looms. The rest completely disconnected from the site, and G2 look to have bagged themselves off the back of their star AWP. A 15th.
Yeah, Magix right now is having his choice of utility and CT spawn here. Obviously, knowing they're up against it, Spirit have been investing a little bit more into that utility and leaving it at their feet on their way out from freeze time. But
it's just interesting to me to see how he approached that mid-peak, just waiting it out, extended, expecting to catch him on his clear when he's sticking out, and of course having that advantage, the peeker's advantage.
You can see there they definitely wanted to try and dissuade that lower dark play as well, right? It was priority number 1. Let's not let Patsy get into lower dark with that AWP, hey boys. Make sure that we deny him that territory. And there's the change of the tune, right? We were talking about the fact that the opening kills were going in the favor of Team Spirit round after round. Well, when m0NESY gets 2, you don't have any map control. That happens within the first, 10, 15 seconds of the round. You kind of set right back there, and a bit of a cheeky smile on his face as I think he knows he's just secured the team. Round number 15, just 1 more to go. I think over there on the secondary stream, Renegades have been absolutely owned as well, Alex. It's
oh dear.
Yeah, it wasn't a great showing from them. 16-2. Eternal Fire owned them.
Oof,
absolutely owned them.
I am happy for the Eternal Fire boys that they have managed to get this far. You know, seeing their name, seeing their logo, and knowing their story.
It's a cool sticker.
It's a very cool sticker. Fair play.
Okay, setting up for a long pop here. Yutsu in the hands of m0NESY, extinguished from Jax, and out the doors they go. 1 towards Pit to find. Nade on through, but position given up. Jax is just heat-seeking right now.
Yeah, he's spraying out full blind, and just as the smoke arrives, he will be allowed to get through. Chopper, he's standing strong and firm for the first. Magix as well. 1 and done. Hunter secures that. Haven't seen a mid-round like this before. So 2v3 with so much time. This is about to get spooky. Long lost. m0NESY occupies, and it's going to be Dexter to try and get that information, the pace of which will be set by him. There's no way m0NESY is going to go hunting on his own.
I'm just starting to creep on up here, so can call car clear, sure. They have a little bit of space. They have double smokes right now to get them across. One's being dumped on out. There's the second to follow. So they are over, and it is the AWP, so an overextension right now could be an issue.
Yeah, but it's not easy for Dexter here.
How many nades the CTs have as well? Look, they can just lock down the site with Util of their own.
This is the fight he's been waiting for, and it's a flash of a bold head. Now he's posted. Short on lock on m0NESY's watch. Flashes are high, do force him off, and at least elevator's clear. 3 gathered short, 20 seconds, and more of that util you discussed. That's the last of the flame in the bottle, though. And
Missed
so,
it.
okay, Hunter nearly down and out. One bullet would do it. Baits the shot, nade late, bomb down, and there's another round to be played. Spirit handled business in that retake.
Close, though. Made it close. Made it interesting, all things considered. Out of position for a moment there, but able to secure that 9th round. And, well, their cash is still great, right? And I guess now that the other team's on 15, that's not even a huge conversation. We know that we're going to be all-inning every single round, but it does mean that they can keep having all this extra utility in spawn, right? It does give them a little bit of extra something if the rounds do kind of taper out exactly as that one did.
Equal on opening kills. We saw, of course, Monacy's very quickly and very recently. Dexter on par. Another opportunity this time goes awry. Alexi towards long, and there's a whole barrage of util to facilitate this.
One of these has to work, right? One of these long all-ins has to work. The previous one, there was a lot more of an aggressive CT setup. This time, they're out. They haven't had to worry about the trade game. They have the space to work with. They just need to deal with Patsy, and here comes the Flames.
Yeah, nice Molotov. No Q on that. Doesn't hit, and he does. Halves Monacy finishes him off. 2 consecutive connect onto the 17-year-old. Man advantage, another opening. Patsy now Molotoved off. He should be cooked. Should be. 20 HP, and nade will do it. Hell, a paperclip might. And now info. Nico confirms. Back to Gandalf's side.
I feel like they're committed to long right here, G2. They don't know what lies on the other side of the long doors. And if they wanted to commit their bodies, hold up a second, there's a gap for Nico to work with. And on the unscope, Patsy strikes. Doing a good job here, Patsy, with this secondary AWP on the CT side. Complementing Dexter nicely here. Being able to climb on up. 14 kills for Patsy now. 19 for Magic, 17 for Dexter. So that's the 3 where the frags are coming from. The util being dumped again. Still uncertain about Carr. And I said one of these long plays have to work. Maybe not.
Yeah, well, certainly not this one. Clinical in the shutdown run, boost into the pit, and there's so many bodies ready to take this fight. They have got pace behind this. Well-placed incendiary. Forces them wider.
It's just not enough time. 20 seconds. They're going to need to make all the kills, and now. Oh,
Yeah,
gap
there's
too.
a gap, and that is another for Patsy. He's farming now. The AWP does it all.
Go for the ace, son. Give it a crack.
Could be the first. Patsy looking to finish with that ace and extend play once again. It's Hunter to full ace for Patsy, his first major, and he takes all 5.
Beautiful stuff. And he's going to be happy about that one. What a round. I can't believe that he survives so long towards Kai, he even gets away, and then goes for the regress to get the final kill. Beautiful stuff. And up to double digits. We have a game now, just 5 more necessary for OT. Might be starting to feel the sweat on the brow right now as Xtaz has called another timeout here. Talking them through, trying to get them across the line. 1 more remaining here for G2. Cash, not fantastic either. Jax and Alexi are the only 2 above that 4K mark. So I think we'll be looking at a bit of a half buy right now.
If this was like, Counter-Strike, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and we weren't watching and casting this game, and I said to you, how do you counter double AWPs on Dust 2?
Oh, dear. Okay. Do I get multiple choice? Or?
It's you got 30 seconds, or you can phone a friend.
Okay. I think that a mid to B could work quite nicely here. You know the crisscross variation that we saw Spirit running in the first
Both
half?
sides, yeah.
Yeah, because that one over towards the B side will shroud you coming out mid to B. If you were to do a traditional mid to B and the AWPer was playing, say, window, right, he's going to pop a couple there.
Yeah.
So if you're able to get away with a mid to B like that, and close down a little bit of space, but
oh man,
yeah, they can't even get dark control. This is the same problem G2 were causing for Spirit in the first half.
So close, yet so far. Touching distance of the finish. Spirit, resilient. Patsy looking for more trouble. Gets another.
It's very annoying. Ooh, okay.
Yeah,
That's something back.
Wait. There's another opportunity here, and he is a quick flick away. Misses his first, so does Patsy. Both on the bolt. Still fighting, still missing.
Look at this.
What is going on? Monacy's finally shut down. How many opportunities? Oh, a sigh of relief, I'm sure, for Spirit. That would have been a way back in.
Yeah. Wow, okay. Well, we can settle in because now the guns, that was a half buy, right? It looked a little bit more threatening with some Galils scattering the board here, but it was a half buy. Now it's a full buy. Now they've got all the bells and whistles right now, G2, to try and get this one done because it is starting to get scarily close.
3 HEs left at CT. Nothing to be found on their initial peek down mid.
think one of the bigger issues when we talk about double ops as well is just getting through the normal waypoints of a Dust 2 default without getting picked off.
Yeah.
That's one of the keys, and that becomes an issue of expending a couple more flashes. And then when you get to your point of having to go for the execute, you don't have everything you require. So if you can get the map control with bodies alone, maybe taking a risk or two, a run boost instead of a flash here or there, might give you the last pieces of the puzzle to help you execute. And it looks like they're setting up for this short control.
Well, mission accomplished so far. We haven't seen any nade damage, no AWP tags. 5 alive. That changes again. Patsy straight to the thigh. Straight to the center of mass, and m0NESY forced to watch again. 15th death conceded, and that was the bomb. A lot of information and a lot of pace taken out of this from G2. I was about to celebrate that they'd got to short without a casualty. Well, Patsy's changing that, and another flash of Hunter crossing through. Lots of info and lots of presence mid. Will drop his smoke. Nico allowed to go looking. Little one way on that. No one present. It's actually aggressive towards long Magics. And you can see Alexi's acknowledged that there is a big gap in their setup. Potential for that long aggression. Nico drops straight down to CT. Dexter on the hunt. Nico is going to crawl fast. Dexter's got a lot of pressure here. And it is up to Magics from long. G2 have the site. A man advantage, though, for the Spirit retake.
No utility here to defend this G2. Just going to have to do it with bullets alone right now.
Just Magics. And look at him dance. Takes another on the AD and all onto Jax. Spirit set for a 12th here. 4v1. Just got to find this last one. Jax stubborn for the first. And we will see 12. This really is getting scary for G2.
Patty's really annoying to deal with right now. The fact that he doesn't care, that he knows there was an AWP on the other side, and it actually lured him into the fight. Right? m0NESY spammed the doors with the AWP, and then Patsy goes, oh, that's where you are. Let me come fire you. Gets the kill. You're right, the bomb's dropped. It's loose. Information garnered immediately. And this kid on the AWP, look, he's been involved in a lot of opening exchanges. I'm having a look right now. He's been involved in 12. And look, he hasn't come out on the winning side. He's lost 7, he's won 5. But on this CT side, when he's winning them out, it means so much for Team Spirit in converting these rounds. The plant's good. The buy's back out. There's no AWP for m0NESY right now.
Look at that T-smoke.
It's a change. They go on B. Extinguish, or are they just going to wait this out?
There's a timing on this. What a lot of damage. Jeez, Louise.
Here they go.
2 of them, half health. The walk-in wounded, aggressive. Siren deals with the problem. Team Flash as well, but Nico and now only m0NESY on the way towards B. He's going to have to pull the plug on that. Completely disconnected from his partner in crime.
With these two still alive, there's a bit of a chance to make this one work here. Nico's in suicide right now. Could just be playing for a little bit of information, worried about that short push. m0NESY can call that clear from lower tunnels, but look at this. They don't know where the fight is coming from. You can see how passive they're being right now. How do they even get together, right? This AWP, you can see it separating the two of them.
Yeah, he is the bookmark between these two.
If Nico goes up... Oh, this might be the first fight here spotted.
Gets across, baits the shot. It's Patsy though, and Nico looking the wrong way. More impact found. And a 1v3 for the close. Asking a lot of, let's see, Patsy from long side. First of the 3 found already. He's been whittled away at good damage. They start to regroup. Long rotations from that 2 B defenders. Patsy willing to keep him looking at 15 HP. He's got nothing to work with. And it's Siren as well that's contributing. This will go right down to the full 30. Regulation, even OT, if Spirit can make this run and convert it. How many consecutive now? This will be 6 in a row.
I'm having a look right now, and I'm just counting off the scoreboard here, but I think in the first half, Patsy only had 5 kills. He now has 21. Like, this has been quite the CT showing from him. He's been having a lot of impact here. A lot of impact indeed. Magic's up to 21 kills as well. This has been a really good showing. And you consider how this first half went, right? We're looking at a drubbing within that CT side. It just felt like G2 were doing everything and more. And now, what a comeback this has been.
So we've seen them try the long all-in. We've seen them try the B all-in. You still haven't seen the Chad Birchall submission of a mid to B. Maybe the conversation to be had. This is actually their last tactical pause coming to a close.
That's crazy.
Now.
Yeah, and this is it. This is going to be for the last 3 rounds of play. Sorry, the last 2 rounds of play here. As they are going to equip into some AKs. They can get the buy through once more. The max loss bonus is in play. Jax is actually Okay, they're gonna hedge here. They're gonna just go for a bit of a partial so they can still buy into the next round, right? They're just leaving themselves enough cash so the 3,400 coming on through will secure them a buy, but it's still a threatening, scary round. AK Scout, couple of digs, enough utility to make this one work.
It's gonna be long. Jax is gonna be the pointy end of this spear. And Hunter's got some pace behind this. Hinge, short, all pressured.
They're out long.
A lot of space taken, and AK fires off shots immediately. They get their Feckles up. And Patsy
spotted.
Caught out, not for a moment, as he does neutralize Hunter. Could be bad info, but he was alone. Nothing more to be seen in tons.
Oh, he needs to drop this now. They're so close, Magix. You're not aware.
Drops his smoke to divide and conquer. Jax does find one on that AK. This is the duel. Magic stands strong. Big from Alexi. Could it just be the partial? 3v3. So much hard work and strife from Spirit to get this far back into the game. Siren is doing it everything he can to extend play again. And now Nico, you could see he was planning an elaborate scheme. Has to just commit to long now.
They got smokes for the bomb as well here.
What
He's
are you
going to have
supposed
to
to
do some
do?
bangers on this.
First shot would have to be on this Inquisitive. Oh, Patsy, good for his 23rd, and we go all 30, Chad. It's OT or G2 getting through by the skin of their teeth. Yes, a dominant first half, but Spirit matching that here in the second.
I can't believe that this is happening right now. I'm actually a little bit shocked that this has just slowly crept back up on us. And I kind of feel the same for G2. It's like round after round, yeah, okay, they lost this one. It was a bit of a mid-round. Okay, that didn't go their way. Patsy found the opener, but this right now is feeling very, very bleak. Remember that round that they posted? m0NESY got 2 opening kills down middle with the AWP. And here he goes again, posted up on the boost, the spot on the cross, but nobody going to give him a chance for a fight here.
So much credit to be given as well to those attending your first major and still bringing these aggressive opening moves from the likes of Patsy with this AWP. He's not changing and succumbing to the pressure and caging himself. Here he is again, looking to catch over the precipice of the smoke. And he's trifling with trouble. The likes of Nico going to be hunting him down. He's got the better of him on a multiple occasions. A good pop flash up the box, and pressure now mounting towards short side.
He's just hanging around. He's reflashed himself
hit
forward.
that.
He got the tag through the door.
Hunter's already down to 24. And you get another glimpse at Magix and his long holds. This is one of his more comfortable positions. Good for a multi more often than not, dumping his util. He will just hide and cower. Dexter bolts the rifle. He's alive, and so is Magix. G2, overtime looms. They were in such control of this game. And now m0NESY, Molotov'd out. It's not going to spread. He will continue to be able to contribute, and crawling and creeping is Nico. Patsy loses his head. A good tap from Nico, and it would have to be quite the ace clutch.
30 seconds with the bomb down long. How are you getting the hell out of this one?
Oh, we actually have an overtime here.
There's no way. There is no way he wins this round. Not with 25 seconds left. Not with all these bodies
He can't
to
even
find.
get the bomb at this
Yeah,
point.
and you can see how concerned he is. He's worried about a close mid-doors play. What a comeback right here from Spirit. 15-15. I can't believe we're going no overtime.
Amazing. Amazing, like, just fortitude out of Spirit. They go down and out. Don't forget, Dexter's whiffing his jump throws. They can't get flashes and smokes right. You come into the second half, and I cannot stop singing the praises of Patsy. I think he gave them the confidence and the conviction with a couple of those gimme rounds, a couple of those opening kills, to get everyone else to have time to catch their breath and get back online.
One of the key components to all of this was once the double AWPs came out, right? It didn't start well for them here, but once the double AWPs came out, that was a key component on this CT side. Now, one of the issues when you move into OT, sure, right, you get 10K, but if you lose this opening round right here from Spirit, they obliterate everybody. They have to rebuy. The double AWPs become extremely exciting, and that's the second game of the 0-1 matchups on the B stream right there. IHC taking on Complexity, already 5 rounds deep.
Oh, and Patsy, you wouldn't believe what he's just done, Chad. He's only got another opening.
He's just stealing these openings time and time again.
Splatters m0NESY against the wall.
He's not afraid at all. Not even a little bit.
Do you know who you're peeking?
It's crazy that he's happy to take all of these fights here. They're not sitting him down. They're not shutting him up. And there's Alexi with the AWP. Gets them a response back on the slither.
Okay. G2, it's been a bit of a drought. They've probably forgotten what victory feels like.
Can they turn this one around? That opening kill onto Magix. No, it's an A player, right? So that's going to help them at least piece together part of the puzzle that...
Very early to be dumping that B util. They want to kind of keep that presence noted, forces one of the smokes out of the CTs.
Look at the info play. Look at this push from Chopper. He's already down mid. He's already down mid. Yeah. They know it's coming.
They're taking liberties now, aren't they? Spirit, they know. Bit of proactivity goes a long way. And here comes Siren. He's perfectly tucked in for this. Anti-flash Hunter, a big headshot. And now
Chopper's
the smokes
here.
have bloomed. Chopper so quick on the flag. They're all there. One down. Jack's lucky to get away. 3-on-3. Nade will soften Jack's up further. And through the smoke he strikes. Jax and Alexi trying to find the first for G2 in some time. A smoke to be scooped on up. That will go tunnels. And Patsy has Alexi on a plate. On this left fight. Jax on the jiggle potentially can obstruct. This is the fight. Needs it. Sprays it down. Chopper trades. It's 2-on-1. Jax with it all to do. Time sensitive. Does well to evade. Dexter's got him. And Spirit continue to string together rounds. They will take the lead, Chad.
Wow. Wow. Into the B bomb site. How often do you see a team lose the B bomb site? After you've gotten in, you get the bomb on down, but it's Chopper. That flank was so quick. The liberties that you're talking about, the short reaggress after losing Magics. G2 thought, no, they're going to bolster A, they're going to be worried about long. Not at all. They go take space elsewhere. And this flank from Chopper, he gets 2 kills before the bomb gets planted. It makes this retake more than possible. And it's Chopper again finding the impact. The in-game leader stepping up here for Spirit.
Well, that's a lovely spawn. Patsy doesn't use it.
Are they going to be able to solve the problem when they get onto the other side? Here we go, another fight. Is he really going to step on out? Is he really going to take this fight late?
Oh, actually, Monasty's running down suicide. He's Dexter this time. He's up against in that head-to-head. Should he choose to swing on out? Happy to just focus on the slither. He has the opportunity to catch any cross from lower. And here's the aggression from Patsy. He is just untamed. The wild boy. Flash, that's got to be it. Siren, lucky, 6 HP, run down. Hunter knows what he's got to do and does so well. Dexter's close to B. Util dump needs to be good and is. Now the bomb on its way in. Hunter with doesn't really have the health to get any more aggressive than that. Jax is responsible for Chopper and now he's in a bit of a weird head-to-head of his own.
They're contained at least. Nico still has mid doors. Jax has long locked down and Dexter trying to backpedal out of dodge right now. He's going to be stuck between a bit of a rock and a hard place here. We'll have to take a fight, but it looks like Team Spirit are conceding this one. Now it's just about what can they hold on to. As you can see how aware Dexter is of all these timings. That's a smoke. That's a bit of a life raft right there, deployed by one of his teammates to get him on out of dodge. And we'll be able to backpedal on out of here.
Sometimes Hunter does just have to go kill. I mean, you saw how many T rounds were shut down by Team Spirit. Well, you can't always stop Hunter.
And that's what I thought was going to happen in regulation,
yeah,
right? It felt like one of those rounds was eventually going to manifest for G2, but they just weren't able to get it done. And Dexter will survive over towards spawn. They have enough cash to splash right here in terms of the drops. They could drop a secondary AWP for Patsy. They can get a rifle into the hands of Siren. There's no dramas there. The fact that they were able to convert that first CT round here in OT helped them buy this buffer into the final.
Takes initiative there. And you can see the frustrations in Siren's face. He was not happy with being chased down, had very few tools in his belt to get out of that one. Okay, more pace, more pace. Patsy fires off the warning shot, but they will succumb and give it up. Early long control.
Hasn't gone perfectly for them when they've had long control early within this game, has it, G2? There's a couple of rounds, one where they had to fight for control, the other where they got it given to them. And look at Chopper again. He is taking so many risks, and Patsy, another opening. Modesty down.
Oh, he's got the angles, this kid. He's comfy, and look at Chopper.
That was their own smoke, right? That was G2's smoke on the corner.
Chopper's already calling tons clear. Like, their initiative tells them it's probably long. Chopper's now made it an absolute. And just the elbow spanks Jax in the funny bone. Now an extinguish, quick to it. Doesn't take a lick of damage. Flash to elope through and re-peek. One towards long, or rather the pit. Flashes up. That wasn't far off the hip of Hunter. More as they crawl over the edge. A hard flick. Hunter trying to be the hero for G2, but Dexter's got 1-2. That AWP is scary.
Coming through.
Pushing straight through. Good catch. Toes exposed. Siren good for it. Now it's onto Magic's on the site. Alexi, his first victim, and a miss from Nico does seal his fate. 17. Spirit coming in with the lead. And G2 finally escape the woes of the T side.
I just can't believe what we're seeing from Patsy. He's continuing to find impact. Like, the first is brilliant, but the fact that he goes more aggressive line back towards Car, taking another peek, he's just so jarring. He's not giving up. He's staying hyper-aggressive throughout, and it's such a problem. But if we could start to take a bit of inventory, take a little bit of a stock how it went in that first half, because right now, oh, look at that. Right now, G2 are back onto this CT side. And when G2 were on the CT side, it was them being prickly. They were the ones who were pushing into lower dark with Hunter time and time again. If you get some spawns right now, if you're Spirit, maybe try something a bit more out of the box, a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more pacey, because G2 are rattled right now.
Yeah, I mean, you heard the Des talking about, like, oh, we don't always see the head-to-head. We don't see Monacy Dexter. We didn't anticipate it would be Patsy Monacy so frequently. The second Orbs now, though, with the side change, we're reminded, oh, graceful bounces. The movement will capture our attention. It's the frags we need, though. Top of the table for Spirit. Patsy back on the AK.
Looked like that was destined for a little bit more damage, but being denied by the corner of the box right there, and this flash could be good. Monacy.
You're running into the pair, and Nico, the bodyguard, stands vigilant. Opening for G2. Molly will force a nice escape, and he is safe as houses. Juggle of the util. Nico wants answers. Magix will catch it. Full white, dead, and traded. Nice from Dexter. Keeps the pace of the game at least competitive.
It's a 2-2 split right now of G2. Jackson Hunter over towards B.
Okay, exploitable if you can get Siren over there quick. You're starting to maneuver back.
They still have 2 smokes here, a couple of flashes and a molly to work with. Right, they're going to have this late long play coming on in from Dexter with the AWP. The other 2 could put pressure on Shaw and try and open a door for Dexter to have a look for a kill. But time, that's the issue. 35 seconds.
Double long hold. It's Dexter. Oh, he will perfectly catch the flash. Needs to die, does. Alexi B makes sure of that. But that's the chance and a big shy flick. They will have an opportunity to plant Chad this. 4 on 2. But Chopper charging on in. They can turn this around if that bomb goes down. The nade shy. Bomb is planted. Low HP. Chopper's got a lot on his plate. 1 is all that Siren has to celebrate. And so we tie things right back up. 17 apiece.
Really good stuff there from Nico, right? Having a bodyguard, he gets that opening kill. It looked dire right there for Monacy for a moment. With that flash coming in, he was pinned in towards that short corner. But Nico going aggressive again, right? Taking some aggression, taking some maneuvers to get them some space back. Doing a great job for his team with the double up right there. That timing for Dexter, very unfortunate, right? Because he was ready. He was ready for a long play for so long, and then he's pivoted on back, and the flashes come through. So that's a little bit unfortunate there for Team Spirit, but a nice, well-handled round there from G2.
And how many, I mean, I don't have the answer to this question, but how many of close games and big tournaments of G2 found themselves just overcome in overtime? That FaZe series is still living on in many's mind.
Well, once the nade comes in towards lower dark, I think you're pretty aware that there's no CTs hiding on down. So Patsy not having to have as many issues this time round, and we'll get this lower dark control. Very standard setup coming on through from G2 in this round. Nothing outside of the box here as the hinge smoke is dropped. Still a minute 15 remaining on the clock here, and a flash to enable the mid control for Nico as he wants to throw some flak damage their way. Up and over. Lightly softening this short ascent. The bomb's still down towards back of Cat here. If they want to do an A execute, someone will need to scoop that up. You can't have that coming late long. Another nade. And some more chip damage. So Nico getting this one done. Has another HE in his hands right here. So if they fully commit, might even be able to obliterate a player or 2 on their way on in. Bomb has been picked up. Short control established. Util being juggled. And another nade. There it is.
Just completely disappears. Nico single-handedly nades Patsy out of the round. We've got 30 seconds, lads. You're going to have to pull the plug and make a commitment. Here it is, mid to B, loud, quick. Hunter has to focus his attention doors here, and he's looking right on the money. Chopper's gone. Dexter's still there. Monacy at least good for the Dexter frag back, and Nico stops that bomb from entering. Locked on the bricks, a high flash. Siren does nothing with it. G2, 1 away from closing A game they had for the majority in the palm of their hands. Spirit, a spectacular comeback, but now a T round is required if they want to extend play.
I didn't think it would come back to bite them in the arse like this, but you have to go back. Remember that Nico round in the first half with the Deagle?
Oh,
yeah,
God.
right. And the desk conversation, Devil Walk mentioned, is going to be about how many T-sided rounds can they get. Well, they had a very strong CT half, didn't they? Both teams. But it's those little details, it's those clutch losses that are going to come back to haunt Spirit right here, right now. Denied long early. Can get this map control, as they have in the last few. No silly business towards lower dark early here, but quite worried about exactly that. Outside the upper tunnels, we'll need to take that space back as more utility being limped on through.
And this is where that dead silence, not only in our commentary, but in those team comms as well, just the reality setting in for each individual. It's been a long old game, just the best of one, but I'm sure it feels like an eternity. Chopper, the puppet master of Team Spirit, seems to have his troops headed towards A. And you got about a 60-second mark. And just going through dry. Nico on his next jiggle is going to be face to face with Patsy. Look at this. That's an easy one. Get out of there. Smokes are dropped, but Nico with an opening.
He's away as well.
Beginning of the end, Chad. Spirit so close to something rather brilliant, and now we need brilliance from one of their individuals. 4 of them remain. Chopper could be dead, doesn't engage. Nico does manage to get out of dodge. Deagle present as well, doesn't opt to reload or fall off. Change of mind now.
25 seconds, they're going to have to go. They have to commit A. There's no way out. Jax knows it.
Yeah, he's seen the time as well, and he does confirm. He calls it and taps the head of Magix. That's a hard shot to hit. 3 remain, 2 as well. G2 have been allowed to close. 19 and G2, 2-0. You can see it says on the face. Their expression says it all. After a dominant game up against Liquid, you really do get your, well, you get your defensive mechanisms tested.
Yeah, look, relief, I think, could define this one here for G2, because the first half looked fantastic, didn't it? We were singing their praises, they were getting it done, and just not able to get it across the line there with their T-haul. It was the CT rounds that they were a little bit stronger on right here, but that's said for both teams. A good showing for Spirit.
Yeah, Magic's face as well does seem to embody that of Spirit. A close game, just no cigar in the end. Credit to some of those new names. Siren looking comfortable. Patsy, my biggest takeaway from this game is going to be the boy on that secondary AWP. If they can keep him up and keep him hot, Spirit could surprise a couple of big names.
Yeah, well, I think we got Freya in the panel ready to break this one all down, so let's throw it over to the desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, a huge sigh of relief for G2 as they managed to claw it back in OT. But let's not forget, this was a 14-4 scoreline at one point in this game. We saw an absolutely dominant CT half from the side of G2. They managed to make it to that crucial qualification best of 3 tomorrow, but it was not in a clean fashion, Jacob.
No, it wasn't. You know, that was classic G2. I don't know why they do it all the time. You know, they just have to make every single game they play competitive. And you know, we keep talking about, you know, is it a coincidence? It's not, because it keeps happening over and over again. You got to give credit to Spirit in this regard, you know, for pulling off a great comeback. Patsy played a fantastic game of Counter-Strike, especially on the CT side. But if you're G2, you said it right here just before we went live, it's like experience win them the game, but it's also sort of like the experience that in a way makes them lose these big leads. And I don't get it. Why don't you just get your shit together and get the game closed down from the get-go instead of having to do this all the time?
It's extremely frustrating to
Yes.
watch because, you know, and we're talking about the context of G2 being a championship team. We're not talking, you know, about it's their expectations. They go into this, they want to challenge for the major title. And when you see things like this, obviously very good CT sides, they were well prepped, utilities on point. But then you go on the T side and they're missing utility. There's gaps in long when they try to cross the 2 double short smokes that you use to try to get the cover from the AWPer, all missing. And it's extremely frustrating to watch a team of this caliber win 4 T rounds in a 19-17 game.
Yeah, and you said it, the T round, the T sides from G2, right? You
Or
begged
weapon.
for it. You wanted to see it. You wanted to see that T side. And I don't know what you saw in this one, Devil, but it wasn't pretty for G2. It was lackluster. You said it yourself. There was rounds where drop utility. There was rounds where it felt like some of the players took an individual decision to be like, I'm going to go out here and I'm going to try to find a kill. When it doesn't work out, then you leave the rest of the team in a 4v5 scenario, and they don't know what to do, right? So for my money, it looked like, from the outside perspective at least, and maybe LXCB can help us understand that better moving on in the tournament, but there's too many individual playmakers in G2 and too little plans for the team together. And when you play against a team like Spirit, who played a good game of Counter-Strike, you will be punished. Had they played against a better team than Spirit, they probably would have lost this game.
Yeah, and it's the disparity that we're seeing between those two halves as well. I know you're bringing up the point that we wanted to see more from the T side of G2. We're going to have to see more going forward as well. But the fact that Spirit could make them bleed, could make it burn when it hurt the most coming into that CT side. I know Chad and Alex were saying it was really instrumental, that double AWP setup we saw coming out. Patsy, not a name that we mentioned here on the desk in that AWPing role, but a huge impact from him.
I mean, he was amazing. He was constantly re-aggressing. He had that little killer instinct. He was constantly pressuring G2 and Monacy with these peaks, and he was punishing this sloppiness from G2's T side. I mean, they tried to clear him out of car multiple times without success. He always got favorable trades and kills and picks, and he just kept on going, and really, really impressed.
He was involved in 19 opening duels throughout this game. He only won 8 of those, so the conversion rate of the opening duels wasn't too great for him, but to be involved in 19 opening duels, which was the same amount as the rest of his team combined, tells a story that Patsy was the playmaker of the team. He was the guy trying to take charge of the game. He was the guy trying to open up, and even in some of the rounds that he didn't get the opening kill where he lost, he still did great damage, got great information. So Patsy, he played a fantastic game of Counter-Strike. Right?
I really like that you bring up the opening kill stats as well, because just flipping it back to that first half, we're only seeing 3 opening kills going in the favor of Spirit, and that was coming into the second half, saying, a huge win condition for them, and a reason why we saw it being so disparate in terms of those rounds.
Especially, right? And you saw G2 as well winning both the pistol rounds and then Spirit having to fight back and win the follow-up rounds in order to even make the game competitive in that first half. So you're right, just as much as G2 was struggling in their second stage of the game, so was Spirit in the first half. But I guess the main talking point for us will be the fact that when you're G2, you're up 14-4, and you then progress to play, I think it was 14 rounds, and they're only getting... it was 14 rounds, yeah. They only got 12 kills in those 14 rounds, So it's just not good enough if you're G2.
Yeah, I just feel like they didn't have that fighting spirit, setting themselves up for these kills. It was basically when it was gifted, when the mistakes presented themselves, yes, they got rounds on T-side, weapon rounds, but other than that, I didn't really see much to take with us that will make them a title contender.
I do want to throw it back to the first half of this map. That feels like a lifetime ago. So we've got round 4 to put under the microscope with some dirty deed action from Nico himself.
And that's the good side of the coins, right? Because you see G2 right here. In a scenario where Spirit fought back, as said, G2 win the pistol, Spirit force back and win, and then you have a full eco coming in right here. Jack's finding some nice kills with the USPs. Still a 1v2 here against Nico. You are never supposed to lose this if you're Spirit. It's some insane shots he's hitting right here. Patsy again getting a little bit, I guess contested by the inexperience. And then Nico's just... Yeah, exactly. And then Nico's just absolutely destroying them in this scenario. The problem is, the good side of the coin is that G2 can win rounds like this, but if this is what it takes for them to win a game 19-17, as you said, what is going to make us believe that they can beat FaZe? What happens when they meet Na'Vi? What happens when they go up against some of the best teams in the world? Because then you can't rely on Nico doing this over and over again. I know I guess he has the ability to do so, but you can't rely on it, and that's my problem with G2. I would love to say they're a title contender, but I need to see it on the server first.
Yeah, and they're going to be hit back by those shots as well once they play teams of that caliber. So it could even span out to be even worse than we expect.
Well, it wasn't the prettiest from G2, but they do cement themselves in that crucial best-of-3 qualification game tomorrow. But plenty of more Counter-Strike on the docket. Our next game is going to be Force versus Bad News Eagles. We're taking a short break, but join us back after this.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
G2 survive against Spirit, and Alexi, I'm going to touch on that, and it looks so good to start off with. It goes all the way to overtime. T-side wasn't coming through strong for you guys, but we know Spirit can play Dust too, but were even you just a bit disappointed with yourselves towards the end of that?
I mean, yeah, I can see what went wrong though, so it's not a huge problem, but last time we threw a 15-8 lead on CT side, I believe it was against Entropic. This time we blow the lead, but more importantly, I feel really good that we won the overtime, because lately when we get to overtime, we don't have pretty good success. So it's really nice that we came back out of that.
They just said to me, right, you know what the reason was. What is that reason? What was going on?
I mean, I don't feel like we got shut down completely. I mean, sure, on these rounds where we were anti-eco, they weren't afraid to push lower, or their oppers were peeking everywhere, so it's obviously hard. But on the gun rounds, we had a lot of map control a lot of the times, I feel like 2 or 3 times, and somehow their Opper gets away with like an entry he shouldn't be taking, I feel like. We kept failing utility car, we kept throwing our own mollies, like bouncing off the walls and everywhere. And we didn't use our flashes to gain more map control, because our finishes are really good, but this moment in between was horrible today. And I know that all of us know how we messed it up, because we have some rules and have some principles, but it happens.
I did see your faces at the end as well, so I definitely felt like you guys knew, but it was I guess, relief, right, that you got the job done now. But you're 2-0, you've got the job done here so far. How confident are you feeling of the 3-0? How are you confident you're feeling in the current team form? Because remember last time we spoke back at the RMRs, you were telling me that sometimes like there was too many voices going on. Is this something you've been able to fix? You feel like you're cleaner now?
I mean, still, I feel like the communication is the #1 thing. We can always improve. But honestly, if we just feel alive as a team, even though the communication would be hectic at times, if we keep hyping each other up and we're just having a good mood, I feel like we're playing the best CS we can play. So honestly, sometimes you have some downsides, but you can certainly work with everything. And yeah, it's going good right now, and I just hope to snowball this into a 3-0.
Let's hope you do. Alexi, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The Cinderella story still alive, but Four's now hoping to be the villains. Jerry's men are going to be taking on Bad News Eagles in our next round 2 matchup, both 1-0 thus far in the tournament. So how are we comparing these two teams as we enter this next matchup, Jacob?
It's a wild card in the sense that both these lineups can definitely beat each other. I think it's a 50-50 matchup. I think both teams right now eyeing the opportunity of going 2-0 and being just 1 game away from qualifying for the next stage, which would be absolutely insane. So on the cards, right, I think this is a very important game. You can even hear in the background probably.
Yeah, I don't know whether you can hear that, but
I think so. The players are getting rattled up. We can hear them at least. And for B&E to be in a position where you can go 2-0 is massive. Whereas for Force, I think facing Renegades in that first game, that was pretty easy. So for them to be in the same scenario, they both eye this massive opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, this game is going to be a mental game for me. It's all about the mentality here. I think it's going to be a lot of crazy stuff happening, 1v3s and sitting in smokes that they forget to clear, a little bit like this. So a lot of crazy moments that you need to prepare and need to be able to calm yourself, because these fast-paced Counter-Strike that both teams like to play, I think it's going to be crazy. And yeah, we'll see who's ready for it.
Yeah, chaotic CS, that's what we definitely like to see. Just looking at both of these teams' routes here to the Challenger Stage 2, coming through the RMR, incredibly tight, Jacob.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, both teams, were in a scenario where they were 2-2 and they had to win the final game in order to qualify. You can argue that B&E was pressured the most. That was a very, very close one. You even saw the emotions. You saw the videos of these guys, afterwards qualifying and winning. And it was just insane to see. I do feel, that when you look at Force as well, it was kind of the same scenario. And in the qualifier, they came in with not too many expectations, but we always knew that if they play a good tournament, they had a chance of qualifying. So, as you said, Freya, it's two teams that when you look at their route to the major, when you look at how they've played so far and who they're playing so far, it's two very even team. I will say, though, that the one thing that makes B&E different to me is that I've seen them be able to take down a team like NIP. They should have won against them during the Blast Showdown. They didn't. They bottled a 13-3 lead on the last deciding map. Outside of that, I've only seen Force beat teams that they should beat, and I've seen them lose to teams they should lose to. So now we get to see them against a team that is arguably maybe a tiny bit better individually speaking, and are they good enough to go up against a team like that?
I mean, I also like to point out that they do have this advantage of you kind of get drawn into their story, right? You want them to do well because you see all this passion, all this emotion that they show even when they win 1 or 2 rounds, an eco round. I see them constantly giving energy and showing it, and I think that could be an advantage. A lot of people support them right now.
Yeah, and it's been a huge storyline for B&E coming into this. The fact that obviously the country's leader met them once they qualified after the RMR. The fact that a fan gave them a boot camp house to be practicing in coming into this tournament as well. It's a Cinderella story. We all love it.
Yeah, the entire country seems to be behind them, right? The Prime Minister as well is sitting in a B&E jersey and rooting for the guys. So for sure right now they play with a lot of pride, and I love this raw feeling of they play for the passion, and you can definitely attest to this as well, Devil. 10 years ago, we all played for the passion, right? There was not a lot of money involved, and you were lucky if you won a couple of pocket changes and if you could buy milk for the next day, right? Whereas today, there's a lot of money involved in Counter-Strike. These guys, as you said, Freya, they're borrowing a mansion in order to be able to boot camp. They don't have an organization. They don't really have a big salary, yet they're still out here living their dream, and you can see that on the faces of the player. You can see how much it means to them, and as you said, you cannot underestimate that raw emotion, that raw passion for the game.
And belief. Bring belief in every moment, and that's so important, especially when you come into a big tournament like the Major. I can't stress it enough. That belief, just believing, even if you're 1, 2, 3 entries down, to be able to crawl it back and actually deliver.
And I love this graph right here because it shows the stats from this tournament so far, and it paints the picture of there's no real star player within this lineup. GXX normally is up there as well, right? They don't really have that one big star player, and they don't have a weakness either, right? It's a very, very even team in terms of how they put out their stats and how they put out their performances. For Bad News Eagles, that's the thing, right? That's the charm with this team. Any given player can have a good game, and any given player can be the weak link. But overall, when you look at the team, it's a very even squad. It's a very well-rounded team as well.
Yeah, and it's the chemistry that we've been hearing from multiple interviews from a lot of the different individuals on the side of B&E. It's the fact that they say they have that trust within each other. It's kind of no surprise that we're not looking at one particular star to be showing up for them.
No, and even referencing back to when they picked up Regon, I remember an HLTV interview where they basically said that we believe he is the last piece, right? And that's amazing. Seems to be working.
Well, it's going to be Inferno in this best of 1 series. Any thoughts for either side of the equation coming into this one, Jacob?
I mean, it's going to be a great game. I feel it's going to be one of those games where it can go back and forth. I will say for B&E to get Inferno is a massive win for them, at least in my books. They played a lot of games on Inferno, a lot of close games as well. Recently, we saw them, as said, play NIP. They had a fantastic T-side, got 12 rounds and should have closed out the game. They should have beaten NIP. Couldn't quite get it done. Credit to NIP as well. That's a class team. But if they play just remotely the same type of Counter-Strike, if they play remotely to the same level, they should be able to take down a team like Force on a map like Inferno.
Yeah, I agree. I'm on that watch as well, but it's not very secure in my book. It's very much a flip of the coin. It all depends on who wins those crucial rounds, and it's going to be so tight.
Well, we are ready to delve into Inferno, the best of 1 map in this series, and to do that, we're going to throw it on over to Chad and Alex.
Thank you very much, Freya. I am loving that desk. And Devil Walk just hitting the ground running. Man is dropping knowledge bombs. And we're hoping for a close one here. You can see the bookies slightly favouring fours. Does that echo your sentiment?
Yeah, a lot of the terminology that the Desk just used there, coin toss. I like what Jacob said, wild card. I think that's what we're going to get. I think that's what we get every time Bad News Eagles are in the server, right? Yeah. It's a bit more of a puggy experience. And that's normally where the more exciting Counter-Strike comes on through, especially with how emotional they are, right? So you're going to get the pop-offs. You're going to get some crazy clutches. At least that's what I'm hoping for. And we get it on Inferno here in our second best of one in the 1-0 column. So right here, right now, one of these two unlikely names is going to find themselves potentially one game away from a Legend stage tomorrow, but we have to get there first. Fours on the CT side, the Bad News Eagles to attack here. And Kenzie with a lot of information, the jump across. Second mid called relatively clear, but Synopsy's been able to creep on past.
He's been spotted, I'm almost certain. Sorty will stay ready. Oh, never mind. Kenzie does get caught out, but unpunished. Unpunished!
How does he get away with that?
Unashamed as he backs away, gets one while moving. Now to retreat. Safe Haven is out apps, and they're up mid. Quick deletion. GXX with one back. Rigon's good. And Flatro doesn't need to do much more because Rigon's clicked 2.
Novi's still back at the site here. Oh, shows himself
Yeah,
now.
but that's a big find, and Kenzie's already equalized. Suddenly, 2v4 goes 2v2. Blink of an eye. Flatro flattened. Only one. Sceneri's got 2 now on his plate and plenty of time, but this advantage just does nothing for them. The Eagles need this frag. Can't do it. Norvi will turn it around, and Forza get 2. 2v4. To start off this pistol.
And they're getting loud as well. I think they might need to. It might be a bit of a yelling match throughout this one right here. But this opportunity that both of these teams have right now to go 2-0 is going to put them in such a power position to walk at home.
It's a cushion. It's a silky cushion, memory foam, all the extra gibbles and wibbles.
It's not going to be easy, right? Because likely matchups are probably G2. We've just seen them get into that 2-0 column. We're going to get one of Vitality or Astralis getting in the 2-0 column. So the matchups aren't going to be the easiest to get on through.
Yeah, but cancel your plans tonight. That's all I'm saying. And Jerry is about to spray down only the one. Caged by Rigon again, name in the feed, and that Deeg is shut down. Norvi quick to respond. He's a stubborn mule on B, isn't he? Already finding himself 2 multi-kills in his defense, and happy about that.
And staying loud as well right there. I could see that Shalfie was making sure he continued to make some noise. And that was a force by B-Rush. So that one was shut on down. But if you don't have your tickets just yet for the Major, you want to grab those. You want to make sure that you can be here in person 19th to 22nd of May. Grab your ticket, scan the QR code. And if you don't, Google it. That tends to work for most things.
I've
or
only just
whatever
about
browser that you like to use.
Worked out the whole QR code, Ghibli. It took me 2 years of menus, but
They came back, remember? Yeah. They were, I think...
Shalfie sat down, bent over, and Rigon's Deeg is good for it! Doubles up, charging now. Huge opportunity to take A space. He's going to go sacrifice and take a little bit of too much space. He's got all of A right now.
And they're both trying to push Banana here. That bomb should be able to go on down. Synopsy can hear the steps right now, takes the fight.
Problems.
And, yeah, gives them a 2-on-2. So an opportunity to bite back into this one fours. Kenzie and Norvi just making sure that nobody lies in wait. They do have a kit. They have some smokes. There's a flash and rifles to work with.
You can see that they've kind of stepped away from this aggressive quad hold. Rigon was just there for facilitation of the plant.
It's a very powerful spot from Rigon here.
And Norvi. And Rigon does control the pace from pit. He's not concerned about long. He's got a good idea as to where this is coming from. And the crossfire, broken. Norvi kicks open the door. Double required. Sceneri's FAMAS does not provide. And another for Forza. 3. And 3-0 for Kenzie. Undefeated and unafraid.
This is some really nice shooting from Rigon early, though. Like, you think about the pistol round, had a couple of bangers right here. Some absolutely tasty morsels of Deagle shots up mid. So at least the aim's in the right place right here, right now for the BNE. But we move into the first gun rounds, and we've already had some action.
Yeah, BNE are not shy of a BDP, if you know what I'm saying.
All right, deep mid-smoke. Everyone's favorite.
Yeah, and sometimes we've even seen a run boost through it. Anyone feeling frisky? Shalfie at least going to flash second mid and continue to rain some util towards that AWP's position. Speaking of, yeah, GXX whipping out an AWAP. Round 4.
You can see this setup, though, from the CTs, right? Having 2 players here with the deep mid-smoke, they've also thrown out deep incendiaries, is to slow down the default crawl while they establish 3 players towards B. Jeez. Very risky there. Second top mid-smoke dropped on the fade, and this is going to lock them out now for another 20 seconds or so. Buying time for the rotation to come on in. You can see here, radar top left of your screen. Rotation from Norvi, it's on its way. I think Jerry's flirting with that same idea here as he does make his way swiftly through Speedway, but BNE have just waited this out.
A lot of pressure onto this CT orb now. And he's just dry jiggling the flash, or rather a deep smoke towards CT. Peeks on it, does take down the rival AWP. Mission accomplished, step 1. Man advantage, 4-4 to continue to go undefeated. 3-0, 4-0 looms, but apps pop looking likely.
Yeah, there's only 2 players here on A. This is still winnable right now for BNA. They could at least get in towards the site.
Kenzie and Shalfie gonna tuck into the site and strike in unison. Out on the balk. Teneri does not clear his corners, punished for it. It's up to Synopsy. Good for it. Jerry's already rotated through. Synopsy saves them. Space now available on A, and they can get that bomb down. Rigon to survive. Smoke evading will put Zorti back into a position to contest. Jerry very low, unlikely to be able to be the entry man for them. Norvi's been great, though. 8 frags for Norvi. 8, and looking for number 9. Synopsy denies the AWP. Norvi's still a threat, and Flatro gets info, gets the frag, and it does look like the Eagles are going to be on the board.
Yeah, you could see right there that maneuver they did over towards Bananas. Zorti does get the opening kill with the AWP, but the deep CT smoke and the lack of information, because Zorti doesn't want to re-peek and take that fight, is that it could be a fast B. And there was too many Force players who rotated and quickly tried to gravitate to back that AWP player up. They left the A bomb site very susceptible, trading out efficiently on towards the site. The bomb goes on down, and we know how that goes. It is very difficult to get back into even number retakes on the B or the A bomb site on this map of Inferno.
This frag was everything. Jerry's knocking on short and quad. You really needed to get a bit of leeway in, and Synopsy does so much there. Not only entries, but confirms the round, and you can see the smiles. It's the vibrations that BNE have managed to really just besot them from the Counter-Strike community. A lot of love in a very short space of time for the Bad News Eagles.
There's a force spike coming in here. Scout for Zorti this time round, and a 5-7 in the hands of Norvi. Rifles for the rest, but very light on with U2, and they've actually gambled over towards A early here. Bit of a stop smoke towards the top of Banana there, just to deny the early presence. And well placed, because there's quite a few BNE members behind that looking to take control of Banana here.
Oh, look at that, Molly.
And the thing is right now, if they just set up and execute B, it's just going to be Jerry on the site, and they should be able to just usher themselves in for free. But just one smoke over towards CT. Jerry's still going to be able to call this clear. He's not asking for a rotation. The stacked top mid is still in place. This is going to be very deadly to break.
They didn't call the bluff. Happy to commit to this, albeit with the lesser weapons.
It's about how many bodies go up mid. If it's just 1 or 2, they can avoid a lot of collateral damage here.
GXX and Flatro responsible for this mid-fight. Zorti does have a scout and a slither gap. Oof, quick on the AD there. Flatro tested. And woof!
Dear.
Norvi, the first bullet out of that 5-7, and it's bang on the money. Synopsy hears a lot beneath him. He knows there's a lot of presence. Perhaps B does sound a lot better, especially with Rigon starting to crawl through. Jerry has yet to go wide on this, and doesn't spot him on the first time. Zorti tagged. Jerry, good for the first. Needs to see a trade. Rigon provides 12 seconds. They could perhaps get that bomb down uncontested. The smoke's there. One tag through. Synopsy lucky to be alive. A USP bullet could finish him any moment now, but bomb ticking. Eagles counting on Rigon and Cineri primarily. A single flash between them. Not a favorable retake, and even more so now as Synopsy, regardless of the health, takes another head. Rigon, a lot on his plate too to find. Nice from the elevated angle. Zorti swung on, and that will do nicely. Competitive from Fours, considering the buy.
Yeah, and you can see them getting fired up there on the cam, and we can hear them through the walls getting fired on up. That was a very difficult round to win with how it started. They were under so much pressure, and the only reason that was even made possible is the maneuver from Rigon. Check this one out. The 5-7 drive-by onto Flatro there was beautiful. And right there, you get that little move from Rigon, just creeping in towards the B-bomb site. Why they were looking towards A at the same time. Calls the boys back, understands they have a lot of space. It still could have gone wrong, right? If Jerry was able to do a little bit more damage in that situation, it could have gone very, very wrong. But down towards the pistols now. We'll just have to wait this one out. They have a flash to work with, and they're playing 4 over towards the Coffin's position. So, interesting to see how this one unfolds.
A little bit of Poltricide. Cold blood there from Jerry.
Killed another chicken.
Yeah, I think he's really got a problem with them.
Is it the feathers?
No, he just prefers the fungi-prepared mimic chicken.
I see, okay. He's into the alternatives these days.
Well, they are actually walking into this rather nimble USB stack, and they sting. They do sting. They will leave a mark. Another one to the dome. Synopsy second-guessing himself now as he stands and is deleted. Norvi, where has this speed come from? He is electric on the trigger.
Well, they've gone mid to B, so if they push down Banana, they might actually be able to take a bit of space and a bit of room right here.
What a relief, though. Just as you charge in with the bomb on your back alone, your suspicions were all 3 rightfully placed. Okay. But some nice, well, positives to this one from Force. An eco, but you leave with 2 AK-47s. That certainly will bolster the grand scheme of your defense.
Yeah, not too shabby at all right here. I think Norvi wants to see if he can take that USP out for another little jaunt. He's already taken one head. Let's see if he can find another here.
Yeah, he's very quickly becoming someone to watch in the server today.
This is the thing, the game will obviously continue to heat on up. There's going to be crazy retakes. I think they were talking about playing in fades of smokes on the desk. They were highlighting a bit more of that wild card element.
Oh, look at the punishment. The bomb will explode. Keep your eyes on Sceneri.
12.
Alive and kicking.
Okay, well, yeah, those AKs scooped on up. That's going to make this buy a lot better. They're going to be able to invest and have a couple of extra nades, all that good stuff. But I don't believe Zordy's going to be able to get out the AWP here. Now, he played Nuke earlier in the day against Renegades, and he brought out the Auto Sniper. And he did that over in the RMR as well, and I went and had a little bit of a look at his stats on Nuke, the weapon usage, and it's actually the Scar is his second highest used weapon, or at least effective in terms of the kill department. So it's something that Zordy likes to use on Nuke, right? And I think it can be quite good to deal with smoke walls, but maybe not as applicable on a map like Inferno.
Maybe the general Counter-Strike populace will stop getting so mad. Oh, careful now. Norvi's on the prowl. And Zorty's got a whole team against him. Does deal with Rigon's wide swing and allowed to get back out of dodge. Flat throw up long. Big opportunity here, and Zorty's dealt with it. This is a one-man defense. Haven't needed Shalfie and will not be able to utilize it.
No.
Kenzie, oh, this is an awkward one! And finished on the Glock. Still 3 on 2. Another body drop. Zorty gone. Jerry swings and smoked off. Trying to contest with the flames. It will deny any other plants, but default bomb plant done. A decision to be made here. Norvi and Jerry both in the library and being indeed read like a book as the Eagles set for a 4th.
Yeah, definitely save right here. Don't risk giving over these rifles. You just have a little bit of leftover cash on the 2 that saved those AKs, but
some pace on these guys,
yeah,
isn't there?
And I think just how threatening the room that they had taken was right there. I don't believe that Force expected so many players around the corner. That onslaught kept on coming. Zordy gets 2. You're expecting, okay, we've dealt with this. It should be handled now. But it just all fell apart here. So great stuff, GXX with the double. Good round from him. As they are now going to take back the lead here, 4-3 for the Eagles.
And there's a reason Freya's describing it as a Cinderella story on the desk, right? I mean, this is the closest embodiment of that open Counter-Strike circuit that we all know and love. These are players that sat down, played together, enjoyed it, and have pursued the dream together, and now find themselves battling up against those that have done this many times before.
Yeah, to be here in the current climate without an organization is another massive feat, right? Yeah. And then you think about all the goodies that come with major attendance and then what that means to these individuals.
Their sticker reaction,
yeah,
indeed,
everyone would have caught that on Reddit, right? Exactly. And that's what makes this story so exciting for everybody to follow along, is because it makes it feel like this is obtainable for everybody playing at home.
Exactly.
So to see this team continue to perform, let's see how far they can push the issue. They could just be a couple of rounds away from being 2-0. That would be wild to see them in that column.
Yeah, and to think it's a manageable head-to-head for a 2-0.
Exactly, right?
It's like this is the Cinderella story. I'm pretty sure this is chapter 2 of it, but this is it. Let's see if they can keep the pace up. T-side.
Managed the money quite well over here. They've been able to carry a couple rifles across and invest a little bit. So some Deagles and M4 to try and make this round as exciting as possible. Look at this aggression. They haven't heard him. They haven't heard...
Oh.
Maybe they have. Maybe they have.
Synopsy locked onto that, and that was one of the rifles. So 2 remain in the CT buy.
Yeah, that's kind of just thrown away. It wasn't tradable. It was a bit more of a coin toss maneuver, hoping that you can get away with that space and you're not being accounted for by the default. But absolutely dismantled right there. And now the defense is 2-2 split, but both AKs are on B.
Poof, Norvi, not quite as precise, but still gets the job done. Spray to the head. Flatro dead. 4 on 4. And only 1 smoke remaining for the CTs. This is what happens when your finances are threatened and you try and keep it conservative. There's still 60 seconds and the Ts will be able to go wherever they desire. That's the last smoke gone.
But the question that BNE are asking themselves right now is it just this 1 AK on the site, right? Because we're in a 4-on-4 situation. Are they playing 3A or are they playing 2-2? And if they're playing 2-2, have they really gambled both rifles onto the same bomb site?
Synopsy's responsibility to try and find out.
Nothing short side whatsoever here. Is forcing the reposition, so at least the rotation from these 2 Deagles, Azordi and Kenzie, will be miles away, but Jerry has stayed put over towards B. 28 seconds.
Jerry's still second-guessing, but stubborn. Oh, Zorti spots out 1, but deletes him. They will have 2 here, and Jerry strikes. This is Fours running circles around them. Only 1. GXX not going to get much done, and we will tie things up.
And that was a lighter buy right there, right? Getting it done, obviously, with the save rifles, with a little bit of a light investment. They still did invest. It wasn't the all-in, however. So this is going to be good signs going forward, but both teams can now get out full buys, right? Both teams now can get out the big greens, the AWPs. You can see GXX with his. You can see Zordi with the other. But that pace of BNE earlier, where they took so much mid-control, that was a key component. Do they go back to faster maneuvers like that?
Oh, somewhat of a head-to-head. Pre-fire out of Zorti. Doesn't want to overstep the mark. Neither does GXX.
It's information now that there is an AWP on the other side.
Yeah, Jerry is really ensuring Banana control. In fact, he's placed himself at the mouth of Banana. Flatro, early presence in Boiler. Zorti responsible. A 3-man A defense product of this Banana control. You've got nothing other than mid. And here comes the entire ragtag squad of Eagles. Molly will force him. He has to respect that. Flash is perfect, but Flatro yet to leave his hidey hole, the bunker of Boiler. Now they look to set sights on long. It's Jerry. All to do in the arch. Rig on down, 2 down. Nice spray. They take all 3. Just 1. Flatro on long remains. And there is still presence on B. Bomb on his back. Synopsy could be the initiator into a take on this B side. It is just Norvi. And so many options he has to cycle through in his head. Is he CT? Is he deep? Construction, coffins, emo. Synopsy's already across. Maybe Norvi will not anticipate as the smoke arrives now, and that's the fight! Norvi's solved it! Another for Fours, 15 for Norvi.
He's having a great game so far, isn't he? Just blowing him away right now, hitting everything that moves, and that was well handled right there. This long side has really been one of the keys for BNE. They were there on the pistol round. Remember, they went through on the mid to B, and then they ended up losing in that 2v4 situation. But they've headed over towards the long side of things quite regularly right now, looking for space to have those fights within the Angels. Jerry over towards Arch, they're locking them through, and then the push coming through that smoke towards mid-long. So Fours responding to this by not giving them that territory, and down to pistols now for the Eagles as quickly up Banana. Scenari's on the way on through. Tech9 in the hand. Synopsy's found one. Scenari's found another.
Oh, and Norvi needs more. Just a USP. He's so low. A jumping Glock could very well have found him. Saved and bailed out by Shalfie. That was about to be a real house of cards coming tumbling down, the pace of which those frags were found, but we slow it right back down.
And there's one of those bodies. You can see here the corpse of the AWP got lifted top middle by a Deeg right there. So Smelling blood in the water right here, looking to see if they can scoop this one up. Shalfie needs to be aware of this, and the smoke well placed.
Oh, Kenzie and Rigon quite a head-to-head. The Shadow pre-fires there, and look at him just hunting it down, bloodthirster. And now Shalfie does restore order. Another Deagle required. Synopsy not going to have anything to say about that. Shalfie precise for his 6th. And GXX's Deag is just hitting the body. Nothing to report for the Eagles. Does force 3 rebuys, but there's plenty of cash in the coffers.
One thing's very clear here. It's in terms of the fights that these guys want to take right there. The fact that Shalfie's just committed himself in towards trash in a position like that where his teammate is so low and elsewhere, right? I'll just shoot you. Well, just fight. It's all right.
Yeah,
but that's exactly what the Eagles want to do too. It's like, yeah, let's stand and bang. Like, this is the type of game you want to see. This is the one where fireworks really start to pop off.
Oh, I love that. That's a perfect descriptor for this best of 1. Stand and bang. You know, the last 20 seconds just full whirlwinding the fists. 4 direct duels won. We talked about Norvi. You can see 4-0 in that head-to-head with Synopsy.
They've actually taken a time. I think this is good. It's just to steady them here because sure, they have a bed of rounds. They've been able to pick up the 3 at the start, now the 3 at the bookend of the first 10 rounds of play here. But if they're able to consolidate this and really look to hunt down double digits on this CT side, set themselves up for a bit more of a cushy finish, because when the individuals are on point, CT sides can be very hard to break, because if every single time a player is standing and delivering a multi-kill, that's where it becomes so difficult for the T's to be able to operate. Deep mid-smoke into play one more time. Will be up close and personal. Bit of a change up here, not the 3-man banana start as utility from the Eagles here, trying to hold 4s on back. Zordi with the AWP posted. 1 gets past the line of sight. Shot pops off, but they are turning the screws here.
Yeah, decisions to be made. Zorti prioritizes smoke. A gap on that.
I wonder if this is intentional here, just to give him something to lure in a fight. Has no help right now whatsoever. Jerry's on speed dial.
Yeah, and that smoke would have stopped the fullback AWPing line for close sight, but smoke fades. This could be the go. Zorti.
Oh!
Deleted with a Galil, no less. Saneri. Big frag to post. Jerry. Oh my god, he spotted so much. He's got the whole team on his screen and gets nothing done. Okay, bomb down.
Safe.
Call it around.
I don't think if you're Jerry, you come around that corner
Bloody
expecting
hell.
CT not to be smoked after that opening kills come in. You're not expecting to have to get into a fight that quickly, but they were just standing ready, and that was the opener from Saneri right there. That's the fights we're talking about, just swinging on through, and they knew that there was an AWP B because Zordi took a shot, right? He took a shot. I think they expected him to rotate towards Coffin. Doesn't matter. They blow his head off. They force this save. They grab back another round, and this tug of war continues. This time we won't see them go for a 3-on-5 situation, and understandably so. Trying to keep the finances up, making sure they can continue to be threatening with these buys. But whatever the timeout, whatever they thought was going to be coming their way, they gambled incorrectly. So we need to try and recalibrate here at Fours. Everybody staying alive is fantastic. Some upgrades as well. No Galil carried on through. They can leave that trash in the round prior. And yeah, they're starting to look good over here with the Eagles. I think if they can get themselves 6 or 7 rounds on this T side, if we end up with an 8, so like it's obviously anybody's game. We talk about wildcard, coin toss, but they're on track right now. If they win this one, break the bank, can really get themselves a tidy T haul.
Well, yeah, their method in the on their T approach has been quite refreshing to watch. 3-2 split of 4s to start. GXX going very aggressive, adopts the Zywoo log peek and hits the follow-up through the wall onto Zorti.
Wow. Look at the damage each of them have.
Whoa! Rigon, half health, but that does not stop the headshots. And Opsy's got Kenzie on the other side of the smoke. Oh, if only he knew. The nade might even impact. Yeah, that should have been the death of him, saved by the reload. One more bullet was all he required in the mag, and Synopsy would have been a dead man. Chad, look at their health.
How is he walking away from that one?
It's technically 5v4. Zorti, admittedly, 10 HP, could succumb to a pre-fire or a nade or a mosquito. Rigon on the edge of the smoke. Norvi caught out, but still adjusts straight through the boards. And this one's a very debatable round. You got 50 seconds. This is a coin toss. It could go either way. Synopsy trying to, with his low HP, still contribute with A info, and there's 3 here.
Oh, they
He's
call it
kind of thread
clear
the
right
needle.
now. Kenzie's...
It's GXX.
He's got
Post
a knife
up,
out.
post up, and neutralize. Synopsy even takes down Kenzie on A. They're going back to A. He's just cleared the site. Oh, and look at this, 18 HP between the 2 remaining Force players. That is not functional.
That is crazy. That all came down to... Hold up a second. He's got the cross. I was going to say, if he hits the shot on the cross, they're going to have to go back from Graveyard to pick up the ball. Maybe he has a chance to hit a couple more, but gets away with it here. And they can even start hunting. They have banana control there. Starting to make their way through CT spawn. If they can rip these guns away, and look at this, 18 points of health remaining for these 2 individuals, they can definitely steal these guns.
This would be really punishing. Not only the round, but you lose it all. And a perfect angle. They're going to try and do it in unison. Oh, perfectly communicated and executed. Norvi, good on the new box fight, but a perfect flash, and Norvi does keep them safe as the gap to be closed. Norvi stands vigilant.
That's probably enough.
Yeah.
I think we've lost enough bodies, boys. We'll give them this.
19 and 6, dude. He's in 12 rounds deep.
Yeah, that's so wild that Shalfie's just decided to push middle like that, because they didn't know that Synopsy was able to creep up short there, right? So Synopsy creeping up, not only does he hear the footsteps of Shalfie pushing down, Shalfie's calling that they're heading B, because he's just run down mid like a bloody elephant, right? And at that point, Kenzie's gone, well, I need to rotate on over. So he's left pit, walked into the line of sight of Synopsy, he's secured the site, and had all the info so that GXX could get that kill with the AWP.
And had 8 HP the whole time.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's a unique one, and that really does favor the Eagles here to try and get that 7th, take the lead here on the T side.
That could be a turning point in this game, right? Depending on how this half finishes on out, that could be an absolute turning point.
Okay. Early banana control just given up. That's because there's 3 CTs. Should they try and pop? Rigon anticipating and jiggling. He's been spotted out. Norvi very sharp. Justifies that AK. Smoke exchange, but Rigon's ahead of it. Trying to mantle up. He's going to go down again. 20 frags and counting. Oh, Norvi finally meets his maker. It's Ceneri and B-site again where he flourishes. Jerry, just the deagle, wants to deny. Crosshairs bang on and into the spine for the deny. He gets away as well. Man advantage. Ceneri flustered. And here comes Jerry again. He's playing the cat and mouse game. And he's got another nice play, leaving us in an advantage all onto Synopsy, but at least the bomb went down. Smoke telling Gap tagged up, and he should go down. The nade at his toes. Sorty does shut it up. And just on a light one, Fours will fight back. Just as the red carpet was rolled out for BNE, Synopsy and Ceneri breaking into that B site. And Jerry just causes enough chaos.
Well, they've had 2 rounds in this half Fours where the saved guns have actually been able to profit them back into one, right? We saw a little bit earlier, Jerry, and I think it was Norvi saved some AKs. This time it was Norvi and Zorti saving an AK and AWP, and both finding some impact here. You have to keep in mind that you get Zorti getting the opening kill into GXX to start this round, right? Making it a little bit harder for the Eagles to operate. But we continue just to go blow for blow.
Okay, Zorti's going to be whipping out that CT-AWP. We will not be seeing GXX. He's had very little success when it does come out. Finance is not enabling that.
I think here anyway, if he's a bit more nimble on a rifle and can help the team take a little bit more space, then maybe not the worst thing in the world, because as you mentioned, not the most success, but Ceneri has been successful in getting this half-wall control.
Yeah, it's actually going to be Norvi using a nade, not a flash. Does soften up a little onto Rigon. Oh, dismantled just in time as the flash came through. They will throw a rather deep incendiary, and a smoke implies a commitment.
They really want this banana control.
Synopsy praise to him for constantly keeping feet planted on A.
Big issues right now for the Eagles. They just have a smoke, a flash, and a Molotov to work with here. That's the only U2. And if they go back towards A, this is where a 4-man stack has just been set on up. The B bomb site is their best bet. And as they start to congregate, start to make their way up banana. If a mid-info players just come out, they can rotate back towards B. Fours can be here.
They're charging.
Eagles have to respect this. They have to go. If they don't go now, they're just going to be walking into a wall.
You're waiting for GXX. They've jumped all the nades to him. He's going to be dumping the full set. One of each. And Flatro heard it coming. Shalfleet does go down. It's Norvi onto Flatro as well. Norvi doing it all again. This is his sight, and he repels the invaders. 23 and 4s will put themselves up to a successful CT half.
It is insane how many kills this kid has. 23. Nobody else on his team even has double digits. He is just blowing him out of the water right now, just round after round, pumping him.
First we had Patsy, now we've got another, Norvi, another name to remember on his debut in the major circuit.
Yeah, this is wild scenes right here. Looking to grab 9. It's going to be against the light buy, just some Tech 9s, Deagles, Mac 10, best they can muster right here, and it looks like it could be pacey.
Yeah, you can see a smoke all the way from downtown towards long side. Flatro charging, bouncing, finds Shelfie and nothing more to report. Not a single frag. Synopsy, bit of a Hail Mary unloading his Tech 9 as the smoke's been pushed and Norvi's done it all to finish. Damn, 25 on the half.
What a half. What a half, an absolute mauling.
That will definitely be one to remember. He'll be watching that demo on the low days for years to come. And that's if he can go ahead and continue to keep this up. I mean, you don't think anyone would have an expectation of him getting 25 in the second, but good God, he's close to 30 in the first half, Chad. That is absurd. That needs to be overstated or restated as much as we possibly can. The dude has come in and is feeling himself. Patsy too. None, like, what pressure? Just not felt.
He's had 9 multi-kill rounds.
Jeez.
He has 139 ADR in the first half.
Whew.
What a monster performance this is. And he has to buy the utility as well. So he's going to do it all, apparently, Norvi. A smoke, 2 flashes for him. Jerry with a HE and a Molotov. No P250s in the mix right here.
Flashes for that early mid-info.
Nade on the toes.
He's caught the flash. He's caught the nade. Up next, the Glock bullet to the dome. GXX.
And didn't get any info either.
It's true. That was the whole purpose of that play, and that utility has denied it. So now they can just commit to A. The feet are planted B. This is such a well-constructed pistol. GXS forced away, and they've got the full squad committing through the arches. This is where GXX can call for backup. Sceneri's there, and on the repeat, 3 of them do manage to get the crosshairs in the right place. A good catch from Flatro as 2 maneuvering back through that smoke. Keeping the CTs guessing as they do converge on A.
It's clear.
And it's just like that. A is all for the taking. A hard shot as Jerry, nimble, back to mini pit. Flatro from the apps. They can attack from 2 different avenues. Not anymore, though. 4's set to collect the pistol. Make it 10. Rig on. Was looking like he was hitting a good couple of bangers before, and now Synopsy and him partner up and click some heads. It's up to Zorti. Synopsy on the reload is neutralized, and 4's up to 10.
Wow. That pistol right there, I'm just thinking it through. I want to know what Jerry's been taking to come up with a pistol round like that. If the intention was quite literally to run through CT Arch, establish a little bit of spawn control, and then go back through library to use your own smoke to then, like, really?
It worked.
Was that the intention? Because if it was, bloody brilliant.
It's Rain Man Counter-Strike. It is, yeah. The fact that the smoke was still up, like there was an almost disbelief, like, where did that come from?
Yeah.
It's still up. It's still up. The chaos, the pandemonium, it went on for just 10 seconds. They like to move quickly. Both of the squads in the server today.
Both into a, well, not both into a force, both into a buy. The Eagles have invested what they can. Now, we saw the pistols be pretty potent in the first half, but gonna need all 5 right here, right now. 2 MAC-10s, 2 Galils, and an AK to deal with on the other side of things. And they have smokes to limp on through, but already deployed deep banana, already deployed top mid, and we still have 1:20 left on the clock right now. So Force can play this one by the book. They can wait out the util. There's no rush.
Just to some cheeky games, some mind games there. Jerry to try and bait for Norvi. No one is close banana, so that's given for free. A lot of pressure on the shoulders of Synopsy. He is the sole defender and a single smoke with his Deagle. Should Jerry throw a CT smoke, the likely response is a smoke of Synopsy's own, or never mind. I think they're already past that mark. They're already in. He's begging for help. Some damage done. But the site lost. Norvi leaping across to stay mobile and get that info. The site is clear.
Didn't see him. They didn't see him.
They didn't, and that should be the end of both. Jumping for joy is Shelfie, 2 on that MAC-10. Tucks into tree just in time. Zorti deleted by that Juan Deeg from Juan Flatro. Any more of them? Got any more of those where that came from? A nice smoke at least enables the cross, and the spray from Norvi will see 28 as he ascends further.
Okay, well, 30 seems very doable right now. Let's see if he can go for 40, shall we? gets him back in towards the B-bombs. And that's where he's the most comfortable. It's his natural habitat here for Norvi, just sitting in the back of the site, mowing him on down.
And he's cool as a cucumber. Not even
just chilling out, dropping bombs. Mental stuff right now.
Yeah, you're 2 games deep of the first major, and now you find yourself dropping 28 and 8. There are some players that have attended multiple majors without a performance like this. Doing it for Force. And his very own legacy. Flatro, quick one. Confirms presence mid. The flash for the push. Jerry aware.
A few more for Norvi here.
Yeah, this looks like it could be the 30. Synopsy good for it. Galil does get scooped on up, and that might be the retreat. Barrel spotted and a close smoke to deter commitment.
They do have A. They just have to get past this one player in pit of Rigon, but he has a deagle, so that might be problematic if they take too long in the rotation. It's full, it's coming, it's quick.
Yeah, and Shalfie's smoke is great. You can see they're going to be paranoid about long side, and just as the smoke comes up, a little USP dink from Scenari. He's got the short end of the stick in the weapon department. And Rigon right on his nose, a HE. The blood splatter doesn't betray him though, and cleared into the deagle. Oh, an opportunity just shy onto the beret of Zorti. Still good onto Scenari, and 2 before he's met by that Galil damage, but not enough, and GXX so low. A 1v2. Kenzie to planning on the fade. He's read like a book. Okay, 12. Wow, Force really are making some good leeway early into this one. Not only with a, competitive first half, but taking so many rounds in the opener. The 3-0 conversion has come in, and it does just feel quite daunting. The 9-6 into a 3-0 opener, you're staring into that abyss of 12-6.
Apparently Force only do things by 3s here. You can see the patches of the rounds.
The rule of thirds, a new definition.
Well, let's see. Can it stick true to form? Can the Eagles pick one up right here, right now? They're into the buys. This is where the CT side action can do its best work. GXX on the AWP. Got the big green back out in Force. Wants to take an aggressive line right here, and won't overstay his welcome.
Oh, well-placed bullets. Norvi is cut down. Synopsy gets one back in the opening department and takes down the hardest hitter.
Must feel like a really big scalp to take out early as well. It's not that the others are slouchers, it's just that Norvi's on a bit of a heater right here, so up they come.
Rigon repositioning off the balk. Shalfie quick through the smoke. Oh, GXX's back is turned and they're going to have their knives out. He's quick about this. GXX saves everything. Problem solved. Rigon down, long threatened. It's Flatro with one on his plate. Another arrived in Kenzie and still able to get that frag. Bomb will go down uncontested. GXX unable to provide a nice smoke to enable his teammate to set up. 2 on 3. And Synopsy makes it even harder. Kenzie, low HP. Pit, graveyard, priorities. They'll have to push in unison here. Bomb, about half gone. Synopsy's got the low HP, likely going to be looking for the info. Info worth its weight in gold, and there we go. Graveyard, they scream. GXX quick on the draw, and BNE will post their first defensive round.
Yeah, as the second started to tick past, starting a little bit worried about that lack of kit as far as this diffuser's coming on through, but to pick it up, no dramas right there. Getting that bomb down, should see just in the range of a buy here for Force. They can get 3 players into AKs. Jerry and Zorti will be lighter on, so they know that the money right now of the Eagles is still a little bit on edge because of the amount of kills they were able to get in that round. So we do see them buy on in. Deagle for Zorti, Jerry into a Tech 9, AKs for the other 3. Just get the final marching orders before shooting on out of spawn here. And you can see it is still a little bit brittle for the Eagles. GXX only has a smoke to his name. Flatro short on some utility as well right here. So still a chance for Force to get this one done pretty quickly.
Flatro and GXX are responsible here with Rigon in apps for this test from Shalfie and co.
They have taken Boiler and Hall's control very quickly here. That's going to apply so much pressure top mid.
He even jumped to stop for that ratty angle. Shalfie's fundamentals, look at this. Smoked off and respecting. This is lining up. You can see the positioning of Jerry. He only has 1 flash. Zorti just wants to have a little confirmation that there's no funny business early banana. Still 60 seconds, but it does seem quite open and debatable as to where the final commitment will come.
He's going around the world here. I don't know. Maybe Zordi saw something he liked in Banana with that smoke. You could see that it was half wall. So that's lured them back in towards Banana right now. And BNE, they do have a 3-man stack over towards the B site, even though Flatro is quite removed over towards spawn. But this is where the lion's share of their forces are. But they're in the dark right now. They have no information. They don't know if top mid's given up. They don't know what lies in Banana.
This is the trap. A single flash, but if utilized correctly.
Oh. It's early.
It's way too early. Way too early. And now Synopsy's caught one of their own. Fours, heavy favorites into the cross of the site. They're across completely unscathed. A boost could do everything here. Norby down, bomb denied, no, planted. But still the bodies drop like flies. Fours fall, Flatro with 2. Kenzie up and over. Still going to be hard to break this site. 3 potent individuals with the bomb ticking in their favor. And the kits are present. Kenzie needs 1 here. Shadow does enable it. Shalfie, Sorty, it's all 4s. 3 versus 5, and there's nothing to celebrate for the Eagles. 4s have found themselves 13 and in dire situation.
And that money situation for the Eagles as well. The fact that it's this round that they lose, not able to hold on after 2, and GXX needs to get on out of dodge. He's going to lose the AWP. They're going to lose it all. And that is a massive round for 4s to win. Losing 2 players getting that bomb down, but they get the bomb down regardless and able to lock it through into 3-on-5. Beautiful stuff.
This was a 3-man B setup.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, 1 flash. Admittedly, we know utility is an important element of the defense, but that one's going to sting.
And this is the thing right now. It puts them in such an odd spot. Like, if they do take a save, they can buy into the next tier, but they'll be conceding, giving over the 14th round to 4s, so they probably want to stay a little bit threatening, a couple of pistol upgrades. They are taking a timeout to discuss things through. It's their first timeout, so their first chance to have a bit of a breather here. A light snack, bit of energy required.
Blood sugar.
Yeah, second series of the day, or second best of 1 anyway. Since we mentioned that Norby might be chasing down 30, he hasn't got another kill. Still on 28.
Yeah, I think they had the same conversation as us.
Can we stop giving this guy boatloads of frags, please? Oh, hold up a second. Synopsis actually bought into an M4 here. So we are getting a aggressive purchase. I'm interested to see if it follows suit with the rest. A 5-7, a Deagle. They haven't gone all in. Synopsy has, the rest light.
Okay, well, let's see what his intentions are. Is it an aggressive coin toss?
They boosted him on the roof. It looks like over to, oh, he's under the roof. Okay, so he needs to find multiple kills here with a Hero M4 if they want to win a round like this.
But they've just been reinforced. I mean, by they, I mean 4s, that the B site's breakable. And now they know there's even less of a defense. Woof! I say that. Rigon changes our mind and knocks Jerry's out of his skull. GXX still there on the pillar with nothing. The Deagle, can it do it again? Rigon is no slouch. 2 from the Deagle, he's not done.
Through.
Flashing me through, boys. I'm going in. Shalfie on pool. Blind and uncommitted is Rigon up and over. They find nothing. Shalfie Zort good. But now GXX peeking on out with the USP gets nothing done with it. Shalfie and Kenzie should be set. And it's soon perhaps matched. This T side is very quick.
You see Jerry laughing there with a big smile on his face. You can understand why. If your teammate's going to keep bailing you out of these situations where you're losing multiple kills on the way in, I know it was just against pistols, but that's still so sketchy.
Yeah.
That is still such a sketchy situation to find yourself in. And then the rifle just goes down over towards short without being able to get anything done. So now in this round, Synopsy, who bought in with the rifle, didn't even get to play the round with it, has to go into an MP9. Backs against the wall right now. 4s, they can smell 15 rounds. Oh, a little bit of a misthrow there. Sticky Molotov in the hands, not being deployed exactly where they want it, so lobbing an extra one forward here. Trying to deny this space, but quicker up mid right now, and that is the perfect play. Only 2 players over towards pit to deal with currently.
Oh, lordy. Here comes 4s. Quick and very precise. Norby, 29, knocks the head off of Rigon. Nothing from him. Flatro, however, ready and waiting. Zorty should, but Norby's better. What a bodyguarding that was. He was about to take him down, and already they were completely rescind back to B.
But Shalfie knows it already. He's already pushed through. Like, they're not going to be ready for him so quick. Shalfie can actually aggressively hunt this one down and give the information over to his team. So worried about them in B. Wait, are they going to try and Surely not. I was going to say, they're going to try and reroute and come up mid here and go for this. It would be giving everything away right here. You can see Synopsy, he's hanging around a little bit closer. He wants to see if he can get himself an upgrade into an AK-47. Maybe do a little bit of damage here, but this is 15. For's just one round away right now from throwing themselves in that 2-0 column. Well, there's the AK. Norvi down. Yeah, Ents versus Outsiders coming up next, and then Astralis taking on Vitality. So the winners of those games will be joining G2, and assuming it continues in this direction, Fours in that 2-0 column for the 2-0 matches tomorrow.
Right. And with this one, I mean, you know, a 16-9 win against Renegades, as you were discussing earlier on Nuke, you don't know how much to read into it. But Fours coming in here and kind of dousing the flame that is Bad News Eagles, it's certainly going to convince a few that this 2-0 could become a 3 at some point in the Swiss system. Norvi does break that 30, something to be celebrated on an individual level, and I'm sure on a team level as well, if they can post the 16th here. 8 required from the Eagles. It would start here now. Synopsy does nothing. Zorti already takes down his rival. And it does seem like the beginning of the end here on Inferno. Fours looking to go 2-0. All green, all gravy. Best of 3s locked in for them.
Such a strong showing so far here. Just need to get past Flatro. He's the only one top mid. He spotted a barrel, but cops a bullet. Jerry turns out his lights and says goodnight to this map. A 2-on-5 situation, both on the wrong side, both now having to rotate all the way around. Crossing the T's, dotting the I's, clearing all their corners, not taking any chances. Fours are looking clinical right now.
Yeah, they really have just completely stopped the Eagles from what started as a very much, you know, an even blow, just trading punch for punch. Second half, though, it's all Fours. Jerry takes matters into his own hands and finishes with flourish. 16-7, that's convincing. Yet to see the boys from Fours concede more than 10 rounds.
I guess we have to just sing the praises of Norvi here. What a fantastic first half. He had 25 kills, 9 multi-kill rounds, and absolute beast mode from him, setting his team up for a T-side run at home. So great stuff here from Fours.
Norvi even with a cheeky little silence there. I think he's definitely had fun up against the Bad News Eagles. So that's a sobering one for them, and of course incredibly exciting for Fours. Now, like when you are coming in as a debatable underdog, you've got the 2-0. Now it's just a question of one of these, admittedly, going to be very tough opponents in the 2-0s.
And the best of 3s.
Yeah.
Gets a little bit harder from here on out,
Fair.
but we move forward, and we have the panel with Freya ready to break this one on down.
A dicey first half, but a solid T-side sees Fours closing this one out. No 2-0 dream for the Eagles. We will see them live to fight at least another few more days in that 1-1 bracket. But man, that second half from Fours, that was pure confidence, Jacob.
Yeah, they were by far the better team in this matchup, right? Starting from the first half, we kind of described it here on the disc. It was going to be one of those games that would go back and forth. It would be a little bit scrappy, and I think we saw that in pretty much all the rounds. You know, whenever there was a force buy, whenever there was an eco, all rounds had an element of, I guess, excitement to them, but it turned out to be Force who were the better team over and over again. So whenever we got into those scenarios, they had a chance, B&E, of making this game competitive, but Force were just better.
Yeah, I do think B&E, they missed a couple of opportunities, especially a late eco there, where I thought they had it. I thought they really had that round. They had everything, and there were a few overpeaks, oversellers in that shutting down, because there's one player against 3 on the B site, I think, and it was a little bit hard to watch there, because that could have really broken Force's momentum and really brought them back into that game.
And it is an interesting thing coming into this. We've got the Eagles, obviously, in this particular round that you were going to be highlighting, Jacob. It was very back and forth, and it was a round that they actually managed to win in a pretty dire straight.
Yeah, it's a force spy coming in from Forces. As you can see, it goes down to a 3v2. I just love the way they played right here. You can see they play in pairs right now. So they go on the contact, and they shut it down. And there was a round I requested to showcase, B&E being good on the server, right? Having good synergy, knowing how to play these clutches. The problem was that every single time Force were in a scenario where they had to force buy or were on an eco, they would, as you said, sometimes end up winning it, or at least pressure the money so much for B&E that the following round when they would win, that would just destroy everything for B&E. So it was one of those scenarios where I agree with you. I think if you ask the players, B&E felt that they had an opportunity, and this game should have been much, much closer, let alone maybe winning it. But at the end of the day, Force won all the important rounds and completely destroyed them. And I guess we have to give credit to Norway as well. Pulling off a 30 bomb, not too shabby.
Yeah, what was it, 25 kills in the first half? Yes. That's absolutely insane from him.
I mean, obviously super, super impressive, but I also want to give a little bit of a shout out to Jerry because it's such a young squad with a lot of people that are new to these kinds of scenarios. And to be able to guide these young players to play so well, to have that, you know, super aggressive and style they pull out. It's hard as a player to have those fast-moving, paced games. But they seem comfortable in it.
They felt completely under the radar coming into this tournament, right? Yeah. And I think a lot of fans, not alone a lot of experts like us, you know, expected Force to be 2-0. It's been very impressive to witness how they played Counter-Strike so far. They win against Renegade 16-9. That was easy. They didn't break a sweat. This one as well, relatively easy. I know, as said, there was a couple of close rounds, but at the end of the day, they were much, much better than B&E at finishing and closing out those rounds. And now they find themselves in a situation where they're 2-0. It's very, very impressive.
Yeah, and I mean, Chad and Alex brought it up at the tail end of the game, the fact that they haven't lost double digits to any side thus far at the majors so far. And I really like the point you bring up about Jerry Devilwalk, because coming into this, I think it was a question of how exactly he's kind of shaping this new squad. We've seen him do it time and time again with a lot of young players as well. And I'm incredibly impressed with what we're seeing him deliver thus far.
Yeah, I mean, he had a big, I mean, you remember the lineup with Flit, Almasser, you know, and I forget the last one, the Oper. Either way,
Crack was part of that.
Face Crack was there as well. Yeah, but incredible, like you know, young players that just shown in this Force team with Jerry, moved on to bigger teams and better places, and Jerry's been stuck there and now grabbing his own, you know, new lineup of young talents and bringing it to the majors is incredibly impressive.
I'd agree. He deserves a lot of credit, and Jerry is, well, you know, we hear him in interviews from time to time as well. He's a player that, you know, always has something at heart, you know, always fun, always lighthearted, and to see him do well with this young squad is, as he said, you know, very admirable, but also super, super cool.
What would you boil it down to if you were going to pick 1 point for that second half, for all the offense of Force? What would you kind of boil it down to being the reason why B&E were just able to not even get any rounds on the board?
The ability to be explosive under controlled circumstances, I think, would be the best way to phrase that. We saw it a couple of times on the B-bomb side. When they got in, right, they went in with pace. So as soon as you hit the go button, that's when all the players went in, and you'd see the trades fall out into their favor pretty much all the time. So you win the 2-for-1 trade, and you force B&E into a scenario where they either have to clutch their way back into a round, or they just have to straight up save. So I feel like the decisiveness in the way Force were playing was the big point for me, at least.
Yeah. No. Super impressive to see. They just kept the momentum going, and I felt like I have a little bit of a point, you know. I'm wondering this myself. How intense is it to bring out so much energy like B&E does when they play that close first game, and just like they're giving it all? I remember games where you're just foggy after a game like that in your head because of how much you brought into it.
Well, we're going to be seeing them in that best of 3 series tomorrow, but plenty more Counter-Strike on the cards tonight. It's going to be Ents taking on Outsiders after this.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
We're here to try and find the next great competitive Counter-Strike map, and this time it's going to be Hades who's taking on the challenge. Hades, let me give you this pen, and I'm just going to ask you to talk me through your workings. You start drawing.
I have T-spawn here.
The classic diagonal, yep. Are you thinking this is going to be a CT-sided map?
Okay, we have bomb site B here, and then A here.
Okay, so we've got our bomb sites, we've got our spawns, we're going to have some lanes going on here.
Yeah, I'm thinking there's going to be like some maybe some old building here, which would be like leading to the bomb site. With like a bunch of like paths here, like some huge doors here.
Is this a single-story house, or we've got some upstairs action going on?
I think single story.
Keep it simple.
Yeah.
Brilliant. So this is a wall, and that's double doors. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to say, like, if you can pass through it, it's going to be in green. So I think just cover that with black, so we know that it's non-passable.
So maybe you can have like 2 entries to the A side, one from here, and then one from here, and then you can have like a bunch of stuff here.
Is this going to be an underpass, or is this like a kind of walled way? Okay, great. Okay, so we've got an underpass. Let's pop that on there. Okay, we've got entrance here, so basically you come up from here. Have we got any boxes?
Yeah, we can have like a few here, maybe like one here, then a bunch of boxes on the side maybe also.
Brilliant, okay, car. This is a car, brilliant, okay. So what's the location? You've mentioned it's going to be sandy.
Maybe like some Egypt type of things or something.
Okay, we do already have Anubis, that's the only thing, although it's not in the competitive map pool. So you still want to go with Egypt?
Maybe not.
But there's no official map in the competitive pool called TE Sandstorm, so I think we could get away with that. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, right, write it on the map, please, Hades.
Ents hoping to continue an easy run, but outsiders may pose more of a challenge. Both teams 1-0, hungry to catapult themselves to that best-of-3 qualification series tomorrow. So, Devilwalk, what we've seen thus far of both these teams, what have your key takeaways been?
I think Spinks has been one of the strongest players that I've seen in these opening matches out of every team, really. He's shown, an incredible amount of, impact and kills and movement on the map. And I just think he is the key player. He is the one that's going to bring them to a playoff. And for outsiders, it's more the question of, can they get a little bit more killer instinct? Once they get up to those 14, 15 kind of rounds, I want them to be able to finish this match. I want them to be able to just like, no, now we're just gonna end it, and bring that with them. So it's gonna be a very, very interesting match.
Well, we've been begging for that for years, dare I say, right? It's been a trend for them for a long, long time. I agree with you. It can be so frustrating, sort of like when you see T2 as well. You see the better team, and you know they're going to win, but it just has to be a fight every single time. And I also do want to bounce off your point about Spinks as well, because I agree in the first round matchup he was looking sharp, but there's a case to be made that as of right now, Spinks may be the best, dare I say it, one of the best players in the entire world, maybe the best rifler in the world as of right now, at least the most informed guy out there. He's playing some solid Counter-Strike. We've seen it from the beginning of the year. We've seen it so far here. We saw it at the Arma as well. This guy on your screen right here is a player to be reckoned with. And if he keeps up the stats that he's been producing the first 6 months of this year, there's a case to be made, as said, that he could be a top 5 player in the entire world.
Devilwalk, I want to ask you about another player on the side events. Of course, you worked a lot with Marden as well. So what should we be expecting from him coming into this particular series?
I think he's incredibly important for Spinks as well, because Spinks is really good at reading this and actually like high percentage plays, all of these things, while Madden and Dusha are more like these chaos makers, the bringer of that, and Spinks kind of cleans up after. And that's what he brings. He brings a lot of aggressive ideas for him to play and move around and open up the map for lurking players to be enabled.
And the interesting thing about this guy, right, coming up against Yakinda now, Madden against Yakinda, 2 entry fraggers that, as you said, they love to create the chaos in the beginning of the rounds. They love to be aggressive, but for Madden, I feel like he's slowly but surely finding his footing within ends, whereas for Yakinda, he's established himself as the best entry fragger in the entire world. So for Madden right now to go up against a guy like Yakinda, it's going to be a massive task.
And it's interesting when we talk about the explosivity, because you were making a nice point before we came on air. The fact that we can kind of contrast the stylistic elements of this team quite a lot coming into this.
Yeah, ENCE is this team who just loves to be in a wolf pack mentality. They love to have 4 players at one point of the map, then someone throwing off a fake, and then you explode into a bomb site, or, very simplified sometimes as well. Whenever you see them play Mirage, Snobby loves to call strats from the beginning of the round, explosive strats from the beginning of the round, where the entire team just sticks together. Whereas when you look at the Outsiders and the way they play Counter-Strike, well, they just spread out all over the map, right? And they slow down the pace, and they try to capitalize on mistakes. They try to capitalize when a player like Madden will eventually come out and try to find an opening. So, as you said, Freya, stylistically speaking, I don't think we get much further away from each other than with these two teams.
No, I fully agree. It's going to be super interesting to see if ENCE are going to be over-eager and if Outsiders can punish that aggression. So it's a lot of contrast here.
And I think it's really interesting, particularly coming into 2022, the rise that we've seen on the side of ENCE as well. You putting that down to, Spinks becoming really informal. There are other kind of key elements of the team that we've kind of, the reason why we've seen this rise.
I mean, I like the idea that they do have these 2 ultra-aggressive player makers in Dusha and Madden. Because they always have that fail-safe. If one of these goes down, there's still chaos to be made by the other player. He can always pick that up and create that space for Spinks to keep working.
And then when we're talking about Outsiders on the other side of the equation, I mean, apart from that G2 match that we just saw, we have one of the most tapes on this particular team because they did push it to the full 30 rounds in classic Outsiders.
Yeah, they did. And it was like, again, Outsiders, they did it for no reason. I felt like they took so many gambles, they took so many risks. They were up so far ahead of MIBR, and they sort of allowed MIBR to get back into the game. And it's always one of those cases where, of course, you got to give credit to MIBR for keeping their head cool and finding their way back into the game. But I saw plenty of rounds under us too, where Outsiders from the beginning of the round decided to stack 4-man towards A for no reason, just completely in the dark, just gambling every single round, just hoping that one of them they would hit right and then finish the game right. And I personally dislike that mentality. I think Outsiders are too good to play on the gamble stacks. They should play more to the percentages, and they should allow Yakinda to do more on the server, at least for my money.
Yeah. No, it's definitely that, but let's hope they bring it.
And there is, there's a bit of history between these two teams as well. I know you were bringing up the last time these two teams faced. So, any key learnings from that? Obviously, it did go in the favor of ENCE.
It was a close game. They played on Dust 2. They played on Mirage. ENCE ended up winning 2-0, 19-17 on Dust 2 and 16-10, as you see right here on the map of Mirage. Again, ENCE was doing Pro League, and they were the better team in that matchup. But as we know with Outsiders, you can never count them out. And when you lose in overtime like this, 19-17, there's always a case to be made that they could have won it, had they just won a couple of more rounds or a couple of more clutches. So I think what this shows us is that it's two teams that are relatively equal despite having this big contrast in how they play Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it's going to be super interesting. We're going to be an important man to show up, Hades, as well. We haven't really mentioned him, but playing maps like Dust 2, Mirage, and Opera can be very, very impactful and very important in both to help the anchor out, to create space, to make sure they can hold utility for longer. So it's going to be very interesting to see what map we actually end up on, as we see the veto here on our screen.
Oh, it could have been Mirage, but
yeah, Vertigo. That's nice. A new one.
That is nice, but that's one of the maps where I feel like Outsiders are strong at.
Yeah.
Yakinda, A-Ramp, Vertigo,
Oh, man.
that's just his playground. I believe he even said in an interview once that is the map, this CT side in the entire game he likes playing the absolute.
That and Banana, that's his two positions, and he's proven to be deadly time and time again.
Yes.
So this is going to be the best map to see the contrast of these play styles, because like full rushing, aiming down A-Ramp, and this more slow, methodical Outsiders retaking A-Ramp, and see that kind of clash happen.
It is kind of fun we say it, right? Because when you think of it top of your mind, you think of Outsiders to be a world-class team on Vertigo, and they are, but as of recently, the past 3 months, they've played it 5 times and only won once. They've lost 4 in a row as well. Lost to Sprout recently at the Pro League, and lost to Furia 16-7, lost to Heroic, lost to NIP. So they used to be super, super strong on the map, and I think that's why ENCE have allowed it to go to Vertigo as well. I don't think they're showing too much respect right here. I think that ENCE and the boys, the Snappy Camp right now, feel that they are the better team, so allowing Vertigo in this matchup is a sign of confidence confidence to me.
You're talking about hoping that outsiders can close this one out in a more clean fashion. We haven't seen thus far. It has only been one best-of-1 series. What do you think needs to happen for them to kind of change that narrative around the team and for them to get that close?
I mean, against a team like Inns, I'm not really sure. I hope for them to close out the game in a more convincing fashion. I think for them, it's just all about winning. If they can win 16-14 in this scenario, that would be a great victory, because they are going up against Inns, who right now, at least in my book, is one of the outsiders to go into the playoff at the major. Whereas for outsiders, as of recently, it's been very much up and down.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly hard to just... I mean, it's easy to diagnose the issue, but it's very, very difficult once you get to the server and when you start thinking about these things to actually break it down and see what causes this, right? Because it can be mental, it can be maybe the in-game leader wants to play it a little bit safer, and that kind of brings you to that point where they can gnaw back and you're not putting the same amount of pressure like you did in the earlier rounds to actually win them. So there's a lot of factors that can cause this problem, and it's very easy for us on the desk to say this needs to be fixed, but I think that's what's going to bring them the most success if they manage to focus on that and figure it out.
Yeah, it is a tough question indeed, and hopefully it is time to get some answers. We're going to jump on into Vertigo with Chad and Alex.
Yeah, already a bit of an eyebrow raiser. Vertigo being the map, Chad. We weren't, we were flirting around with the map veto over in the green room, and Vertigo wasn't at the tip of the tongue.
No, I was thinking something like maybe an overpass or Dust 2, maybe Mirage could have snuck on in here. But to get it to Vertigo, it kind of feels like, okay, as Jacob pointed out, outsiders haven't been great, so you're going to leave it through. Are you confident? Do you want to play it even though it's not going well? Ents are tempting you in. And Ents, like historically, it hasn't been a great map for them. It's been something that they've been working on in more recent times, and you've been seeing some better and better results out of them on that map. So they must be feeling confident. I think they've won the last 2 on the trot here. And they're one of those games against Copenhagen Flames, who aren't really a slouch on a map like Vertigo either. So excited to get Vertigo underway. The problem I see in this one is outsiders starting on the T side. And you hear Jacob talk about Yakinda on the CT side locking down a ramp. That's great. But on the T side, it's more traditionally Jame and Kickit heading down there. And if they get slowed and shut down, we all know how slow Jame is. Yakinda and Flit are working mid a little bit more. And then we have Buster, who's just a nuisance over towards B. So that's what we can expect out of this T side.
Yeah, and talking T side and talking Yakinda, it tends, from my eye test and from the many games we've seen of outsiders Vertigo, he is feast or famine on T side.
Yeah.
I have seen many a game where Yakinda is stubborn as a mule trying to get those ramp frags through these fading smokes, through the pop flashes, up short, swinging ramp. He's got it in him, and it will either be a beautiful banquet of frags, or it will just be a poverty-stricken entry fragger.
I think that one of these things here with this team, right, it's got that dead team smell about it right now, but I don't think that matters as long as everybody's on the same page. It's like, boys, we're here to play this major. Maybe it's the last time together, but who cares? This is the major, right? So, and this is still can be a world-class team. I think firepower-wise, these guys are amazing when they all show up. So they definitely have the ability to go very far within this tournament here. It's just going to be a question of what type of Counter-Strike. Because when you see them playing that slower, more like stunted style where James saving the AWP every second round, that's when I start to lose a bit of confidence here. And they already had an iffy game earlier today, a 16-14 win over Imperial, but it became very close, that one.
My 2 ones to watch are both on screen. Hades for one reason and Spinks for a very different reason. Hades, it's still a question of proving to himself that he can do it in the big leagues. Got to show us all and show himself coming in at this. This is the perfect time now. It's best of ones. It's the opening stage of the tournament. It is a major. This is where you just have a pop-off with that AWAP and we get to see what you can do, because we know he's absolutely ridiculous with his signature weapon, with this Ents roster, but yet to see him translate that to LAN directly. Spinks, on the other hand, gets his LAN buff. None of that 80 ping nonsense. He's rocking and body bagging with that 5 MS, 0 MS on a good day. And so let's go, Vertigo, for us to treat ourselves to. You can see they're making a bit of a bait here. Yakinda makes noise, no one else does. You hear one towards A, and Yakinda's going to be perhaps isolated here. They can swing on it, and that's what they do. Diha, dualies, does dunk one. Hades has support of Snappy, careful with that peek. He's considering a re-peek off the flash and does send them back down the ramp. Hades puts Kickit in the ground. And it is just, this might be a whole round determined by just Jules on this ramp. Yakinda does get a long-range Glock at a price. 95 damage dealt to him, and it's a 3v2, but they are, I mean, fully known to be committed ramp. I don't think Jame necessarily has been spotted in the same capacity, but you can see the setup. Like, Madden's just going to float back CT, 2 here to receive the A commit, and it's Jame, smoke molly.
If they can get a plant out of this, it'd be great. I don't know if James going to want to burn this Molotov over towards the sandbag position now, and Snappy's actually going to come for the clear on through. One back turn, the USP shots go awry, and Snappy needs to get on out of dodge here. Does get the kill, does recover. Crisis averted, all good in the hood, as Yakinda, 5 HP, and what was a 1v3, has found the first.
So you saw the bomb short, Snappy's frag put it on the floor. And he just has no health. I mean, Spinks and Madden as well, the two sharpest tools in the end shed. Fakes the noise, doesn't have time. And that bomb plant you were talking about, I think it's a pipe dream at this point. He knows he needs a frag before he can even consider that. He will just be run down by the both of them. 10 seconds, and here he goes. Oh. Oh, close. Very close to getting the extra cash, but Ents take the pistol in this best of one.
Yeah, and Spinks, this man on your screen right here, the man who got the final kill, he has just had these games where he just drops 30, like casually. He's just dropping bombs. Like, he is honestly just... I cannot speak highly enough of how he's been playing. And it's not that it's seemingly come from nowhere, but now it's almost like I'm expecting him to drop 30 every game. He's just persistent and consistent.
What's so impressive is, you know, he stood out through his own ability in a very limited field.
Yes.
You know, like you have to work very hard to stand out in Counter-Strike as an individual, and he did so and continues to. He's even pre-aiming the run boost. This dude is cracked as he is jacked. Let's see what happens in round 2. Outsiders, they've done a nice pretty pattern. Buster.
Did he write Adren? Adren, their former teammate.
Oh, shouting out those that are no longer with us in the server.
I think that he's streaming the game right now.
Oh, he's shouting out his boy.
Yeah.
There you go.
I was like, what is he doing?
I saw the end, that was all I had. And D is going to go and inspect the artwork as well. Heads to the gallery. Buster, the artist. Snappy, the dead man. Oof. You shouldn't really see anyone else go down. I think the Buster frag is more than enough of a bonus, and there you have it. Madden confirms it. Well handled by Ents. They will take that 2-0 conversion, but that's with the bomb plant. Or, well, it wasn't a bomb plant, do excuse me. Very close to it. It's going to be a little bit of a lighter first buy round.
Yeah, so this is them getting into the AKs here. So they've gone for the full save in the second. The AKs coming out into the third. And yeah, it's not going to be any JMAWP hijinks here. Whereas right now, Spinks has the AWP on his back. So is this going to be a spawn play from Spinks? Maybe not so much. He's taking the AWP over towards middle here. So this is going to be quite curious. Spinks aggressively AWPing middle on the first gun round. Going to post himself up to deal with any of these ladder room plays. Now, I was talking about the default a little bit earlier of how outsiders like to approach this. They like to wait out a lot of the utility. They normally have Jamie and Kick It down there dealing with any of that. Yakinda, from time to time, will like to help out Flit when they go for the mid control. And maybe this is why you see Spinks posted up in this position, because they do like to come at mid through the ladder room. So giving himself an angle to work with there. Hades with some U2 to get a bit of a forward position, and well, not putting too much pressure on B early is old Buster. Bit of a meeting going on there down in the lower side of things, so no real direction within the first 55 seconds of play. And now back over towards A. A well-placed flash to flush them deeper, and Yakinda will swing. Oh, spotted there on the jump.
Yeah, Yakinda more than capable of making a connection like that. Hades wise not to re-peek. Madden with a re-smoke. That will enable Snappy to go walkabout. And Yakinda has opened the account. Snappy does keep things level. An important return. Takes out Flit. Flash from Madden. He is trying to make it clear that there's plenty more where that came from. Oh, he nearly gets the frag. Doesn't finish his food. Yakinda lives on at 1 HP. And Madden now, with the support of that Spinks AWP, it's going to be very hard for him to find contributions with it. Big find. Madden takes Kick It out of the equation. This boost might be a little late now. Madden, head on a swivel, could be caught out, and is Yakinda with a low HP, and now with just a second to spare. Classic outsiders. James on that default box and posted up. They will get the frag, and 1 HP. Yakinda's down, and the round goes Ents' way. Whew, I thought outsiders had pulled it off again.
Yeah, I thought with Madden still alive in that position so long, he did a lot of work right there. He did go down in the end, but he could have absolutely denied that plan. So a well put together round. Snappy being A bit of a nuisance right there with the MP9, pushing through smokes, making sure that he was accounted for. But that's the slow style and what we've come to expect from Outsiders here, milking every second out of that clock. They do get the bomb down. They will be able to get another buy very similar to what you've just seen. So they could go for AKs again, but some Tech 9s in the feed right here is telling of something a little bit different. That was an important kill for Snappy to get right there because Hades had gone down, right? So actually an important one to make right there. And fast towards middle.
Oh, yeah, really quick. Flip. The four up front of the pack and already forcing Madden off the line. There is so much space now and not a single body dropped. If those Tech 9s can now group up and hit something together, it gets sketchy.
This might become their coffin, though. They used a lot, well, whatever util they brought in just to get this mid control, and they have the space, but you can see how it's responded to, and they didn't have any lurks elsewhere to grab space once this rotation has come on in. So now Ents can grab this territory back, be methodical about it, do it as a team, and punish any boost like that. Flit does take down Diha.
Yeah, that's a big frag to find and a big scalp. Highest fragger and flyer for Ents down early. Re-clearing. Yeah, this could work in Spinks' favor. It's not going to be immediate contact, but relocating. Nothing to report in mid.
It's just they don't have any utility here, so I don't know how you bolster your way into a bomb site. It is going to have to be off trades here, unless they can catch a player sleeping.
Flip does fall. The AK retrievable. Yakinda now to ply his trade with the only rifle in play.
Oh, they're gambling A very heavy right now. Bit of a gap created here.
Yeah, B is so accessible. I think Madden's there to try and fill that void quickly. And Jame and Buster are going to come and knock in.
Look how far forward Yakinda is off the top of this boost too.
Oh man, this rotate's going to be really tough. And Spinks has missed it. Does the second, Yakinda with the response, and now Madden's got so much to do. Yakinda is his next victim, huge from Madden. Jame does manage to get that bomb, surely threatening. 10 seconds, if he could just get Snappy, that bomb plant, perhaps not impossible. Hades up against him, leaps, charging, headshot not available, and we will see Ents continue their spree of rounds. 4 now for them, Chadney, and it could very well be a 5th. They've been banking their cash. We get to see Jame now back on his AWP.
Yeah, they'd love to be able to get the bomb down again here, right, just to keep that cash flowing on through. Obviously, max loss bonus is in play right now. The fact that they are getting blanked in that department is starting to sting a little bit. Tried to stay as threatening as they could, and they did get it down to a one-on-one situation. So that's great to keep modest finances for Ents. Outsiders have kept Ents in a bit of a breaking point right here. They just need to lob one round on the board. Aggressive play across from Diha. Does have the oversight of Spinks.
Oh, it's Kickert's time in the sunshine here. Trying to worm around the ramp smokes. Madden short side, Snappy. Actually activates upon the incendiary short and just swings on out with nothing to report.
This is the util game, right? So both teams kind of push each other back and forth, and right now the 4th is for Ents as they have secured the ramp control, can call it completely clear, and are looking for as much damage as they can down in towards the forklift room with some spam, but on the jump they need to be very, very careful here. James AWP, it's quick, cannot connect. Still a smoke for Hades here. He's lining something up deep towards the ramp. Scuttles that one off the top, but they're going to be ahead of it.
Yeah, Hades is actually going to have a face full of lead here. Yakinda, the one to provide it. Snappy strikes in unison with Madden, and a lovely outcome for Ents. As you can see, Jame actually falls by the wayside. Snappy persisted in the taps. It's Flit and Buster then to try and piece this together for the first of Outsiders, and things shaping up nicely. A 2-on-2. High stakes, the smokes do get deployed. It will enable pretty much safe passage to the site, one would assume. Diha and Spinks, they're both here. Very high octane game of Wingman, and the double nades down to Diha. Buster's bodyguarding and solving the mystery. A big frag to post and a first round found.
This is the way that Outsiders work best, right? They just keep you low on players, low on money, low on finances, and then they win one round and now you're broke. Now you have a choice. Do we force buy, or do we decide that we want to take a bit of an eco of our own? But the force buy option for Ents here with the 1,400 loss bonus is the poison they picked. Some Deagle, some util. It's going to be very light on here to contest, and this is a chance right now for Outsiders to start closing the gap, to start clawing this one back into a pretty even game. Lurk smoke thrown towards B from Buster, and they can take their time, try and understand what the buy looks like, if there's any stacks on the other side, and especially just wait out this C2 util because they're a little bit lighter on in that regard. They're not going to be as confident to go for the same fights. They can't spam on through the smokes with the Deagles the same way they can with the silenced M4s.
Oh, Snappy's the one to get a little more up in the grill. But there is a line drawn in the sand by Outsiders. They are happy to just concede all of those aggressive ramp maneuvers and clear it as a pack when they see fit.
You'd have to hit some bangers, right? This is not going to be easy. And one of the problems is on the CT side, if you just play back in the site and they execute, you're not going to be able to do anything whatsoever. You're hoping for a smoke push. So that is a little bit later on the deployment right there onto Scaff. That will force them up one avenue of assault, but Hades has to be careful here.
That was his chance and a perfect execution. Testament to the power of the flash. He gets 3 body shots to resolve it. Counter-Strike, newest change.
Still a couple of issues here because maybe not if Snappy got that one. Kickit solves the mystery. Madden now chiming on in.
Yeah, and he gets away. That is big. Kickit, you can see how much that's frustrated him. He just continues to wide swing into the site, gets another head-to-head. Madden alive, tagging just through the corner of the box. Spinks up against Buster just as he looks away. Buster will succeed, and now Diha up the creek, no paddle. A Kevlar vest and a Desert Eagle is not going to get him far. And Outsiders starting to get their T-half started, and knowing that they're up against Deegs, knowing there was Kevlar involved, they can operate under the assumption that they're going up against a bare-bones buy next.
Yeah, so scoreline should be reading 4-3 momentarily here, but we did see earlier in the day, remember when they had the B-rush on Dust 2 against G2 and they had that stack going on? It's hard to pull those type of maneuvers off, and it did require an eco 1v2 to get it confirmed.
But your power rankings for this first stage of competition, are Ents in the top 3?
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
right? They'd have to be, right? Considering their recent form. I think that there's some big names in the Challenger stage here, but the form of Vitality wasn't known coming into this G2. It looked a little bit shaky in recent times. Ents have been the team who have been going from strength to strength, it feels like. Yeah. Outsiders also in a bit of a messy spot.
And Diha, by hiding his model, has the element of surprise and does. 2 successive blows to the head of James, taps away, and the bomb is going to be overrun, defended perfectly by Flit. And just 2 more USPs to get through. They are making it very threatening, aren't they? There's 2 members, Yakinda and Flip, both down to 20. That is 1 USP bullet to the dome. But from behind, Buster's taking the space and puts Madden in a horrible box. Ouch, that nade couldn't have been better. 55 now for Madden. He had full health coming into this.
I always love how Outsiders don't rush situations like this as well. They just sat on their haunches. They could have gone for fights against those USPs, but making sure they don't give anything over just there. So they will secure their 3rd round. Just a 1-round game right now, and no Hades or Spinks AWP possible here. It is going to be lighter in that department. And will a defuse kit come on through? That is also a question mark right now. Snappy's invested into utility, so no kit here. So if the bomb goes on down, keep that one in the back of your mind. And when we've covered games with Outsiders in the past, Buster over towards this B side of the map can be an absolute nuisance, but 2 CTs dispatched early to deal with this. A very well-placed Molotov right there gives Spinks few options, and forward was the best of them. Expends his smoke immediately here. He is under some threat right now, so Buster's just being a bit of an issue.
There's no one quite like Buster for their B-stairs lurk. Madden in mid. He's got 2 very heavy hitters up against him. It's the Flit and Yakinda duo. And they just throw a double stack nade. So, I mean, this is clearly part of the plan, right? They want, Ents to be saying 2 mid. Ooh, and as that has been said,
hold up a second.
Hades, you know where they're going to be. He is right on the edge of where this line was drawn.
Careful now.
James is lining up that wallbang. Yakinda, don't get twitchy now, and that's could be a nasty red face for James. A powerful angle adopted by Hades. This is a forward hold from Ents. It will mean that faking anything is going to be very hard. Nice wallbang out of Hades. Does actually half kick its health.
I don't know how it's happened, but there's 35 seconds left and they have to go B, right? There's too many corners to clear, too much to get past to go towards A, so they've regathered, retooled, and they can set up to hit this site.
If Diha drops this now, they are going to have to run through grey screen up the stairs. Oh, it's going to be tight. Buster does get through. D is looking the wrong way. They're already up quad. The whole squad just running into the meat grinder. Buster and James are ready to play, and now the bomb can go down. Just in time, trying to disrupt. He's maybe done it if he could just kill Buster. He's actually going to do it 1v3. Hades is going to love that. Outsiders quite the opposite. Nearly pulling off their signature low time maneuver.
Wow. I think as you're Hades, you're coming through, you're not expecting that open plant, but the reason you'd plant like that is because you don't want to go down to some utility here. So James gone for an open plant, and Hades, he's just going to try and stop that. That's all he's aiming for in that whole situation. He gets away with 2.
And you know Buster's flustered. He's got 2 or 3 seconds to find that headshot. Hades is crouched, is hidden, is a pesky bugger, and hits it on the spray. Hoo-wee. When you cut to Kick It and you still see him ladder, his teammates are screaming, Kick It's mid, he's not got time. Time out off the back of that, yeah.
It looked great. Like, you could see there, the timing of the execute. D-House, that smoke was perfectly timed, but then the utility, he was waiting for the flashes from his teammates coming on in, gets caught a little bit off guard, the trading goes back and forth, and then Hades with that push on through, like a bat out of hell, screaming on in. Well, they're not out of dodge just yet, Ents, right? It's still very, very fickle as far as the buy's going to go. You've got yourself 2 MP9s in this. It's not looking great, whereas the buy on the other side is looking real tidy. You've got Jane back into the AWP. The util's there.
So Ents very successfully have got outsiders wasting time on A, repelling them there. A different setup this time, leaning mid. Will put a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Snappy. He can't be as proactive, and hasn't been. Just confirming Scaff presence intermittently. They're going to be ahead of that.
Yeah, he's going to go down here, I think.
Yeah, he's a dead man. Whoa, just like that, tip of the head.
Save?
He was the only one A, and they've got MP9s for a retake.
And you can't run, because Buster's going to hear all your steps. That will help to signify that the site...
A slow motion rotate.
Yeah, like you have to walk. That's the nature of Vertigo. You don't really get a choice on the CT side unless you want to give up all that information for free. They're going to try and dissuade with utility of their own. There's a HE ready to be deployed from Hades here. There's no rush on this plant. There's still a couple of extra smokes and Molotovs left on over. Here comes the plant. There goes the nade. Nice damage, but are you going to give this one a crack?
I'm not sure they know. And certainly not now. James connects onto one of the SMGs. Madden down, and so is the round. Outsiders looking for their 4th. And doing so without a single casualty so far. I say that as Spinks has found himself in T-spawn.
He might get one here, especially because Buster's... are they trying to get towards Spinks? Here they are. Buster looking the wrong way, turns back in time. Hades gone, and I think Diha might want that rifle if he can.
Yeah, Spinks is going to be providing it. Maybe an AK upgrade for him. Oh, and Kick It could join. Hello! Quick react out of Spinks to even find it, but yeah, Diha tries his luck and does manage to take another one down. So not quite the perfect round for outsiders, but they do take everything away from Ents. And they're down to the pits of despair.
Yeah, that sucks, right? Because Hades wins out the 1-on-3, but you could see the finances were still absolutely shocking. And that meant that they went for something a little bit more gambly. 2 mid, 2 B, expecting a different approach coming out of outsiders. And maybe you can understand why, because the B hit work. You're thinking maybe they'll go back towards B. They just got a little bit unlucky with losing that clutch, but not to be the case. They're spacing up the ramp, catching Snappy off guard ahead of the smoke. And, well, now outsiders should be tying this one up just against these pistols. First one hits the deck. Buster cleaning up the mess over towards B right now. Hades and Spinks coming to fill the feed.
I don't think he's going to stop. He is not going to stop this killing machine walking in. Spinks, oh, they all jump in. Madden down. Buster to add an ace to his repertoire if he can find the elusive Snappy.
Let him off the leash. Let him go have a little bit of a look.
He's grabbed himself an AWP. I think the orders are going to be different now.
Well, look, that's a very good sign for this team, knowing what we know about the whole Yakinda situation and the potential future of the squad. The fact that they're even playing situations like this with pistols still by the book, bringing in Bogdan's Law, making sure that they're not taking any risks. Buster having a great game, I think, so far. 12 kills. Kick at the next closest with 8, 7 apiece for Jame and Yakinda. And Snappy, they are hunting you down, my friend. Elbow spotted, shots fired, position known, and kill found. So tying things up 5-5. Will we see the Hades AWP come out? Well, not right now. He still can't afford it. The big green is going to elude Hades for yet another round.
And this is CT side vertigo. You can really have a lot of freedoms given to you with an AWP in play.
And the only time we've seen it come out here on the CT side was when Spinks actually wielded it over towards mid, which felt like it had quite a purpose going aggressive with that AWP. Again, a little bit light on in the utility department. Not everybody with incendiaries over here on the CT side. Again, not a diffuse kit to work with if they find themselves into a post plant, so that there are problems. Outsiders can really post a strong T-half if they do secure this round right here, right now.
A highly competitive affair. Two teams in very different stages of their life cycles, and yet still trading blow for blow as it currently stands. James, good for this one. Pre-aims. And strikes just shy. Madden will be finding himself in mid on both halves here, and currently has nothing to report.
Yeah, this is the problem, right? When you don't hear and see anything, and then they just explode, and they're all there in the last 30 seconds just trading, and someone still miraculously has the flank, and they have an extra HE and a molly, and you're like, what? We've just sat here trying to fight for all of this, and fighting for ramp control with Snappy.
And that's Diha just as he looks away. 3, fill that mid push. He's going to get caught out, lucky to be alive, but backs are turned, and Madden, nearly a triple, does dink James. And with 30 seconds, this mid-round's about to be a commitment into B. Spinks not going to be Molotov Dart out, and so should be set for this. Buster and Kicker are here. Diha to take first contact, and yeah, Diha doesn't even need the help. A nice double. It's 2 multi-kills that determine the victor.
Yeah, Madden saving Diha to set him up for that double right there. So fortunately, his teammate combines because, yeah, Kicker getting that opening kill towards Snappy, peeking out for that information. They missed their molly in towards the B site, right? I think that was destined for the position of Spinks. If they landed that, it could have been a different looking scenario here. But James will look to retain the AWP, does, and Ents will grab back just the round lead. We continue to go tit for tat here. It's still not a fantastic position for Ents to be in, and a buy is still very much possible for outsiders here. So if they the problem is every time Ents win one of these rounds, it brings them back in the loss bonus. Right, so they're not going to get as much money when they do eventually lose another round. So if it happens again now, you're looking at the loss bonus of only 1,900 into the next, right? So they have to save. You see the situation they find themselves in, they can't be threatening.
Or at least not with a Hades AWP and all the goodies. We do get those rifles out, and 3 of them are AK-47s. A tactical pause called, and in the first of the Outsiders 4.
Dustin's probably pretty happy with how things are trending so far, because if they do bounce back and break serve with this round, it's almost good for 2, right? That's kind of how it's framed in my mind with the economy at this juncture. Obviously, it depends on the amount of saves and all those other little details here.
Let's see how they shape it up then. Buster at the top of the scoreboard. He's been persistent on the B lurk, aggressive at times, of course, farming up on the anti-eco. Hades and Snappy are the A duo with Madden floating in between, and oh, they are progressing. Snappy,
great flash.
So blind. Madden needed that, and he gets it just about. The transfer nearly came through. Flit's still here to do damage. Takes a solid jab at Hades. And now Buster can activate mid.
Look at the massive gap he has to work with right now.
Oh, they're playing the numbers beautifully. 3 of them A ramp. Madden trying to change things, but just walks to his demise instead. And now 2. Diha at least clears the mid luck. He can sprint to Spinks. And upon the fade, the spray finds nothing. Flit 2 HP, burning, but escapes with his tail between his legs. To Diha waiting. Oh, strikes straight through the smoke. And he knows one is on the default box. Yakinda trying to crab walk out of there, but does meet another hot AK bullet. Oh, does meet James on the cross as well. Trying to reposition. Smoke and mirrors. Going to strike Spinks, expecting to find him on one side. James already on the other. Spinks beats him out. AWP v AK for a must-win round. Ents will get that 2-round buffer now, but 3 kills out of Diha. A lot of impact when they needed him.
It's a clutch again right here, though, isn't it? Just one player surviving. They're going to... Oh, not be able to find that. He does. He just picked up the AWP there. And this was necessary for Madden there to find that trade. Diha taking down the lurker. Buster finding this through the smoke. Maybe he heard the pin get pulled, right? Because you see the smoke get dribbled out of the hands just there.
Oh, that really worked out for them. If Flick, in any way, shape, or form, gets to sandbags, I mean, that's probably what he's thinking as well. He knows it's a must-hit, gets it. And so, 7-5, a highly competitive vertigo between these two.
And finally, we see Hades get the AWP into his hands. So let's see if he can make a difference with this over towards the A-ramp. They have been under the pump quite consistently here as smokes are in exchange. And that's going to slow down any presence that Kickit wants to have early, just having to spend some bullets through the smoke as they are now turning their attention towards B.
Here?
Might have a flash ready to set Dihar up for this.
Yeah, they got this two-man B set up and already...
He's spotted.
Forced off, full blind, and look at the space. D has done it. Another double out of Diha. Called upon and delivers. Spinks there for the backup. It's flipped through mid. Madden ready. Receives with open arms, and this is where the pace really will shift. James, not allowed to save. Run down. They lose everything, Chad, and Ents already winning out the half. Diha passes the test on B.
And what felt like 2 rounds ago that it was looking very bleak and very dire for Ents now feels that way for Outsiders. They've had to expend all this cash, not getting across the line in a couple of close gun rounds here. 3 consecutive. Ents are having to do it the hard way, right? They're having to do it against buy after buy. All the util, the AWPs in play. Now it should get a little bit easier. Now they shouldn't be going up to anything as potent. You can see an AK has been dropped across here, some Deagles, some light util into the mix. It's still a bit of a problem to deal with.
Kickit's got a lot of aggression, and Snappy happy to receive it. That was the AK gone, and Yakinda down on the retrieval. Oof.
Those bullets just kept finding him no matter where he went.
Magnetic.
It's crazy, that bouncing out, that seesaw that Ents have been on, right? Those clutches that were very close, it felt like they were setting them up for a fall in future rounds. 3 of them just swarm, ready to take down these pistols. Yeah, we're not letting you get back that AK. That's ours to keep now, I think.
Yeah, I love the Musketeer setup. 1 down, 1 above. $16. They are quietly getting farmed up by Diha towards the tail end of this CT half, and Flitz Glock pokes his head out of the smoke into Snappy for a 3rd.
That's the thing with this Ents team, right? They slowly like collected all of these pieces of the puzzle here. And you had Madden come in and take the place of Doto, and everyone was like, well, how's this going to work? Doto was a bit more of a supportive element, but they've been able to make this work. And I think it's because these players, they're all actually quite versatile, and they're all very mechanically gifted. It's the experience that these individuals lack, right? That Snappy is the most experienced of the lot of them. The rest of them are names that have really only blasted onto our screens over, what, maybe the last couple of years.
Yeah, but I mean, throughout his entire career, Snappy's not been given 4 individuals that are this diverse and versatile. Argue with me, debate with me if you'd like, but this is this is a unique situation for him, and it's something that wouldn't have been possible or manifesting without his years of experience being the driving force for him taking the reins of Ents. Buster does have a bit more pep in his step here, but the nade will take that right out of the wings. Oh, burnt a little as well. So that's a note from him.
Double mid setup should lock this down. 3 on the other side here.
Oh, I haven't seen this one tested by so many bodies yet. Here you go. Any flashes, or will they crawl?
There's the flash.
And here's the frag. Tested, and Yakinda takes them both down. Okay, Ents. What you got now? Because Yakinda's on the prowl. Hades does have that mid-angle. Smoked gap. Yakinda, oh, he's on for the 3rd, maybe the 4th. Yakinda does meet Snappy's M4. A 2-man advantage.
Still
1 CT on either side, and just through the gap, Snappy catches Flitz walk. The advantage starting to be ripped away from them. Bomb still down in the depths of the site. Kickit's got a lot of room, though. Will Snappy be anticipating someone so pushed up?
Kickit might have heard a couple of footsteps there as well to try and identify this hold. Now just waiting for the bomb to get scooped to make its way over. They're working with 2 flashes here. So one of the keys with Kickit's forward position is they could get him right onto the cusp here, pushed on up, and oh, Snappy's coming his way. Snappy actually fancies a fight here.
He's going to have a look. Oh, he does find Kickit. That will cancel their plans. They were about to commit. Now the bomb's on his map, and the bow is down the floor. Buster Gone, nothing, not a single bullet connects. Snappy, individually, pulling his weight and then some, second highest in the server. And now it's just Jame, 1v2. Snappy confirms it.
Wants the ace.
Can't be picked up. Snappy let him have it, takes it, ace, and a wink from the in-game leader. Ents gonna be happy with that one, but the Dane explicitly.
Yeah, that was beautiful stuff. And Snappy continues to show no age is but a number. One of the older boys out here getting it done. In-game leader, showing some flair. And this was after the Yakinda 3-piece feed, out mid. 2 gaps in the same. They threw 2 smokes to deal with that and flubbed it both times.
And that's the punishment for it. Snappy's domain on A farms up 5 frags at the tail end of that first half. That puts them up to 10, Chad. A pistol worth its weight in gold for the Outsiders. Now let's see whom of this Outsiders roster has that golden touch, that Midas touch. Buster equipped with the Kev. We've got a lot of util. Good grief. Okay, CT side regales themselves with a double smoke, double flash combo.
Yeah, the nades you can understand, right? You can use that to deal with the plant. You can see that being left there exactly to do so here. But the smoke, the flashes, do they have something in mind here? As lots of noise, bit of a bull in a china shop type situation. And look how far Snappy is. Look how far up he is already.
Okay, lads, nothing home. The nade held by Yakinda. Bombs nowhere near. They're going B. They're going B. And Buster quickly gets some information back. 4 CTs find themselves in the right place. And now all of this A presence might incite a rotate.
Yeah, look how far up they are.
They don't have to move a muscle. It's Yakinda that's kind of in a bit of a box. Rotated back through, so staying mobile, and they're in the right place. Finger on the pulse. It's Kickert that cuts Snappy's short.
Here comes the nades.
And that's the nade stack. 1.
Oh.
And 2. Okay, wow. Dia gets away and gets the frag. Bomb plant as well. Humongous from Dia. He's still sticking around. Why not? With the low HP. Hades long range with that P250. The support present. Multiple frags available. Jame does silence 1. Madden takes his place immediately. Madden trying to stay frisky, trying to stay dynamic and threatening. So many bodies. Deals with 1 of the 3. 2 remaining. Buster on headshot. Up and over. The Z-axis blinds him. He had no idea it's Hades sandbags. They know! No! And Buster hits it. A cracker. 4 Outsiders as they get the must win.
Wow, that was pretty sketchy in patches right there. That was very, very wild scenes. Once you get the position up there over towards sandbags of Hades with the P250, feels very, very strong. It even felt like that smoke was thrown and starting to fade as well. Hades, if he waited a second or 2, could have had an opportunity to take that fight. That was the opener from Kickert on the way back in. See, smoke just starting to fade here, and they're both running him on down. Oh.
He probably saw nothing. Just a black smoke as his lights were snubbed out.
Well, look at the buy. They've been able to get out some MAC-10s and AK, some Deagles, plenty of util to work with right here. Windows being broken. This could be very, very quick over towards B.
Yeah, you see the flashes they're throwing?
Lots of flashes.
Just trying to keep Buster caged.
He's on his own.
And he's dead. Okay, they can take a whole lot of space. The rotate swift. The cavalry has arrived. And the smokes, look how the smokes, there's a whole channel for Madden to charge through, and he is straight through the obscured line. And now elevated, Kicker joins him, and he does meet the MAC-10. Ends with 2 large contributions to enable and facilitate a plant. This second round force, very threatening. Outsiders did it once in the pistol, but now 3 left to try and rock the boat back in their favor. Yakinda's good for it. Flit, half the health of the stacked boxes. They're all behind the gen. Hades needs a fresh mag and is given the privilege. 1 is good enough, but the double's even better. Flit, a dead man walking, and you have an 11th Ents. Know what that means.
I love that. I love that little play right there. The fact is, for Buster, that util's landing behind him. He doesn't even know what's going on. You see how quick it was thrown, how fast they were, all the suppressing flashes to deal with that type of aggressive maneuver. The fact he gets nothing done, that space that was taken. The CTs lobbed an extra smoke forward to try and give themselves something to push back into to get some ground, but they were too scared to play in front of the smokes. Madden wasn't scared at all. Him pushing in took away all that space, confirmed that no one was forward, and now it has to be an eco out of Outsiders.
It's going to feel similar. Very, very similar. It might even be exactly the same. An identical round thrown in. This time it's Snappy leaping into the spray on default. Clears out Kickert. There's a lot more where that came from, but Snappy, good for the double. And Outsiders, they don't get a time to process, to reposition, to think it out already. Bomb is down and the round is lost.
Well, Snappy had run into the side there at 1:40 with both those smokes already up. So that's how quick that they're blooming as part of that. And the way that you would have to deal with this is have multiple bodies ahead of the smoke wall fighting over towards the ramp position. But they have so many suppressing flashes. So you're going to have to problem solve this quite quickly because this is going to echo through the rest of this half. Even if Ents don't run it consecutively, if they can save it, but the threat of those smokes, the way that they have to approach this on the CT side now, Outsiders, they have to acknowledge this little pocket play. And you bang on the fact that they've run it 2 times in a row, the Outsiders know that this is something that is going to be coming their way. So it's something that they have to address. It's not something they can just forget about.
It's probably safe to assume that they just spent this save of the light pistols talking about it, thinking it through. Snappy has just straight up pulled a page out of the strat book, and it's likely, you know, so let's not forget Saw the coach as well, one of the reasons we saw Vertigo in that map veto today.
Yeah, that was a bit of a conversation as well ending up here, right? Because if you look at the head-to-heads of these guys in recent times, Vertigo hasn't actually graced the map pool between these two teams. So interesting to see it come through. Definitely something that Ents has been working on, and for good reason right now. And that lost streak of 4 for Outsiders could very swiftly become 5. And, well, throwing those early flashes.
Same flashes immediately draws attention. Yakinda's the one tasked with holding ramp and flash smoke. He has nothing. Zero. Zilch. Nada.
And you can see how many players Outsiders started over towards B with, right? They started with the lion's share of, obviously, this is an eco situation, but they were prepared for more of the same. Now they have to rotate back on over, and well, they're out of position for now. As these smokes start to fade, you can see the B bomb site is left empty.
Hence, they can't afford to trip over their shoelaces. Madden, only one. Rifles to be retrieved, and Hades has to bodyguard them. Double, good for it. And so the stress and the sweat wiped off the brow. For a moment there, it looked like Ents were about to be tested, but the hard part is certainly still to come. 13 secure. The rifles are going to be back out in full force, and this is when that conversation continues, right? They've done it twice. It's worked twice. Do we have to lean a second rifle B? Do we have to, adjust our setup?
I'd love to see them run it again, just see if they are a bit of punish with it here. Looks like Spinks is going for the gap smoke, so a different look here as they will be going up against James AWP on the other side. Yakinda quickly over towards short. He's going to be denied vision here.
Quick response if he wanted to drop his own smoke. Snappy's lining up short.
Yeah, so that means they can't play out on that girder, so would deny any aggression, and now they're just crawling on up the ramp. The sharp object that is Madden looking for a head or two.
Yeah, he's going to get naded down to half here. Flit. Snappy already good onto Yakinda, but Flit activates and successfully does get out of dodge. Madden slinking through short as Diha and his B progressions. That's the easiest frag Jane will post. A dry peek out of Madden, not anticipating an AWP. Now this boost, Buster very well drilled on his B defense. It's the only sight he sees.
Aren't they? Look at that nade.
100 damage dealt. Buster, kicker. So they do lose one of the two. And if Hades is quick on the scope, that's a prime position to find Buster on these boxes. Smoke's there from his teammate. Toe spotted. Buster close. Spinks does somehow find the head. Good grief. 1 HP, he gets away with that, and now suddenly Outsiders have to think this through. Jame has a flash to enable Flit to take a fight.
But he's so low. This would be a normal situation where Outsiders would save. You wouldn't often see Outsiders go for a round like this, and Jame fancied his chances right there. And it's actually Flit who was the one a little bit more frigid about going in for that retake. So looking just to hold on to this M4, this is looking great for Ents, and it felt like they got stalled on out. But you saw that nade come in and land on the boost. That's why Diha and Hades are so low on... actually, Spinks was so low on HP with that nade situation. And once you smoke the top of the stairs, as the CTs, your options of where you have to watch kind of changes a little bit. You're worried a bit more about the boost. And it felt like they had accounted for it until they hadn't. So, bit of an odd one right there. But Ents are looking great. 14 confirmed.
Yeah, and just also... This is a big red flag for all teams preparing to anti-strat. There's a new map in town for the Ents power rankings. You've got to be very cautious if Snappy and his cronies have managed to add another one to their repertoire to this extent. I mean, I'll read the score out one more time. 14-6. Outsiders. Though there is a bit of a loss streak brewing on Vertigo, historically, this is a map that they can ply their trade very effectively. Smoke for the ramp from Flit. The flash is leaning B. This could be that B take once again. You can see
Looks
the
like
two
it.
smokes they throw. Buster already blind, calling for raid. Kicker is there early, but the MAC-10 posturing. Good Deeg, only the one. It's a double from Deha again. Top of the scoreboard, the high-flying pole has got them an avenue into the... Oh, look
Lord.
at that. That's
Super geeky.
as
I'm
hell. Oh, and a
loving this.
second one as well. Where are you supposed to go?
You can't go anywhere. And on that B site, you can't do anything either. Right? Like, it is so suffocating what they're doing here. You saw the 2 players on the site wanted to stand and fight. That's fine. It's only 2 of you.
Do you smell it, Chad? That's the smell of a meta shift.
I love this, seeing the B bomb site getting so much love as, well, Spinks will give a bit of that over to Yakinda. Bullet in the dome one.
Vertigo is only one site.
Well, look, they want to, change that conversation right now, but we'll see. Nart's probably already downloading the demo, ready to make a video or 2.
Can't wait for all the keen Estonian 5 stacks to start dropping them.
I forgot who I was talking to in recent time. I was having a chit chat with somebody recently, and they were saying that they think that on Vertigo, the smokes from spawn through the windows haven't been fully utilized yet. Obviously, we've seen Apex doing it over towards A, but right now, like, just how quick and I say the word again, suffocating, because that's what this is, right? And they have good protocols for it. Okay, they throw a Molotov. Well, we're going to extinguish. We have a lot of flashes, so we want to take that fight.
Yeah, there's a lot of mischief in the server from ENCE at this point in time. Even their face kind of embodies that. You can see Spinks feels like he's getting away with something naughty with these flashes and smokes combined. They're throwing him again.
This time it's a bit more of a fake here, though, right? You can see them throw all that U-tilt.
Yeah, but look at James. You've got James, Kicker,
3 players
and
leading B.
Buster there. It's mission accomplished, bro.
And they didn't even throw all the U-tilt, right? It was just 1 smoke as opposed to the 2 with all the flashes. So it is right now just Flit and Yakinda to batten down the hatches and hopefully hold on towards A. And Yakinda needs to make sure he doesn't fall off the map here. Dicing with death.
Flip barrel may betray him there. Snappy eyes locked on it. Madden responsible for this angle. Oh, nice timing on Yakinda, but unable to put them in the right place. He does eventually, and it's Deha quick in response. Uh-oh, that sound cue usually is the cue that Flick can activate. It's Buster instead that's trying to lock the door. A quick one out of Hades. Short clear. Orp up close. Is this really the last round of Vertigo? Outsiders, 3 left. Defending their honor. Oh! And Hades does it again. Kick it up close. This time meets the Zoom banger. Buster and Jame. Just Jame. Up against 3. ENCE running rings around the outsiders on Vertigo, no less. A team effort. Jame, nice angle just on the gap. Does exploit. D has gone, but so is the bomb.
Spotted 1. Smoke faded. 20 seconds. They need to pick this up. They need to deal with Jame.
Snappy's on that close wall. Jame will just bide his time for the sound cue. Oh, just a flash of Snappy. That's a huge advantage now as the hunt comes in. 10 seconds. He's isolated the duel. Jame looking to extend play. Spinks says no, and ENCE 2-0. Oh my. That is quite a result. Dominant from ENCE start to finish.
Yeah, and that loss streak continues for Outsiders now on Vertigo. That's going to be 5 in a row. They came into, there was a 4 loss streak on this map and able to show a very, very good face here. And that's once we got onto the second half, right? The CT half was a little bit more labored. They had to work for it. We had that Hades 1-on-3 where we had some clutch situations. We had Spinks coming down into a one-on-one situation as well. Yeah, just keeping their head above water in that first half. Then they managed the 10-5 and then they show us that on the second half of play. So brilliant stuff. ENCE in 2-0 column.
Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant from ENCE, and I'm sure some more brilliance to follow over at our panel. Let's head over to the analysts with Freya.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, ENCE make this look easy, clean and clinical from them as they are now just 1 best-of-3 series away from qualifying for that Legends stage. Man, what spectacular style for them to do it. And we were talking about the contrast of playstyles. ENCE just coming out full force, looking spectacular doing it.
This is a statement from ENCE, right? To everyone out there who are still doubting a little bit whether or not they had the class in order to be one of the favorites to qualify for the next stage and perhaps one of the favorites to go into the playoff, this win right here shows exactly why they are. The map pool of ENCE is building up to be very, very strong. We talked about, the map pick of Vertigo, allowing that to be picked here by Outsiders and then just absolutely destroying them on what is supposed to be their home field. This right here, Devil Walk, that is a statement from ENCE.
Yes, and it's incredible to see because it's not the usual players stepping up here. We see Hades and Dusha really coming in and proving a point here that they might also be key players for them to get winning, because you saw that, amazing play from Hades. Disha was super solid early on, and you can see some of the stats here in a 16-6 victory.
Yeah, it was absolute dominance, just as Alex and Chad were saying. I do want to put that particular moment for Hades under the spotlight, though, Jacob, because that really catapulted him to be gaining that momentum and just looking hugely confident as well.
Yeah, it was exactly what we talked about right now, right? That outsiders, they like to play a slow-paced Counter-Strike style, and sometimes it feels like time is of the essence in the way they move around the map. You can do that if you want to stress out your opponents, and we did see that in the round where Hades were left in a 1v3. It was kind of wild to see them not, planning the bomb earlier. It was kind of wild to see them take so long to get it to the bomb side. Credit to Hades, obviously, for winning that round and making the play, getting both the kills in a pressured situation. But if you're outsiders, it's like you're constantly flirting with time. You get the round here on your screen, right? There's only 23, 22 seconds left, and that's okay. But you can see it's tough, right? It's a 5v5 with only 20 seconds left. There's a world where there's going to be some back and forth trading. As you see right here, Spink goes down to Buster. James takes one more, and at this point, there's 10 seconds left. Just get the bomb down straight away and plant safe instead of planting open right here. Hades gets the first kill, gets the second, and at this point, it's just over. For my money, there's no point whatsoever in not planning safe, and that costs the round of outsiders. And when you're flirting with time, you better do it in style.
Yeah, and this is huge, like mental aspects of this round. The amount of release of pressure from ENCE, who gets a free round, basically. A round they've lost, bring it back, Hades clutches it, and the amount of pressure it builds on the other side, it's a huge swing in momentum.
I want to talk about Diha a little bit more as well. He was a player that we were posing coming into this alongside Madden that had that ability to create space, that explosivity factor you were talking about, and we saw him shining spectacularly throughout this map.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just like he's a little bit of a weird player to watch, because he does very unorthodox moves that you sometimes question, but he's so good in these moments that they pay off. It's kind of a thing I can bring back to a reference when I was playing with JW. Theoretically, what he does doesn't really make sense, but you have to let him do it because it works.
Yeah, I guess playing against GW is quite the experience, no doubt playing with him, let alone must be even worse in that scenario. I agree with you. Diha is a great player, and he's one of the players that goes under the radar a lot of the time. Let's be honest, we often talk about Spinks, we talk about Madden, we talk about Hades as well. And Diha is just that, secondary string in the rifle team right here, but he's doing well. I think he lacks a bit from consistency, but when he's playing well, as we saw in this game, then that's a player who can also, take over the server and also have that ability to be a decision maker.
I want to pose a question to both of you, particularly about that T side that we saw from ENCE, because we were talking about a huge win condition for outsiders coming into this particular map, was Yakinza on that A ramp position. And we saw ENCE kind of fighting more towards that B side of the map. Do you think that was a conscious decision from them to kind of get away from Yakinza and not allow him to get those aggressive duels?
It's a good question. Whether or not that's them, localizing a weakness on the B bomb side or them getting away from Yakinza, it's tough to say. We did see the couple of times they did move up to A ramp. Yakinza was there and he was fighting, and he always got one kill, right? So to stay away from Yakinza could be part of the game plan, but it was just clear to me to see that ENCE, they knew how to take that B bomb site. They knew how to utilize it. We even saw in a 3v5 scenario they were able to take the B bomb site and win the round. So more or less it seemed like they found a weakness.
Yeah, and it could also be the case that they just tried the B side. Okay, this was way too easy, and
let's try again.
Let's just keep doing this, and that's sometimes how you do it in the middle of the match. You have to adjust. You have to see what pieces and what rounds work, and try to abuse it and find the right time to negate their adjustments.
Yeah, it certainly was easy for ENCE coming into their second round 2 matchup here at the PGL Antwerp Major. But we can take a look at the other results that have been going down. Of course, there is a B-Stream side of life been going on at the same time. Of course, they are on to their 4th series of the day. But just looking at some of these results, I mean, anything from the B side of life, any surprises for you there, Jacob?
I mean, it's a surprise that EF were able to win 16-2. I thought Renegades was going to be more competitive in that game, but they're playing a rough tournament so far. Complexity winning against IHG, not too big of a surprise, but the third one right there, Imperial taking down Team Liquid, which puts Team Liquid 0-2. They're one match away from not qualifying for the next stage or being out, as the first team of this stage. It's a disaster for Team Liquid, and it's not good enough.
It has to sting. It has to.
Yeah.
I mean, it's their old teammates. They didn't think they could make it work with Fallen previously, and now him bringing back, the old guard of his Counter-Strike career. and actually beating his old teammates, that's a huge statement.
All the credit to Imperial for that one. That's a massive win as well. As I said, it's a statement for them. Them qualifying just for the major, to me, was surprising. I didn't expect them to be so competitive. You said it yourself. It's tough to come back after a long period of a break. So for them to play so well and take this victory is a massive scalp.
And definitely a tough situation for Liquid to find themselves in. But luckily, we do have a few words from Nitro, courtesy of Banks.
I've got Nitro with me from Team Liquid, and sadly they fall to Imperial to find yourselves down in the 0-2. And I guess, okay, opening game, people can kind of look at that and say, yeah, tough one to come into. But against Imperial, most people consider you guys to be favourites coming into it. You were just telling me, like, practice has been looking good. So where do you feel Liquid's at right now?
I personally still have a lot of faith in my team. I think we still have a high chance of making it out as a group, even though we're 0-2 right now. Obviously, it's just like a game of Counter-Strike where first team to 16 wins, and here it's first to 3 wins gets out. So I still have a very good mentality going into it. I think you still have to beat us, and it's going to be hard to beat us in a best of 3, in my opinion. So I definitely still have a lot of faith and confidence in my team, and I think we can bounce back.
And in terms of what's been going on for Liquid recently, we look at, say, the showdown, right? People mainly thought that you guys were going to qualify. We see Shocks come in, and he certainly started to look better. But what do you think is missing for you guys right now in terms of being back up there and being back on top of what we know Liquid can be?
That's the golden question right now. I think, we were definitely on an upward trajectory, since, the beginning of the iteration of this team. Yeah. And we definitely had some, areas or maps specifically where we feel like we kind of plateaued. So it was, when you make a new team, it's hard to be good on all 6 maps right away. You're going to have a map or 2 where you're really confident. You're going to have a map where you feel like you need to put more theory in or server time, or you're going to have a map where you just don't scrim as much. And I think over the past 4 months or so, we've been trying to get the best of all the maps and figure out what we're good at and stuff. Because when you're a new team, you have to see what you're good at. You can't just be we're gonna be good on this map. We gotta, you gotta get a lot of reps and stuff. So that's what we've been working on. And unfortunately, we were confident in our Inferno coming into this tournament, but we have these teams just show us that we still have a lot to work on.
And in terms of what I understand, you were in Utrecht before this, right? Boot camping out in Europe. How much time did you manage to get into that, and what kind of things were you able to achieve? Because, like you said, you felt good during that period.
So we came home after the RMR, and we had the Dallas qualifier online, and we had the Blast Showdown online. So we couldn't get an extensive boot camp coming into the major. It would have been nice to make the next stage of the major. That way we would have had some more time to be at home / boot camp or whatever and practice. But unfortunately, we're in the lower stage, and we had a 3-day, 4-day boot camp coming here, just in a jet lag and whatnot. And it was a really good little short boot camp. We had Shocks go home and get some time with his family because he's been on the road for a while. So we're trying to get a good balance of our lives and stuff. And so, yeah, I mean, winning would be nice right now.
And in terms of that, you think if you could get that just next win, right, put yourself in a 1-2 situation, we can see that boost of the mood and boost of everyone starting to see it's achievable? Because like you said, you believe in the team right now, but I saw some of the heads quite low coming into this one.
Yeah, I think obviously, best of ones are always going to be tough. I feel like they always favor underdogs, and I mean, historically, they favor underdogs because, I don't know, it's kind of weird because you have so much time to prepare for 2 maps, and then you can kind of over-prepare because you have so much time in your hands. It's
thinking about it too much.
Exactly, and then, so it's just best of ones are tricky for sure. But best of 3s are always, in my opinion, the better team's going to win. Majority of the time, obviously. So I think we're still a top tier team here, and I think a best of 3 is going to be hard to beat us in.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it. Nitro, thank you very much, man.
Thank you.
To succeed in this game, you need to invest in yourself. Be daring. Innovate. Calculate. Never hesitate. Follow your instincts. Don't follow the crowd. Back yourself. Bank your wealth. Analyze, strategize, and galvanize. Now is the time. Take your shot.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
A historic series to be rounding out the day. The first time Astralis will take on the French-Danish mix and come toe-to-toe with their former teammates. Devilwalk, Pimp, I cannot think of a bigger banger to be closing out the first day here in Antwerp.
It couldn't be any better. It couldn't be any better whatsoever. You have Astralis going up against Vitality. Obviously, in itself, a matchup with a lot of quality on the server, but the history, these players in between. Dupree, Magic's on one side, going up against a team they were born in, more or less, right? I know they played elsewhere in their careers, but their entire legacy was built in Astralis, and now they have to try to beat them down in a major game that could put them 2-0 and just one game away for a qualifier for the next spot. So right now, Devilwalk, I'm pretty excited. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm super excited. I mentioned in the green room, this is kind of a desk slamming kind of game.
Yeah.
Because there's so much history, just like you said, there's so many emotions going through, and you know each other. It's mind games throughout. So incredibly exciting to see, because they both went up against a little bit weaker opponents early on, and now we get to see a real test of how they can play and perform against a good team.
Yeah, you say that, and combined, both these squads have only lost 3 rounds collectively so far at the Major. Of course, Zaiwu, Mr. Superstar himself, hasn't died so far this event either. Definitely an historic stat here at the Major, and I'm expecting him to show up once again here again.
Yeah, I'm going to make a bold prediction here and say he is going to die at some point in this game. And I think he's also going to take more than 90 damage, which was the case in the first game. He didn't even take 100 damage throughout 17 rounds. Zaiwu and the boys from Vitality is in for a tougher task here, no doubt. Astralis is a team that, yeah, they've been struggling ever since Dupree and Magic left them, ever since that core of the lineup was kind of destroyed and they had to rebuild. It hasn't been too good for Astralis, but they're getting better and better. Whereas for Vitality, they're off to a rough start as well. It's 2 teams who are following the same path right now. I would say a lot of potential, a lot of, I guess, unreleased potential so far, but none of them have really played up to their full potential just yet. And I think this game could be a statement for both.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see Farleg against Zaiwu. An interesting matchup. Obviously, Zaiwu should be favored in that matchup, but I'm really, really excited to see him perform against the best of the best.
I want to get your insight onto Farleg in particular, Devilwalk. For those of you at home that aren't familiar, of course, you worked very closely with him on his previous team. So can you tell me a little bit about what he is like as a player, what you're kind of expecting him going up against the Beast of Vitality?
I mean, both personality, super easy to be around. He jokes, he laughs, he brings a lot of good energy to a team. But he's also a previous rifler. I think he's only played off for a couple of years. And basically, he has that understanding of movement as a rifler. And I think it really, really makes his AWPing much, much better. And not as flashy and stuff like this, but more percentile. He likes to support his riflers. He knows how to support his riflers. And I think that it's a great AWPer to have alongside someone like Config.
What has impressed me the most is Farley coming into this lineup, into a lineup that, historically speaking, has had a very, very tough time replacing Device. Ever since he left this lineup, the AWP role has been up in the air. You saw Lucky come in, didn't do too well. You've even seen some of the stand-ins coming in Yuki, who they tried to implement into the lineup as well in a period, didn't do too well. So the fact that Farley is coming into Astralis and already now has been finding his footing. As I said, during the qualifier, during the RMR event, he was one of the difference makers for Astralis as well. He was one of the guys actually picking up the pace when needed the most for those. So to see him do so well already now in such a tough spot is something that I keep an eye on.
And something that really impresses me about him as well, we heard it back at the Blast Showdown, just a week ago, the fact that he's already dictating space within Astralis. It's good to see that confidence. We heard some of the team comms as well, where he was kind of saying, this is what I need to be in the prime position to be succeeding. And we can see that comfort level kind of allowing him to flourish more within the team.
Yeah, and that's also one of his strengths is one of these things, when you have an aggressive player that makes a call, what they want to do, the initiative, and he fills on. I will do that then. I will do this. I will be able to help you with these flashes, these nades. Do you want this? So he's very, very active in the communication when someone takes an initiative.
And we can see Mirage coming up as the map in this best of one series. Interesting from both sides of the equation. We saw Vitality finally ending their loss streak on this particular map, but then Astralis looking incredibly dominant, surprisingly, at the showdown on this map.
Yeah, they destroyed a couple of teams. I remember them beating down NIP 16-2 or 16-3. It wasn't even a game, and you're right. I feel like Mirage is very much in the middle of the pack for both teams. Vitality are by no means a good Mirage team. At least they haven't showed us yet. As you said, they did get a win against Mouse when needed the most during the qualifier, but up until that point, they lost 7 in a row. So for Vitality to stand up against Astralis on Mirage, it's to me a very risky one right here, but I think both teams are in the same boat, so to speak. It's kind of a bit of a wild card for me.
What do you think is going to be the difference maker, Devil Walk, just in terms of both sides?
I think on Mirage specifically, if you look at Astralis, when they've had these huge performances, it's been Blame F. He did it against ENCE when they crushed them on Mirage last time, and he knows this map. He knows how to lurk on this map, and that's going to be the key point for me.
Well, we're going to see exactly how it does play out. Mirage, the final map here in day 1 of the PGL Antwerp Major. And we're going to throw it over to Alex and Chad to get it underway.
Yeah, tell your friends. Cancel your plans. Get your pets on the sofa.
It's a good Monday night.
This is a solid Monday night. We get Counter-Strike history being written for this best of one.
Yeah, and I really love Mirage, right? They touched on it there, but we really want to drive this one home. It was 0-7 for Vitality on Mirage since the addition of the 2 Danes and, well, the coach of Zonic over there. Then, in the third map, in a 2-2 game against Mouse, just to get here to the Major, they had to win on Mirage 16-13, and before that, they took on Na'Vi, 16-13 loss, FaZe, 16-14 loss. So they've been putting a lot of work into the Mirage, but both of these sides, well, with Astralis players, have had issues on this map, picking it up and bringing it into their map pools. But here we go, underway.
Oh, man. A blend of some former rosters, Magisk and Dupree, Zonic, all departing from Astralis and now clashing with former teammates Zipex, Glaive, flashes over, Blame, at least blind, but in. Zipex completely smoked off, a nice deep short smoke there. Masuta on bench is not going to go down, a bit shy of the mark is Blame. Dupree already has stamped his mark on the site. It's Config's turn as he does post 1 on the USP. Already, numbers heavily favoring that T side as it's 4-on-1. Glaive's only just about arrived, and that kit unlikely to be needed or used. Already catches a goosh to the dome. And with 1 HP, a convincing opening out of the Vitality squad.
Yeah, keep it simple. Dupree with 2 massive kills. Masuda with the same, and Apex to finish it off, taking down Glaive. And guess what? Zywoo still yet to die. So let's see how long this little game can go on, as we do get a little bit of a technical timeout here to get into round number 2.
So Zywoo, we're keeping track. He has, did he take any damage there? That's the question.
I think he was unscathed.
There we go. 100 HP. I'm pretty sure he was juicy.
Yeah, well, he's trying to hang back.
Yeah. So far at this major, he has taken 90 damage total.
Yeah, that's a pretty impressive stat line to have next to your name. And look, as Jacob said, it's very, very well. No, it's not very unlikely. He will die this game.
Yes, Chad, we can say that with conviction.
Yeah.
For some reason, I was doubting it when you said it.
Yeah,
What are you doing?
This was coming out of my mouth. I was like, have I just created a monster here? But
cast
no.
a curse. No.
It will not be a warm-up game like both of these teams had to start the day. Vitality a 16-1 victory over Complexity, and Astralis a 16-2 victory over IHC. So it's not like they had to work, but at least they're warmed in. They're familiar with the setups. You know, they're going to be feeling themselves going into this matchup here because there is so much on the line.
Oh, gosh. Whether it is for the 2-0, you want to talk about ego.
I like the pride aspect of this.
I think pride is the juiciest of the two. I mean, both teams, on many's pick them for the next stage of competition, but this head-to-head, this is the first time, I'm sure you'd have heard it over at the desk, but to reiterate for those that have just joined us, this is the very first time we've got to see Astralis versus Vitality ever since the change and the departure of the trio to Vitality.
Just a bit of a headset issue there, but has been sorted, and we are getting this one back underway. But in the meantime, if you want to buy a ticket, scan that QR code, head over to the webpage. They paused again on us.
Yeah,
Wow.
19th to the 22nd of May at the Sport Palace in Antwerp. Come hang out, get a nice chocolate bar for your way home.
They
Gift
got
for your
waffles
mother.
around here.
Lots of waffles. And good mayonnaise.
I have been exploring.
Have you done the Belgian mayo?
No.
Are you a mayonnaise man?
I'll eat it.
Okay, yeah. A hot fry and Belgian mayo is...
The fries here have been great so far.
Oh, yeah. That's
and I've only
something
been, this is only the second day I've been here.
I do need to go for a proper explore.
The beer is also a bit of an option.
It is. There's, I think I had a beer that was 500 years old that was made by monks. I don't think
500 years
the actual,
old, made by monks.
Yeah, but the beer itself that I was consuming, I imagine, wasn't 500 years old. But the brewery,
the way that they brew the beer,
the technique.
I see.
You know, I kind of got to really put myself in the shoes of a man walking around in the 1500s.
How did that feel?
Well, it was basic, I'd say.
Yeah. No telephones.
Basic, not much going on. No WhatsApp.
Yeah, nothing really.
No, you just kind of walked around and spoke to people.
Yeah,
I
you had
guess.
to talk to everybody.
Yeah.
You didn't really have a choice. Well, guys, as you can see here, we are just sorting out the issue.
Now, we have Devil Walk, of course, talking about Farley, and he's taking the role of that of Lucky. There was a lot of kind of uncertainty and murky waters regarding Lucky's tenure at Astralis, how long he was going to be there, but a lot of the results and the response since Farley's integration into the roster does seem to have enabled, like, it doesn't necessarily look like he's performing out of the realms of Lucky, but his presence has facilitated the others to be more impactful.
Yeah, he's definitely an upgrade. But yeah, I think just having him as more of a stable force, because Lucky had that whole situation where, like, even Glaive did the primary AWPing over him for a while. I remember breaking down the stats of how it went for poor Lucky throughout that period. So it hasn't been the easiest of times for Astralis to get their act together, but they definitely have. The last couple of events they've been stringing together some good results. They've settled on having Trace now as the full-time head coach. He was there on a bit more of like a trial basis. They had put Ave down to the academy team, and now they've removed Ave, and they've actually brought Modi in to coach the academy team over there for Astralis. And obviously we had the chopping and changing on this side. Masuta has been the issue, I would say, at least as far as the numbers go with the team, right? He hasn't been cutting the mustard in that regard. Zaiwu obviously had that period of time where he wasn't looking too hot to trot.
No, but I think it is very easy to understand where Zaiwu went. It's not like he forgot how to play the video game. It was the same human being playing the video game, but we know how everyone that's played Counter-Strike understands how much it is about the speed by which you're processing your information, right?
Yeah, there's a couple of factors, right?
Yeah.
Language being one of them, structure being another.
Yeah.
New coach in the mix here as well, right? Having Zonic come across, I'm sure he wanted to bring some ideas of how things worked in the best team of all time.
The way Zonic, I discussed it with him in the elevator briefly. I was like, I didn't know where to put you guys. I didn't know what to expect. Zaiwu went missing. How have you found him? Have you brought him back? And yeah, just summarizing it as saying we initially tried to bring the best of Astralis and mix it with the best of Vitality. He even said we tried to play like the Vitality, towards the tail end of 21.
Sure.
It seems that the actual answer is it's a combination of both.
Yeah.
And I mean,
That's
no
gonna
surprise.
take time.
That takes time. So we are ready to get our second round underway. Headset issue resolved. T side for Vitality, and they are coming in with a lot of
rifle heavy.
A lot of
very
rifles.
rifle heavy.
Good grief, up against the Deegs. So it's going to be a big achievement if you can see Blame or any of these Deegs in the feed early. Gets info already. Apex there and knocking on the door. Zipex to be tested and warded off.
So stack towards B
Lovely
here. They're
pop
coming into
flash.
this.
If Farley could rack them up, it seems like they didn't like what they saw.
No, they saw enough, didn't they? Back and forth they go. Connector presence now. The rotation is coming on in thick and fast.
Oh, yeah, they are quick to this. Look at this. Look at this line charging back towards A. It was just Glaive on the site. He's now gone, but plenty to take his place. A lurk smoke, 2 of which have been dropped here. Oh, well, Shadow betrays config on the slightest of gaps. Utility hailing over towards CT, and it should enable a plant. Masuta's going to go uncontested on that.
Should be a save here as well. If they can get away with these upgraded pistols, armor, and the scouter to be good. But Dupree's heard this. He's already heard them in kitchen, and he's hunted.
Oh, Zip just crossed. Dupree up against his former squad mates. And now just trying to do as much damage as you can. It really will be playing for the next round of play, making it softening the blow of these save rifles. Scout to Deegs. Oof. He's not going to overcook it. He doesn't want to lose his AK-47.
Yeah, I think that's quite valuable here to hold on into the next. But it was interesting that it went so rifle heavy for Vitality there, and they all went through middle. So they wanted to take those type of fights. Quite clear indication by the way that they approached this round. But found a safe haven up through connector, able to get some space on the site. You can see Astralis trying to get their claws in and dig on into hunker on down. But a nice conversion there. And now it will just be these two Deagles and the Scout carried on through to give it a second crack. A double dip with the Force. Config and Glaive likely just to stay with these USPs.
I am going to keep track of it because so far, I mean, yes, they did end up on A, but we've seen very early leans from Vitality. We're up through mid and short, and of course through the apartments in that pistol. Wolf, run boost for Mathieu. Gets himself up at the front of the pack and not in any hurry. Farley's Scout smoked off.
Identified where that is quite early here. One of the USPs of Config bounds his way up in towards the vent room here, so a lot of presence towards mid.
No one in short side. They do get up, but Glaive has miraculously pulled a double headshot out with the USP. And
undetected.
Yeah, completely undetected. Config's not only got the bomb, but he's behind a rifle. Oh, problems. Apex not ready for this. And another one, potentially. Dupree saves them, but already pandemonium in round 3. Supposed to be a second bite of the Force by Cherry, and now a 2-on-2 with AKs to be scooped. Blame has full control of the explosives, courtesy of Config's handiwork.
Well, Magis has just hit the brakes right now. It's on to Farley to see if he can lock down this market position here as Dupree pushing on through, a tight angle being held from Farley, but he's just going to walk into this AK. What a shot!
That hurts. Dupree down, and Magis doesn't clear his corners. Astralis pull one out of the hat. That is naughty.
And it was the USPs, right? Glaive's USP gets the opening right there. Config, yeah, sure, he didn't use the USP, but just hiding up in towards that vent room is able to thread the needle between two of them. Apex trying to come late up catwalk here.
Oh, yeah, and I think that's Zywoo's first death on the replay.
Yeah, there it is.
He's like, oh, what's happening to me? What? Oh, my screen. I can't play anymore. This is... What's happened? Unfamiliar for him, but there it is. The first death of Zywoo's Major. Farley whips out the AWP into round 4.
I want to just build on what Devilwalk was saying, especially about Blame F. The core that was the driving force for Astralis on this map was the way that Blame F and Config would approach this map. Now, Zipex and Glaive have had a bit more time to be able to come to terms with how they want to approach it, and having Farley in the mix here makes things a little bit easier.
Well-placed flashbang does force Farley off the line, but they're too late. Already the bodies are dropping. Blame strikes. Farley's there. And now attention drawn towards the apps, rightfully so. 2 there, and now Scarpering. Pulls a bit more utility out. That was the penultimate smoke. One more on Glaive.
Going around the world here, they do have Dupree Park top middle, and they have smokes to lob out towards A. So if they, I was going to say, wanted to try and feign and execute and allow Dupree to work with some space here, they could, but splitting up, going to make life a little bit more difficult here as Glaive's pushing.
Yeah, Glaive maybe has that advantage onto Masuta and just brings the fight to him. Completely pantses him, and they are looking to get a spotless defensive round here.
I feel like it's a save at this point. There's no way back in, especially now that Apex has been smoked on off. I think they might just take the B apartments and apps and just chill on out for the next 25 seconds of play. Astralis looking to level things up to 2. And 2 AKs retained is the best that Vitality are going to have to work with here going into the next. The question mark has to be, do they want to force around this? Masuda, Zywoo, Magis, they have no money to their name right now. They can invest into some Tech 9s and some utility into the next round. And it's also a positive that Vitality do have a little bit of residual utility in the hands of Apex and Dupree that they can use in the next. So I guess there's a positive of not getting to use it.
Yeah, it makes a round out of the next. We'll see what they can get done with that. But yeah, otherwise it is just going to be some chump change for the 3.
It's crazy to think that they kept going into this map like time and time again and kept getting blanked. And I was starting to have conversations about maybe they should look to bring Ancient into the map pool because it's a new team and Mirage just doesn't seem to be working. And then that breakthrough game against Mouse. The fact that was the 3rd map in that best of 3 series just to get them to this event, right? And they had to break that loss streak of 7 on the trot. Like, you were going up a lot, up against a lot mentally there if you were Vitality. And they have taken a time out to discuss their options through here.
And you know the prep for this potential head-to-head will have been thorough.
Yeah, I think if they were to simulate any of the potential matches coming up, this would have been the one that you would have seen and gone, okay, well, let's make sure we spend a little bit of extra time here just focusing on this potential matchup.
I mean, just at least outlining where you think the veto is going to go. As a best of one, the first head-to-head, Farley still back on the AWP and those saved rifles. Let's see what Apex and dupreeh can get done here, because it doesn't look like dupreeh's slowing down. He's just going straight into the mix, off the flash and a messy spray, Config laughing at him. That was dupreeh's every day of the week, and now one of their 2 rifles gone, and oh, a gallery for Config. Finally, Masuta will sit him down, but the damage dealt. Apex, the other rifle on. Okay, Masuta's got a lovely dig on him, and not expecting Apex. Glaive falls, Vitality recover. Look at the speed by which they take this site. Surging through connector. The rotate slow. And nice from Zipex, nearly aware of that second Magisk, was just playing around the edge of the smoke. Zip to relocate, and it's Farley late. Back into play, and oh, what a shot out of Apex!
Jeez!
A slither! Off angle, elevated, and he still gets the shot.
Well, here he is, the clutch minister. Early 1-on-2 here. Does he want to flirt with the idea? You saw him take a couple steps forward. Now towards Swarm. Magisk, he's going to step on out. He goes down a 1-on-1 now against Apex.
He has a smoke and a kit. Apex on the default box. Should be Apex every day of the week. No idea. Absolutely no idea. And as he pulls the smoke out, played to perfection from the leader of Vitality and not losing a point of health in the process. So with just the 2 rifles, they managed to make a round out of it.
Yeah, I think I have to turn to Masuta here, though. His 2 kills were key. The shot onto Config was massive, but that connector kill that he gets onto Blame is like rolling out the red carpet to allow Apex to scale quickly up connector. That's what caught the A-site player completely off guard, because the death in connector happens, and Apex is already there taking the fight in towards A. So that was massive work from Masuta there. Great showing from him.
Config back into the hidey hole he did so much damage with. On their eco. Ineffective Molotov means ZywOo is going to reside behind the box. An element of surprise perhaps momentarily, not so much anymore. Apex, the late arrival through underpass. It's Masuta with the presence towards Apps. dupreeh with a scraped knee. The only damage to report.
Bomb's now up towards the B apartments here. If they did want to consider a B execute, they get the 2 pillar smokes down. Config will be disconnected from this by being up in the vent room. Apex now through the underpass. dupreeh still residing behind the top mid boxes, and Config needs to be very careful as an aid scuttles down and lands on the toes of Apex there. So 2 players extremely softened up here for Vitality as they set their sights on this B set piece.
Yeah, dupreeh's got the Q to start to maneuver. And this flashes up short. Going to try and draw CT attention away. Oh, great find from Blame. And he gets away completely unscathed. However, B, defender down and space taken. There's one more to get through. Damage onto the side of Config, and he has fallen to the hands of Magisk. Kitchen occupied, but you can see a debate. They back it up. Not interested in that. Farley sticking around. Blame and Glaive still in play. And bomb now ticking in the favor of Vitality's 4th. Apex even working on a lovely late mid.
It's too quiet over towards B right now, so as he clears out short, that'll alleviate all of the pressure. And then the question is, does he want to go for the hunt right here? They could really punish Astralis. It is early, right? You would be risking giving up a couple of your guns over. They didn't have the best of buys coming into this round. There was some Galils in the mix, and still one was in the hands of Magisk until he upgrades into that M4. And they're very sketched on out as they do try and escape. Want to make sure that they hold on to all these goodies up in towards the vent room. Bomb will go off. 4th round now converted for Vitality. And the save. The loss bonus isn't built for Astralis to donate too much. Right? Maybe a FAMAS they could drop on over. An MP9 if they wanted to go for the buy here. That's going to be the big question that has to be asked and answered right now by the Danes.
I've always admired Astralis' ability through all of the last year and a half of roster turmoil to just still be able to deliver at the premium that's expected of them. Well, Vitality are here. Former Astralis members and new ones too. Zywoo wants a Farley to keep things level. And it's quick towards A. A different look now, another page. Config light on the weaponry, just a deagle for him and Zip. It's up to Glaive and Blame for long-range contributions. Oh, and that's a big duel to win. Speak of Blame, finds Dupree, and it's Glaive as well. Good for it onto Tetra. Zywoo spotted out, half health as well. The flash is good, but turned. Config posted. Zywoo, another victim, and this one has fallen flat as a pancake. It's not even Tuesday. Backing the hell out of there, and well, going to continue to see these boys trading blows. It was one for Zywoo. Was that his first? It was indeed.
Yeah, so he's on the board. I guess that was a counter of a different variety. But that pace change right there just got completely denied. Farley not blind for that first kill, able to get the scope on in. Big frag to find it, and then the rest just kept on coming. And Magisk having a bit of a look around here, seeing what he can find. Hasn't just conceded to the save right now. Okay.
Oh, it could have been gorgeous had it popped. Just, I think, an inch before the floor. Nice try, nice tag, but Config sticks around long enough to hit it on the scope. All right, just a single round in it. Astralis keeping things level, and this one does look like it's going to be less than ideal.
It's very back and forth, right? This is how it started off for the BNE game that we had a little bit earlier against Fours in the first half, and then I think the same thing with the Outsiders. It felt a bit more back and forth in the early stages, but then one team separated themselves from the other, right? And were able to run and really just shut things down quite quickly. Dupree has armor and a Glock, so he needs a donation. What are you going to give him, Mr. Apex? Thank you very much. Get himself a P250,
wow.
so very generous.
You shouldn't have.
It's my
Thank
favorite.
You.
Well, at least he gets something. Would have been a little bit more miserable just to have a Glock in hand here, but Magisk, he might be given an AK over if he just walks on in, and he will. So, Dupree, if you want a gun, you can go find one. Here we go.
Of Farley.
He's going over to go pick that one up. And Farley, look how far away he's already rotated. Has that kill, he's back in spawn, heading over towards the B bomb site.
I tend to imagine those maneuvers are at the whim of the AWPer themselves.
Oh, especially with spawns. Yeah,
right.
yeah. You call that, right? And then your in-game leader will structure the defense around that.
But you can see that Farley, yeah, willing to take those initiative-driven plays, and oh, the crosshair was right there for a fight with Apex had he mantled the bench. But he's going for a real cheeky one. What? They have no idea. They're right next to each other, and now on a reload, no less. Complete with stupid counter-strike in front of us now, and there's more. Apex this time put on the floor. Zipex should have nothing to say about it. So we've got Dupree and Masuta now already into A. And the bomb will be planted uncontested. If they could get that smoke CT, they'd have a bit less to worry about, but now they know. And it's just Dupree, another hectic spray, another on for the 1v3, using that smoke now to reposition. Don't forget it's Farley, so just a sidearm from him. 12 bullets. 12, and he's got to time this right. Blame is so patient, so stubborn. Dupree confirms it. Knows this one close, and just the USP for a quick headshot out of Farley. Astralis will equalize, tying things up, and a pair of frags for Blame and Farley.
Yeah, open and close that round, Farley. So great stuff from him. And that one, yeah, look, it almost got out of control, but it didn't feel like it should have, right? It was really good work from Astralis here. That exchange over towards Connector, when that smoke was thrown, it actually hit Glaive in the legs. So they heard the exchange, and I think that's why Apex thought he was on the other side behind the regular spam spot. Still got the kill out of all of it, but getting a little bit chaotic now as we do tie the score back up at 4-4. And having to take a bit of a step back here, Vitality. Just into pistols and a scout. Apex loves the in-game leader scout. It's almost his signature weapon here on these low buys.
And yet I've yet to see an Apex scout pop off. Blame's cancelled the plans for one today. Okay, Dupree's Deeg is always one to be feared. Blame F not willing to be fearful in the slightest. Takes the fight, takes down Masuta, his partner in crime, and on the retreat, another put in the vice. Glaive, oh guys, one by one. They do jump into that crosshair. Dupree will punish as much as he could.
It is the fact that they're showing that little respect, though, says a lot, right? Yeah, we'll just fight you. Yeah. Who are you again? We lost your number. You know, like why? Because there's a lot into this, right? In terms of just how long Glaive and Zip played with dupreeh and Magisk and how much did they achieve together. You know the little tendencies, the way they like to, you know a little bit more about them in certain situations than they probably do.
Yeah, and not even that as well, just knowing that it's Zonic every time out.
True.
Glaive and Zip will be all too familiar with how he likes to call those shots. Oh, wow, Config's up to no good. Just straight up mid, and Magisk's none the wiser, deleted from the server early. They're popping B. It's up to Apex, trying to be that predator into the site, and he's got nothing done. Absolutely zilch. It's Masuta again with impact. Vitality can count on him. 9 so far in this series, but he's made a round out of this one. Round 10, it's Masuta's. And dupreeh cannot finish anything. Glaive this time is the one to beat him out. Bogdan's Law again puts AWP in Glaive's hands. And Farley will be working the rifle. Oh, ZywOo. And now only ZywOo. The AWP could work well with 10 HP. ZywOo to try and come up clutch. And he's not having any of it. We're not with that health. He knows who he's up against. And Vitality, through sheer will, throwing bodies into B, will leave with the round.
Yeah, just as well. Masuda, you're right. The impact that he has had in 2 crucial rounds, right? That Deagle round, and then 3 players as he comes into the B bomb site. That is massive work from Masuda. This is what you want to see, right? He was the biggest question mark as far as the stats column would go for the team, but things are starting to look really good if he can continue to do this. We tie things up again here. You know what? Like, there's so many other overlaps here as well. Like, Config and Magisk used to play together back in like the Dignitas they were days, right? They were together as a pairing. That's back when they kind of both like broke out. There were these 2 pairing of hyper-aggressive riflers. Yeah. And just the arc since then, you're having to go back to like the 2016, 2017s. But look at that again from Masuda. And the double swing here, right? Masuda's, they're going to let's swing together. They actually, Masuda ran on into a couple of bullets right there. So fortunate for ZywOo to close that out after all of his hard work.
Yeah, and you want to talk, you know, if you're in a time machine, you can also remember that, I mean, people were begging for Config to Astralis when he was popping off on North. You know, who is this plucky young Dane popping heads? Now he finds himself in the jersey in 2022, and we find ourselves 5-5. Mirage continues to be rather inseparable between these two.
Yeah, well, they get a buy out of this Astralis behind that saved AWP. A couple rifles. A Deagle for Zipex is the biggest emission right now. Aggressive towards ramp is Glaive.
And ready for 1. dupreeh to trade. Effectively keeps it 4 on either door. Config is flashed off, but the defense is ready. 3 leaning towards this to receive them as they do take a lot of space. A lot of liberties. What's our Config up to?
Whoa.
Leaps into dupreeh, takes control for a moment, and damage dealt to Apex. Softened up for that Deeg. Zipex didn't need the help, still hits the headshot. And it's a man advantage for Astralis. A very tight ship they are running. Farley, bit too aggressive, not going to be punished for it. Initially, very susceptible to a spray. Now 15 HP, blames there. Zip is 2, and it's ZywOo to finish. Vitality recover, 2v3, thanks to these 2.
Wow, that is huge right there. They're running out to try and help because Farley's taking so much pressure right there, getting spammed. They drop that Molotov perfectly. He goes with the Extinguish. I think all the eyes are drawn. The step out from the Astralis players to punish. This is the immediate trade coming in from dupreeh. Config, the absolute madman pushing on through, but this is ZywOo doing some great work from Tetris. And that is massive. Apex like that one a lot.
Oh, there is so much on the line here. More than a W in the column, folks. We got human beings, we got feelies. And this one, unfortunately, is destined for a quickie. Oh, I say that Config is changing the dialogue immediately. Catches Apex's journey. Double molly, Zipex safe from it. He's going to go unchecked. Masuta will do his due diligence. Rifle on short, tapped away at. Blame deterred, but they're in. And it's again Masuta who opens up the site. Somewhat of a site opener. And ZywOo there to enable and facilitate a close. They're just going to be saving. Blame has an AK. And dupreeh would love an extra $600 gifted to him by Config mid-strafe. They will start to edge forward and ahead now. And Blame spotted, noted. I think you'll get a half-hearted hunt out of ZywOo.
Interested to see what the matchup's going to look like tomorrow as well, right? We get one of these 2 teams joining that 2-0 column to meet G2, Fours, and Ents, who are the 3 teams who just qualified. Well, not qualified, put themselves up in the 2-0 bucket, as it were. So one of these two names will join that, and then you can get even more crazy crossovers. Like you get Vitality going up against G2. Obviously, you've got Xtaz now coaching G2 up against, there's so much fun stuff to sink our teeth into here, but taking quite a decent lead right now, 7-5. 7 on the T-half here of Mirage, looking pretty good. And I think here that they have worked very hard at their Mirage of Vitality, right? Those 3 matchups in succession I was talking about. The Mouse game that they needed to kind of get out of that loss streak, but the 2 before that, a 16-13 versus Na'Vi and a 16-14 against FaZe, 2 very, very good Mirage teams. It showed that a lot has been put into this for the French-Danish mix.
Yeah, and a lot of the conversation was about if Masuta's there, Vitality surely got all the pieces they need, and he's right here at the top of the scoreboard in a must-win game for both of these squads. Masuta strafes out, baits the shot, confirms AWPing presence B.
Yeah, double AWPs here. Config's brought into one, so trying to look for some impact with the big green. Gets to be very versatile. Now, I would call it secondary AWPing. I was talking to Devilwart last night, and he used the term hobby AWPing, which is sometimes what it feels like. And when you get to play the AWP like that, you get to be a Randy Rick. You can do whatever you want. You don't have tendencies. You're not really being studied. It comes on out, and it's difficult to deal with. So let's see if Config can find that impact.
I'll give you a Randy Rick, is that the fact that Apex has just called 7 successful T rounds against Glaive. I mean, this guy wasn't an in-game leader a couple of years ago, and now, with some of the Astralis pieces, he's called a game 1 round away from the win on T's side. Mirage here. Some serious ground covered. Nice turn from Dupree. His back was turned as Glaive engaged, and still the frag found. Equalized now. Apex through the smoke goes down. It's Blame. Magisk through. They've got 3 committed to the A site, and now, with Farley and Blame gone, they can plant uncontested. 1 short. Disconnected from the pack, but Config still contributing. And Zipex too, all the way from jungle, long range for this retake. And it's just Zywoo. Config and Zip. He has that smoke, but does not want to spoil.
It's not planted for him right now. It's default plan, so I don't know if he wants to fight them or let them in. Looks like he wants to fight.
Up and over. Oh, just looked away. Just looked away. And on the drop, the inaccuracy. He gets one. He gets them both. Vitality secure the 8th. And it's at the hands of Zywoo, no less.
Wow. How?
Just looked away,
He's
Chad.
just fallen off the box as well. That's 2 kills in that round. The Dupree frag, he was looking the wrong way. Zywoo had a chance to readjust right here. The trade not able to come in with that AWP. That is going to sting. That's 8 rounds right now for Vitality.
It's planted for default. And Zip has him in his sights and slips off a bit too much. On his plate, Zywoo clutches up, and he wants them to remember. The 8th has been secured. They get loud for that one. The 9th now on a silver platter, Chad.
Yeah, it's just this Blame F upgrade into the M4 to try and get some damage done. He's found the first. Zywoo back with 2.
He has just catapulted himself right back up to the top of the table. That Blame F rifle not going to have anything to say about this unless those others. Deagle, AK now. Deagle on Farley dancing and trifling with trouble. Apex happy to take him down. And yeah, there's nothing to be said about this one. Vitality's Mirage, a scary beast. Not one to be trifled with, as this will be 9. Blame to save the M4. 15 and 5, worth mentioning as well. Blame's been farming up quite the KD.
I'm just like looking back at all of these Vitality results as well on Mirage as part of that loss streak, and they're losing to some of the best teams in the world, right? Like we're talking G2, Heroic, formerly Gambit, right now known as Cloud9, Ents, couple of losses against FaZe, a loss against Na'Vi. In that loss streak, there's no slouches. No. They're all like top 10 teams in the world. So
and the results you can see getting gradually better.
Yeah.
It's like it starts at 16-4, 16-7, and now we're looking at 16-14s and overtimes, and that 1 win, as you highlighted, up against Mouse, just to get their feet here. Vitality getting to the major in a brutal affair up against the Mouse boys.
Yeah, that was a rough one to watch.
Yeah, I mean, just knowing one of them wasn't going to make it.
Well, let's see how good this half can be. 10 is possible for Vitality right now. 1 more. Final rounds here, round number 15 of the half, and this time a different look. It's going to be an Apartments Palace pop, and it's just Glaive on the site right now.
Oh!
That's it, we're in.
Masuta's done it again. Just as easy as that, cracking open Glaive's head. And a late lurk mid still established. We get to see Magisk arrive late. Got to be careful of that. Oh, God, never mind. Apex with the drive-by. You blink and you miss it. Config's hobby has been cut short. On the AWP, yeah, that's the late mid from Magisk. Farley's got nothing to say about this one, but Zip and Blame starting to get a bit of a heater. Multi-frag from Zip. And Magis down 2. It's the 2 of them that make it possible for a 6th, and that will soften the blow of an otherwise rather back and forth half.
Yeah, good stuff right there to get one on the way out the door here to at least give themselves 6. To be fair, you get the pistol, you're back in it, right? So this is still very, very close. You can see some smiles on the face, so the mood's still pretty good over there in the Astralis camp. But what is amazing to me is in this first half of play, Vitality only managed to get themselves 4 opening kills, 2 for Dupree and 2 for Masuda, right? The rest of the opening kills went all in the favor of Astralis right there, and Vitality still win out the half in a 9-6 fashion.
What does that
good,
tell you?
Good trading and good space taking off your teammates' deaths. For example, like that round where they went into B and Masuda gets 3, they lost the opening exchange, but Masuda was trading
all the way in.
Yeah, like, I was going to say fantastically. If you get 3, it's a little bit more than fantastically. That's more than he should be worth in that situation. I think the round as well, where Dupree goes down top mid to config in that aggressive exchange, and then Masuda comes out with 2 Deagle kills. That's another round that they didn't get the opening kill, but they were able to convert. And I continue to say the name of Masuda in those situations, right? So in the mid to late rounds or after the opening exchange, this is where Vitality looked very good.
It's totally in your interest, yet a desperately difficult balance to strike, where you want Masuda to be comfortable but not taking space.
Yeah.
Go figure. All right, pistols and a heavy lean from Astralis. Sides have swapped on the assault and 4 bodies committing out of the apartments. It's Masuda with Dupree on the box, though, and already Magisk has done some damage. Long range, pre-arrival. Farley's back is turned, tagged up nicely. Dupree with a dunk to finish, and oh, getting messy. Config's here. Zywoo will put him down after the double. Oh, Zai was putting everyone down. Another quick click. 2 bullets is all he's used. And that's 3! 3 bullets, 3 frags. Zai was in the server as he ascends to the top of the scoreboard.
Yeah, beautiful shots right there.
Bruh.
Any panic you thought you had has just been solved. Zywoo is here to play.
And he just looks bemused, ready to get the next round underway, making sure he understands the game plan. This was Magisk's opener, and it really does soften the blow that these guys have to deal with. And this second shot, let me see that again. Eesh. And then number 3, equally as gorgeous. Config's gonna meet Zywoo quickly, very early into the minute 55. 10 seconds off the clock, and Config's gone, clocking out himself.
Yeah, right now, Blame needs somebody else to join him on the scoreboard here, and maybe not even join him on the scoreboard, because a couple of the kills he got was, you know, when he had that hero M4 and he was saving it, so they were more exits. But they need some impact to step on up here, so...
Nicely done. Yeah. Farley's at least stemmed the bleed.
It's a scalp. Let's see. I don't think they'll be able to get their hands onto that M4. If they want to hang around, they might just be destined for death. Zywoo looking for more.
Yeah, he's got the perfect angle for this, and Farley's not going to have anything to say about that.
The Eeks. You can see he's just out here farming heads. Everybody's favorite kills. Even gets the M4 back over in the hands. So Dupree gets a nice little upgrade for an MP9, and final player to find.
1 through the floor, 1 to the skull, and there we have it. So yeah, they preserve as many rifles as they possibly could, a FAMAS and 2 M4 as they reach 11. Now you said, sure, after a 9-6 half, you win the pistol. Well, what happens if you don't?
Yeah.
You're going to be staring into a rather bleak outlook coming into this T side, no less. I mean, I cannot reiterate enough that this 9-round T haul is going to be echoing into the second half.
Yeah, and it's going to be difficult to replicate, because you think about the rounds where maybe Masuda had some bangers of entries or there were clutches to close. Are Astralis going to be able to do the same, or do we need to turn to some aggression? Some players of the in-game leader, a Glaive here, looking to take a lot of mid-control early and straight up towards Chair. Does have some space, can apply pressure with presence alone, and Apex making no secret of his hidey hole. So some early default map presence here. Blame in through the underpass. Glaive, as mentioned, over towards Che. You've got over towards top mid. You have Farley as well, and on the extremities, Zip and Config hoping to work a pick or two. And on the jump, head spotted, Masuda noted, and Zip just feigning a little bit more aggression here to see if they can force them to use that utility. Part of the game.
I know it didn't fool you, it fooled me. I fell for his cheeky game there. A lot of steps and a bit of a shot.
Didn't fool Masuda either, who held on to his smoke quite stoically. So still will have that in case the re-initiation comes. And the X-ray, you can see the crosshair placement is in the right spot, but prepared for the close fight. Well, Glaive will catch a slither of information.
Look at Masuda's confidence on this. So,
well, this is huge. This is insane. They know it's A now.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, but that he could even flank mid if he's really brave. From Palace, from Connector, all attention drawn, and Zai was very quick on his draw. Config comes out the Palace. He's paranoid about the flank. He knows it was left open. And Masuta is going through T-spawn as it stands. Glaive catches Dupree short. Apex stuck between two ideas, and Astralis are farming. There's only two left. Masuta, good chance for one. Doesn't choose to discipline, but still punishes. Config's gone. 2-on-2 established, more impact felt by Masuta, and they have planted for Connector. Okay, can't get across. A risky round, and it nearly fell apart there. 2v4 goes 2v2. Astralis, though, on the board.
Yeah, they had to hit those shots on the cross, right? Because you could see where the bomb was planted on the other side of triple. If they were able to slip into the site, and you think that push from Masuta should have been it all, right? But they were very keen to fight. Like, that find from Glaive's okay, but continuing to fight, yeah, giving up a kill or two too many right there, not allowing the flank to come on in. They can get out 2 rifles. Couple of digs, a 5-7 light on this. Astralis can start working their way back into this game now.
Yeah, they're definitely in a prime position to close this gap. Silence falls across the server. Not a peep out of this T side. Three smokes is all they have, Chad.
I think trying to identify what they're up against here. So the most they have to note right now is a smoke B and a smoke connector. Otherwise, it's been pretty barren across the map from the CT defense. So could there be an AWP somehow? Where is there rifle stacks? What are we dealing with here? And just through this utility alone, the window smoke connector, the mid presence, they've actually drawn out the rotation. Vitality have gambled over towards A completely. They've foregone this B bomb site, and as the utility starts to ring on out towards the other side of the map, it's likely to see them just go for a save in this situation. There's really no way back on in, so we might get a unicorn round here.
Can we highlight that Farley smoke as well? Just an underhand in the apartments. You can see what it obscures that Magisk angle he was hitting on that pistol, but that's probably the most exciting thing we have to say about this round.
Yeah, simple stuff, and just through positioning alone here. So I'm not sure what Astralis saw that made them go for B. It could have just been a call of, hey, let's finish B after we feign some mid control. Either way, it can't work out better for Glaive with a call like this. Just waltzes on in, gets the bomb on down. All 5 going to be able to stay alive. This is nice because they don't have a bank to work with. But on the other side, Vitality will get to have a second go of it with all of these weapons that they're holding onto here. And if you're Astralis, you didn't really identify what was on the other side. So you do have that question mark of exactly what came out to play. You'd see Dupree didn't even shoot the Deagle, right? He still has all the reserve ammo, didn't even shoot a bullet. So and that would be the same for the majority of their members on Vitality here. And in the first half, with the save Scout and the save Deagles, Astralis were able to pull a round out, right? And this is a bit more potent of one of these scenarios here. So if Astralis now want to go a bit quicker, right? The thing is, you might, here you go, you're getting your highlight.
Thank you very much. Yeah, even I could get that lineup.
There you go, easy one. You wonder now, do you run the same round if you're Astralis? Because you don't actually know what was on the other side, you just know they saved. So if they saved, what did they save? Do we go fast and risk it, or do we go slow and be methodical about it again?
Oh, this has got some pace, and they're both here. Good God, they could boost. Blame could be in prime position. He's already got across to Delpan. I mean, maybe Glaive unawares, Blame likely unbeknownst to him has this boost established, but there's a lot of bloodshed about to go down in mid here.
If they could just, is Masuda going to clear?
He might.
It's not.
He doesn't, and that's Blame with a huge opening. One of the rifles falls. Masuta, the prime Masuta as he currently is, concedes his 14th. Apex got a lot of responsibility, but is allowed to get to triple. Never mind, takedown Zip
That's
confirms the bomb and gets a fresh mag. 2 more on his plate. Farley spotted Tetris. He's got no support other than the Deagles of Dupree and Zaiwu.
They got the bomb. They're able to get on out right now. Minute on the clock. Plenty of time to regather. Zaiwu can get himself a rifle. Blame is going to try and take some space over towards B, and the closest responder will have to be Dupree, who's just called mid-clear. Blame should be in. He should be able to fortify this bomb site, but it's going to be a difficult site to hold on to. All 3 players of Vitality now have rifles.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a conundrum for Apex. He knows it's likely that someone already into B is kitchen available to him, and Dupree Oh, spotted out, knows it's bench, knows it's Farley in the app. They've worked it out. Good shots out of Apex, and he nearly gets the second astray from Glaive. He's alive and kicking, and now Glaive to come up clutch in the one-on-one. He's done well so far, called a good game, but ZywOo's got another one. Another clutch out of ZywOo.
The pressure that Apex just applied all across the map is insane. The fights that he was persistent in taking towards Tetris, he dropped that bomb, he flustered Astralis, he forced them back, and just there, he doesn't care. He's jumping out the window, he's just taking fights. You can see a lot of other players would be very methodical in those type of scenarios, but Apex is the type of guy just to jump on out and get in your face. Look at this, he doesn't care, just jumping on straight through. 2 massive kills for him here to set them up for this one-on-one situation. And back and forth we go again.
Yeah, that's heavy impact fragging out of Apex. ZywOo with a nice move to get himself up and over, and it's not over yet. A missed shot out of the Farley AWP, and now he's got a face full of lead. The aggression out of Magisk has enabled a 4v3 very early doors. We've got 90 seconds and a 2-man frag find from the boys of Vitality. ZywOo's still not giving up mid.
Yeah, the fact he's hanging around shows so much confidence here. They just want to take these fights, and continues to take some glances, has a lot of utility to work with, but just wants to find the fight.
He's got dupreeh fully insuring him. He knows he can just sit here, jiggle until the cows come home. And here they come. You've got nothing. You have to take this duel, but there's going to be 2 of them, 3 of them taking that fight. ZywOo needs no help as he gets up to 20.
They're accounting for everything here. Molotov there towards the underpass just to make sure that no push or pressure can come behind. Now they can slink back and play a 2-2 setup, knowing that they have this 2-man advantage here. Total up into the sights, 50 seconds remaining. Sure, there's going to be a couple of gaps, but you have the bodies to just set up very, very tight crossfires. They have to walk into them.
It's the responsibility of ZywOo, and paces himself nicely. Second frag of the round. Blame F left to his own devices with 25 seconds. He's got no hope of trying to crack into the site and getting that bomb down.
Yeah, it looks like it might just be a save here, starting to backpedal as well over towards the TV room. So 13 now secured for Vitality, and the issue is that was a buy out of Astralis, right? They've gone all in for that. Lost bonus. Yeah, it's light on. We're towards the bottom of the barrel here.
But this is the kind of plays, you know, you weren't seeing so much of for dupreeh and the Magisk when they weren't being shouted at by Apex. Just immediately commanding control of this, just setting ZywOo up to top of middle.
They're really in the pressure cooker right now, Astralis, right? Because this saved AK is probably the best thing that they have to wield here. Config could buy on in with an AK of his own with head armor, but the rest are roughly 1900, right? So if you were to save in this environment right now, it's still not going to look great because Blame doesn't get the loss bonus, right? The next round's only 2400. It's still going to be some omissions here. So looks like they're going all in. You can see a MAC-10 brought up for Glaive, a Galil in the hands of Config here. Some pistols being upgraded in for the likes of Farley and Zip. So yeah, this is really it for Astralis. If they lose this one, next round, they'll have to take a save, and that should be 15 secured for Vitality before the buy can come out again. Astralis need to convert this round or the game is basically done.
Yeah, but look at what they've got to work with. I mean, not only have you just outlined the stakes, but now I'll outline the weaponry. You've got Galil's MAC-10, Tech 9s, and that Blame F save. See if he can continue to be their highest fragger. Now, when it matters most, we need impact out of Blame.
3 players without head armor here as well. This is going to be rough.
Those M4s were happy to pop the cherry tomatoes. Nice nade, actually, to soften the blow. Good start with the tag. ZywOo caught on the ladder on the way out. So keeping it level and already a lot of space. You've got Sandwich already for Config. Magisk has got some support. Apex completely caught out, flashed, executed, and Astralis are showing signs of life when they needed to. Gap, push, fight them, what? Both fall to the Masuta push. He has thrown caution to the wind at a crucial juncture, and now the bomb lies in his control. Even the crossfire, look how mean that is as Magisk slots into dark. The pressure on Blame to close, and even dupreeh sliding into CT to ensure all of the avenues are covered off. How do you get out of this one? Info, dupreeh goes both ways. Blame may not anticipate this. He's not expecting it. Takes the same spot they've already cleared. Config, however, will retrieve the bomb, or at least enable the possibility. Back turn, both line up. Magisk has secured 14. And Apex, he knows exactly what that indicates. They are close. They're within touching distance of taking down Astralis after taking 3 of their men.
Oof, this could be a hefty victory right here. Might set alight a bit of a Mirage win streak. Could be 2 on the trot right here for Vitality after this one. And this was crazy. I cannot believe the disrespect on that smoke right there. Sure, Mad just hangs him out to dry, right? But he plays it safe, gets it done. The final 2 kills are his.
And we're off again into the mid realm. Happy to throw aggression into it, and you're going to have nothing, absolutely nothing to enjoy this round. Instead, the Danes have to swallow their pride and maybe even swallow a nade or 2. It is Deagles, Glocks, and a vicious Vitality side here out to play tonight.
I spoke about the opening kills in the first half. I haven't been keeping track here in the second, but I'd say Vitality are mauling them in that department. It just feels like they've been taking so many fights and so much initiative. And you know what is a luxury? I know that ZywOo only got 1 kill in that previous round, but the fact that you have ZywOo playing under Dark on A, like it doesn't feel like it should make any sense. But look at this, he's juggling guns in the open mid right now. ZywOo, what are you up to?
Monkey's getting away with it as well, trying to make sure nothing can be celebrated. Blame has flipped the script with a couple of Deeg headshots. Config presented an opportunity to force a clutch, and now Blame with one of his own. Trajectory betrays, but not allowed to get anything more done. I can't believe it already. Vitality with 7 opportunities. 7. To take this one home and to win the battle for pride between these rosters at the major, no less. Blame with a couple of good shots, but nothing more than stat padding.
Yeah, too little too late really in that regard, but good damage nonetheless. They can get the buy back through to get those 7 consecutive required to get us to overtime. Apex aggressive again, jumps on out the window here. Glaive could be flashed off top mid.
No early underpass to punish this regular drop out of the window. I say that, Blame is there, and the smoke is 2. Doesn't stop him. Apex down, a leg shot through the smoke. No one has seen their opponent so far here in round 24. And Dupree versus Glaive. A brand new tale.
Gets one back, draws them back into the 4-on-4 situation, and the Zipex damage unconfirmed. They won't know that they legged him on through the smoke there, so going for another aggressive up and over, clamping down on mid. All the CTs are here. Everybody's here. Yeah, Connector, window, short boost. They're locking this down.
Config just got across, but they get a flash of info. Now ZywOo has Config locked. Another flash of Config. They're regrouping A. Everything indicates still a 2-2 split. It's going to be Magisk and ZywOo keeping him at arm's length, pre-aiming the jump back across, and he does catch it. Config down. Just Farley and Zipex here, but Vitality for a convincing win. It's Farley, the healthiest of the 2. Would really have to pull up his socks here. Zip in support. And Farley caught out a timing from Magisk, and there you have it, 16-8. And that is going to feel damn good. This blend of Dane and French royalty has taken Counter-Strike by storm, and it seems to have hit their peak at the right time. Takes down former teammates, puts them into the 1-1 category, and now 2-0 red carpet rolled out for the next stage of competition. 3 opportunities, best of 3s. Vitality set for the next stage now.
Yeah, good time to get your act together as well, especially on a map like Mirage, right? So great victory, a lot on the line right there. Good stuff, enjoying what we have from Masuda. ZywOo heating up, looking hot to trot, but just a well-oiled machine right there and a big victory. So great stuff to Vitality. They join the likes of Force, G2 and ENCE, and that's the 2-0 bucket for tomorrow to qualify for the next stage of the major.
Yeah, we'll see what the panel thought about that one. 9 T rounds, quite the achievement. Vitality's Mirage getting stronger.
An incredible feat and a matchup for the history books. Vitality are the ones to etch their name, and what a spectacular fashion to do it in. Potentially 1 spot away from claiming their place in the Legend stage. And man, this has got to be a sweet, sweet taste for the likes of Dupree, Magisk and Sonic, managing to take revenge over their former team, and what a style to be doing it in.
Yeah, they did it in a quite convincing fashion. I thought after watching the first, 6, 7, 8 rounds that this is going to be a close game. This is exactly what I expected. 2 teams who are not too comfortable on Mirage, that both have, good individuals that can show up and can make the difference. But, as long as we got into the game, the more deep we got into it, ZywOo started to heat up, Vitality started to heat up, and at the end of the day, there was no doubt Vitality were by far the better team.
Yeah, and I have to admit, I was very critical of Vitality going into this tournament. I didn't really see a direction of how they wanted to play. It didn't really make sense when I looked at it. But they have completely smashed my, thought process about that, because they've shown they have, Misuta being back, being super impactful in this game. He had multiple moments bringing rounds back with a 3K or a B side, 2K there in jungle when he timed the smoke. And there were so many moments which I thought he really, really brought the game back to them. And it's something that's been missing before.
And that's a game changer. When your weak link all of a sudden is coming into a tournament of this pedigree, and he's so far one of the best performers for the lineup, if not the best performer for Vitality so far. That's a game changer, of course. We kind of critiqued Misuta a little bit to begin with. Obviously, Vitality not getting off to the best start, and you have to look for scapegoats. You have to look for players that didn't really live up to their potential. And Misuta were one of those players that we said that he could do better. But right now, he's putting us all to shame. He's playing some fantastic Counter-Strike, and as you said, he's finding very impactful moments in the middle of the rounds.
Yeah, hugely impactful, indeed, completely blowing our expectations out of the water. And just looking at some of the highlights there, incredibly diverse in what he was able to do as well. A lot of opening kills, managing to crack open bomb sites, obviously clutches as well, which is a huge surprise for us coming into things, because I think when we saw this kind of switch up of the Danes coming into Vitality, for me it was a big question, because we were kind of prefacing Misuta as being this secondary star, and when you've got sort of really experienced names like Magis, like Debris coming onto the roster, for me it was a big question of how Misuta would kind of adapt around that, and we have seen him struggling in the past month. So this is a brilliant sign if you're a Vitality fan coming into the major.
Yeah, I mean, they put in the work. It's clear as day. They put in the work. They've changed something. They've made everyone more comfortable in their roles, and you can really see that really shines through, and I'm super impressed.
I think it was Banks that was saying he did an interview with, was it Zonic? I think he was saying, and talking a little bit about how he was integrating Zywoo in particular to get him feeling a bit more comfortable in this form. I think we do have to take some of the comments we've seen with a pinch of salt about Zywoo. He's clearly still the second best player in the world, even with his recent form in some previous events. But it's great to hear how Zonic is kind of helping him mold into an even more comfortable role within Vitality, which we definitely saw paying off in dividends in this.
Yeah, I'd agree. It was always evident that Vitality would need time in order to perform at their highest levels, but I still think even for Sonic and Vitality themselves, they were a little bit disappointed that they've been struggling so much. But as you said, Freya, having to integrate two different philosophies of playing Counter-Strike, Astralis on one side, Vitality on the other, two very different teams, it must have been hard for Zywoo to figure out where his spot within the team is. But we saw in this game, especially with the clutch as well that he pulled off, I'm sure we can pull that up now, it was just amazing to see Zywoo find so much impact without dropping 35 kills. It was just like every single round when he was needed, he showed up. And this clutch right here, that's just some OG Zywoo stuff. When he's playing at this level, when he's in this zone like this, well, there's only one player in the world who can contest him, and that's simple, and he's not at this tournament right now.
Yeah, I want to bring up a point that you were saying before coming into this, Devil. You kind of pitting Blamer from the side of Astralis as being the difference maker, particularly coming into Mirage, and he didn't do a half bad job. He's got 117 ADR, 25 frags on the board, yet Astralis still weren't able to pull it over the line. So what did you kind of see as those issues, I mean, particularly coming into the second half, where we only saw them getting 2T rounds?
I don't even think Astralis did anything wrong in this game. I think it was more, those impactful moments from both Misuta, and then beautiful, crisp, sections with Zywoo, especially on the CT pistol, when you see 3 crisp one-taps with the USP. That was just like, I was taken away, it was beautiful.
How do you think this frames Vitality then going into the later stages of the competition? They're now in that best of 3 slot, if you will. They've got 3 chances to be qualifying for that Legend stage. Do you think maybe we were underestimating them coming into this tournament? Or do you think that they've done what they needed to do to show that they're improving and they're working on their game plan?
I think they've done what they needed to do in order to show us that they're improving. I think we saw it even during the RMR event as well. They were very unlucky with the drawing as well. We talked about it constantly. The fact that they made FaZe and Na'Vi, as the 2 teams they ended up losing to. An incredible rough route to even get to the major. So yeah, no doubt that Vitality has been struggling a little bit. They've been trying to find their identity, but I think we already during the qualifiers saw them get better. And as you said, it's clear to me as well that they put in the work coming into this stage of the major, and they're looking fired up right now. I'm not ready to say that they're one of the favorites to win the entire thing, but the way they're playing right now, they're definitely one of my favorites to go 3-0.
Well, of course, that does cement them in that 2-0 spot. And we can take a look at the collection of results today. Of course, we've had 2 streams going on with a hell of a lot of Counter-Strike going down. Of course, it was just best of 1 series. I'm going to throw it over to you, gentlemen. What do you think the biggest surprise we've seen thus far is? Anything kind of standing out to you, Jacob?
The biggest surprise to me, honestly, in this tournament, and it's a little bit boring for a lot of people, but the way Force has been playing Counter-Strike so far has been very, very impressive. The fact that they were able to win both their games quite convincingly, taking down Bad News Eagles in that 1-0 game, now putting themselves in a position where they're only one game away from qualifying for the next stage, to me is very impressive. And then, of course, Team Liquid's downfall. The fact that they're now in a situation where they're 0-2 and just one match away from not qualifying, that's a disaster.
I also want to highlight the ENCE result against Outsiders. I think it was a bit more dominant than I expected, but they had some huge moment there to turn it around. But I favor ENCE for this tournament, so it's good signs for me.
Yeah, of course, they are the 2-0 team going into tomorrow as well, along with another collection of them. I do want to highlight just the MIBR versus 9Z matchup that was going on at the same time as the Vitality Australis series. Incredibly close, an absolute nail-biter there in a 16-14 fashion. It seemed like Turtle was the guy really coming out of the woodwork for them here, but you surprised to see it potentially being so close, or was this kind of expected from two teams that have had such a huge regional rivalry?
I think that was expected, a very close game. I think 9C is a bit underestimated in the sense that the way they qualify for the major right here, they went 0-2 in the North American RMR, and then they won 5 games in a row in order to qualify for this stage. So they're coming in with quite a lot of confidence as well. So for them to be playing well and making the games competitive, well, I'm happy to see it. But still, they were one of the favorites to go 0-3, and now after the loss to MIBR, I believe they're facing Liquid in the next one, so that's going to be tough.
In terms of talking about favorites, I know Devil Walk, you were coming into this saying you had high expectations for ENCE. Have they kind of matched those, or have they exceeded them just in terms of what we saw in the Outsiders game too?
I think it's a little bit of both. There are a few very worrying signs with ENCE if they're gonna pull out and make it all the way. But I saw, the glimpse of Hades showing up, snappy acing. All of these, every individual is stepping up to the table and delivering frags and impact, and that's a really, really good sign going forward.
And I think that's the trend. We saw it with Vitality. I made the point before as well. Misuta, the weak link within the lineup, stepping up, playing well, and all of a sudden Vitality looked like a very strong roster. You have the same going on for ENCE, right? You look at Hades, and he's the one guy who's been critiqued a little bit for his AWPing, and maybe he could have more output on the server. He's stepping up today, and all of a sudden ENCE look like a world-class team. So it's kind of like a trend, when your weak links within your lineup are playing well, that's when you get a very, very strong outlook. That's when your team is looking very well-rounded and in synergy. So for those two players to be the points of critique, then coming into the first day here, the major, and delivering so well-functioning Counter-Strike is something I'm happy to see.
I also just want to point out G2, of course, making the 4th team up there that we didn't touch on in this segment of the 2-0 teams. It was a real grind in their last matchup, though, to actually be getting, I mean, kind of standard G2 fashion. If we're going to give, if we're going to throw some shade to Outsiders for putting us a full 30 rounds in their first game, I think we've got to talk about G2 and maybe their tendency of not putting things over the line too soon.
Classic G2. Are we even surprised at this point? I feel like we've seen it so many times.
I mean, it's my only question mark for G2 is those T-sides. They don't really make things work, and they really need to get their utility usage on the T-side working much, much better. Prepping it, because they can't be failing utility at this stage and be a contender. It has to be fixed now, and that's it.
I think it's insanely important for G2 to win their 2-0 game tomorrow in order to get 3 days off before they go into the next stage. They have 3 days to fix the problems. They have 3 days to practice, 3 days to put in a lot of hard work, 3 days to get more accustomed to their surroundings right here at the hotel as well. So for G2 to be in a 2-0 situation, obviously that's good. They haven't lost the game yet, but I agree with you. If that's the team that want to go all the way and want to be a contender to win the entire thing, give them 3 days off and let's see them bettering themselves over that period.
But to point out also is it's not all in a negative, because they have one of the strongest CT sides in the entire event, I think. They are so good at that, which is why we're so critical of the T side, because it's such a switch. It's almost this Jekyll and Hyde situation.
Yeah.
Like they're a completely different team when they switch to a T side, and we just want the best when we watch these games from them.
G2 hitting their strides is a team that can win the entire thing, right? They have the talent to win the entire thing. I think I said it a couple of times, but We haven't had Carlos to confirm this, but we could ask him, I guess. I think G2, to my understanding at least, is the most expensive CSGO team to ever exist in terms of the salaries the players are getting, in terms of the buyout that's been brought into the team. They've invested so much into this roster, and for them not to be a contender to win the entire thing is, a bit of a disappointment. So I agree with you, the CT side's looking good, the T side's looking rough, but G2, to me, I keep them up to the standard that I look at the most expensive team in history of Counter-Strike, and they're struggling, right now to get on to the next stage, and that's not good enough.
Of course, Vitality also joining the list of teams that are on a 2-0 run thus far in the major. And we do have a few words from Apex, courtesy of Banks.
I got Apex with me from Vitality, and the first time you face off against Astralis, you get not just a win, but a convincing win on Mirage. I saw you getting hyped, but how much does this just mean to you guys?
Well, for us, nothing special, because we used to play against Astralis a lot of times, even when Dupree and Magis were there. Yeah. But for them, obviously, being in the org and the team for 5 years or something like that is really special. Mm-hmm. So yeah, just we try to say that the friend's gonna try to carry the stress Danes, and I guess we just show up really well. We just play a really good game, and that's what matters the most for us. We're just grinding. We just show a good face right now, and we know what we're capable of. Now it's just game by game and see how it goes.
Now, the thing for me, when this Vitality roster came together, I always said I think you guys needed more time to get used to each other, language shop, all the things going on. We've had this time now. We see this upward trajectory. Where do you feel you're at in your development?
Well, the biggest problem, I talked a lot about that in the previous interview, it's just the way we see CS, on both ways, the way they saw together with Astralis for 4 years and the way we saw with Vitality for 4 years as well. Combining and finding a new identity was one of the hardest things we ever had to do. But it's really fun and just a lot of work. I just love the process, I'm not, obviously result matters, but the process is like such a creative thing. And I just told my teammates after Pro League when we had a really bad result, bad showing, I just tell them, guys, imagine if we start getting better, we will be really happy to go through those hard times, because if it's too easy, the taste is not the same. And yeah, we're finding our identity, we understand each other, we know how to work together more and more. I don't say it's perfect, I don't say we're going to win, but I just say it's getting much better. I'm just happy with that, because it just shows that we're working hard and we're just trying our best.
Hard work's paying off. Now you're playing fours tomorrow for the spot to make it through to the next stage. How do you feel about that one? You feel like that's an easier road out of these ones, or do you think no match is easy?
Yeah, I'm like that. I never think that a match is easy, because it's the way you get into it. They qualified in the RMR, they qualified here in 2-0. It means that they're a strong team. So we're just going to prepare a game together, trying to give our best and just trying to get this 3-0 to have some relaxing time, because RMR was too stressful for me.
Well, hopefully you get that relaxing time. Dan, thank you very much.
I'm really loving that attitude and energy coming out of Apex. It's hard to ignore, particularly when you're in the studio during the game. But I'm also loving the fact that he's saying, they're getting more comfortable together. That's something they've been working on. They knew that was something they needed to improve coming into this.
Keyword to me right here is enjoying the process, because it's going to be a process, right? He's enjoying the hard work they're putting into it right now. Right now, they're also harvesting a bit of the fruits of that hard work, We see them win 2 Mirage games in a row. We see them take down Astralis in quite some fashion. So for him to say that makes me happy. It is a progress of work. It is a team that is only going to get better. You look at the players, you look at the talent. There's no doubt that Vitality at some point will be good. Question or not is if they're ready for this major. And I think the more we see them play, the more I'm entitled to say yes.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I loved what he was saying in that interview. The process is everything. You have to be able to enjoy even the bad moments with the good, and everything that mix of emotions with sadness and almost hysteria of joy. It's beautiful. Laid out by Apex.
And of course, as Banks was alluding to, of course, they will be taking on fours in that best of 3 matchup going down tomorrow, potentially qualifying them for the spot in the Legend stage, going the smooth 3-0. We can take a look at what exactly is going to be on the cards going into those games tomorrow. Of course, the first games on the cards, they're going to be the best of 1s, and then the best of 3s just slowly down on that list. There's a lot of games going on tomorrow, Jacob, but any standing out in particular to you?
Yes, I think we can start with the big one, ENCE versus G2. I think that's a bang of a matchup. That has the quality to be a really, really good match. We get to see that tomorrow night, and I'm looking very much forward to that. I also do want to point, Vitality going up against Force. We kind of excused Vitality for having a very rough draw during the RMR, facing Na'Vi, facing FaZe. This time around, it seems like they're paying their own luck. They're delivering right now. They're playing good Counter-Strike, and facing Force, with all the respect to Force, in a 2-0 game at this stage of the major is a match that Vitality should be winning. So I think they're quite happy that they've overdone, the rough draw so far, and now they're coming into a bit of an easier period.
I just want to shift the attention to the 0-2 matches down at the bottom of the screen as well. Of course, we were talking about maybe some disappointments from Liquid coming into this just in terms of their performance. They're going to be taking on 9Z, and I mean, if they lose that is an incredibly early exit for the North American side coming out the major.
It'll be a disaster. It'll be a massive, massive disaster for Team Liquid. I like the way Nitro conducted himself in the interview afterwards, saying that he still believes in the team. He still believes they have what it takes in order to qualify, but let me put it straight. Liquid is also a very, very expensive Counter-Strike team. They're getting paid a lot of money to play Counter-Strike, and they have, players who are very tenured. They have players who are good. They have players who are experienced. So for them to leave the major as an 0-3 team, that would be an absolute disaster.
Yeah. No, totally agree. And honestly, playing a best of 3 against 9C is not going to be an easy task for them.
No.
With what we've seen from 9C, they can grind themselves into games. They have huge belief in each other. And Team Liquid, they seem a little bit deflated. I have to be honest with that. And, you could see it on their faces. Obviously, they're disappointed, but it's kind of that deal when you make a new team, you have to reset your expectations. You have to really put yourself, we are not in the place where we want to be. This is where we are, and this is what we're working towards, so that you don't show this disappointment, anger, frustration when you're playing the game, because that can really, really affect your performances.
I want to pick your brains just slightly about the ENCE and G2 game. You were quite confident for ENCE coming into this tournament, saying, they could have what it takes to take it all the way. How confident do you feel coming up against G2, particularly after what we saw today, which was quite wavering form in that second series?
I mean, it's a difficult one to really analyze, because G2 are so good on CT sides, and if they can get a good start on T side, get a few rounds, they can close out a map or two very, very simple. While ENCE, I think they have more of a stable foundation. They have a good T side, they have a solid CT side, but I still favor G2 CT side to be much more, it's so much stronger. I still believe that. So for me, key T side. If G2 win, for example, a T pistol, it could be really rough for ENCE.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen.
No, I just want to echo that sentiment quickly, right? When it comes to G2, and that's the whole thing for them. Everyone who's watching the major now, everyone who's going to watch them at the next stage, because I think they will be there. G2 is a team that can lose to anyone, and G2 is a team that can beat anyone. There's nothing that tells me right now that G2 wouldn't be able to stand in a major final in a couple of weeks and do well. Just as well, there's nothing that tells me that it couldn't go out 0-3 potentially, in the next stage of the major. G2 is a wild card for me. The way they play Counter-Strike, you said it yourself, they're weak T sides, they're strong CT sides. It's exciting. It's a love-hate relationship to the guys right now, but they can play some damn good Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how exactly that pans out tomorrow. Of course, we've had an incredible day of Counter-Strike, and more is set to ensue tomorrow. 2 of the first teams to be qualifying for that Legend stage, as we're going to be back same time, same place tomorrow. You don't want to miss it.